It really is. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is the morning roast. No Joe Shasky. He is out, taking an extended weekend. Good for him. We got Sam Lubman in his place, alongside myself, Joe Spadoni, Steven Risotto in the back, Zach Green crushing it. As I say, good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend. And it's a big weekend here in the Bay, Sam. We got Giants, Mets. We got Niners training camp happening, plus Valkyries back in action tonight at home at Chase Center. So we got a little two-step tonight down at the China Basin.
Yeah, hello there, Spadoni. It's going to be a fun one. Yeah, Paige Beckers, the number one overall pick in the WNBA draft. She's coming into town with the Dallas Wings. And you said you're going to be at that one tonight?
I certainly am.
You're
Come
going to be
say hi.
Your first Valkyries game in?
Valhalla.
Oh, man, I'm going to be at the Giants-Mets tonight. Oh, poor me. But,
yeah, right.
You know, I'm jealous of you, man. I have not gotten to a Valkyries game yet. I keep trying, and then I'm not trying hard enough, obviously.
You need to try harder, Sam.
It's very piss-poor effort on my part to get down there. But, yeah, no, it's on the list of things that I absolutely need to do is getting down to Valhalla because it looks like a great time there. Half game out of a playoff spot, but no Kayla Thornton tonight.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm, without their all-star. So, Valks, man, they're going to have to find another way to win it tonight.
Don't worry, they'll will their way because there's going to be another sellout crowd. I promise you that. They're going to sell out every single home game this year. That's what they're on pace for, and that's what they're going to do. They are already one of the. Are they the most valued, the highest value in the WNBA?
They're one of the most valued. It's the Joe Lacob effect.
It's literally their first season. They're expansion team, and they're the most valuable franchise in the entire association. That's insane. So Valkyries at the top. Warriors at the top when it comes to revenue. We'll get to the Warriors because we got another Kaminga update. Yes, Kaminga crisis is back. We'll get to that at another point. Don't worry. Don't just play the drop yet.
I mean, if they want to just play the drop.
You do just like hearing it.
I do just like hearing it.
It's all right. If they have it, you can play it. If not, don't worry about it.
It's going to be a morning roast liner, Steven, towards the bottom.
Thank you. Thank you, producer Sam /host. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, by the way. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And you know the number to get involved. And if you don't, I'm going to tell it to you. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And as always, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. So we were just talking about it, though. It's a big night in the Bay here. You got the Valkyries coming back from the All-Star break at home against the Dallas Wings. But the big matchup of the weekend for me is going to be taking place at Oracle Park. And it starts tonight. Logan Webb on the bump for the Giants, the ace of the team, going up against Clay Holmes of the New York Mets, one of the best teams in the National League as well, 59-44 record for New York heading into this thing. And you're going to see their best this weekend, Sam, when it comes to pitching. And you're going to see the Giants' best, you would think, when it comes to pitching this weekend. And I think that start and that win that the Giants just had for one Justin Verlander off the bat, also of Rafael Devers getting 2 home runs, was a massive, massive lift for this team after getting swept to start off the second half of this season, or final third, I hate whatever it is, post All-Star break against the Blue Jays, and then to drop the game the way they did against the Braves and just look god-awful doing it. To win these last 2 games heading into this series, it's a big momentum boost, you would think.
Oh, absolutely. That could be the kind of win. I'm not going to say, the win one for Justin Verlander. This isn't the Chauncey Billups situation here. But no, Spadoni, that could be a win that, in a sense, does kind of fire this team up a bit because these guys all year long, they want to get Justin Verlander. They wanted to get him his first win. Obviously, going back to the start of the year, they wanted to get him as close to 300 this year as possible. There was definitely a desire within this Giants clubhouse to do it. And as the losses started to pile up for Verlander, there was more of a drive, I think, in that clubhouse to get that guy off the schneid and get him his first win of the year. And I do think that by kind of taking care of that the other day, it's a bit of a weight off their shoulders. It's a monkey off the back, so to speak, that I think you're going to see a slightly more relaxed team, a slightly looser team now they don't have to think about that. And they're also, the Mets are coming to town at a time when a lot of the Giants' better hitters are starting to heat up. I mean, we talked about this 6-game road trip. And again, 2-4, it's an ugly-looking road trip. But when you kind of take a step back, take a greater perspective from it, there's 2 takeaways I kind of had from that road trip there. The first one is the Blue Jays are a damn good baseball team, and getting swept by them is I don't want to say it's okay, but I get how it could happen.
Most wins in baseball currently. 61.
Exactly. They're the hottest team in baseball right now. I watched their last 2 games against the Yankees on Wednesday, and then they just absolutely kicked the snot out of the Tigers in Detroit last night.
What if I told you their run differential is only plus 39 for the Blue Jays?
They got to a very slow start this year.
They must have been god awful early.
That's one of those things. If you look at their run differential there, you're probably going to think that there's a regression. No, the eye test tells you everything you know about the Blue Jays. That is a damn good baseball team. And number 2, despite the rough road trip, your better hitters, your best hitters, they're starting to heat up. Rafael Devers hit 10 for 26 on that trip. Matt Chapman, 7 for 22, did a lot of damage against the Braves. Willard Dibs, he's still running hot ever since that day off that he had before the Rockies series back in June. And Elliot Ramos quietly hitting 348 over this last road trip here. So the bats starting to heat up. And what have we always said, Spadoni? Can we just get some of these guys hot at the same time? You got potential right now. You have 4 guys, your 4 biggest hitters in your lineup, all hit over 300 on this 6-game road trip. You got 4 guys swinging a hot stick right now.
And most importantly, the guy that's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, Rafael Devers. Like that's the one we need. If I'm a Giants fan right now, if this guy can continue this stretch, he is a player like a Judge, like an Ohtani. I'm not saying he is those guys, but at the plate, he could carry an offense and lead you to some winning streaks, because that's what you need right now. After losing 6 in a row, obviously, you stop the skid there. Shout out Landon Roupp, by the way. That guy, one of the most underrated players of Major League Baseball this season, Landon Roupp.
He's been a gem.
Where would
the
Giants be without that guy this year? Quite frankly. Is he slated? Do we know? Is he going to pitch on Sunday? Do we know? I know there's.
I don't. So right now, Logan Webb's slated to go tomorrow. Robbie Ray is on Saturday. It is a TBD start on Sunday against Kodai Senga. My guess, if I had to make a pick right now, would be probably Tristan Beck. You do have a potential Wisenhunt appearance that could be coming up. Maybe it's Mason Black. They call him up there. But if they're going to go internally on the options on the roster right now and avoid making a move, my guess would be it will be Tristan Beck. But we'll probably obviously find out tonight. Bob Melvin, he'll be talking around 4 o'clock-ish or so.
You'll be there.
I will be there.
Risotto, you going to be there too?
We'll see.
We'll see. Okay. Thanks, Evan Giddings, doing his best Steven Risotto impression.
Way to commit there, Steven.
So Sam Lovin's going to be in the building at Oracle. All right. Spadoni going to be in the building at Chase. All right. So we're going to be well-represented. Zach's going to be at the game tonight, too, covering the Valkyries.
Nice.
Dude, 95.7's representing everywhere.
So the morning show, when do the afternoon shows go to things?
Oh, they don't.
They get to sleep in and have a nice little easy day and then go hang out.
I mean, they got the best business because they can not only take all the content from the morning roast, they got the afternoon show, the midday show, if you will. You got Evan Giddings and Steiny crushing it. By the way, great interview yesterday with one James Kincaid, our boy James Kincaid, the aficionado when it comes to all things wrestling, because they talked about the passing of one Hulk Hogan at the age of 71. Professional wrestling icon Hulk Hogan passing away yesterday. Terry Hogan, the legal name there, but Hulkamaniacs
I did
everywhere.
not actually know that his legal name was Terry.
Terry, yeah. It's not. They didn't put Hulk in the.
I don't think Hogan is his legal last name, though.
It's not. It's not.
It's not.
It's not. Oh, I didn't see.
See, I'll be honest, if you had told me that Hulk Hogan was his legal government name that he has on his driver's license and his official paperwork, I would believe that.
I didn't even know it's not Terry Hogan, because when they put his name, again, like movie stars like to do, they change their names and it's not real. But they would go from Terry, quotation marks, Hulk, and then Hogan there. So I was like, oh, okay, so his Hogan's last. But it's not. I'm actually looking at it right now. Terry Jean Bollea.
Oh, yeah.
So
I totally understand going with Hogan there.
So there you go.
So does that mean his kids' names aren't actually Hogan? It's Brooke Bollea?
I did not know that
Hogan?
Hulk Hogan was a Paisan. The more you know, people. The more you know.
Italian.
He is, clearly. By the way, we want to get back into Rafael Devers real quick, because I can't underscore this enough. The pressure that is on this guy right now to produce at the plate for the last month or so since this acquisition, I feel like everything that went on in Boston, Sam, obviously that's in the rearview mirror now. It lingered for a couple weeks, the Will Fleming stuff, the Will Clark stuff, whatever. I think we're finally moving past that. And him just playing some first base, do you think that actually unlocked him at the plate in a weird way? I know he spoke about it earlier in the week, but can there really be a correlation between playing in the field and producing at the plate?
I believe that there is. I mean, if you were skeptical about that theory at the beginning of the week, Rafael Devers is absolutely going to be pushing you to accepting that theory. But yeah, I do think there is something to be said. And I think Joe Shasky hit the nail on the head the other day when he said it. It's just when you do get to go out in the field, there is an extra layer of locked in that you're going to have there. And let's say, Spadoni, you go to the plate, you have an ugly strikeout. When you're a DH, you then get to go back into the dugout, maybe go to the cage and take some swings at some point. But for a good 30, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour, you are sitting in that dugout basically thinking, man, I just struck out there. That really sucked. Whereas if you're playing in the field, you strike out, you go back to the dugout, you got to really just move off of it right away because I got to get back in the field. I got to start thinking where these guys are going to be hitting these balls this next inning. It immediately forces you to take your mind off of whatever it is you were struggling with at the plate. And I do think that for some guys, and remember, baseball players, they're creatures of habit. They're very much guys who have routines. And when you take them out of that routine, you can ask our friend Luis Severino up in Sacramento, when guys aren't able to go through game days the way that they're used to, the way that they're comfortable with, it's going to affect their performance a little bit. And so I do think there is some there to Rafael Devers being able to be an everyday first baseman, not dwell on hitting the whole time, in that just kind of making things easier and more free-flowing for him. And yeah, if that translates to weeks like we've seen here this past week in Toronto and Atlanta, yeah, I'm all for it.
By the way, you mentioned Luis Severino, one of the names that's probably going to be dangled around the trade deadline. And we are now officially less than a week from Major League Baseball's
Had our first
deadline.
Big deadline deal last night.
We did. It was Josh Naylor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, now a Seattle Mariner.
Mitch, New Jersey, punching air right now. He wanted the Giants to get Josh Naylor so bad.
He cares?
Called into the rap every week. Hey, when are we going to get Josh Naylor? That's what the Giants need to do. Can they go out and get Josh Naylor? I think he'd be great for the Giants.
That's also Richie and Queens. I'm convinced they might be a split personality, Richie and Queens and Mitch in New Jersey. Maybe
I want to get them in the same room together.
By the way, yeah, you mentioned Luis Severino shoving yesterday against the Houston Astros, 7 innings, 4 hits allowed, just 2 earned runs and 8 strikeouts. And his road and home splits are just outrageous, I would think, pitching in that AAA ballpark, which he does not like
an 8.60 ERA or something in Sacramento.
I mean, who could have seen that coming? A AAA ballpark not being friendly to Major League Baseball pitching. But is what it is. You signed up for it. You signed the contract. But I'd be shocked if he was still in a week's time. I think he's going to get dealt at the deadline. But they're going to try to get some of that salary back because the A's obviously want to be over that floor, so they still get that welfare check from Major League Baseball, if you will. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, speaking of the guests today, we got a couple of them. We got Vic Tafur, 8 o'clock, formerly of the Raiders beat. He used to cover them for a while. Now his first year on the 49ers beat for the Athletics. So
nice.
Vic Tafur joining us at 8 o'clock. I actually want to ask, he's actually a perfect guest to have on today because there was something big that happened in the NFL late afternoon. We all got the alerts from Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, Christian Wilkins getting released by the Raiders, signed a fat contract with them last year, defensive tackle, one of the best in the NFL when healthy, Sam. He's now on the market. What's the foot look like? What's the rehab process looking like? The Raiders are trying to void his guarantees because they told him to get another surgery after he got one and the recovery process wasn't going well. He's like, no, I'm not getting another surgery. I'm going to rehab on my own. The Raiders are like, oh yeah? Well, kick rocks. We're not going to pay you then because you're not listening to our medical staff. So we're voiding your contract. And there are going to be some grievances filed to the NFLPA. And we haven't heard the last of that story. But as far as I'm a Niner fan, and if Niners fans are concerned, hey, Christian Wilkins out there. What's he look like? Can we take a flyer on him? What's it going to cost?
They need the D-line help right now from what it sounds like is there's a lot of questions on that defensive line out there.
And Vic Tafur can tell us at 8 o'clock because he covered the Raiders last year in Christian Wilkins' only season with the team. I think he only played 5 or 6 games, then he got hurt, obviously. But what scares me about a guy like Christian Wilkins, because Niner fans are going to be like, oh, let's go again, let's go home. Big men and foot problems scare the hell out of me, whether it's basketball or whether it's defensive line or offensive line, and it's a stress fracture in his foot or Jones fracture, whatever it's called. It's not good.
It's a lot of weight for a foot to have to hold up.
Yes.
And those don't just go away there. And it's already enough that he's a defensive tackle who hit the free agency market. My theory when it comes to guys in the trenches, so defensive linemen, offensive linemen, especially on the interior, the good ones very rarely actually hit free agency. Like if you're good enough, like teams will find a way to keep you on the roster. some teams, obviously, like the Niners trading DeForest Buckner, they'll make moves if they move the wrong guy there. But, when a guy like that hits the free agency market, it's just like it feels like more often than not, those deals are going to go south. Javon Hargrave is a good recent example there for the 49ers there. So, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate there, I guess, what happened with Christian Wilkins. But, yeah, I didn't know you could just be like, no, you're not getting healthy the way that we want you to, so we're just not going to pay you. I did not know that was a thing you could do in the NFL.
Well, there's been a lot. It's been very contentious if you've been following along the comments from head coach Pete Carroll and John Spytek, their GM over in Vegas. They've been very much so like, yeah, we're frustrated. We're not happy with where this is at. When you use terms like frustrated and not happy and stuff, that's usually reading between the lines. Yeah, we're probably going to move off this guy. And they did. And now Wilkins is filing a grievance, the NFLPA, on his behalf, I should say. The last day he was eligible to do so because he had 50 days from June 4th to ask the NFLPA to file a grievance on his behalf. And again, they did it yesterday on the last day it was eligible. So we'll see where that goes. All we know is if I'm a Niners fan, Christian Wilkins out there, should we get him? We'll talk to Vic Tafur about it, 8 o'clock. And then Bonte Hill, the 9 o'clock hour. You know him. You love him. Or you hate him.
Bonte.
Either way, you're going to be listening, 9 o'clock hour, Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands.
He'll be down at training camp, too, when he joins
will.
it. So it's his first remote broadcast in on the roast.
Okay, the king. The king takes calls.
Exactly.
I can't wait
on
for
the
that.
King Cam.
The King Cam, I love that. And we'll ask him all things. We'll ask him about the Niners, obviously, in training camp, but I also want to ask him, because he's doing some pre- and post-game work with the Giants this season, obviously, what the hell's going on with Jonathan Kaminga as well. Not like a lot new, but, when Shams talks about it, we have to play it, so we'll play some
Shams does be
Shamstrana.
talking a lot.
He does. Well, we also be getting a lot of notifications that are just absolutely
I'm
useless.
very happy that Shams keeps us updated.
Yeah.
God bless him. Just putting in that work, making sure that we know all the little tiny details going on in the NBA. Don't stop being you, Shams Charania.
Yeah,
I respect the grind.
You respect the Shams Charania. I respect the hair. It's perfectly coiffed every single time. He does. It's elite. Not like yours, Sam. If you can watch it on YouTube right now, guy's got the best hair, maybe in the building. That's female included. Sam Lubman carrying 10th floor here on Kearney Street.
Yeah, that checks out.
See? Look at that.
I'm just doing a mental, what does the hair look like here? Now, no, I'm putting myself top the power rankings.
That's what you got to do when you got a fill-in host and an extraordinaire like a Sam Lubman. You got to gas these guys up. You got to you got to boost the ego a little bit. Make them feel good at 6:22 a.m., July 25th, 2025, the year of our Lord. Sam Lubman looking fabulous. By the way, you know what else is fabulous? Football talk. And we got football coming back. NFL Hall of Fame game, what? Next Sunday? Next Thursday?
Is it already that close?
I think it's like we're almost like 6 days.
Next Sunday.
Next Sunday. Hall of Fame game.
The first actual with quotes football game to be played. It's Monday they're putting on pads for the first time.
Hell yeah.
Ricky Pearsall expected to practice the first time on Sunday there as well. So yeah, very excited to see that because the Niners, they need to get some wide receivers on the field right now. They just picked up a new guy, Quintez Cephas.
Yeah.
He was on the Lions last year.
That's a person.
He's a guy. Well, they need bodies right now, and so this is one of those things that they just need people who are there. Not fun hearing stuff like that in the first week of training camp. But
hold on real quick. I always just love that term. They need bodies out there. It doesn't matter. They just need people.
Just need someone to Spinoni, maybe you can go down there and catch some passes for a little bit.
Corpse. Yeah, it could be me. Exactly.
Well, it's got to be someone who can catch at least. So that's why Danny Gray's not there anymore.
Oh boy, that's a tough look. Yeah, Quintez Cephas, formerly of the Detroit Lions, the last active roster he was a part of. Because I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page, as all of us do. When you hear a great name like Quintez Cephas, Detroit Lions from 2020 to 2022. He's a fifth-round pick out of Wisconsin. And then he played for the Bills, Texans, Rams, but those more so the practice squad. And the Niners currently right now. So we'll see if he even makes the team. They just need the bodies, as Sam Lubman's saying. Ricky Pearsall, you need to get him back. And Juwan Jennings is there. He's holding in, quote unquote. Do you even call this a hold in? I don't even know what you call it. I mean, he made his feelings known. He wants to get paid more, but he's there. He's taking first team reps. He's being a team player. And I do think that is a great look for this team and this organization, which has been just mired in controversy the last couple seasons when it comes to the Bosa's of the world holding out, or the Brandon Aiyuks, or the Trent Williams holding out. So there's a lot to get to still when it comes to the 49ers and what to make of this team. Are they rebuilding? Are they retooling? Well, I'm going to ask Sam because I really don't know the right term to call what the 49ers are going through. I do know this. When you have Brock Purdy, who I believe is a top 10 quarterback, at least in the NFL, you have George Kittle, who is at worst a top 2 he might be, tight end in the NFL, Fred Warner, best linebacker in the NFL, and Nick Bosa, who's a top 5 defensive end. That's a lot of key positions and really good players at good positions. I can't really say they're in a total rebuild when you have those guys. We'll get into it more. We'll get into the Giants and Mets over the weekend. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Sam Lemon in for Joe Shasky alongside Joe Spadoni. Vic Tafur at 8 o'clock. Bonte Hill in the 9 o'clock hour, courtesy of River Islands. And it's all brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
We got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Yay!
You know I don't speak Spanish. Shout out Adam in the city, as I'm doing my best Ron Burgundy impression. Actually, no, poquito español. I did take Spanish class. It was required at my private school. Shout out Unipro Sarah and Carmel, which is now, I think, defunct. But the church is still there. From 4th grade all the way through 8th grade.
Shout out the church.
There you go. 4th through 8th. And then freshman year of high school through junior year of high school, I took Spanish class. I don't think I took it senior year. No, I took digital art, which was my elective my senior year. You know what we did? Circa 2010-11, we had to make memes. Yeah, that was an
like
assignment. Early
memes too.
Dude, that was like
Success Kid memes.
They gave us a template for memes. It was like the thinking. We're going this is predates Risotto and Zach in the
Risotto
back.
probably wasn't even alive.
The thinking raptor meme. Remember that one?
Remember the Velociraptor?
Yeah, the Velociraptor. The little fist.
Success Kid.
Success Kids.
Yeah, there was the overattached girlfriend. There's that one too. Bad Luck Brian was another one.
Yeah,
Scumbag Steve.
That was the other one. The Bad Luck Brian.
God, memes were just so basic back then.
That was literally a homework assignment. It was like, all right, here's the templates. Do a funny meme. There you go.
Oh, that sounds like a fun homework assignment.
It was fun. I think he was one of those young teachers that was like, I'm cool, I'm hip. He was 25 or 26. So
nice.
Yeah, it was a fun class. Digital art. I think I got a B in it.
There you go. Hey, B's get degrees.
Yeah, there you go. Shout out SF State, where I got my degree, broadcasting electronic communications. And speaking of SF State, we had SF State legend on yesterday, Mike Holmgren, who
I thought you were about to point out SF State legend Steven Risotto.
Well, Steven already.
I'm slighted by that. I thought you were going that route too.
No. There's
when I think SF State legends, it's Mike Holmgren, Bonte Hill, Steven Risotto.
No, first off, it goes Joe Spadoni, Ray Ratto, Whitey Gleason, and then it goes Mike.
SF State's got a roster.
Dude, we're balling.
Dan Dibley too, right?
Dan Dibley as well. Come on, guys, you're sleeping on it.
I guess I might be. All right.
Thanks.
SF State, what? A couple weeks? Next week? When are we getting back in school?
I have no idea. I'm not in school.
Oh, you're not anymore? You still look like it, so I just had to ask. 888-957-9570. By the way, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, we mentioned it earlier. We're going to be mentioning it all day. Valkyries host Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the free Odyssey app. Just download it and search Valkyries. I will be in the building there tonight. Come up, say hi if you see me. You can't miss the schnoz. It is real. It is spectacular. And it's going to be a good time. Or if you're going to be going to the Giants game later today, stop by and say hi to Sam Lubin, who's going to be there watching Logan Webb v. Clay Holmes in a massive series at Oracle Park.
It is. This is a massive 6-game stretch here.
It was that massive.
I know. I'm not going to do that on air. That's gross. This is a massive 6-game stretch here for the Giants. Here's 3 against the Mets, then 3 against the lowly Pirates. And I did. I looked at the schedule a little bit. Paul Skeens not expected to face the Giants next week.
That's a bummer, actually.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, and I tweeted this out, I do want the Giants to win baseball games, and going against good pitchers is kind of anathema to that strategy.
Well, hold on. Let's look at his win-loss record is 5-8.
Well, no.
So even if he does pitch well, their offense is so inept. You're probably going to win anyways. Even if he pitches well.
You could say, they could win 1-0. It's like, well, the Giants still need to score a run off Paul Skeens, which forgive my skepticism there. But alas, it's not something the Giants have to deal with. They are going to have to deal with Clay Holmes tonight, who has had a rough go here in the month of July, a 5.66 ERA this month and 20 innings pitched. So they got a pitcher here who is on a bit of a rough patch right now. In his last start against the Reds, he took the loss, went 5 innings, gave up 5 runs against a pretty solid Reds team. So Giants are getting, it's a weird thing to say, Giants getting Clay Holmes, I guess, had a good time. He's 8-5 with a 3.40 ERA, so he has had some success this year. But the Giants get this 6 games going into the deadline here. This is a time to really kind of showcase for them how dangerous they can be, and also can they compel Buster Posey to go out and make a bigger swing next Thursday on deadline day. Spinoni, we've seen this the last few years where the Giants go into the deadline. Are they a buyer? Are they a stand patter? I don't think they're sellers at this point. I don't think that you could really get away with that. I do not want to see this team stand pat at the deadline. I don't want this to be a Farhan Zaidi deadline where we're banging on the table to do something, nothing happens, and then they just pick up some A.J. Pollock, Mark Canna type player to add a little bit of depth for a few weeks. That absolutely cannot happen next week.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. I think this is the series to really be the measuring stick, right? Because you needed to take that series. At the very least, take the series against the Braves, who are just not a good baseball team. They're not. They're 44-57. The pitching is an absolute shambles there. Had you lost that series, that would have been like maybe a white flag on the rest of the year, and maybe you would have been sellers at that point. But what you can do this weekend against one of the best teams in the National League and all of baseball in the New York Mets is have a statement series, because you fell flat on your face out of the gate. Let's just be honest. You stumbled. You tripped. You fell on your face planted, broken nose. I don't know what happened. You got absolutely obliterated against the Toronto Blue Jays, and the defensive miscues were just maddening, I think, for a lot of Giants fans, and especially in that first loss against the Braves. I was like, who is this team?
It crescendoed to a new low on Monday with the defense.
It was bad.
Yeah.
Hell, but Chasky was... He was literally...
That was the game that broke him. He waved the white flag that next morning.
He came in Monday and said, I actually believe in this team. I know everyone's down on him. I believe him. And then that one loss on Monday, it's like, actually, I'm out.
One of the all-time flip-flops on this show's history.
Well, what does he like to say? Pivot, don't panic? Well, he was doing both at the same time. So there you go.
I never gave up. I held in.
But can we just get a bounce back from Logan Webb and Robbie Ray this weekend? I think that's at the very least is what I'm looking for, because they got absolutely clapped last week.
Yeah.
And maybe they just ran into a hot team. And I think that's just what we're all talking about.
I think that's exactly what happened.
And Toronto they're one of the best teams at home in that dome. They are amazing at the Rogers Center, but you're back home now, okay? And last time Logan Webb was pitching on a Friday night, we were there, Sam, and so was Steven Risotto, and it was against the Dodgers. And it wasn't his best stuff, actually.
No.
It was far from it. Now, he didn't get any help from his defense in that regard either, but it was one of his worst starts. But they still ended up winning the game because they scored a lot of runs. I would like to see vintage Logan Webb on the mound today.
Just shut this lineup down.
Shut this lineup down. That's what I want to see tonight and over the weekend. Same with Robbie Ray and whoever we get on Sunday, I should say, in the TBD spot against their ace, Kodai Senga, who's been a baller this year for the New York Mets.
He is on that short list of Cy Young candidates this year. And again, you just say what's a vintage Logan Webb going to look like? I mean, again, the Mets, they got a damn good lineup too. Brandon Nimmo's swinging a hot bat right now. You got Pete Alonso, though, who, again, 4 home runs this month, hitting 177 on the month of July. So he's a little cold right now.
A lot of Giants fans wanted that guy. Remember that?
I'd still take him.
Yeah. Well, they're not trading him. But
not anymore. Well, I think you're basically set at first base for the foreseeable future right now between Rafael Devers and, of course, Bryce Eldridge, who, I don't know if you saw Speed when he hit that walk-off home run for Sacramento the other day. I want to say, it was Wednesday he had the walk-off home run, so he's back from his hamstring strain. He's looking good right now. Francisco Lindor, I was going to deal with him, but the big name that we're going to be seeing in this Mets lineup tonight, guy who, a surprise non-all-star, it's Juan Soto. Ooh. I was here last year, and he absolutely made the Giants miserable in that Yankees series last year. Hit an absolute tank. I want to say it was on Sunday over the right field arcade, and he's turning around. He's pounding his chest. He's pimping it out, and he was fired up in that series. He looked like
wonderful, marvelous.
Love John Sterling.
So yeah, Giants get to deal with that guy this weekend in the New York Mets. I wonder if Ken Luttrell, our New York Mets 95-7 game insider, I wonder if he's going to be in any of these games.
He'll be there Sunday.
He is going to be there Sunday. All righty.
Sunday. Oh, that's going to be a Sunday night baseball, right? 4 o'clock.
That's right.
Is he going to be dressed like Mr. Met?
I love 4 o'clock start times on a Sunday. That's perfect. No, I hope he's not dressed. Honestly, thank you. The tattoo that producer Ken has of the Mr. Met, his eyes scare the hell out of me. Not Ken's, the Mr. Met.
Well, I mean, Ken's eyes too.
Well, no, Ken's he's a handsome dude. He's crushing it. By the way, sneakily way older than I thought. Ken, I'm not going to give out his age right here, but I think we all agreed when he told us his age for his birthday party about a month time ago. The most talked about birthday party at this station, clearly, because like every single person was there outside of like 3 hosts.
Well, who else invites people to their birthdays here at this station? It's you and Ken are the only people who've had birthdays that people got invited to.
That's true. My 30th, was that 2 years ago? I think so.
We are 32 now, so.
Yeah, that's right.
Sam, you came to mine.
I did come to your birthday, that's right. But you didn't invite anyone else from the station.
I didn't.
I'm actually hurt by that.
And honestly, I feel like that was more just a matter of circumstance. I was walking out of Chase Center, and Steven's like, hey, I just happen to be having my birthday right now at Splash. And so I just meandered my way over.
I was the only one to get Bonte Hill to show up with his family, by the way. and Bontail are going to be joining us at 9 o'clock for the entire hour, courtesy of River Islands. Vic Tafur at 8 o'clock covers the 49ers for The Athletic, formerly the Raiders beat. And we'll ask him about Christian Wilkins. Could that be a possibility if the 49ers want to add some defensive tackle depth this offseason? 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Massive series starting tonight against the Mets. Logan Webb on the bump, and I'm looking for him again to have a bounce-back performance. And again, you said, what's a vintage Logan Webb performance? Can he give me 6 or 7 innings? 1 or 2 runs?
Can you get into the 8th inning?
Can he get into the 8th inning?
Strikeout 7 or 8?
There you go. No, but even strikeouts. If he can want to do, he actually has been more of a strikeout guy this year.
He has been, yeah.
Than a ground ball pitcher. I would kind of like to see those ground ball outs a
nice
little
quick
bit more.
outing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want those taxing innings to keep stacking and stacking. Because what you don't want to set the tone for a big series like this, Sam, is to tax the bullpen. That is what you do. And then you're setting yourself up for failure going forward. If, let's say, Robbie Ray has another bad start, which hopefully doesn't happen, but it could against a lineup like the Mets.
Well, especially when there's a non-zero chance that it could be a bullpen game on Sunday night, too, which, again, I don't think it'll go that way. My guess, I'm going to lean Tristan Beck will get that start. Maybe someone gets called up, but no, yeah, you got to set a tone for these next 6 games here. You got to do it tonight because you got 6 games till the trade deadline. Let's show that this team is worth investing in, force Buster Posey to make a move.
It is an interesting little two-step here of these series because you're going to be playing literally one of, if not the best team in the National League, the leaders in the NL East right now. And you got the Pittsburgh Pirates, who have been one of the worst offenses in teams for basically my entire existence, outside of a cup of coffee with Clint Hurdle and Andrew McCutchen. They've been god-awful. So you're going to have the destiny in your own hands, if you will. And our destiny is in our hands when it comes to hitting breaks. And I'm going to do that right now. 888-957-9570. That's the number to chime in. And on the other side, we're going to get into the Kaminga crisis, the latest on one Jonathan Kaminga, and do a little deep dive into training camp as well when it comes to the red and gold. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Quick, Steiny, I don't want to nitpick because Kaminga, oh God, y'all got me.
in a massive, massive series at Oracle Park.
It is. This is a massive 6-game stretch here.
Clear
for
throat, it was that massive.
I know. I'm not going to do that on air. That's gross.
All right, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Anthony Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
He's an Italian.
Oh, I am. That is definitely my last name. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Sam Lubman alongside me today, filling in for Joe Shasky, who's taking an extended weekend. Good for him. He's getting his rest in before the pads start popping starting Monday with 49ers training camp, Sammy. So that's really what he's doing, right?
Yeah, and he's definitely waiting for the pads to go on here.
He's so excited. And we're excited to talk about the 49ers later in the show as well. Vic Tafur, 8 o'clock, joining us, covers the 49ers for The Athletic, and formerly covered the Raiders, who released Christian Wilkins yesterday, defensive tackle, one of the highest paid players, or I guess was one of the highest paid defensive tackles in the NFL. Now is going to be on the market. How's the foot? How's the rehab process? Could the 49ers be interested in that? We'll talk to Vic about it and what's going on at training camp at 8 o'clock. And a guy that's also going to be at training camp and has been at training camp this season, Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock, joining us, courtesy of River Islands. And Bonte does all things Giants, Warriors, and now Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. So can't wait to talk to both of those guys. In the meantime, do we have a Kaminga crisis on our hands, Steven Risotto? Do we have that? Let me know when we do. Yeah, no, hold on. No. Stop. You got to hit it off the top. All right. We're going to strike. Thank you. Thank you. I needed the 24 countdown. I needed the Jonathan Kaminga. I need all of it. I need the Eagle. The Kaminga crisis. Are you ready for the latest on Jonathan Kaminga, Sam, from one Sham Sharania?
There is a lot of new, and I believe, we have Sham said some stuff yesterday. He didn't tweet yesterday. He actually was talking yesterday, which is a big step up for him.
So this is a two-parter. It's a little two-piece I'm hitting you, the little two-piece combo, chicken tendies, all right? Sham Sharania, ESPN, on the 2 teams that have made offers to the Warriors for one, Jonathan Kaminga.
I'm told the Phoenix Suns and the Sacramento Kings are 2 teams that have made concrete offers with the Warriors over the last week or so. They're 2 of the more aggressive teams with Kaminga, and they're also offering him an opportunity for significant minutes, a starting caliber role in their lineup, and those are 2 things that he wants more than anything. So where this is at, Vanessa, is the Warriors do not want anything, though, that is available to them, is being offered to them in sign and trades. And on the other hand, with Jonathan Kaminga, he is not ready to move forward with taking any of the Warriors' current offers. He's not in a hurry to do a deal there yet. And so 24 days into the offseason, it's a staring contest between these 2 sides that could continue much longer than just this month. And so we're nearing August and still no Warriors move so far this offseason.
All right, so that's part 1. Kings, Suns. Clearly, those offers just aren't good enough for
believe
Dunleavy to entertain.
And I thought we saw last week that the Suns were out because they were not looking to include a first-round pick for Kaminga, which, as we all know, the Warriors are insistent on getting a starting caliber player and a first-round pick in return for Kaminga. And then there was a recent chatter on the Kings front as well, where we talked about this already. I think Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and draft picks for Kaminga. Obviously, the Warriors turned that down as well, and talks have very much slowed down since then. That was towards the start of this month when that deal was put out there. So it's just more and more becomes apparent. One of these sides is clearly holding out for something that's just never going to happen. Kaminga is holding out for a deal that's going to be X amount of money. I know there's been reports that he wants $30 million a year. I don't know how true that is. I mean, obviously it's okay if he wants it. I would like $30 million a year, but you know,
yeah, that'd be nice.
And whereas the Warriors expecting a first round pick, like, I don't know if you're getting a first-round pick and a starting player back in return for Jonathan Kaminga right now.
And here's the second part of Sham Sharania, ESPN, obviously, the latest on the Jonathan Kaminga extension, qualifying offer, whatever it is.
Crisis.
And the crisis that is JK, spelt with a K for the crisis. Anthony Slater, by the way, who covers the team now for ESPN, formerly The Athletic, and R95.7, The Game Warriors Insider. Anthony Slater his latest piece, Jonathan Kaminga in no rush to accept Warriors contract offers. And that is basically reiterated from one Shams Charania yesterday.
The Warriors' entire offseason has been essentially on pause for one player, and that's the restricted free agent Jonathan Kaminga. And they have wanted to figure out his situation before making their other offseason moves. And so I saw Jonathan Kaminga this morning at a workout in Miami. He's in good spirits. He had a good workout. He did tell me, though, that he is in absolutely no rush on doing a deal with the Warriors right now, and he's not accepting their current offers. He added that he wants to continue to explore options with his agent, Aaron Turner, whether that's continuing conversations with the Warriors, but also sign and trade options that are available to him in the marketplace.
I always love when either a beat reporter or someone like doesn't play basketball, like maybe Shams did, like at the
rec league.
Yeah, rec league. But it's always funny. He's like, I was there. I was watching the work. It was a good workout. Are we ever going to hear if it's a bad workout? Like
I was there. I was watching. He looked terrible
workout.
in the workout. He was slow. He looked fat. Yeah,
we never hear that. It's like, oh, he missed every single three-pointer that he attempted.
Do you think he maybe just doesn't mention the workout if it was bad?
I don't.
Like Jonathan Kaminga had a workout. He's still waiting on an offer or something like that. Maybe he just doesn't qualify he doesn't talk about the quality of the workout. He just says it happened.
The fact that he was at Jonathan Kaminga's workout himself, either his agent, someone in his camp, probably told Shams to come over there. They want to get their message out to the public, and this is what's going on right now. And again, I mentioned the latest piece from Anthony Slater, our guy on ESPN right now. You can find it. Jonathan Kaminga in no rush to accept Warriors contract offers. I thought this was an interesting little tidbit here towards the end of the article. Quote, Kaminga would be a significant part of the Warriors' rotation to open next season if he does return, and they need his supplementary scoring on nights when Steph Curry, 37 years old, or Jimmy Butler, 35 years old, rest. That's something Coach Steve Kerr has told Kaminga in recent weeks. Kerr has been one of the leading voices trying to patch things together, sources said. And that was Anthony Slater. So that's a little interesting part for me, that Steve Kerr is the one now initiating and trying to get things to work out. And Kerr wanting JK back, because for the longest time, Sam, we've just been told, whether it's from fans, whether it's other people that cover the team, there's just a big rift between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kaminga, and they can't patch these things up. Well, head coach is trying to make an effort, clearly. Does that mean anything to Warriors fans? 888-957-9570, that Steve Kerr is open to bringing Kaminga back and wants him to come back, it sounds like.
Yeah, it is a nice little shift there, because remember how cold Steve Kerr's answers were towards Jonathan Kaminga towards the end of last season here. And I'm looking at a line kind of earlier up in that article here where it says, Slater writes, General Manager Mike Dunleavy in the Warriors front office showed an extra level of motivation this week in conversations with Kaminga's agent Aaron Turner, delivering what they believe to be is a fair offer to bring Kaminga back for a fifth season. But Kaminga hasn't found anything they presented appealing, so the drawn-out negotiations will remain motionless. Slater then mentions that the Warriors and Kaminga didn't swap contract numbers in the lead-up to free agency. So a couple things there. One is that the Warriors clearly are showing a little bit more urgency to try and bring Kaminga back, and Kaminga clearly is not biting. I don't know what that urgency looks like. Obviously, we have not... There's been no credible reporting about what numbers are being thrown out by both sides. So this idea, I know, what's his name? Brett Siegel said, the Warriors are going for $20 million. Kaminga's camp wants $30 million. I don't know. I don't put a whole lot of credibility into that one. So, but the fact that the Warriors are kind of ramping it up, the fact that Steve Kerr is trying to work harder to patch things up with Kaminga, I don't want to say that the Warriors are getting maybe desperate, but I definitely think there is, it doesn't feel like when you see that Kaminga's trying to that Kerr's trying to patch things up with Kaminga, do you see that more as in they want to patch things up with him so they can bring him back? Or are they trying to patch things up with him because, dude, we need you to get a new team so we can get you out of here and get on with the rest of our lives?
I think Steve Kerr is understanding the roster right now, and he's the head coach, and he's won 4 titles, and he sees what the potential is in Jonathan Kaminga, even though they've been butting heads for quite some time now when it comes to playing time, when it comes to rotations, when it comes to all of that, when it comes to lack of action in the playoffs. But I do think Kerr wants to see what it could be with an extended run of Steph, of Jimmy, and JK on the floor. I don't think we were able to see enough, and I think Steve Kerr knows, I had to stick with what was working at the time, and it sucks that JK was hurt to start those things off, and he tried his best to try to reintegrate him with the roster. It just wasn't working because they were chasing so many wins. They needed to stack the wins, Sam.
They did not have time to wait.
They didn't have time to wait. They buried themselves in such a big hole that Steve Kerr had to stick with what was working, and he did that. And I think that alienated JK, and I think Kerr feels bad about that. I do. I think he's like, man, I hate that he had to be the casualty in all of this, and it makes Steve Kerr look bad. In reality, Kerr was just trying to get wins. He was trying to stack the W's, and now could he have done that with JK? I think he tried at times, and it just wasn't working. But start off next season, it's starting lineup or not, we'll see what it looks like. I just want to see Steph, Jimmy, and JK on the floor together for an extended run. And we'll see it. Like, you can't tell me the amount of action they've had together is enough to conclude that it's not going to work. It's just not. That coach told us you can't conclude that either.
Yeah, but at this point, though, it feels like a situation like, does Kaminga even trust Kerr to, because I mean, Steve Kerr said that he's going to look
clearly not,
exactly, and that's kind of where the fracture is there. Because again, this was a couple years ago. We all remember it was 2 seasons ago. Kaminga, he went to CJ Holmes, said, "I don't think," or was this Sam Gordon at the time?
No, CJ Holmes, San Francisco Chronicle.
Yeah,
yes.
well, so there's CJ Holmes. That was right before Game 7 against the Kings.
Correct.
Then he had
that's that one. Yes.
So then there's that one. But then he had another one where he said that someone in his camp said that Kaminga has lost all faith in Steve Kerr developing him. And then the next night he shows up at Chase Center with a fresh haircut. I don't know if that was Sam Gordon or CJ Holmes. That's a minor detail there. There has been a growing distrust between Kaminga and Kerr, probably more so from Kaminga's side, growing over the last few years. And it feels like that has hit a head here, especially for Kaminga, where if Steve Kerr is trying to go out of his way to sway this kid to get him to buy back into the system and it's not working, it feels more and more and more with each passing day, with each new bit of information that trickles out here of the Kaminga crisis. He clearly has zero desire to be a Warrior next season or ever again. He wants out. And it seems like he is in no way, shape, or form backing down from that desire.
Never back down. Great movie about the UFC. Once upon a time.
Won't back down. Shout out Tom Petty. R.I.P.
R.I.P. Speaking of Steve Kerr, this was him in his closing interview with Willard and Dibs. I'm going to play this one more time as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's in for Joe Shasky. We got Vic Tafur joining us at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, covers the Niners for The Athletic, get a lay of the land at training camp and some of the camp battles that he's looking forward to seeing. And Bonte Hill at 9 o'clock as he joins us each and every Friday at that time. He's also been at training camp. He's going to be there again today, courtesy of River Islands. So we'll get the lay of the land out there, and we will be talking some Niners sooner rather than later. That I promise you, because there's a lot to get to in regards to, is this a rebuild? Is this a retool? Expectations for Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy pressure, all of that. A lot to get to when it comes to some football. And damn, I'm excited football is back. But before that, we'll put a bow on this Kaminga talk, Sam. May 22nd, 2 months ago. It's been 2 months since these comments from head coach Steve Kerr talking about if Kaminga does come back next year, and this is all with Willard and Dibs, he's going to have to play Jimmy, JK, and Steph all together.
100%. I'm going to give that time next year. Assuming JK comes back, I will explore that right from the beginning. We didn't have that luxury this year. Jimmy arrived and JK got hurt almost at the exact same time. And from the time Jimmy arrived, we were basically in the playoffs. Every game was huge for us. And so while JK was out, as I've explained many times, we got really good. We got really good with Jimmy on the floor and JK injured, and we had to continue down that path and keep trying to win every game just to make the playoffs. So next year with a training camp and an 82-game season, absolutely. I will give that lots of time and try to make that fit as best as possible.
See, we were talking about this, why Kaminga has lost his trust in Steve Kerr. That statement, when you read it, it's like when you read just the physical words, like, oh, okay, look at that. Coach wants to give Kaminga a shot. When you hear the tone, though, and Spadoni, you and I, we talked about this a couple weeks ago, it sounds a lot like when you ask your dad, hey, can we get ice cream on the way home? And he's like, maybe. I'll explore it. I promise I'll try to do everything I can to go out of my way to get us to get ice cream. That sounds like a bunch of words.
You don't believe him, then?
That sounds like a bunch of words that are said before you don't get ice cream. Like, that's...
Well, he could have said maybe. He could have said, I'm not sure. We have to figure it out.
He could have.
Then.
You're right.
So he doubled down. He basically said, no, I have to. He said no at the start of the season.
The tone, he said he's going to explore it. He's going to try to as hard as he can to make it happen. Those are not... There's not a lot of concreteness there in what he's saying.
Right at the start. I'll fade it down here in a second, but this is literally how it opened up.
100%. I'm going to.
100%. I'm going to.
I'm 100%. I'm going to. There's a few more words after. He says, I'm going to explore it.
You're not a father, Sam, because I could have just said 100% maybe. There you go.
You said 100.
It's a big fat maybe, Benny.
If Benny says, hey, Dad, can we go to the zoo on Sunday? I said, Benny, 100%, I'm going to explore the option and see if it can happen. Nope. There you go. You think Benny's feeling very confident about that? So this is, again, if I'm Jonathan Kaminga, let me backtrack here because I'm not Jonathan Kaminga.
You're not.
But I can see,
Your hair's better. Your hair's better, though.
I wish if I was, though. I can understand why, just based off the interactions over the last few years, based off of comments like that, why you're hesitant to really maybe buy back into this team if you're Jonathan Kaminga, because the first 4 years of your NBA existence has been a lot of frustration. You're not getting the minutes and roles that you want. Granted, part of it is because the role just isn't there and the minutes just aren't there. Part of it is his own performance. Part of it is, Steve Kerr has had a tough time getting Kaminga to where he wants to go. And so when he's saying things like, I'll explore it, I'll give it a try, would you be shocked if those are similar words that he's heard over these last 4 years? Again, we're not part of those conversations, so this is absolutely a speculation sensation here. Buck in the jar right there. But yeah, it just, I get why Kaminga might not be fully trusting the situation here.
It's all about trust, circle of trust, Sam. Don't worry. We're not there yet with the Warriors because we have to let the dust settle.
It's Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kaminga's circle of trust.
No, he's right outside the circle.
And
I do, but...
And once you're outside the circle, there's no coming back in.
No, there's not. Shout out Jack Burns and Meet the Parents. It's still one of my go-tos, but it's just on in the background. It makes me so happy. I got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. From Kaminga crisis to camp crisis? No, there's no crisis in Santa Clara right now. Actually, it's the opposite.
49er freakout?
No, it's quite the opposite. It's actually refreshing that there's not a lot of drama, if any, right now in Santa Clara. As we're talking the 49ers, I just have this to ask you, Sam, and I want the people at 888-957-9570. Like, the temperature check on this team is what for you right now? Because there's a lot of people that seem to think this baked into this year. It's like, all right, well, you're not going to be competing for a Super Bowl. We know that. I was like, well, do we know that? Well, I know the NFC is good. Is it great? Is it as stacked as the AFC? I'm not sure. I know you have the defending Super Bowl champs. You got the Eagles. Okay. They're the team to beat this year. I think in the entire National Football League, Eagles are the team to beat. It's not a hot take. All right. You got who? The Rams are right there. They pushed the Eagles to the brink of the playoffs. All right, they're probably the favorites to win the division still.
One of the better coach teams in the NFL.
They brought back Matt Stafford. They're one of the better coaches. They got Devontae Adams now to replace Cooper Kupp. How much does he have left in the tank? We'll see. You got Puka Nacua, right? Jared Verse, Braden Fisk. They were ballers as rookies last year.
Great defense for the Rams.
Yes, definitely the defensive line. The secondary, we'll see. Kyron Williams, I think, wants to get paid. He's always been a consistent running back for them. So the Rams are going to be good. All right. And then who do we have? Washington. Commanders, right? All right, Jaden Daniels was amazing last year. Let's see him do it again. Expectations are going to be legit this year for Washington. Everyone's going to fall in love with them, kind of like how everyone fell in love with the Texans last year, and C.J. Stroud kind of took a step back, right? Like, I'm just looking at the landscape of the NFC right now, and I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, Niners not being talked about? I actually love that. Good. Don't talk about us. We'll sneak up on you. Sure. Did we lose Deebo Samuel in the offseason? Yeah. Was Deebo great last year? No. And is he going to be great again at all? Great? No. Could he be a good player for the Washington Commanders this year? Maybe. We'll see. There was just a lot there with Deebo when it came to the leadership, when it came to the medical, when it came to the weight, all that. Out of sight, out of mind. Debo, good luck going to the future. I know what he meant to a lot of Niners fans and to this team and to the identity of this team. I don't think they're going to miss him as much. That being said, we'll get to the wide receiver room. It's looking thin right now, as we were mentioning Quintez Cephas, of all people, getting signed, and Equanimous St. Browns of the world, right? But when I just look at the landscape of the NFC and I look at the 49ers and their roster right now, like, I'm not sleeping on this team. I'm not, because Kyle Shanahan, I'm still taking over 2 or 3 coaches maybe in the NFC, and coaching still matters to me, Sammy. I'm all in on the Niners this year. Where are you at? Taking a temperature check on this team as we're in training camp.
Just looking around the NFC, obviously the Eagles, they are the favorites. The Commanders, they're going to be the Texans of last year, where they're not going to be sneaking up on everybody. They're not going to be sneaking up on it. Now, Jane Daniels, I mean, he looked absolutely phenomenal, obviously, in that playoff run. C.J. Stroud had a great run towards the end of his rookie year. I was one of the people who completely bought in on C.J. Stroud, and he regressed a little bit this year. I still think there's a lot of great football ahead for him.
Still won a playoff game.
Yeah.
And I think we're sleeping on that. He still had like a good season. They won a playoff game.
Exactly, but he had a step.
Clapped the Chargers.
He had a step back from his rookie year. Now, again, I'm not saying C.J. Stroud's a bust. He has a lot of great football ahead of him.
His two top targets.
Exactly. So Jaden Daniels will be interesting to see what year 2 looks like from him. But yeah, the Commanders, they're going to be in there. The Cowboys, I'm not taking them seriously at all. They'll be in the playoff mix, but as soon as the playoffs start, they will win 0 playoff games. The NFC South, don't sleep on the Bucs this year. The Bucs look like a team that they might be a legitimate football team, not just a someone has to win in the NFC South kind of football team. I look at the NFC North, the Detroit Lions, that's going to be an interesting one this year because they did just lose their offensive brain trust in Ben Johnson.
And Aaron Glenn.
Yeah. And Dan Campbell's had to replace his coordinators.
Yep.
And that could be very, very difficult for a guy in Dan Campbell who I see him as more of a rah-rah head coach than an X's and O's head coach. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of what they look like. I don't think they're going to go 15-2 this year, the Detroit Lions. There's going to be a bit of a step back there. The Vikings, it could be interesting. They got J.J. McCarthy. He'll be under center now. I don't know what to make of them. But again, if Kevin O'Connell can make Sam Darnold look good, I'm sure you can do something with J.J. McCarthy. NFC North will be interesting. But look at the NFC West. The NFC West is probably the deepest division in the conference without...
Really?
I believe so. When you look at the talent the Rams have, the Arizona Cardinals, they're much stronger on defense. The Seattle Seahawks, again, Sam Darnold's their quarterback, but they still got great offensive weapons, though, on that team and a defense that's on the up and up there. I honestly think the NFC West, you could see the first place team being 10-7 and the last place team being 7-10. Like, that's just how close I think this division. It was a close division last year. I think it's going to be a very, very close division again this year.
You mentioned something in regards to Dan Campbell, the head coach of the Detroit Lions, losing both of his coordinators. Well, Kyle Shanahan knows a lot about that when it comes to losing coordinators, and they're on their it's going to be their 4th straight season now with a different DC, but it's a familiar face. Robert Saleh is back, and maybe, just maybe, that's the biggest acquisition of the offseason for the 49ers. I'll explain on the other side. Plus, we'll get Nick Bosa's thoughts on it. His father, John, also spoke to just how important Robert Saleh is to the development of one Nick Bosa and him becoming the player he is right now. It's Spadoni. It's Lubman. More Niners talk on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
Oh, we are, Sam, and it's Lubman in for Shasky today on the Morning Roast. I love this beat. Andre Nicotina. It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder if I keep on going on. Hit me with that. There you go. Brandon Crawford's walk-up song for a hot minute, right? Was it like
he had a lot of them, but yeah.
But this one I always kind of recognize with DJ BC Raw, right? Mm-hmm. Our guy. What's he doing these days? Being dad?
Chilling
home
with his kids.
Recently.
What was up?
He was in Europe recently with his family.
Good for him.
European extravaganza.
Why not? Sounds great.
He
Sounds
saw
like
Bonte do it. It's like, hey, I got to try that sometimes with his...
Yeah, so that's what it was.
Yeah.
Brandon Crawford's like, I saw Bonte doing it.
Well, you know what probably happened? Because remember, Brandon Crawford was a guest on one of the post-game shows one time at the Gatehouse, so what probably happened afterwards, Bonte's like, yo, Brandon, let me tell you, those European extravaganzas, they are the best. You got to do it. You know what I'm saying? Brandon's like, okay, sounds good.
It's always fun game. You talking to me?
That's my Bonte Hill, Brandon Crawford impersonation.
I give you a 2 for that.
Same old Clay to me.
It was a pity.
Same old B-Craw to me.
Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock hour, joining us. Courtesy of River Island's Vic Tafur at 8 o'clock, covers the 49ers for The Athletic. Get the lay of the land down there from both those guys. And the camp battles, what's the ones that are intriguing for them? Because there's going to be a lot of new faces that's going to be starting week 1 against the Seattle Seahawks in Seattle, going up against Mike McDonald's crew, and Sam Darnold and an old pal and friend, Cooper Kupp, who you've seen with the Rams. He's staying within division, is now going to be in the Pacific Northwest, where I believe he went to college. Was it Eastern Washington for Cooper Kupp, I believe? Something like that. It's one of those north, south, east, west Washington states. But I teased something, Sam, before we went to break in regards to what the biggest acquisition was for the 49ers this offseason. And it wasn't, them re-signing or keeping anyone. It was bringing back, I believe, Robert Saleh as the defensive coordinator, because this is a team that I believe has struggled with leadership in that defensive meetings. Not to say that they don't have leadership. Fred Warner is a leader. He is the leader on this team outside of George Kittle, as far as I'm concerned, and obviously the head quarterback, Brock Purdy. But you need someone else that a Fred Warner can look up to, that in past a Dre Greenlaw can look up to and respect. Obviously, Nick Bosa, that he has, because let's keep it a buck. Did Steve Wilkes have the respect of the locker room 2 years ago?
No, he did not.
Did Nick Sorensen have respect in the locker room, you think?
More so than Wilkes, less so than Saleh or D'Amico Ryans.
Thank you.
And that, I think, is going to be one of the biggest differences that you're going to see from the defense, because we know that it's Kyle Shanahan's defense. When you're the defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers, you're in charge of coordinating a defense that was designed by Kyle Shanahan. And D'Amico Ryans had a lot of success doing that. Steve Wilkes, he even admitted he's trying to learn the system too. And when you got a guy who's trying to learn a system he's also trying to implement, it's probably not going to go very well. And as we saw, there was, even though they did get to the Super Bowl, even though that Steve Wilkes did have a good day coaching-wise in said Super Bowl, it always felt like a square peg in a round hole. Nick Sorensen, it just was so, I think he had a better understanding of Kyle Shanahan's defense. He just had no idea how to actually implement it, and he was not qualified for that role. With Robert Saleh, you have a guy, he knows the system. He has that credibility with the players. He brings the energy. Remember, that was part of the Steve Wilkes thing as well. This guy, he brings no energy. He's up in the booth. We had to drag him down to the sidelines.
Which I thought was totally overblown. But
even so, you don't have any of those excuses anymore for the 49ers now. You have a guy who brings that energy. You have a guy who knows this system. You have a guy who can get that buy-in. So, yeah, that alone is going to be a massive boost, I think, for this 49ers defense. And then you're looking at the talent at that point after that.
888-957-9570. Expectations for the 49ers are what for you, Niners fans? David, we'll get to you in a second. But first, here's Nick Bosa the other day at training camp talking about how awesome it was to have Robert Saleh back this season.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a rookie, I didn't really know any better. So, having him back has been awesome. I've spent a good amount of time with him, played a little golf, and hung out in OTAs, so I got to know him a little more as a person, which is cool. And then just his commanding presence in the defensive meetings is what we needed.
Those guys, by the way, on a golf course together, just absolutely driving it 300-plus yards every single time. Now, I don't know if it's going straight or not, but it's at least going 300 yards, whether it's hooking, slicing, a fade, a draw. I don't know what they're putting up there.
Sure, there's a couple lost balls.
No, but there's a lot of energy, too, from Bobby Saleh, I'm sure, on that. But you
think he's slapping the greens?
Slapping them, slapping the base. And John Bosa, who joined us yesterday, father of Nick and Joey. Really good stuff. If you've missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. He's been talking about Nick getting more and more into golf. Joey, I guess, is like the best out of all of them, but Nick is slowly learning. He's a fast learner, it sounded like, from John's perspective. And they're hitting the links a lot more. And if you live in Florida, I mean, obviously, it's like living in California.
You got a golf course. You got a golf course on every other block.
There's 3 states where you should be golfing no matter what if you're living in these states. It's California, Arizona, and Florida.
Not Hawaii?
You can surf in Hawaii and do whatever you... Hawaii? You
can golf in Hawaii, too.
Yeah, you can. But I'm not going to scoff and say, oh, you're from Hawaii and you don't golf? No, because you're doing anything else you want to do. Exactly. You're hanging out with the dolphins. You're snorkeling.
You can surf in California, too.
Yeah, well, maybe you can be in a pool, right? You don't want to get the sand everywhere.
Well, that's you.
Yeah, that is me. I'm very particular in that. David, South San Francisco, wants to join in the conversation. Hey, David, what are your expectations for the Niners this year as we start training camp? Good morning.
I think we're going to go all the way to the big game this year. Pretty excited about Kittle getting signed, Purdy getting signed. We got a new kicker to compete with Moody. No disrespect to Moody. He's a great guy, but, I mean, you're getting paid millions of bucks. You got to kick that ball through the uprights. And, especially in a playoff game, you got to be dependable. So I'm sure he'll face off against a new kicker, and one will prevail. So I'm excited and ready for the season.
David, don't go just yet. I just want to ask, what gives you the most confidence that the 49ers can get back to the Super Bowl? A lot of people think that this is a rebuild season for the Niners. What's giving you so much confidence that they're going to be playing at home, by the way, because the Super Bowl is going to be at Levi Stadium?
Well, yeah, that's part of the destiny is to win the 6th Super Bowl at home. So, I don't know. That's just the way I think. I've been following the Niners since, the 70s. So, Miami Dolphins used to be my favorite team when I was a little kid. And I've been a Niner fan since, before Montana, Kezar Stadium.
Okay.
What made you convert?
Oh, I don't know. I just I liked the Dolphins. I went to the Super Bowl with the Dolphins in Washington. I think it was 1980 at Pasadena. That was my only Super Bowl. I got an end zone ticket for $40.
Oh, wow. There you go. That's a flex right there. Well, $40 back then.
$40 doesn't even cover parking now.
There you go. That's David. And he said, I asked, what's the reason? He's like, oh, it's just destiny.
It's in the stars.
It's in the stars. Yeah.
So let it be written. Yeah. So let it be done.
Well, I remember. I'm throwing that destiny crap out the window. Oh, what was it? The ladybug catch? From,
that was destiny.
From Brandon Aiyuk. It was destiny. Ladybugs are good luck. Ladybugs are good luck.
It was good luck
on
there.
Aiyuk, and he caught the ball. It was amazing against the Lions. We came all the way back, and then you lost in the Super Bowl too.
Hey, it was destiny to get to the Super Bowl.
I mean, when you're going up against Thanos, though, it's irrelevant.
Oh yeah, destiny versus inevitability.
Reality is often disappointing, Sam.
So it could be, it could be whatever he wants. We're talking about the expectations of this year, and again, you asked a good question: is this a rebuilding year, or are they going for it? I think I'm gonna do what everybody loves to do, and I'm gonna take a position right here in the middle.
Oh, because thanks, Steiny.
I know, but no, I think that's real. It's this season. I don't want to say it's a rebuild because when you're rebuilding it, you don't rebuild when you got guys like George Kittle and Fred Warner and Brock Purdy and Trent Williams. Those are win now guys. But I don't think this team is. I don't think this is the best team in the NFC. I don't think that's a hot take there. I honestly don't even think they might be the best team in the NFC West right now. I think the Rams, you can make the argument, have a slightly better roster overall than the 49ers.
I think I'm taking their head coach and I'm taking their quarterback over the Niners head coach and quarterback right now. That's the difference for me.
I mean, those are two pretty significant defenses, or two significant differences right there. Yeah. But no, I see this team as I think this is more of a reloading team. And you've seen Shanahan say this. He talked about this, about the reset with Tim Kawakami earlier this week. Shasky brought it up, the Shanahan 3.0. Robert Saleh said something yesterday about how there's going to be a gelling period with this defense.
I have that sound.
Yeah, we'll play that in a second. But Spinoim, you got as many as 8 new faces potentially could be starting on this defense here. There's a lot of up in the air on this defense. And when you listen to what the coaches are saying, when you listen to what Kyle Shanahan is saying, it's almost like I don't want to say they're trying to temper expectations, but it feels like they're kind of tempering expectations a little bit. Like, listen, these last few years, 2022, 2023, 2024, the expectation was you should be playing in the NFC title game at minimum. That should be the goal. Whereas this year coming in, obviously the desire and all those expectations are still there, but it feels more like, hey, this could be a bit of a trial and error season, so to speak. There's going to be some grinding through this season. There's going to be some growing pains through this season. Whatever your expectations are for this team, just be ready. There's going to be some bumps in the road in terms of how we get there, and that's going to have an impact on how the season goes.
What should be the expectation at minimum for the 49ers this season? Is it make the playoffs? Is it the conference title game? Is it the Super Bowl? What are Niners fans' expectations at 888-957-9570? You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to kind of throw another question back at you.
Wow. So the answer to the question is absolutely they should be at minimum in the playoffs. Or I think they should be able to make the playoffs. That thing is an expectation, a reasonable expectation. But I'm kind of curious from Niner fans, 888-957-9570, what's like the worst season the Niners can have that you would still be satisfied with? Because I do believe that if this team, if you have a season this year like you had last year, I feel like that's a very hard season to want to still bring Kyle Shanahan back afterwards. But I'm kind of curious, like, what could still satisfy this season, even if it's like could this team not make the playoffs but still do so in a way that satisfies you? I don't know what that looks like, or is the bare minimum, as I said, just make the playoffs and then whatever happens after that is gravy?
Well, let's say they have a season like the Cincinnati Bengals had last year, where every one of their division's pretty freaking good. You got the Ravens, obviously. You got the Steelers, obviously, that's good. Let's say, I don't know, the Seahawks are the Steelers in this case, and the Rams are the Ravens, right? And then, you have the Cleveland Browns could be the Arizona Cardinals, right? For all we know.
All this sounds appropriate.
Right. So the Cincinnati Bengals were 9-8 last year. Their offense was incredible. Joe Burrow looked incredible. Any other season, if their defense did anything, that Joe Burrow probably would have won the MVP. He looked dynamic. By the way, the MVP should have been Lamar Jackson again. Total crime that it went to Josh Allen. It's a conversation for another time. Just insane that the first team All-Pro quarterback didn't get the MVP. But what if they had a 9-8 season like the Bengals did last year, but the defense was part holding them back? But Nick Bosa looked really good, like a Trey Hendrickson looked really good last year. It's 17.5 sacks last year, Trey Hendrickson, right? What if Nick Bosa has that kind of same season, but the defense as a whole, there's a big learning curve. You got a lot of new faces. Michael Williams shows some flashes, but that's really what ultimately leads them down the path of 9-8, and they just missed the playoffs. I do think I could salvage that if Brock looked really freaking good this year.
Again, it's how it happens is what will matter. So let's say this team, and let's throw this hypothetical out here. For me, it's a prediction, but I'm going to say it as a hypothetical. Let's say this team is 3-5 at the end of October, which I do believe they will be. And you look at the schedule, you look at their October slate especially, and, as we're talking about expectations for this season, I expect the Niners to go 0 for October right now. If you look at the schedule there, I'll bring that schedule
0 for
up.
October. I actually like that. Are you what is it, Sesame Street?
Yeah. So 0 for October, because they got at LA, at Tampa, at home versus the Falcons, and then at Houston. And that Falcons game is a Sunday night. If I'm going to pick a win from that month, it will probably be that one there. But that's going to be a tough one. There's going to be bumps in the road. How they get to that 9-8 would matter. So if they are 3-5, but then they rally and finish the season 9-8, the defense looks better, Brock looks better, and it's one of those situations where it's just like, you did everything you can, you just fell short.
Right.
Yeah, then I think you could say, even though this team did not make the playoffs, I am satisfied, because the way I look at this, if you're not going to be in the playoffs, then you want to feel better about your team going forward at the end of the year than you did at the beginning. And in that situation, I think that would apply.
I think this Niners team at 888-957-9570, I'm not sure about the 0 for October, but I do think this is a season in which, kind of like last year when it ended up coming to fruition, this Niners team, I still think could beat any team, but they're more susceptible now than ever of losing to any other squad too. And it's the NFL. It's not for long. We get all of that, right? But I'm just looking at the whole schedule game too, as we like to play it right now. I don't know what some of these teams are going to look like. I don't know if the Saints and whoever their starting quarterback this year, Shuck or whatever it is, like maybe he's good. I don't know. Like maybe the Cardinals are really good. Maybe,
but you are also playing that game in New Orleans, which is a difficult environment.
I don't know. I don't know what these teams are going to look like. I don't know if Russell Wilson's going to look like vintage Russell Wilson all of a sudden. Probably not. I would bet against it. When the Niners take on the Giants like in early November. I don't know.
November 2nd in New York.
I don't know what the Rams are going to look like if Matthew Stafford gets hurt. Oh, well, by the way, their backup is Jimmy Garoppolo, so you'll see an old buddy there if that's the case, because baked into the equation.
That Jimmy G revenge drive.
Right? Like the Panthers. I know we like to look at, it's a last-paced schedule, and like you should beat these teams. I'm just not that guy because we see it year in and year out. Expectations shift very, very quickly. Tim Kawakami, though, spoke about this yesterday on with Willard and Dibs about how easy he thinks the schedule is for the Niners.
They still might win 11 games, guys. Like, this is a really easy schedule. It's the easiest schedule I've ever seen the 49ers have. They're playing the NFC South, not exactly filled with powerful teams, and the AFC South, not exactly filled with powerful teams. This is set up for them to win 10 games, I think. Like, it would be really crazy for them not to win 10 games unless Purdy gets hurt or Bosa gets hurt. Obviously, those are pending those things. If you can say that, win 10, 11, get a wild card spot, maybe even threaten for the division, they're going to say, we're not rebuilding. We just kind of reset this now.
I don't wholeheartedly agree with what Kawakami said. I agree with that. I still think they can win the division.
Yeah,
and
I think the 10 wins is easily in play.
It's in play. Easily, like I always just have a hard time with, because I wonder what gives him so much confidence that they're so much better than these other squads outside of the offense. And I think a lot of this is projecting Christian McCaffrey's health. And
that's a big part of it.
I don't know what his health is going to be going forward. I don't think you could project that. I could project that. Dr. Narav Pandya and UCSF Health.
We need to see it in the game.
We don't know.
And that's going to be one of those things. It's every time McCaffrey gets a handoff this year, which it's going to be a lot of those this year because of how often Kyle Shanahan leans on his running backs. I feel like every single carry he gets, every hit he takes, every move he makes, we'll be watching him, and we're going to be nervous the entire time. You look at the schedule, though, Spadoni, and again, it is a last-place schedule. You do have one of the easier schedules out there. And again, early on, you got at New Orleans in week 2. You got home versus the Jaguars in week 4. But a lot of the quote-unquote bad teams that you're going to be facing, Carolina, Cleveland, Tennessee, Indy, Chicago, you face all 5 of those teams in a row with the bye week in there as well. Very late bye week, too, by the way. But the problem is you're also facing those 5 teams very late in the season. So there's going to be some growth for those teams. Whatever the Bears are right now, come week 17, December 28th, when the Niners host Caleb Williams and the Bears on NBC on Sunday Night Football, my guess is they'll be a better team at the end of December than they are right now. Tennessee and Indy, you could probably circle those as wins. At Cleveland, we all know how much, Jim Schwartz out in Cleveland, how much he vexes Kyle Shanahan there.
Yeah, he owns him.
And then the week before that, you're hosting Carolina. And Spadoni, you kind of laughed at me when I said it last year, but Carolina, they're a team to look at in the second half of the season last year as it's going to play a little bit better.
I'm not laughing at that. Bryce Young looked like he changed completely. His confidence went from literally nothing to sky high. And I actually credit Andy Dalton for that too.
Yeah, you saw the improvement from the Panthers at the end of last year. Not saying they're a playoff team, but they're an improving team.
They should have beaten the Eagles, who won the Super Bowl. Like that was an incredible game there.
And so the worst teams from last year that you're facing this next season, they're all at the end of the season when they're in theory going to be better than they are now. So yes, it's a last place schedule, but there's some caveats and asterisks here that you can apply to it. Basically, just because you have one of the easiest schedules ever, I think it's a 415 combined winnings percentage based off the records from last year. Like, it doesn't mean it's a cakewalk, roll over and chalk up a win every single week's kind of schedule.
The San Francisco 49ers season will be a success if, fill in the blank, 888-957-9570. You can also text it in. Same number, 888-957-9570 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Gary is in Daly City, wants to join in the conversation. Gary, good morning. You're on with Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman.
Morning, guys. Been a fan out here since the 60s. 10 wins, like Kaminga said. This is Shanahan. This is coaching. You brought Saleh back, so you're going to control the defense. But for them, it always depends on injuries. There's never been a team that gets more injuries than these guys. But how your offensive line and defensive line plays will control most of the game, like everybody knows. And that's the key to their thing. Can their offensive line hold up?
Gary, how confident are you in the offensive line and defensive line right now?
It's a toss-up. I give Saleh credit on the defensive line, but the offensive line's been a sieve. And we know Trent Williams is always going to go down. Always. I don't mean in a bad way, but it's just the way it is. I don't have no confidence in the offensive line at all. And that's where you'd probably use McCaffrey more out of the backfield than you would running between the lines like he likes to do. That's what he'll bring in the backup. But I have it's just going to be hard, man. But I got faith more in Saleh than I do in Shanahan.
Wow.
Let's just put it like that. Because Shanahan's a field goal kicking coach, and that's the other guy. You had a field goal kicker last year that was a good kicker. You let him go to bring back because you had to prove your draft choice. And how many times he lines up and you're going to go, oh, where's this shank going now?
Thanks, Gary and Daly.
I ask myself the same thing when I tee off every time.
Oh, you're doing your best though, Sam. You just picked up golf within the last year.
Honestly, I have not. I just lied. Actually, I haven't swung a club in over a year.
Oh my God!
I know. It's bad.
You got to hit the range.
I know. I need to at least get up to the Piedmont Range or something.
Go to Carica and Alameda. You're close enough, and they got the individual stalls, and they have the free little like ball simulator, the flight path, and all of that. They can help you out there.
I like the Piedmont one because they have like the little like debris or whatnot there, like the little like worn out bus or something. I can hit a golf ball off of.
A what?
I don't know. You've been to that Piedmont Range? They have like a bunch.
I have not.
Oh yeah, they have like a bunch of just like debris and all this stuff. They're kind of stacked to the bottom. The balls can hit off of. I don't know. It's appealing to me.
Okay. Fair enough. Gary in Daly City, though, saying he has more faith in Robert Saleh in the defensive line than he has with Kyle Shanahan in the offensive line. Low-key kind of crazy for me because I feel like Kyle Shanahan in the offense is not the problem for me heading into the season. Now,
you got the most proven talent, I guess.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a lot of unproven. There's talent. It's just you don't know what's going to do at the professional level. I mean, you're Alfred Collins and CJ West are a couple rookies you drafted for in the middle there. You're probably going to be expecting a lot of minutes out of them, but also they're rookies, so like you don't quite know what they're going to give you.
Well, that's the thing in all this. Like Nick Bosa, and he talked about his leadership role and having to expand and taking players under his wing. Like Michael Williams, he absolutely has to take under his wing. Like this is a guy that needs to produce this season if the 49ers are going to go deep or have any chance of having a run. It's going to be him, or it's going to be the reclamation project that is Bryce Huff right now, who made some sweet music with Robert Saleh when he was a head coach over in New York. Didn't work out last year in Philadelphia. It was a big offseason signing for the Eagles. Didn't work out. Still got a Super Bowl ring, so that was nice. But the Eagles just speaks to how deep they are. They're like, yeah, sure, we can just cut you after 1 year. You can leave.
You can go to a team that's chasing us.
Exactly. We got the Sweats of the world. We got Jalen Carters of the world. We're just fine. Jordan Davis, right? We're just fine in Philly. We can move on Bryce Huff. And if he's a guy that could replicate the pressures that he was able to get in New York, again, him, Huff, if Williams could be that dude. Everyone's kind of likening him to the physicals and the traits. Aldon Smith. Like, let's pump the brakes here. I get it. The physical traits is one thing. Let's see the production first and foremost. Because how long, Sam, have Niner fans been waiting for someone else to be alongside Nick Bosa and have a true tandem there on the defensive line? Really not since
day one, really.
Yeah, but I haven't had like a tandem that I trust on the defensive line, really. I mean, you had D4, but even then, like, I didn't know.
He did look good, but
it's flash in the pan, though. Like, Justin Smith and Aldon Smith, you kind of got to go back to, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
No, in the Bosa era, it's been a lot of frustration on the other side. I don't think you've ever had a legitimate compliment on the other side there, which is why he's getting double teamed, and it just makes the entire defense fall apart after that. In fact, yeah, Gary had more faith in the defense and the offense, and he talked about the O-line being a sieve, and Trent Williams is an X factor there. He did miss a lot of time last year. I remember I asked Baldy this earlier on this year. What can we expect out of Trent next year? And Baldy's pretty adamant. You'll get 14 games out of Trent this year. When Trent wants to show up and play, he will play. And I do think that missing training camp last year like he did Trent was behind the 8-ball base. I mean, he was huffing and puffing on the sidelines after that first series against the Jets on Monday Night Football. Because that's just, he wasn't in game shape yet.
IV, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when I've heard this in baseball a lot, but I think it applies to all sports, that when you don't get that proper preseason, you don't get your spring training, you don't get your training camp, you basically kind of start behind the 8-ball and you're playing catch up all year long. And it's really, really hard to have a good year when you're playing catch up. So Trent Williams, he's there at camp. He'll be on the field. That'll be huge. The rest of the offensive line, Dominic Puni was an absolute gem at the right guard spot last year.
Puni.
He's
not puny.
Puny.
He's like 6'8", 300
the
something
Punisher.
pounds. Yeah, the Puny. Thank you.
So I'm very high on Jake Brendel. The fact that he's still holding up at center kind of amazes me because he's the smallest guy on that O-line. But they
figure it out, man.
He's holding up.
always figures out the O-line. I'm really not super worried about them. Trent Williams is going to be here for training camp, as you're saying, Sammy. Like I like the offensive line. Sure, you could always go.
Well, there's
happy with their offensive line in football right now. Tell me, how many teams?
If you have one of the better offensive lines, I don't know. I don't have the O-line rankings in front of me. I don't know who has the better O-lines right now.
I'm just telling you, there's not a lot of teams right now and fans that feel good about their O-lines outside of a handful. Like the Eagles, obviously.
Well, you still want to be one of those handfuls, then.
You want to be, but that's really like, when have the 49ers been one of the best offensive lines when they've gone to the Super Bowl? I don't think they have had the best offensive line when they got to the Super Bowl. I always remember the games.
I mean, they had a pretty good one in 19. I thought that, honestly, the last 2 years has probably been down years for the offensive line. I thought the year they went to the Super Bowl in Vegas a couple years ago, they had a really, really good offensive line performance there. Since then, it's dropped off. I have concerns about Colt McKivitz at right tackle. There are far too many times when Brock Purdy's trying to throw a pass last year, and Colt McKivitz was just sitting right there in his lap while he's trying to do it. And the left guard spot, Ben Barch, we saw him get some run last year. I thought he did all right. The fact that Spencer Burford has not taken that spot is kind of I guess, concerning to me at this point. Burford's been around long enough where he should have worked his way into the starting lineup by now if he was good enough. So those are two spots on this offensive line that I have a lot of concern with because, again, those interior offensive linemen, when we know how much the Niners' offense is predicated on the running game, that is important there. You don't want to have a question mark there. And then, the Colt McKivitz thing is just, I need a right tackle that can, actually block and not just be, bumping up against Brock Purdy every other snap.
888-957-9570 is the number. Gary in Daly City saying he trusts the defense more than the offense right now because Robert Saleh over Kyle Shanahan. Listen, the Kyle Shanahan rhetoric is going to be very interesting to follow along this season from where expectations from the fan base is. This is why I go back to why expectations matter from a fan base. Because if you're thinking Super Bowl, well, if they don't reach it, Kyle Shanahan should be on the hot seat. If you're thinking, hey, just make the playoffs, all right, that's fine. If he just gets in the playoffs as a wild card or division winner, great. Season success. Or if he doesn't make the playoffs at all, I think that's where everyone can agree right now. It is at minimum a playoff appearance. But like I said, if the offense looks incredible and the defense is taking a step back and there are a lot of new faces and they just don't look very good and they have some injuries on there, like, are we going to be blaming Kyle Shanahan for that? And John Lynch? Are we going to be blaming Robert Saleh? See, I'm not sure. Robert Saleh was at his best with the 49ers when he had the bodies. I think we forget the conversation around Robert Saleh prior to 2019. It was, is this really the guy? Really? I don't know. There was a lot of calls we had at 95.7 The Game when I was a producer. Fire Robert Saleh, fire Robert Saleh. And then all of a sudden, you got the guys in camp. You got Nick Bosa in his rookie season, and everything was fine, right? Here is Robert Saleh, though, talking yesterday, and you referenced this. This is the time for gelling for some of these young guys.
Anytime you have that much turnover and that much change, there's going to be a process of gelling and getting to know one another. And again, just understanding the system and how you play together at a high level. But whether they're veterans or young, the expectation is that you get better throughout the course of the year, regardless. Whether you're a 10-year vet or a young rookie taking his first snap, you go to bed better than when you woke up every day of life. And so the expectation, regardless of how old we are, is to get better.
I just love guy's got a deep voice. He just looks gravitating. He's got a great bald head.
Imagine him and Gabe Kapler in a room together with Mark Willard.
It's too much testosterone for me. Guys, it's just I'm gonna feel emasculated. Those guys are
a lot of deep voices.
They are manly men. And then Robert Saleh, I would run through a wall for that guy. He had a line that I still use to this day. Remember when he said you got to dominate the controllables?
good one.
I love that.
I always liked the one he had in on Hard Knocks last year. If you ain't got haters, you ain't popping.
That's a good one.
I always thought that one was good.
It's kind of like a Geno Smith line, right? It was like, they wrote me off, I didn't write back.
Write the back. That's
pretty good.
Some very hard
Are you in
lines.
good
there.
hands?
Who was that from?
Allstate guy? Why did we have that as a drop?
Is that Willard trying to do it or something?
No.
That was the Allstate guy. I don't know why we have it as a drop, but I figured it was a good time.
Are you in
Because
good
they're in good
hands?
hands with Robert Saleh.
He's in good hands when he has the straight ball, not the curve ball. But to what Saleh was saying there, he talks about there is growing pains, the gelling parts throughout the year, and then you're playing your best football towards the end of the year. I do kind of think that will be kind of how this Niner season goes. Again, I mentioned the 0 for October. Someone in the YouTube chat was totally triggered by that. They went and said, "Get this guy out of here for 0 for October." But
the YouTube chat.
I know. The
bastion
vaunted
of
YouTube.
knowledge that we love you guys now.
Oh, yeah. That's the one entertaining thing they've said. The YouTube chatters on the Weekend Rap, though, they're pretty legit. But love my Weekend Rappers.
I love all of them.
But
the lovers, the haters, the indifferenters, all of them. We love them all.
Exactly. That's why we never talk to them. But the reason I think that they're going to go winless in October is, again, partly because of the schedule they have to go through there. But they're going to be facing some tough offenses. But that just seems like the time of the year where the growing pains are going to be the toughest for this young defense. And the Niners, they're going to have to wear it. They're going to have to grin and bear it and fight through these growing pains. And if they're 3-5 at the end of October, I think they are very well positioned to go on a run the second half of that season, finish 7-2, finish with a 10-7 season, and be in the playoffs. That feels very realistic, and it's just a matter of preparing yourself mentally now for what those rough patches, for that gelling period, because those are going to be the ugly games. Those are going to be the games where the frustration's going to be the highest. Those are the games where the losses might be the stupidest. But if they could get through that period and gel and coalesce and be locked in by the time the calendar goes from October to November, yeah, I think you have a potential to have a very special finish to the season here. Spinoni, this team, I think, gives me the same vibes as that 2021 Niners team, which also started off 3-5. There are some question marks around that team. They were coming off a Super Bowl hangover season. They rallied in the second half of the year, and they were a Jaquiski Tartt drop interception away from going to the Super Bowl, maybe even winning it, because I thought they had a better team than that Bengals team that year.
But as we learned, Trent was hobbled. He had to get some surgery, I think, after that. Jimmy Garoppolo's shoulder was mangled. I'm not sure if they beat the Bengals, but again, you can feel that way. Absolutely. It's always that what-if scenario and what-if game. By the way, here's more from Robert Saleh speaking yesterday, Sam, kind of piggybacking off what you were saying, in the integration between the veterans and the rookies and how important that is going to be.
Anytime, like a guy like Bosa, he doesn't really need to talk. If I'm a young rookie walking into a building and I want to know what it's supposed to look like day in and day out to prepare myself, to prepare my mind, my body, to be one of the best players in football, I just go watch him. Just watch how he prepares, watch how he takes care of his body, watch how he regens, works out, rehabs, whatever he's doing, it is pedal to the metal and he's rolling. He doesn't have to say a word. And for the most part, I see better than I hear anyway. He's the ultimate leader in that regard. Now, if he knows something, is it good to share? Of course it is. He's super talented and he has unbelievable things that he can share with his teammates, and I think he's done a great job doing that. But as far as being a super vocal guy, he never has to be. He's already vocal. He already speaks louder than most people in this league just by the way he shows up every day and works.
And I love that. I see better than I hear, leading by example. And you can just look at Nick Bosa and the physical specimen that he is, and that's gravitating for a Micah Williams and some of these Alfred Collins of the world, the young guys in this defensive line that, quite frankly, they're going to have to lean on early in the season, because the big problem was not only were you not getting to the quarterback very often, you couldn't stop the run. And that's really what killed this team towards the end of the season is, the defense can play as good as they want. If you're not going to be scoring consistently offensively as well, and you're going to be putting on the onus on a defense that's already thin to begin with, and you're not getting much production from a Leonard Floyd. It was the most shallow and hollow, 8.5, 9-sack season I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, by the way, did anyone notice he's not even on the team this year?
Exactly. Leonard Floyd gone. Where is he? Atlanta, right? I think he ended up signing with.
Yeah, did he even announce that he signed anywhere? Yeah,
exactly.
It just fell off so fast.
There you go. So, but that's what I'm saying. It's going to be early on in the season. We're going to find out about what this team is and if it's going to be a growing pains type of a year against the Seahawks, right? Against the Saints, who you think is probably going to be leaning in on their running game. And then obviously, you got your 0 for October coming up there, Sammy. I'm not going to let that one go. If they get one win in October, I'm coming down your road.
All right, we'll see. Hey, I would love to be proven wrong on that one, but again, it's a tough slate there. We'll see how it goes.
I mean, it's the Rams, the Bucks, the Falcons, the Texans.
Again, those are three very solid teams, and the Atlanta Falcons.
Exactly, the Falcons, who, by their own right, the Michael Penix. By the way,
that's the one. I mean, again, I know I said for October. That's the one though. Like you can't lose at home to Michael Penix or Kirk Cousins. Who, quick aside on Kirk Cousins, I'd never want to see him on that quarterback dock ever again. I watched the first episode.
Why?
Well, he's a lame human being.
Whoa!
I'm not trying to crush him completely.
What did he ever do to you?
Bored the heck out of me.
It's Kirk Clutchins. You better be calling him that.
Kirk Borings is what he is. Just such an uninteresting human being.
Are you serious?
You know
I
what?
am serious.
You know what? Sometimes,
like when Joe Burrow's on the screen, oh, I'm interested in what's going on here. When Jared Goff's on the screen, oh, I'm interested in what's going on here. Kirk Cousins comes on, oh, all right, I'm going to go do my dishes now. There's nothing exciting here. It's the boring story plot line.
When I think personality and fun, I think Jared Goff is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that the Jared Goff story,
Kirk Cousins
the
has
Jared
like a meme.
Goff storyline is more interesting than the Kirk Cousins storyline.
I think being corny is a thing in and of itself. In an era where you don't want to be corny, leaning into the corniness, I actually kind of respect.
I'd say
he's authentically him. He's a family guy. Shout out Peter Griffin.
Look, he's a family guy.
He's kind of a square, but he leans into it.
No,
I'm not. His wife shops for him at like Target.
I'm not refuting any of that. Like he is what he is, and bless him for who he is. But I just find him very boring.
You like that?
Like he's boring. He's dull. I did not need a second season of Kirk Cousins on quarterback.
Kirk Cousins.
Thanks, Anthony Slater. Do we got the injury report ready and locked and loaded? Are we doing that? Let's go to it.
Kirk Cousins.
And it is not featuring Kirk Cousins. It's actually going to be featuring a Valkyries player. And by the way, the Valkyries are playing tonight at Chase Center, 7 o'clock. I'm going to be in the building as the Valkyries host Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings. And you can hear that game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. But they're going to be without their all-star forward, Kayla Thornton, tonight. It was announced that Thornton has a lower leg injury and is undergoing further evaluation and has been ruled out for tonight's contest. Not much else was given on the nature of the injury or if Thornton would miss time beyond tonight. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California Premier's workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Vic Tafur joining us in about 5 minutes, covers the Niners for The Athletic. His first year back on the beat for The Athletic covering the Niners, had been with the Raiders prior to that. And I want to ask him about a former Raider that he covered last year who just got released yesterday, Christian Wilkins, defensive tackle. Could the Niners be interested in him? Should they want to be interested with him? What's the medical looking like? And also the lay of the land at training camp and some of the biggest storylines that are not being discussed that we should be discussing. We'll talk with Vic Tafur in about 5 minutes. Plus, Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock hour, courtesy of River Islands. He's going to be at training camp. He's been at training camp. And obviously, we'll touch not only the Niners, but maybe some Kaminga talk and some Giants who have a massive 3-game series starting tonight at Oracle Park against the Mets. It's Lubman in for Shasky. It's Joe Spadoni here. It's the Morning Roast. Halfway home here on a non-payday Friday on 95.7 The Game.
Are you in good hands?
Could the Niners be interested? Who's going to be interested? And should you want to be interested in him? Plus, we'll get the lay of the land in training camp there from Vic, as well as we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We got Bonte Hill also at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. Bonte Hill, who's going to join us via River Islands guest line. And he's also been at training camp. No pads, Sam, though. No pads. He's just been in the shorts, been hanging out. But I'm excited to start hearing the pads popping next week. That's when you start getting the really big plays. People get scrappy, they get chippy, they get angry at each other. And then you got the joint practices after that. And then you got training camp. Or not training camp. You have, well, it's been training
camp. It is training, yeah. But then you get real games.
You got real games.
Or practice games and then real games.
Hall of Fame game coming up next Sunday, which is the official or unofficial start to the preseason slate. And I can't wait for that. Even though it's preseason, it still does something to me, Sam. It still does something to me.
Well, it's like spring training. It lets you know that you're almost there.
There you go. And speaking of that, Vic Tafur is here right now as Vic Tafur, who covers the 49ers for The Athletic. First year on the beat for the Niners, but prior to that, he was with the Raiders. And I do want to ask Vic about Christian Wilkins, but before we get to that, Vic Tafur joins us on the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game up here on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Vic, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman. Are you down in Santa Clara right now, Vic?
I'm on the way. I'm about to hop in the car. Practice in a couple hours, so I'm heading that way.
Awesome. Let me just dive right into it. Obviously, you've covered the Raiders for the last, decade plus, right, Vic?
Yeah, 15 years, man.
15
years. Long time.
So you know him pretty well, you'd say, right?
I do.
You do. Can you give us the lay of the land on the Christian Wilkins situation right now and whether or not you think the 49ers could potentially have interest in that defensive tackle? Obviously, it's the biggest story going on in the NFL currently.
I think it's possible, but I think, obviously a lot of question marks about what happened with his rehab. There's a grievance going to be filed. I think it's been a long process. So I just don't know if the bang's worth the buck right now as far as what he could bring to you. I'm sure he's not back anytime soon. I think he has to maybe have another procedure done. So I think when he does resign, it'll probably be the team that knows him pretty well, like maybe an old coach, like Mike Vrabel, or someone knows him pretty well and can take the risk. But right now, I think there's going to be question marks for most teams to look at that and say that's a good idea.
All right, Vic. So I know yesterday was day 2 of training camp, and day 2 of the 3-day blocks are usually the longer, more intense days. So I'm just curious. I think everyone has their eye on him every day because he is the quarterback. How did Brock Purdy look in day 2 of 49ers training camp?
Yeah, he looked good. I mean, obviously pads don't go on until Monday. So, I mean, in my mind, if you're like a veteran quarterback and you're throwing, against air in practice and there's, no contact, you should look good, I think, and he did. So I'd be alarmed if he didn't look the part. But obviously, I think he had most of his completions were good passes. He looks like he's mobile this year and wants to get out a little bit and scramble and make some throws on the move. So I think he looked good. I'll wait until pads come on to really be more of a critic.
Talking with Vic Tafur here on the Morning Roast, covers the Niners for The Athletic. And Vic, we just had a caller on, Gary in Daly City. It was kind of fascinating. It's a caller, right? So, but I'm wondering where you're at heading into this situation, because our guy Gary was like, I got more faith in the defense and the offense, and just training camp battles in general, I always think are fascinating. But this year in particular for the Niners, it's so unique because it's really, for a lot of Niners fans, it's like, I trust Fred Warner. I trust Nick Bosa. On a certain degree, I trust Deontay Lenore because he just got signed and he produced last year. Outside of that, it feels pretty wide open everywhere else. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think there's a really good core of like maybe 7, 8 players, like guys who are established as like some of the best guys in the league, and like now you got McCaffrey. It looks like he's back from his injury, so definitely a great core to build around. They had some good draft picks. They hit first 5 picks in the draft for defensive players, and they're pretty high on those guys. So I think there will be some battles. Like they mentioned, maybe 6 or 8 jobs open on defense. So it should be a new look, but at the same time, you'll have a lot of familiar guys who can get you where you want to go on Sunday.
Vic, you mentioned all these open battles here on defense. You said 6 to 8 positions could be up for grabs here in camp. I'm just kind of curious, when it comes to filling these position battles, which one do you think will be up for grabs for the longest, and which one of these positional battles on defense do you think will be resolved the quickest?
I'll probably go safety. I think safety's wide open. I know they got Jason Pinnock of Saleh guy from the back in the past. He's looked good so far. I like the rookie, Marquis Siegel. I think he'll be a factor before long. So I think that will be a wide open battle to go through the preseason games, and we'll see what they have. But I like the guys they have. I think it'll be a good outcome either way.
What do you make right now of the wide receiver room? There's a lot of concern right now. Obviously, Brandon Aiyuk going through his rehab. You don't know when he's going to come back. Ricky Pearsall, Shanahan said, expects him to be there. He'd be surprised if he wasn't there on Sunday. So hopefully he can stay healthy, because that's been the hard part with Ricky Pearsall. We want to see the guy. He's never healthy, it seems like. And obviously outside of, the horrific event when he got shot last year withstanding, he's just a guy that struggled to get on the field and stay on the field. And then Juwan Jennings is looking for a new contract. Obviously, he's there. Where are you at with the wide receiver room and some guys that maybe we're not talking about right now that could be a factor come week one?
Yeah, I watched yesterday Ricky Pearsall on the side with the trainers. He looks good. I think he'll be back on Sunday. I think that's a good sign. Jennings wants a new deal, but he's here. Looks like he's the same old guy, so I think he might get an extension at some point pretty soon. So that's a pretty good, two guys who can kind of hold you down till they get Aiyuk back. I think also Demarcus Robinson's been really sharp. I think a better veteran guy, has been around the league for a while, a consummate pro. He might have some legal issues as far as the suspension for a couple of weeks, but when he comes back, he'll definitely be a key guy for them. So that's three guys right there who I think can get you at least through the rough patch until Aiyuk comes back.
Vic, you mentioned Chris McCaffrey earlier, and it seems like any optimism about what this Niners season will look like stems from the belief that Christian McCaffrey is going to be the Christian McCaffrey that we know and love from the past, and not the injured version of him last year. How's CMC looking? Are all reports around him looking good right now? And is it fair or should Niner fans expect McCaffrey to be 100% the Christian McCaffrey that they're expecting this year?
Yeah, I don't know about 100% because that's a tall order, and obviously he's coming off an injury and he's getting older. But I think 90's pretty good. If he's 90% back, I think he'll take that. And I think his teammates are really excited about him. He's excited about the way he feels. He looks good. Again, it's no pads on, so I can't tell you he's breaking tackles and running through guys. But the yak will be there when he makes the catch, around the backfield. So I just think he's a guy who makes you so much better in offense, makes the guys around him better. You mentioned the receivers, and that will be less of an issue because you have McCaffrey back there. So, and George Kittle, another guy who can take some of the pressure off the receivers. So I think they're definitely in good shape with McCaffrey back.
Talking with Vic Tafur here on the Morning Roast, covers the team, the 49ers, that is, for The Athletic. And Vic, you still doing Vic's picks for The Athletic this upcoming season?
I am, man. We had a rough year last year, but
it's all right.
Because the readers made some money going against me, so it's all good. So
there you go.
I'm here for them.
We'll get some more Vic's picks. If you don't know what Vic's picks is off The Athletic, obviously he's going to pick all the games against the spread, what have you. In regards to that, what are some realistic expectations you think for the 49ers this season? Because I've seen all over the place. I got Louis Riddick on ESPN saying the 49ers are rebuilding. I got Kawakami saying he sees 10 or 11 wins easy. Like, what is realistic expectations for Vic Tafur when it comes to the 49ers this season?
Yeah, I'm with Tim. I think 10 or 11 is a good number. I think we mentioned the core guys they have back. They have some real star players. I like the young guys they brought in. And I think the schedule definitely is their advantage. It's much harder last year. I think the division's not great. So I think they're in a good spot. I think they can bounce back and maybe not, get to the Super Bowl level, but definitely get to the playoff level and get back to where they were in the past.
Vic, again, talk about back to position battles here. One of the big battles I think we're going to have our eye on is who's going to be Fred Warner's partner in crime. Obviously, Dre Greenlaw, he was that guy the last few years. They were one of the best, if not the best, linebacker tandems in the NFL. The last couple of years, I've heard a lot of chatter around D Winters. I believe it was Cam Inman last year said that he was looking a lot like Navarro Bowman at times in practice. So a lot of chatter around him. Is that second linebacker spot next to Fred Warner, is that D Winters to lose right now?
I think so. I think when I came out to off-season workouts like in June, I didn't know a lot of these guys, any of their names, so I haven't watched them that closely. And he definitely jumped out to me just to watch the way he moved, the way he was reading the offense. I think he did some plays already the first 2 days of camp. And they drafted Nick Martin to be that guy at some point, but Nick Martin's got a thumb injury. I think D Winters is taking advantage of that and definitely kind of getting a nice little lead for the starting job. And Fred Warner mentioned he's definitely come a long way as far as his approach, his maturity, his studying of the game. He's a big-time athlete. He was a running back and receiver in high school. He was recruited as a receiver at TCU. I think he once scored 8 touchdowns in the game in high school. So a big-time athlete who now knows what he's doing as far as reading offenses and making plays.
Vic, what do you make of Brock Purdy heading into this season right now? Obviously, he's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. He's got the money. He had an MVP type of season 2 years ago, obviously down from that last year. There's a lot of, circumstances around last year when it came to Aiyuk, when it came to Debo, when it came to just all the injuries, Super Bowl hangover. Where are you at with Brock Purdy and the expectations for him? And, we always like to do the quarterback ranking, so I guess I can just ask you your quarterback ranking, even if it matters. And it feels like it fluctuates each and every week. I'd say he's somewhere between that 5 to 10 range on any given week, and I think that's just fine. Some people say he's 5 to 15, what have you. But where are you at with Brock Purdy heading into this season and now being the highest paid player in the franchise?
Yeah, I think he's around that 10 area. I think that for me with Brock, the main thing I see is like every year he's gotten better, which he's a guy that came from nowhere, right? He was the last pick in the draft, had to work his way up the depth chart and distance, win teammates' trust. And to me, he's gotten better as far as decision-making, accuracy, like mobility, everything you see every year. You can see, okay, this guy's getting better. So you have to pay him. And in this league, if you have a quarterback you think is the guy, at some point, the check comes due and you got to pay him. And that's just the way it is. I think I have no problems with the big contract. I think the teammates have no problem with it. The coaches love him. So I think he's in a good spot. And all you got to do is keep getting better every year, and he'll be fine.
Vic, again, another injury popped up this week. That was to Jacob Cowing. He's going to be out for an undetermined amount of time. How concerning is this injury to Jacob Cowing? Did you see the moment when he went down the other day at training camp?
I did not see it. I don't think it's a serious thing. Obviously, he'll be out for a little while, but I think he'll be back. And he's a guy who definitely worked hard in the offseason. Him and Purcell worked out with Purdy several times on their own. So I think he's a guy who, big-time, twitchy guy. He can be in the slot and make some plays and kind of fill that Debo Samuel hole as far as maybe some end-arounds, some handoffs. So I think at some point he'll be a weapon. I think he showed enough in the offseason workouts where the team is confident what he can do when he comes back.
All right, then last one here, Vic, before I get you out of here. Just looking around the NFL as a whole, what division do you think is going to be the best division in the NFL this year?
The best division? I guess the cop-out answer is my old division, the AFC West. I think the Chiefs are outstanding. They've got something to prove this year. I think they still have some elite players. I think the Broncos have gotten better. The Chargers have gotten better, and also the Raiders have gotten better, I think, even despite the Wilkins fiasco. They got a quarterback now. So I got division definitely will be the toughest week to week, and I imagine maybe 2 or 3 playoff teams from that division.
Hey, Vic, great stuff. We greatly appreciate it. Hopefully we could do it again all season long as you're covering training camp down in Santa Clara. Go read his stuff in The Athletic. Vic Tafur, back with the Niners. Former the Chronicle, now with The Athletic. Former Raider, now Niner. We've had a lot of Raider-Niner crossover. Jerry Rice and Vic Tafur in his own right now. Vic, good stuff. We appreciate it, man.
All right, boys. Take care.
There he goes. Vic Tafur on the River Islands guest line. AFC West, toughest division.
Honestly, I'm not shocked he said. I kind of agree with him on that.
And there were 3 playoff teams last year: Chiefs, Chargers, and Broncos.
You got 3 Super Bowl winning coaches and a national championship winning coach in Jim Harbaugh. You basically got 4 coaches that everywhere they've gone, they found success. So it's easily the best coach division in the NFL.
And Harbaugh's gotten to a Super Bowl. I don't think you can say that for any other division when it comes to just pelts on the wall from a coaching perspective.
No, so I think this is definitely one of the better coach divisions in the league. You got some great offenses, and again, Geno Smith is a capable quarterback, though he's easily the 4th best quarterback in that division. Yeah, the AFC West, man, it's going to be a bear for that division this year for the foreseeable future too.
Everyone's probably going to be sleeping. It's going to be the sexy thing. I can already see it, and I've already heard murmurs. Oh, the Chiefs, they're done. They're going to take a step back. Please, until I see Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, playing on different teams or franchises, I'm always going to give them their respect and their due. They're still going to be the favorite no matter what. Kind of like the Patriots with Tom Brady and Belichick. I'm just going to give them pencil them in. 12, 13 wins, and they'll probably win the division.
The rest of the AFC is proven incapable of beating them. Yeah, exactly. And again, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills did everything in their power last year to beat them, and they still couldn't get it done. The Chiefs were 15-2 last year, right? I mean,
they're inevitable. They are Thanos. Yeah. They're going to get there every single time.
The rest of the bad teams in the AFC aren't going to be able to beat the Chiefs. And the good teams in the AFC have proven that they cannot yet beat the Chiefs. So it is the AFC is the Chiefs conference. It's basically they're what the Warriors were during that run, during that 5-year run where they went to the finals 5 straight years. That's basically what they are, where no one in their conference has proven that they can beat them. And until that happens, you're riding the Chiefs into the Super Bowl until you're given a reason otherwise.
And using that comparison, you'd probably say like the Houston Rockets are like, the Ravens or the Bills, where they keep trying to knock, but they just can't quite get over the hump. The only one to get over the hump, though, was the Cincinnati Bengals. And I'm actually surprised you maybe didn't take the AFC North, which a lot of people would go to because it's just the quarterbacks in those franchises. The Steelers, obviously. They got Aaron Rodgers now. You got Lamar Jackson, who, again, should have won the MVP last year. But he's a multi-time MVP champion in his own right. MVP champion. And then
MVP winner.
Yeah, but I kind of like the MVP champion because he's not a champion of anything so far. But of the MVPs, he's a Hall of Famer right now. If his career ended, Lamar Jackson's going to the Hall of Fame. And Joe Burrow in his own right, when healthy, he's right there and talks about best quarterback in the NFL. But then you got the Browns, who I think
the Browns
they're going to stink.
They're an absolute mess and a half right now, which is that's Cleveland. That's just how they do it down there. And Pittsburgh could be anywhere from an 11-win team to a 4-win team, I feel like. They are.
Until Mike Tomlin, doesn't have a winning record or a winning season, I'm just going to pencil them in for 9 or 10.
How hilarious would it be if this is the team that he finishes under 500 with?
Well, they're doing very un-Steeler-like things when it comes to this offseason.
They threw at practice. They never do that. Which is an actual thing I saw on the internet. It's like, Mike Tomlin's never done this. The first play of training camp was a pass play. I can't believe this, or something like that. It's just... That's a dumb tradition.
I should have asked Vic, and now I'm kicking myself in the head for not asking him. The J.J. Watt tweet when it came to the training camp stats, and him tweeting that it's ridiculous that we keep track of that stuff. Where do you fall in that, Sam, when it comes to, because you're a guy that goes out there, you, Risotto, whether it's baseball, whether it's football, what have you, like, ooh, Steph Curry or Klay Thompson made 30 or 40 straight three-pointers. Like, where are you at with just training camp stats and the coverage of them? Is it something or is it nothing?
I think Vic said it best. You want the numbers to look good, and it's concerning when they're not. So Brock went 13 of 14 in practice yesterday. Like, that's good, but, like, you're not going, oh, Super Bowl. If Brock went 3 of 14 at practice yesterday, yeah, you bet your ass that those training camp stats are going to have a little bit of significance. So in that sense, like I did this last year when I went, I tried to keep track of all the pass plays and stuff like that. First off, it's kind of hard to do, because there is a lot going on in all these plays here, keeping track of everything. But it's a good reference point. It's nice to know, if you're going to have 11 on 11, it just seems like you want to have at least know how Brock did throwing the ball. I think that's fair to know. Whether you want to put how much weight you want to put in training camp stats, I'll leave that up to the individual user. But for me, it's it's good to know. I'm not going to, determine the entire season what it's going to look like because Brock, connected on 13 of 14 practice snaps.
What are your expectations for Brock Purdy this season, Sam? Ask it to Vic, and Vic's like, he's going to be fine. He's gotten better every single season. Did he get better last year, or did he regress?
He regressed a little bit last year. The season he had last year statistically was very on par with the season that Jimmy Garoppolo had in 2021, which was Jimmy's career year. And if that's Brock Purdy's floor, I think I'll absolutely take that. I think Brock's performance this year, I expect him to be more like 2023 Brock than 2024 Brock. A big part of it is I do think you need that O-line to be holding up in front of him. Too many times, those fourth quarter interceptions last year, he was, getting drilled in the chest plate while throwing the ball. So you need to, not have that happen. I expect Brock to be one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL this year. I don't think he needs to be, I think expecting to be in that top 5 is a bit much. But as we've said over and over again, you'd still be a successful quarterback and not be one of the 5 best in the league.
Doesn't matter. No one had Jalen Hurts as a top 5 quarterback last year, and people still are discrediting him this year, saying he's still not that very good. I was like, all right, he just won the MVP.
Yeah, no,
it's pretty good.
Brock is showing just keep being what he's been doing basically the last few years. A little bit better than last year, obviously, but Brock's shown he has command of this offense. He has the trusted Kyle Shanahan, more so than any other quarterback that Kyle Shanahan's ever had. If Brock can be just one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL, yeah, I'll absolutely sign off on that this season.
We got some sound from Brock Purdy I want to get to. We also got Bonte Hill joining us in about, 37 minutes, top of the hour, 9 o'clock, Bonte Hill, courtesy of River Islands. He's at training camp as well. And here is Brock Purdy talking about that contract and if that, kind of changed his mindset at all.
No, I mean, obviously the organization, that's their way of, showing that they, put their trust and faith in me as a guy to lead this organization, and I'm very honored for that. Obviously, I've always believed that I'm able to be that guy for this organization, and so, but it doesn't matter how much I get paid, man. Every single year, my process has been, how do I get ready for this game, and any play or situation that I'm put in, this is my answer, and I got to go get to my answer, and do that consistently, find ways to win games, obviously put a season together, get to the playoffs, and try to get and win a Super Bowl. And that doesn't matter how much I get paid. So for me, it's still getting better. The tape doesn't lie. I got to watch the tape, and Shanahan, Kubiak, Lombardi, they're all real with me about where I need to get better, and they push me with that, which I love. And so, but that's my mindset every single day. It doesn't matter how much I'm getting paid or what. I'm going to go out there, and anytime I step out in the field, I'm the quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, and there's a standard that I got to play at and a chip that I have to have on my shoulder every single rep, every single day. So I don't look at it any differently. I never have, and I won't. So that's where I'm going to be at moving forward too.
Says all the right things. I mean, that's what you want your quarterback to say in that situation. He's not getting fazed by the money. He's not going to think differently because of the money. He's just going to show up and put the work in, which that's always been who Brock is. And one thing we love about Brock is he's always stayed the same throughout all this, from when he was a wide-eyed rookie at his first training camp to when he was saving the Niners season in 22 to when he was taking him to the Super Bowl in 23 and doing that awful SpongeBob impersonation. He has been basically the same guy throughout this entire process, and that's why we're so in on Brock. That's why we love him so much. And he gets what the expectations are. He's going to push himself very hard to meet those expectations.
I don't know where my Brock. I used to have that all the time back in the.
I remember
the pregame show days. Oh, I do. It's still here. No one deleted all my pregame show stuff is here. Thanks, guys, for keeping that. Shocked you haven't deleted it yet. They was asked before the Super Bowl is best SpongeBob impression. That was actually pretty good. I got a lot of Brock Purdy stuff here. Brock Purdy. That's how he's going to be announced week 1 as the heel, as I guess he would be in. Seattle against the Seahawks, because he'd be the bad guy heading up there. Darnold v. Purdy, week 1, by the way. That's pretty great. That's honestly two guys.
Imagine 2 years ago saying that.
That's actually pretty crazy. I'm not mad at that first week up in Seattle. It's actually going to tell us a lot about both teams, I feel like, in that one. So 888-957-9570. We'll pick up this conversation on the other side. The expectations for Brock Purdy are what? Niner fans, 888-957-9570. Bonte Hill at the top of the hour, and it's going to be brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
I'm Batman. The morning roast. This is the morning roast with Joe Saboni and Joe Swasky. We'll be right back after the break.
We are back. We're not going to break. We're back from break. So there you go. I was like, that's a rejoin, but not a rejoin.
You know, if being real, Spadoni is not that hard of a name to say. Like, all the letters sound like they're supposed to. Like,
it's more of the spelling. I always get different ones on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line. That's funny. Like, they do like an actual E. So
yeah.
It's Spadoni, but I get E's, I get Y's.
See, misspelling it, you can misspell a name, but like mispronounce, like my name gets mispronounced all the time. I get Lubeman all the time. Well, yeah.
The Lubeman?
Yeah, a lot of Lubeman.
Yeah?
And
you should use that.
No.
Use it for like, I don't know, like Trojan or something.
Well, you know, if sales wants to get on that, we can maybe work something out. I'll cash in on that.
Yeah.
But no, like my name gets pronounced wrong all the time. It gets spelt wrong a lot too. Your name, very, very straightforward, though.
You'd be surprised. People like to add letters to my last name. My brother, I remember watching him graduate at Fresno State. God, this was like, what, 2007, 6, something like that. They mispronounced his name in front of everyone. It was Spandoni. It was like they just added a letter there, so there was a typo or something.
Spamdoni.
Yeah, we got Spandoni.
Spando. I thought Spamdoni, like when you start talking too much and you're just spamdoning us on air.
I think of the food spam too, like a little spam musubi action. Mm-hmm. There you go, or spam and eggs, spam and rice. Shout out.
I don't think
Hawaii.
I've really like had a lot of spam.
Dude, you're missing out.
Like, I don't think I've ever just like opened up. Well, actually, maybe once, but yeah.
You have to fry it. You pan fry it, get some eggs, get some rice. Dude, you're chilling. It's good. They have like a jalapeno version that I've had before. Very good. I'm not mad at that. But mispronunciations, as we are the mispronunciation show of America.
We are very much, yes.
Right, shout out Audi Rushmans of the world, as Bonte Hill trying to say Adley Rushman.
You know, really quick, since you brought that name up, Audi Rushman, I gotta go down a quick little conversation hole here, because
did not think that was on our bingo card today. Adley, shout out Audi Rushman.
You just unknowingly set me up there. So it is MLB trade deadline season. We're gonna get back into football talk in just a minute. Just bear with me here through this. But it is trade deadline season, and so there's rumors and stuff flying around. And a guy, Zachary Reimer on Bleacher Report, no idea how tapped in he is, but he had his little, he wrote his "Where I Predict People Are Going to End Up" piece for Bleacher Report. And he has the Giants getting Adley Rushman next Thursday at the trade deadline. That's his prediction. Do I agree with the prediction? Do I think it'll come true? Probably not. But I just thought it was funny that the Giants are being connected to the great Audi Rushman. And that would just be too funny if that were actually to happen. He goes from, the wearing the black and orange of the Orioles to the orange and black of the Giants. So, again, I'm not crossing my fingers that it happens, not holding my breath that it happens, but just funny to see that Adley Rushman and the Giants were connected in a rumor.
I'll say this, because obviously the catching position and just the offensive production at the catching position from Patrick Bailey this year has just not been good at all. It just hasn't been. As of late, though, since that Dodgers series, hey, he was batting 193 back on July 9th, Sam. Batting 208 now. He's getting that batting average up, huh? Are we seeing a hot Pat Bailey?
I mean, hot Pat Bailey might be a stretch, but possibly a Pat Bailey who can at least, swing the bat at a somewhat decent clip while also still providing good defense. And he's had some of the pass balls he had this week were I could hear Joe Shasky screaming at his TV through that one. Listen, if you did make this swap, my guess is Patrick Bailey would be part of it, though. The Orioles, they are pretty stacked at catcher right now in the minor league level. They got a couple guys in the first round this year. My guess is that would center around Patrick Bailey. Maybe there's a Carson Wisenhunt in there too. I don't know. Adley Rushman's having a very down year as well.
I'll just say this: yes, whatever it takes to get that guy, I will.
I don't know if I'm putting him on the whatever it takes.
I'm not okay. Outside of Bryce Eldridge, which the Giants aren't doing.
I mean, I just said Carson Wisenhunt, and as I said that, I kind of cringed there. He's hitting .227 this year, 8 home runs, 20 RBIs. He's been injured with an oblique muscle injury since June 19th. The expectation is he should be back on the field for at least 1 to 2 games before the deadline. Again, the expectations of the Orioles are not going to move him. But yeah, it would be an interesting one. I don't think that's a break the bank one, though. You might be able to get him on a buy low right now, just based off the season he's having.
I mean, bring it on, man.
I'll say this. If Buster Posey, one of the greatest catchers of his generation, him alongside, I'd say Yadi Molina and Joe Mauer, those are the top 3. Buster Posey is a part of that. Yeah, I would say he knows what he's doing when it comes to the catching.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, and identifying talent.
Yeah, I would love to see this deal happen because it would absolutely be an improvement at the catching position over Patrick Bailey. You might see a slight step back defensively, but not enough, I think, to offset what you're gaining offensively. So I like the move. If the Giants could somehow pull that off, that would be pretty impressive.
The guy I've been talking about, and he's a little bit older than Audi or Adley, some call him, is Sean Murphy, former A, current Brave. The guy, you just saw him, right? He's as good, if not better, than Patrick Bailey defensively. The guy can hit the thump. He's got 16 home runs. He's batting 230, but you know what? 230 as a catcher right now,
you'll take that.
Might as well be like 275, right? You will absolutely take that. It is just such a depreciated position right now in baseball, the catching position. So that's a guy I'd be interested in, but all reports are saying that they have no interest in trading Sean Murphy. It's just really pitching that the Braves have none of right now.
And Murphy's a better catcher defensively than I think a lot of people are wanting to give him credit for. So, Sean Murphy would be like the dream.
He's also got a big butt. Remember that?
I do.
That was the video a couple years ago.
He can rival Cal Raleigh in terms of best butts in baseball.
I'll tell Cal Raleigh he's rivaling Kim Kardashian with that thing.
She's that
bumper, baby.
He's got a full-on shelf there that Sean Murphy does. Oh, yeah.
Is that what they call it these days, a shelf?
I guess so. I don't know. I might be making.
You know all the different names.
I might be making stuff up.
You know all of it. Stop. You have different names for every single body part, Sam. All right.
Almost every single body part.
Shout out the lube, man. 888-957-9570. By the way, coming up tonight, 7 o'clock.
What a pivot there. Now you're going to let me jump back in right into the read. All right, read your thing.
The Valkyries host Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. I'm going to be in the building tonight at Chase Center. It's an exciting night in the Bay. You got Mets, you got Giants, you got the Valkyries back in action. We got training camp happening right now down in Santa Clara. Bonte Hill, who's there, or going to be there, is going to be joining us in about 20 minutes to talk the lay of the land when it comes to the 49ers, all things there. And we can also sprinkle some Giants and possibly Jonathan Kaminga talk as the Kaminga crisis is still upon us right now. But the one thing that's not a crisis, and I think a lot of people are kind of just glossing over this, is there's no quarterback controversy with the San Francisco 49ers. There's none. You could try to show me your Mac Jones highlight tapes. It's going to do nothing.
Kyle Shanahan's going to try and show you those.
Great. I don't care. There is zero quarterback controversy with the San Francisco 49ers, and boy, is it refreshing, Sam.
Yay!
It is very nice not having to talk about, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, Jimmy Garoppolo. No, you signed Brock Purdy to be the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, to pay him like a top 5 quarterback in the league. And you know what? Is he going to produce like a top 5 quarterback? Let's see. I know at the very worst, he's going to be a top 10 quarterback for me this season. I have zero doubts when it comes to Brock Purdy this upcoming season, Sam. I think he's going to produce at a high level. I think at worst, he's going to be a guy that gives you, 25, 20 touchdowns and 10, 12, 13 interceptions. He's going to be hovering around there. Would I like to see those interceptions come down a little bit? Sure, I would. But I think a lot of that was last year. He had no trust in his offensive line. The red zone was just god-awful. Whether it was the play calling, the skill position players. He didn't have his safety net, Brandon Aiyuk there. George Kittle is now his new safety net, who had a career year for him at the tight end position. No Christian McCaffrey. And I think all that considered, was it an MVP type of season? No. But given the hand that he was dealt, I think it was a pretty good season for Brock.
No, he had a pretty good season overall, all things considered, when you realize what he had to work with. The return of Christian McCaffrey should be a massive bump for him, because last year, obviously, Jordan Mason filled in for McCaffrey to start the season and looked great by all intents and purposes. He was an absolute bruiser between the tackles and was one of the league-leading rushers for most of the year before he got hurt. But the issue with Jordan Mason was that he could not catch the ball, or for whatever reason, the Niners did not want to throw him the ball. Whereas Christian McCaffrey, you talked about safety nets, how Brandon Aiyuk was a safety net. I think one of Brock Purdy's best safety nets is Christian McCaffrey on that Texas route, where he's does the quick out, runs back in over the middle of the field, and Christian McCaffrey standing right there, and then he can make a guy miss and turn a small gain into a big gain there.
What makes it a Texas route?
I have no idea why they call it a Texas route.
The more you know. It's not Arizona, it's not Maine, it's not Oregon. It's like California, Texas route.
If one of our guys in the back want to Google that and tell us in a minute why they call it a Texas route, that'd be cool. But yeah, so he had that little kind of get out of trouble free switch there with McCaffrey that he did not have with Jordan Mason. And that, I think, we don't talk enough about how much that hurt this offense. That's a big reason why this team was so bad in the red zone is they didn't have the personnel to finish drives. They didn't have Brandon Aiyuk available to finish drives. They didn't have Christian McCaffrey available to finish drives. And when it's just George Kittle and a bunch of guys who are trying to prove themselves, again, Juwan Jennings at the end of the year, he did show that he can be that guy. But as the red zone issues on the Niners showed last year, Juwan Jennings is not a guy who can make red zone issues go away. Because if he was, we wouldn't be having this conversation about red zone issues.
He's not an elite guy at separating. He's just not. He's a big physical receiver.
He'll go up and moss you, but he's not going to burn you.
No, he is not. And that's going to be something to monitor this season with Ricky Pearsall, who by all reports and accounts, we just had Vic Tafur, who covers the team for The Athletic, tell us he expects him to be back Sunday. Shanahan told us that. And what are you going to get from Ricky Pearsall? I am very curious because at his best, he's a guy that was great at separating. He had really good hands. But he's also a guy that we were told even prior to last year who struggles to stay on the field and get on the field and overworks in the offseason. It's a guy you have to kind of protect from himself. Herm Edwards, who was his coach in college at Arizona State, even told us on our airwaves here on Banter and Chasky, you got to protect Ricky from Ricky because he's a guy that's going to work too hard and he's dealt with hamstring and soft tissue injuries in the past. So I don't want that to be a recurring thing going forward. So if Ricky needs to take it easy and, not go through the motions, if you will, but ease up at times to protect himself going forward, I'd be okay with that. That being said, he has to build this rapport now with Brock Purdy because they had no opportunity to do it last year, Sam.
Well, they didn't have it in training camp. You saw towards the end of the year, the last 4 or 5 games of the year, he was the bright spot on the field for this team. I think he had a really good game against the Lions last year where you really started to see okay, I see the vision of what Ricky can bring to this team. He can be that deep burner guy opposite of Brandon Aiyuk when he is healthy. Again, when they're both healthy, really, because that's another thing with Brandon Aiyuk there. So, yeah, the fact that Ricky's going to be on the field, Sunday's going to be his first day, he'll be there for the padded practices, that makes it a lot easier for me to just be like, you know what? I would have liked him on the field this week, but the fact that he's going to be there for day one of pads, because I'll be honest, Spadoni, football practice without pads it's not football practice. That's a glorified run through, basically. Football. It essentially is. Yeah, I mean, there's contact and stuff, and then guys are probably, I'm sure, tired and sore afterwards. But no, it's not real football until you have at least half pads on. Preferably should be full pads. So the fact that Ricky will be there for the first padded practice gets me excited for his availability and what he can bring to the table. And as you say, you got to build that rapport up because you finally started to see at the end of last year. And like I said, I saw the vision. If you can get that right out the gate here to start the season, week 1 against Seattle, to set that tone, it cannot be stated enough. You have to set a great tone in that week 1 game in Seattle. You got to come out with a win there. And you got to be doing everything in this training camp to get ready for that week 1 statement game against Seattle to start the season off. Because if you go up into Seattle and shut Sam Darnold down and stop that offense led by Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba, and they got a very good young tight end and Elijah Arroyo, Cane's legend.
Oh, about you, baby.
Exactly. You want to set that tone there. And again, I like to see Ricky Pearsall get in sync with Brock Purdy because you're probably not going to have Brandon Aiyuk for the first 4 weeks of the year.
And speaking of Brock Purdy, talking about that chemistry, he talked about that right now with the receivers.
It's a growth period to get to week 1 of the season, but within that, we get to see guys, step up to the occasion when you're going against the top guys on our defense, and we get into some periods where we're replicating third downs, and every little thing matters. And so I think it's really good, for obviously the young guys, the new guys, to come in our system, and then for me to be able to execute and throw them a ball in tight coverage. And it's just a great time of year to build chemistry, but also see who's willing to compete and be ready to be a guy come week 1 in the season. So that's what excites me, and I know everyone in the locker room is excited for those moments too.
What connection is going to be the most important for Brock Purdy this season? You could go in a multitude of directions. You could go George Kittle. you could go Christian McCaffrey here because he's going to also be a receiver, you would think. Now, do you want to limit the touches with CMC as a receiver compared to a running back? There's going to be a lot of conversation in regards to Christian McCaffrey and the best, line of, touches going forward when you're Kyle Shanahan. It's a really tricky spot because you don't want to overwork the guy, but at the same time, if he's the focal point of your offense, you kind of have to feature him more often than not. So very, very tricky to see there. Or is it Ricky Pearsall? Is that the guy? It's a first-round pick. He's a first-round pick. I would love to see if I could come away from this season saying the best connection is Brock and Ricky. That makes me feel great going forward.
I mean, I guess, yeah, because it would be your quarterback, and I guess would it be crazy to say that Ricky would be the number one receiver in that situation?
I hope he is at the end of the season. Yeah. How about that? I hope Ricky Pearsall is by far and away my number one at the end of the season. Over
Brandon Aiyuk?
Yes, I would love that. Because you know what? That tells me the future is Ricky Pearsall. And you know what? That'd be great if Brandon Aiyuk comes back and he's serviceable. And even if he's my number 2 or 3, I know he has a rapport with Brock that I've seen. That could be good. Now, could it be great again? I don't know, because that has to do with his knee.
Yeah.
What is his knee going to be like? He's such a big question. There's so many question marks on this team, and probably the biggest is what version of Brandon Aiyuk are going to get, and when is he coming back? I don't know. At least with Christian McCaffrey, I see him on the field. He's running around. He looks like Christian McCaffrey, but
we'll see when the pads come on.
We don't even know what Brandon Aiyuk is.
Really quick with Ricky, I didn't realize this. He's 6'3". I thought for some reason he was a little bit shorter. I thought he was like 5'11", 6 feet, but no, he's 6'3", 189 is his listed weight.
Yeah,
and I have no reason to believe that those are untrue stats, obviously. But no, it's the fact that Aiyuk should be back as late into the season as he is. Again, it could be the first 4 weeks of the season. He could be out, which means he is not going to be participating as much.
6'1", by the way, for Pearsall on the official San Francisco 49ers
Okay,
page.
ESPN has him at 6'3", so now I don't...
they're jobbing it there. Ricky must have a cousin that works there or something.
We can average it out to 6'2", maybe. Either way, that's a good height for a potential number one receiver there.
6'1" and 7/8.
Yeah, something like that. 6'1", 7/8 and a half.
Kind of like Ace on Love Island saying he's 5'10". Am I right, Steven?
He's not 5'10".
What a liar. Continue, Sam.
All right, you said words I assume have meaning there.
There you go.
But I'm going to say the most important connection, I'm going to go back to the McCaffrey one, because we saw last year that when you take him out of this offense, the offense becomes, I don't want to say stale, but it loses an aspect of what makes it so exciting and so dynamic. You're definitely taking away a very important piece of what makes this offense click. You're probably taking away a large chunk of Kyle Shanahan's playbook when Christian McCaffrey is not available. And when you have those plays available, when you have that, dump off option right there in front of you, when your downfield options are not there, it makes a difference on this offense. I do think it allows the other guys on this offense to find more space downfield, because you have to take it into account Christian McCaffrey. So yeah, I'm leaning Christian McCaffrey as the more important connection for Brock Purdy.
Ooh, what is the most important connection for Brock Purdy this upcoming season in regards to the skill position players? 888-957-9570. CMC, Kittle. I think it might be Ricky Pearsall personally, and we'll ask Bonte Hill in about 10 minutes, who's going to be joining us courtesy of River Islands. 888-957-9570. Back to the quarterback, Mike Holmgren, who knows a thing or two about coaching elite quarterbacks and Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Yeah, you might have heard of him, just Joe Montana, Brett Favre, Steve Young, just guys like that.
I guess those guys are
Matt Hasselbeck in his own right was a pretty damn good quarterback who gets slept on in his time. But Mike Holmgren, who joined us yesterday, Sam, really good stuff. If any of you guys missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app, and I'm going to give credit to Sam Lubman for booking said guest. Mike Holmgren talking about the expectations for Brock Purdy this year.
He went to exactly the right place, with the coach, with the people around him, and the fact he's a good player. He doesn't make mistakes typically. He can run a little bit. He's perfect. But now, there's a changeover going with the team, coinciding with his new contract. So I think the expectation level will be high. When I'm looking at it, you guys know it better than I do. They don't have the same players. They have some of the same players, but they lost some really great players. And so it'll be really interesting. I think that people expect a lot from him. I think he'll do well, but how well is be interesting to see because of the difference in the roster.
And listen, we still don't know what the week one roster is going to look like. I don't know who's going to be out there. I don't know what they're going to, Are we assuming that Christian McCaffrey is just going to get a heavy workload week 1 against the Seahawks? I don't know what it's
if there's ever a coach to just do that.
Well, and Ricky Pearsall, the same thing. Are they going to ease him into the situation? Like the touches, like I'm hoping week 1, everything's good to go and we were just balls to the wall and everything's
sounds like it's
ready.
going to be a lot of easing in, though. Like I just, I said a little while ago, you got to set a tone in that week 1 game against Seattle, but which I'm still going to hold out hope for that. But, there's a lot of, again, if we're easing McCaffrey into this, if we're easing Ricky into this, if we're trying to figure out a way to gel on defense, I mean, it's going to be bumpy out the gate with this team if this is kind of what these expectations are kind of setting here.
Speaking of the expectations, when can we expect Brandon Aiyuk to join this team? Tim Kawakami joined the afternoon show yesterday and spoke about that. TK show, baby.
That's how thin they are right now. They
Wrong one.
find
Check
a receiver.
that, strike it, reverse it. Right here. I got it. Don't worry.
I don't think Brandon Aiyuk is going to be suiting up, let's just say put pads on for quite some time. I would not expect him to practice in training camp. I would not expect him to be in the preseason games. I would not expect him to be available for at least week 1, 2, 3. I think we're talking October maybe for Aiyuk and maybe even a little bit beyond that.
Wow. So, hell, I might just, be looking at Brandon Aiyuk as a bonus if we get any production from him.
That's like a trade deadline acquisition.
A little
almost.
bit. It's almost how I felt last year when it came to Christian McCaffrey. When I heard bilateral Achilles tendonitis for CMC, I literally said, and I said this, back when I was hosting the 5 a.m. show, shout out the pregame show, baby, and all the pregamers out there. I literally said, I was like, yeah, I'd be shocked if you saw him at all this season. And if you do, great. If not, don't worry about it. Like Achilles is one of those things where it's just, you don't push it. Because if you do push it, you tear it, and then your career basically is over if you're a player like Christian McCaffrey or running back or someone that his whole game is predicated on explosion. So I'm very curious to see what Dre Greenlaw is going to look like if he does come back from that quad injury now that he suffered with Denver, and how much of the explosion is still going to be there with him, because we even saw just a little bit in that Rams game in that first half. He looked like the same old Dre Greenlaw, and then he had to get sidelined because of the calf because it was sore. So I'm very curious to see how conversely Brandon Ayuk's going to look, because it wasn't just the ACL for him, Sammy.
It's the MCL too.
The MCL. His whole knee was just shredded. It was a mess.
Yeah.
It was a mess.
Because usually an ACL, medical science has come far enough that an ACL injury, that in the NFL, that's maybe 6-7 months of
you could come back. It's not what it used to be.
No, you could come back from it. It's not a career ender.
No.
And again, he suffered this in week 7 against the Chiefs last year. And usually an ACL injury, if you're suffering it in the middle of the season, heck, if you're suffering it towards the end of the season, there's still enough time between the completion of the NFL season and the start of training camp next year where usually guys are healthy and ready to go.
Right.
In a usual ACL injury, Brandon Aiyuk is on the field. He's working his way back with the intent of suiting up week 1. This clearly is not a usual ACL injury. Again, you are throwing the MCL in there as well. And it just, I don't know. The more and more you look at just kind of how long it's taking for Aiyuk to come back and what to expect from him when he comes back, the more and more it just really drives home how ugly the inside of that knee must have looked when he got on the operating table. This is significant to the point where it's last year was a lost year for Brandon Aiyuk. Is this year going to be a lost year for Brandon Aiyuk now? That, or is it just one of those things the last month of the year he's finally up to speed and ready to produce, which would be awesome if the Niners are in the playoff hunt to get Brandon Aiyuk back at that time. But you talk about who has the most question marks about them going into this season. It is Brandon Aiyuk by far, just because of the health, because it's not just a when he comes back, it's a what he's going to be when he does come back.
And you know what? It's a cautionary tale about why these guys want to get paid when they get paid, because, had he gotten hurt last year and he didn't sign that big deal and he did what Jamar Chase did last year, kind of did the prove it situation, well, then he's screwed.
He'd be cooked for the rest of his career.
Correct. And I'm happy he got his money, and I know the Niners fans aren't very happy that he's not out there and that you're paying this guy that's not really producing. And I'm sure Brandon Aiyuk wants to get out there, and he's doing everything he can to do that, which, again, I'm not sleeping on, because as we just saw yesterday when it came to the Raiders, didn't seem like Christian Wilkins was doing what the Raiders wanted him to do when it came to the rehab process.
At least Aiyuk's recovery is going better than Christian. Imagine if the Niners you know what, Brandon, we don't like what you're doing to get your knee better. We're voiding this.
Well, no, that would be...
There's probably a lot of people who would want that too.
That would be a lot of drama, though, right there. That'd be more unnecessary drama and how you feel about the Niners and how they treat their players. Like, there's already been a lot there with the Raiders and the Niners when comparison. It could not be different when it came to rewarding said players. The Niners have done right for the most part when it comes to paying their guys that deserve to get paid. Raiders are just, they've been a mess for the last 2 plus decades.
But we know that, but I'd be kind of interested. I'm not saying I want this to happen. I am kind of interested how what the reaction would look like if the Niners were just like, you know what, we're voiding this.
I do think it's a unique scenario because a lot of people know, and it's interesting you bring that up because a lot of people were talking about, oh, you can just void these guarantees.
Yeah, I didn't know you can even do that.
Well, there has to be clearly a difference of opinion when it comes to the medicals and, hey, I got this surgery and either you didn't rehab correctly and we were told you didn't rehab from that correctly and now you need another surgery.
We said for this one with Wilkins, they wanted him to get another procedure on his foot.
Correct.
He said no.
Yep.
And that seems like a pretty... I don't know what the finer details of this case are.
That's basically it.
There's going to be a lot of litigation sensation on that one.
Yeah.
But, yeah, again, there's clearly an independent arbitrators have to come in, oh, yeah, you should have done this, and you didn't. So you didn't live up to your end of the contract, right. Christian Wilkins. So if there's this, again, from what it sounds like, it seems like there's been no issues in regards to Brandon Aiyuk's rehab. He's not fighting them on anything. It sounds like he's been, for the most part, progressing as expected in terms of how his recovery is going. Heck, I remember we had Cam Inman on, several months ago, and he was saying
January.
Yeah, and he was saying how like Aiyuk was like moving around pretty well in the locker room. I think he mentioned he like dunked on one of the hoops or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Like the picture that Cam Inman painted was a very optimistic one, and but all has to say, yeah, it still seems like as optimistic as this recovery is, it's still a ways away.
Well, I'm looking at it right here. 49ers, this is from April 4th. It says Aiyuk has a chance to play in week 1. A chance. Huh. Interesting. John Lynch spoke to the media the other day talking about Brandon Aiyuk and one Demarcus Robinson as well, who's expected to have some sort of a suspension for his DUI from the league. So John Lynch, GM of the 49ers, talking about Aiyuk and Robinson's availability this season.
Yeah, that's a league matter as with respect to DeMarcus, and we'll let that play out. The league will handle that. We knew there was a possibility when we signed DeMarcus and have accounted for that. So we'll see. That's a legal matter that is playing out. With respect to BA, he did a lot to his knee, and I would tell you that he's in really good place considering all that. Now, what does that mean in terms of a timeline and all that? We're continuing to assess and get information. He did a lot of his rehab away from here, and so, I think when you get these guys back, there's all kinds of objective measurements that you want to do. And so he'll be working on his rehab and with our guys, and I think we're encouraged on where he's at. But not anywhere close to having a set-in-stone timeline.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman, who's in for Shasky, who's taking an extended 3-day weekend. And right now, joining us on the River Islands guest line is Bonte Hill, who's heading back down to training camp. He might already be there. He's been there the last couple days, getting the lay of the land down in Santa Clara, the camp battles, what to look for, all of it. Bonte, good morning. Are you already at the facilities as we are speaking right now?
I am at the facilities as we're speaking right now in the NFL Films media room. I'm looking at you guys, by the way. I logged into that video call, whatever Lubman sent me a link, so I could see you guys in a nice little Giants jersey, Joe Spadoni in a nice gray long sleeve. So I don't know what's going on back there. You got the crack staff back there.
Well, we got.
Did you turn the camera on?
Did you turn the camera on? Sam,
you got to give camera. You got to give your phone camera access.
No, I'm on the laptop, buddies. VMix call. I'm on the laptop.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. There's a little icon there with a camera. You got to click it to turn it on.
Yeah, it's green. It is on.
Oh.
It is on. I know how to work that. It is on. It's on you guys.
I feel like we're having flashbacks of pre-show meetings in months past
during the COVID shows.
Oh, Bonte Hill joining us here. Yeah.
Anyway, let's go. It was a great start. Zachary, listen, hold on. I tell this to Indiana back there. I go, hey, man, I'm logged into the video link. And he goes, what video link? What's going on? See, I just did it again. See, there it is. Same thing. Now
there you are. All right, I see you now.
People are doing their jobs. Now people are doing their jobs back there at 95-70 games. Zach Green had no idea what I was talking about. No idea.
Well, that's that Indiana education, as we talk about, because we got 3 SF State guys right here. We got Steven Risotto, Bonte Hill, Joe Spadoni. We had Mike Holmgren, FS State legend, Bonte, on yesterday. Yes. And he was talking about, no better guy to ask with Mike Holmgren when it comes to quarterback play, head coaching, philosophy, all of that. The guy is 77. He sounds like he's 37, the way things recall him. He's just so damn tapped in still around the league. And you just forget, and you don't, obviously. You're the king. You know everything when it comes to one Mike Holmgren, Bill Walsh, the coach.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Why you got to do all that?
No, but I am guessing.
Now you get my DMs. Hold on. When you do that, Spadoni, now I get all these jackals on Twitter and Instagram. Oh, you fake king, this and that. Who calls himself the king? I don't call myself the king. I call myself Bonte Hill. You guys do that stuff, and you put me in the box, and you get all these people in my DMs slandering me, talking about gave myself a nickname. I didn't give myself a nickname. You guys did it, not me.
Well, that's how
here you go with the king stuff, Spinoni.
But no, that's how you know you're a true king. A true king does not call himself the king. Others call him the king. So the fact that we called you the king, you earned it the way that kings are supposed to earn that title. So there you go.
I guess, man.
I'm happy being the king.
I'm only the king of my household,
man.
That's all.
You think you are.
See, that's the one place I would say your jurisdiction ends. But we know you were the king at practice yesterday, day 2 of practice. Day 2 is supposed to be the harder day of practice, Bonte. Just give us the rundown of how practice went yesterday.
Listen. I'm not going to get caught up in this. I did it to myself the whole Trey Lance thing. The real football starts on Monday when they wear the shoulder pads and they start hitting. All right? How can you really get a good gauge of the run game when your defensive and offensive linemen can't tangle and go head up with shoulder pads on? How can running backs get through the hole knowing that, hey, they can't hit me and tackle me to the ground? How can I judge? Like wide receivers, okay, you want to get off the line of scrimmage, work on your drills. I can say Juwan Jennings looks right. Jordan Watkins is kind of opening my eyes. Isaiah Nair, who George Kittle was talking about in the offseason, saying this guy makes acrobatic catches. But we're not going to get a true gauge of what this team is really all about until Monday when they start hitting for the first time all season. So I'm not going to go crazy saying, oh, man, Jordan James looks awesome running through the hole. Well, he knows he's not going to get hit by C.J. West and Alfred Collins. Michael Williams looks huge, right? And Trent Williams is talking him up, and a lot of players is talking him up, and he does look good. He disengages very well. But again, when they put on the shoulder pads is when we'll get a true gauge. So I'm not going to go crazy on day 2 where they're in shirts and skins. It's like glorified spring ball right now.
Well, it's funny you say that because J.J. Watt tweeted yesterday. Obviously, he's going to be a Hall of Famer if he's not already. J.J. Watt, multi-time Defensive Player of the Year guy, CBS analyst. Training camp stats are insane and ridiculous. And he basically he tweeted that, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it because you're down there right now, and we get the Nick Wagners of the team, and people, you have to like put it out there because it's an engagement, and fans that aren't there want to be get the lay of the land, and it's funny because in any practice, right, and we don't do this when it comes to like Stephen Curry or Klay Thompson 3-pointers, right, before a game, or where we go, did Matt Chapman, how many home runs did he hit at batting practice, right? We only do it when it comes to training camp and football, and it's so funny to me, and you're right, Bonte, when it came to the Sam Darnold, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, who was winning the day kind of a thing, right?
I'll never forget coming out of that first day of training camp, talking with you and Shasky, and you're just like, oh, man, Sam Darnold looked really good today. He looked really, really good. And I'm just like, it's day 1, man. Let's.
But he looked good.
No, actually, this is how it went down. Lutman came running up to me saying, who do you think was the best quarterback on the field? I thought it was Trey Lance. I said, you did? I thought it was Sam Darnold. That's how it went down. Well, let's get the story right.
I think my story sounds a little bit more accurate.
I got a memory like an elephant here. I said Sam Darnold was the better quarterback on the field. And you know what? By the end of training camp, Trey Lance was out and Sam Darnold was the number 2 quarterback.
And all roads lead back to Brock. Well, it just shows day 1 at camp, there's very little you could take away from that.
Well, also what J.J. Watt was also speaking to, and it kind of goes to the regular season as well, when we watch the All-22 videos and we get these people saying, oh, that guy was wide open. He should have gone to him. Oh, man, how come he didn't hit that guy? We don't know who the primary wide receiver was on that play. We don't know who the secondary option was on that play. We don't know who the third option was on that play. We have no idea what's going on inside that huddle. We have no idea what's going on in practice when it comes to game planning and scheming up. We can all guess, but we have no idea. And so when it comes to practice, I was talking to Matt Mayoko about this the other day. I said, I'm not keeping passing stats. I'm not going to do that during training camp because I don't know if they want what J.J. Watt was speaking about. Who's the primary? Or do we want the defense to work on a certain play so we can throw them a certain look? So, one thing I'm looking at is, okay, how crisp Brock Purdy is when it comes to throwing his passes. How much velocity is on him? Is he hitting guys in stride? Is he hitting guys deep? How's his deep ball accuracy? Same thing with Mac Jones. How's Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall running their routes? Are they running crisp routes? Are they getting in and out of their breaks? How's George Kittle looking? How's his first step? What's Nick Bosa's first step look like? So those are things that I'm looking for. But and I get it. Reporters have to keep stats, and it's kind of part of the gig now. Hey, you went 13 to 15 and put out a masterclass. Like, I don't know what the defense is working on. I don't know what the offense is looking for. Did the defense know the play? Did the offense know what the defense was in? So all those factors come into play to where, I'm not counting. Like you just mentioned, Spadoni, we're at practice right before the Golden State Warriors. Oh, my gosh, Stephen Curry was 21 to 23. He was 13 to 15 from the three-point line. Oh, boy, he is cooking. Again, we don't know what they're exactly working on. So I'm going to stay away from looking at stats, and I'm just going to look at how guys are moving around. Are they in shape? Are they not in shape? Are they running their routes crisply? What's the safeties look like? Are they getting to their drops? So that's the one thing I'll be looking at practice all throughout training camp.
What do you think is going to be the most important connection to watch this upcoming season, and obviously in training camp, but the overall season when it comes to Brock Purdy, right? Sam and I were kind of kicking this around. Obviously, the Kittle connection last year was awesome. It was the one. Kittle, 1A, 1B, best tight end in football as far as I'm concerned. Him, Bowers, whatever you want, I'll take the other. But I'm looking at a guy like Ricky Pearsall. If I could come away from this season, Bonte, and say, wow, the Pearsall-Purdy connection is the best one on the team, that bodes well going forward as far as I'm concerned, because I don't know what I'm going to get from Aiyuk. And quite frankly, I don't know what I'm going to get from Christian McCaffrey as well in the passing game, because you might be trying to limit his touches going forward.
Well, you want him in the pass game, Christian McCaffrey, that is. There's no doubt he's the best receiving running back, and he's going to play on third down. And that connection, even in the first couple of days of practice, even though they're not hitting, the connection's there with Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy. It's going to be there forever. That's how Brock Purdy learned. That's how Christian McCaffrey learned the offense, was through Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy was a third-string quarterback at one point. So he helped Christian McCaffrey get up to speed with this playbook a couple of years ago. Whether or not Pearsall is the best connection with Brock Purdy, look, Juwan Jennings may be that guy, right? But Pearsall did show a lot of flashes in the second half of the season. I think we saw that, okay, this guy can be a player within this offense. Whether he's the top connection with Brock Purdy, what we want to see is, can Ricky Pearsall be a consistent wide receiver week in and week out? And one thing that Mayoko mentioned to me, because, we kind of have this notion that he's injury prone, right? Oh, he's had a hamstring injury. Oh, he has a shoulder injury. I didn't realize it, and I had to look it up again. But Ricky Pearsall didn't miss a game in college, all right? He didn't miss a game. So no matter how much he dealt with injuries, he was there on game day. And let's be real, if he didn't get shot last year, he would have been there week one against the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. So I do think that connection will blossom. It will evolve. Whether or not they're the top connection on the football team, that remains to be seen, because you still have George Kittle, who, by the way, is the number one wide receiver in the pass game within this offense. Now, he's not a wide receiver, but he is that top option in the pass game. So George Kittle is still there, but can Ricky Pearsall complement Kittle? Can he complement Juwan Jennings? And I think he's more than capable of doing so.
I did not know that actually not missed a game in college, and that I think about the fact he is going to be taking the field on Sunday. He'll be suiting up the first full pad practice on Monday, Ricky Pearsall, that is. That makes me, I guess, I was a little bit kind of, I don't want to say nervous, but I was a little cautious, I guess, in terms of just what Ricky's health is going to be like. But that makes me a lot more optimistic about kind of him being available for the rest of the year, because we were talking about Bonte, Ricky Pearsall, last 4 games of the season last year, he looked far and away like the Niners' best wide receiver. I'm not throwing George Kittle in that grouping there, but he looked like I could see the vision of how he could be the number one wide receiver on this team. And then the other guy I want to kind of get into a little bit is Jacob Cowing. He had the hamstring injury yesterday. And again, I saw that, and I immediately thought of when we saw Renardo Green go down on day one of practice last year. Did you see what happened with Cowing last year? And just from what you've heard about it, is there a high level of concern for how long he could be out?
Yeah, they said it's hamstring strain. And, we think about Stephen Curry when it comes to hamstring strain in the second round of the playoffs against Minnesota. So it could be a couple of weeks before he gets on the football field, because same thing with Ricky Pearsall. They don't want to push that hamstring. These injuries can linger. It was funny. During the first day of practice, talking to somebody, and I asked him about Jacob Cowing. Everybody's talking about Pearsall and, Watson and Jennings and whether or not Aiyuk's going to come back. What about Jacob Cowing? And they said he had a great offseason. Jacob Cowing got stronger, put on about 10 to 15 pounds. He looks like he could take another step. And then we go to the press conference, and Shanahan announces that he tweaked his hammy in practice. So I didn't see what exactly went down, but a hamstring injury is never good because we know how they can linger, especially for a wide receiver who's getting in and out of their breaks, as well as, you think about the wide receiver room now. They're bringing guys in left and right. St. Brown's
a lot of new names.
They signed Cephas yesterday. A lot of new names here. You still got a rookie in Jordan Watkins who wants to make a name for himself. So for a guy like Jacob Cowing, he needs to rest. He needs to get on the field. He needs to build that rapport with Brock Purdy. So I know it's not a serious injury, but to me, this is not a good sign for Jacob Cowing, because if he's out for a couple of weeks, he could fall so far down the depth chart here. Then what happens when he comes to the final 53-man roster? Is he on the roster? Is he on a practice squad? Does he make the final 53? So he's got to get back on the field in a heartbeat.
Talking about Nick Bosa, as Bonte Hill's joining us here on the Morning Roast, Lubman in for Joe Shasky. And
Bonte, you're doing great.
And BPA, I guess, too.
BPA misses you a lot, Bonte.
Hi, BPA.
Yeah, he does. He texts in, he calls in.
I never reply to him on Twitter, by the way.
That's so mean.
Yeah, I know. I never reply to him on Twitter. The best thing about moving on from you guys is I don't have to deal with that joker no more. No, I'm kidding. I love BPA.
You definitely fall. You guys are definitely in each other's DMs.
Oh, God. Calm down there. I will say this in regards to what you said last week with Shasky and I when you were here. The one that caught my eye, or I guess it was last week, it was a couple days ago, but you said pressure. And we were talking about pressure in regards to Mykel Williams. And I asked you, do you think there's a lot of pressure on this first-round rookie to kind of be that number 2 to Nick Bosa? We've been searching for so damn long for that complementary piece on that defensive line for Nick. And then you were like, no, actually, I think there's more pressure on Bosa himself. Can you expound on that? And what did you make of Bosa saying he wants to be more of a leader and kind of take Mykel under his wing a little bit going forward?
Yeah, I was sitting in that presser, and, he was discussing, late last season, I should say, how he had to kind of speak up because there were so many different faces on that defensive line and so many different faces inside that defensive huddle, whether it was at linebacker, safety, corner, defensive line, defensive end, defensive tackle, or whatnot. So he had to speak up a little bit more, but it's not in Nick Bosa's nature to kind of, hey, be this boisterous, rah-rah guy. Hey, come on, guys, let's go. It's going to be kind of, even though he's from Florida, it kind of reminds me of a California surfer dude with his tone and the way he talks. It's kind of monotone, slow delivery there. But the pressure on Bosa is, fans, when they see that price tag and they see that number and they say, okay, well, where's the sack numbers at? Where's the tackles at? And I heard Papa Bosa on with you guys yesterday, and he was kind of upset at Baldy for some of the critiques, but Baldy was like, look, this guy's not dominating tackles, backup tackles in the NFL. And that was true. He wasn't dominating. And whether or not that was because he didn't have extra help or whatnot, I mean, the Niners have tried everything to get extra help. They traded for Trace Young and Reddy Gregory a couple years ago. What was the excuse then? What was the excuse then? So when I say pressure, he has to dominate. And the one thing that we haven't talked about with Nick Bosa and what separates the T.J. Watts and the Myles Garretts from Nick Bosa, in my opinion, is that they force turnovers. Can Nick Bosa add that element to his game? It's one thing to speed rush, power rush, whatever. And he's talking about getting back to basics from his first couple seasons in the NFL when he took the league by storm, winning Defensive Rookie of the Year, then winning the DPOI. Can he force fumbles? Can he force turnovers this year to get the ball back for the 49ers? That's when they're really humming. When they're really humming with that turnover differential and causing quarterback fumbles or running back fumbles or coming up with interceptions, that one element to Nick Bosa. Can he force turnovers? Can he get strip sacks? That's what I'm looking for Nick Bosa. So that's the pressure I'm talking about when it comes to Nick Bosa. He has to be the de facto leader of this defense, no doubt about that. But he has to get that after quarterback relentlessly. You can't allow teams to run to your side. When teams decide to run to your side, number 97, it's like, no, you're not doing that. You got to go the other way to try to get some yards in the run game. So I want to see him dominating all levels of the game, and that's what happens when you're one of the highest-paid defensive players. And that's what I talk about when it comes to pressure. You have to separate yourself. You have to be in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year in and year out when you get paid the money that Nick Bosa's getting paid.
What do you make of Bosa saying that he's going to try and be more of a leader this year? Are you buying into that?
Natural progression, right?
Yeah. I mean, this guy who had the captaincy last year. He was one of the highest paid players in the league a couple years ago. And I thought it was kind of interesting that now he's kind of saying that he wants to be that more active leader.
Well, somebody asked him about it, and he goes, look, this is a natural progression, right? A lot of guys, a lot of turnover on this defense. Think about when he came in. There was Buckner. There was Armstead. There was D. Ford. There was Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. He didn't have to be that guy. There was Jimmy Ward playing safety/corner. He didn't have to be that leader for the defense. But now you had a lot of transition. Think about the secondary now. All these guys are younger than Nick Bosa. You think about linebackers. Fred Warner's the one mainstay there. You look at the defensive line. He's left. Armstead's moved on. Buckner's moved on. D. Ford's retired, basically. You think about Chase Young. He's down in New Orleans. Randy Gregory's out elsewhere. So, yes, this is just a natural progression of just being here, having that longevity, knowing Chris Kocurek, defensive line coach, who's been his only defensive line coach since he's been in the league. That's a natural progression of being Nick Bosa. You've been here for a while. You've been in this organization. Guys are going to look up to you saying, okay, what do I need to do? What spot do I need to be in? And so, yeah, he understands it. It's the natural progression, which he mentioned in his press conference the other day saying, hey, I've got to be that guy because I was speaking up late last year when there were so many new faces on the defense.
Bonte, how important is Robert Saleh coming back to this team? Now it's going to be the fourth straight year with a different DC, going back to D'Amico Ryan, Steve Wilkes, Nick Sorensen, and now back to Robert Saleh there. How important is it just to have him back in the building? And for guys like Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, guys that are familiar with him, and all these new faces and all these new rookies?
Yeah, I mean, they mentioned it the other day, command in the room. We all went through the Steve Wilkes ride, and whether or not you thought he was a good fit for this defense, it obviously didn't work out. Nick Sorensen, he was obviously in over his head, being the defensive coordinator. So they have a familiar face, a former head coach now in Robert Saleh. He knows the scheme, and he has Shanahan's trust. And so think about Robert Saleh. That was Fred Warner's first coach, first defensive coordinator. That was Nick Bosa's first defense coordinator. So they trust those guys, and he's going to bring that energy and enthusiasm that this defense needs. Remember the whole big deal about Steve Wilkes being in the press box? They needed him on the field because they needed to see their DC. Mm-hmm. Well, then you saw Nick Sorensen, and I was like, well, does he the fist pump? Does he even move? What does he do energetically? We know Robert Saleh, we're going to see his veins popping out when somebody makes a big hit. He's going to be on the field. Shanahan's going to have to get him back to get back because he goes, hey, Robert, I need you on the sideline. I'm on the field. You can't be on the hash marks here. So, yes, a familiar voice, a guy who knows what he's doing, because with the New York Jets, defense wasn't the issue under Robert Saleh. No. It was that damn offense and Zach Wilson and Aaron Rodgers and that offensive line and the inconsistencies with the offense. So, it's going to pay dividends. But I thought you was going to ask me about that Jung-Hoo Lee jersey Sam Loveman's rocking, Pidoni. I mean, you sure you want to be rocking that jersey right now with the way he's swinging the bat?
Yeah, no, I mean, he was swinging well the first half this month, but it's going downhill. Now, I'm trying to bring some good vibes for our guy. Giants got some bats heating up. I don't know if you noticed, Bonte.
Oh, there we go. We need the fun theme song.
Not that guy.
He's not
that guy. It's Matt Chapman, it's Rafael Devers, it's Willie Adames.
Mm-hmm. It's Justin Verlander. That's who it is.
Elliot Ramos quietly hitting up. Hitting's contagious, Bonte. It started with Willie, and then it went to Devers, and then it went to Chapman. Ramos has got it. So the next progression, obviously, is Jung-Hoo Lee. So that's how it works. One guy gets hot, and next thing you know, you got 4, 5, 6 guys swinging hot sticks in this lineup heading into the trade deadline. So I got a lot of high hopes and expectations for the Giants over these next 6 games. It's a big stretch here.
Well, it's a big series against the New York Mets. The Metropolitans are in town. Huge series with Logan Webb and Robbie Ray on deck. The pitch against the New York Mets and Juan Soto or Francisco Lindor, who's hit a bit of a slump here. But Jung-Hoo Lee, that's what I need from Jung-Hoo Lee, loving this Pidoni. Take over the leadoff spot. Yep. They need a leadoff hitter so damn bad at table setter. Now, I'm not sure if Stephen Kwan will get traded from the Cleveland Guardians. I like Xavier Edwards in Miami. I think you can get him on the cheap. A guy who has a lot of speed, is a heads-up baseball player, bat nearly 300. They need a bona fide leadoff hitter, and I think that's where my disappointment goes when it comes to Jung-Hoo Lee. Mm-hmm. He hasn't taken that leadoff spot and grabbed it by the horns. And now, we talk about speed. He's got 6 stolen bases. 7 stolen bases on the season? I mean, come on, you're getting thrown out by Michael Conforto? You get thrown out at the plate?
Jeez.
Come on, man. Let's go, Jung-Hoo.
I know. I need to see more of that from him. And again, he has the swing to be a good contact-heavy leadoff hitter. If he can just go the other way, that would just be the final step for him to be that dynamic leadoff man. But yeah, no, big one. And Pete Alonso slumping too. Giants hopefully getting the Mets at a good time. Because unlike last week, and they got the Blue Jays at the worst time. Blue Jays they look like an indestructible force right now, though. But yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Well, Giants got to play better defense. They got to play. They got to clean up the defense. They got to clean up the base running. But it was good 2 wins, and Verlander getting his first win. Now you guys out there on the morning roast who are calling and saying, cut Verlander. Now you kind of need Verlander. Well, Burnsong back in Sacramento, and Roupp pitching well. If Verlander could be that 4 starter, giving you 5 innings, giving up only a run or 2, I'll take it out all day long, which is all I wanted. And I think he may get that. Good start against Atlanta after 35 pitch first inning with the bases loaded. He strands them. He goes 5 shutout. How about that, Spadoni? How about that, man? Turn it around here.
There you go. Well, I've always had Verlander's back. And Sam can attest to that. Chassis can't.
That's true. We haven't given up.
I've never
can't speak for others, though.
Well, we know. Well, I already told you. I got some custom-made flip-flops from Joe Shasky, the butcher. He don't know what side he's on. He said, dude, it's 162, not 2 games. It's 162.
On Monday, he was coming in saying, you know what, I'm not willing to give up on this team. And then Monday night happened. He walked in Tuesday morning. He's waving the white flag and completely given up. So that's just the week we've been having here. Really quick, Bonte, we're up against it. We got another chapter in the Kaminga crisis last night, albeit a small one there. I'm sure you saw what Anthony Slater on ESPN, not The Athletic. It took me a minute to find his article because I forgot that he was on ESPN now. I thought the most interesting thing there he said was, again, he kind of put out that no figures were exchanged prior to free agency, but it seems like we're in a situation here where Steve Kerr wants to try and bring Kaminga back and make this work, but Kaminga just has zero desire to come back and try this team again.
Well, I got clipped on my podcast, the Dubstop podcast. Subscribe to it, Monty Pool, NBC Sports Bay Area. Thanks for the plug, fellas. I appreciate that.
Of course.
I've been talking all season, like, where did this come from that he was offered $30 million? I just want to put this out there. If you're a player, let's try to make it make sense. If you're a player that is getting sporadic minutes, 20 to 25 minutes a game, and you know you don't have a true bona fide role on a basketball team, and the team offered you $30 million a year, offered you 5 for $150, why would the player not take that? Yeah. Knowing that I may not, like, it never made sense to me, and it was double confirmed multiple times, which is why I die on that hill that he wasn't really offered $30 million. They didn't get close to that, and so. The agent came out. I don't know if you guys saw the agent tweet, Kaminga's agent tweet out saying, yeah, we would never offer $30 million. Our camp is smarter than that because everybody's labeling JK as a dummy for not – he never was offered that. He would have took that money. He would have took that and then say, hey, trade me later. So JK is going to wait and see because, look, everybody gets on him. All the guy said was, I want to try to get a solidified role. I want starters minutes. I'm going to prove what I can do in this league. There's nothing wrong with that. Bet on yourself, kid. But it may not happen when they go to St. Louis. So now we're wait and see. I don't know how this is going to end, but it doesn't look pretty right now. And restricted free agency, it's a mess right now because of the new CBA. Josh Giddey, Cam Thomas, they're all waiting for money. I don't know if Kaminga's going to accept the qualifying offer, but right now it doesn't look good because Steve Kerr can't commit to giving them big-time minutes when you got Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph. So what are you going to do here? I don't know how this ends. I don't know how it looks. But the fact that it's dragged on this long can't be good for the Golden State Warriors.
It's like all the drama shifted from the 49ers to the Warriors this summer. It's a little bit different, right? Although, let's be honest, there's always drama with the Golden State Warriors. It really hasn't stopped under Joe Lacob, but that's okay. We're going to keep talking about them because we are the flagship. And yes, check out the Dubs Talk podcast with Monty Poole and Bonte Hill, NBC Sports. There you go. There's your plug that you deserved. And we're going to die not on that hill, on the Bonte Hill interview right now because we're up against it. Bonte, great stuff. We greatly appreciate it, man. Go have fun at training camp today.
Miss you, B.
I'm always having fun, man. I'm always having fun. Tell Zach Green to do some damn work back there. I feel sorry for you guys. You got pasta and Zach Green. I wonder everything's going to crap over there at 95.
Oh, that's on me. That's on me to get them ready, so I'll take the rap.
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced?
Oh, well, we know. You don't get anybody ready, love it. Well, let me just go.
Hey, they showed up on time today, though. That's the good plus.
Thanks, bro.
Later, buddy.
All right, guys.
There he goes. That's Bonte Hill, who joins us on the River Islands guest line each and every Friday at this time. He is down in Santa Clara for Niners training camp. We touched some Giants, touched some Kaminga talk, some Warriors talk, and on the other side, we'll put a bow on it before handing it off to Steiny and E-Dog in for Guru. It's going to be brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
With the fattest ass in all of professional sports.
Spadoni and Sam Lubman in for Shasky. One more segment here before handing it off to Steiny and Evan. We're just talking shop back there. Just, enjoying the Bonte Hill interview. If you missed any of that, Bonte Hill, NBC Sports own and host here at the station, joined us last segment, get the lay of the land at 49ers training camp. He's been there all 3 days this week, and I'm sure he's going to be at some of the padded practice starting next Monday. We've been talking a lot of Niners. We're talking a lot of Giants. And we've been talking some Warriors, and this just came across my timeline on X, if you want to call it that, Twitter, whatever.
I still call it Twitter.
Stephen Curry on retirement, and this is with the interview via Complex. And are they a magazine? Are they an outlet? I don't even know what they are.
They're a media entity.
They're a media entity, if you will. And this is the quote. It was on Bleacher Report. They posted it. On retirement, Stephen Curry, quote,
37 years old. He's thinking about it.
I'm not nowhere close to that.
Oh, I guess he's not thinking about it.
I'm not nowhere close to that. Is that like proper grammar? If country grammar? I don't.
Would that be like better to say not anywhere close to that?
I'm not nowhere close.
Or you could just say I'm nowhere close to that, right? You could just get rid of the not there. Anyways, that's good news.
So double that like a double negative. Like I'm not considering, not thinking about, not.
He's 37.
Doing
He's
it.
saying I'm not retiring anytime soon.
That's good.
So
he's got 2 years left on his deal. So I got to figure at least 2 more years before he's thinking about calling it quits for real.
So what are you saying? You thinking 40-year-old Steph? It's probably going to be his last hurrah. 40-year-old Stephen Curry.
I mean, I feel like he's said that he wants to play to 40. His trainer, Brandon Payne, he said that he could play to 40. And honestly, if he's still shooting the ball at age 40 and still able to move around and wants to chase around some 21-year-old kid for an entire night, sure. Steph, you could play as long as you have that right. You could play as long as you want to.
Speaking of Stephen Curry, they're giving away his bobblehead tomorrow, right? At the Giants-Mets game.
Very excited for that one.
Are you going to get that one, Sammy?
So I am going to be in the stands tomorrow night. So I'm going to be in the press box tonight, in the stands tomorrow night. And
you're a civilian tomorrow, as we call
civilian,
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I say go as a fan, but I always go as a fan. So yeah, I'm gonna be a civilian tomorrow, and yeah, I'm not optimistic that I'm getting one of those things. They only give out 15,000, obviously, and I'm not in the mood to line up outside the gate 3.5 hours prior just to get a bobblehead that we kind of saw what it looked like. Steven Risotto showed us a picture. They call it a Steph Curry bobblehead. It's a very liberal usage of the word Steph Curry, though.
I'm out.
When looking at this bobblehead, it does not really look like Steph Curry.
They actually posted it on MLB.com. If you go to the Giants page there, as score a Stephen Curry bobblehead on Saturday, July 26th, and you can actually see Stephen Curry there in his face. Yeah, it's a bobblehead.
There might be 2 different ones, I think.
Okay.
There might be a special event. That's the one that we saw, and it looked a little off. It did not look like Steph Curry. Didn't even look like his cousin. I mean, it just looked like a completely different person.
I'm looking at the one I think most people are going to get, and it's him leaning on a bat in shorts in a Giants jersey. That one looks pretty much like Stephen Curry. But again, it's a bobblehead. It's not going to be like for like the same. And if you don't want to put the eyes on there, just give him some sunglasses next time, and it'll be cool. But you got to put the eyes because you want to see it's Stephen Curry. So Steph's saying he's not retiring anytime soon, and he's got a bobblehead tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
It's still the summer.
Yeah,
of
the
Steph.
non-superhero one looks more like Steph, but I don't know, him just kind of chilling there with the on the bat, kind of just like it's a cane with his legs crossed there. I would have liked him in a Giants jersey shooting a 3, but again, that's semantics.
I'd be interested to ask the fans, what is like the one thing that you would like go to a game to get the free giveaway? Because a bobblehead's just not doing it for me.
Oh,
it's got to be something else, like special.
Last year when they had those Aloha shirts, and you've seen me wear those those were so cool.
Last year's? Okay.
Oh, yeah. No, last year when they had those, it was just like, I need to get those Aloha shirts. Honestly, this Jung-Hoo Lee jersey, the hooded sleeve jersey that I'm wearing, that was one where I first saw it come out. I'm like, I need to get that. That thing looks so cool. And it does. Like, I love this jersey. And once he starts hitting well, it'll be even cooler.
I think certain jerseys are pretty cool when they give away the jerseys because that some people, you know what, they and if it's a free giveaway, it's built in your ticket, they can't afford a separate jersey. So it's like if I'm a kid or something and I got that jersey I can grow into, and I have to spend some extra dough because, let's be honest, a new jersey is pretty freaking expensive. So if I'm a dad or I'm a mom, or we're balling on a budget, I like those replica jerseys. It doesn't, quite frankly, it doesn't even have to be a good player. Like the fact that you just got a jersey there, right, is pretty cool. But most of the time, they do it with players that are
the A's had some. I think the A's have always had some great giveaways over the years when they were at the Coliseum.
Yeah, give away their tickets.
They had there's that too. They had some great jerseys over time. They've given out the yellows a couple times. I think they gave out the yellow Stephen Votes one time.
I had a cool Sonny Gray. I think Mother's Day, like breast cancer awareness.
Ooh, that's a cool one.
Time. Yeah,
they gave out.
It was a gray jersey for Sonny Gray.
One of my friends has that's nice. One of my friends has one of like the 1910s throwback Philadelphia A's giveaway jersey. That one's pretty clean too. So what's the coolest giveaway you've ever gotten at a game?
That's a great question. 888-957-9570. I think the A's did the bullpen backpack once with like the unicorn on it.
That's really cool.
That was pretty cool.
The Giants, I remember they had it was a backpack. It was a catcher's gear backpack. So it was like it was a backpack you had to wear on the front, which was kind of lame.
There's also the Joe Panic backpack, which you still see around the ballpark.
I actually haven't seen. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye out for those. But this catcher one, it was like the catcher chest protector that you wear in front, and then it zips open, and that's the backpack. But you have to wear it on your front like you're a catcher, which, I'm okay on that.
Backpack.
One of the cooler ones I've gotten, and then I'll hear yours, was in 2015, I went to an A's Royals game. And they were giving away the Billy Butler Big Country Breakfast Cereal Bowl.
That's the name.
And that is one. 10 years later, I still use that bowl almost all the time. It's like it's a good mixing bowl, actually, for like when I want to make sauces or stuff like that. It's a big part of my cooking routine using the Billy Butler bowl.
When you're making country breakfast, little biscuits and gravy action.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, no, it's a great cereal bowl too.
There you go.
The Big Country Breakfast Billy Butler bowl, man, big on that one.
God, I love cereal so much. I could smash a bowl of cereal for every meal of the day.
I could smash a bowl too.
That's literally what I did growing up. And my mom would even say it. She's like, "Oh, you're hungry?" Like, mom was too tired to cook or something. Like, "Oh, we got cereal and we got milk. Go make yourself that." I was like, "All right." Yeah,
Dinner of champions.
There you go. I'm just looking at 2025 right here as the Stephen Curry bobbleheads a giveaway tomorrow. And 888-957-9570, the coolest giveaway you've ever gotten at a professional game. The Red Sox did their 75 replica jersey with the V-neck and the white top. Those are pretty cool. Jazz Chisholm had a basketball jersey giveaway this year for one of the Yankees games.
I got the Logan Webb basketball one.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, was it Kings?
No, it was Giants ones, but he probably asked that. I saw Sean Jelly wearing it around. I don't know if we're still talking about Sean Jelly that much, but he
contributed the other day. Got the effort.
Yeah, at 6'11", when you see him in the basketball jersey, it's like, yeah, that feels appropriate.
I'm looking at some right now. There's a lot of like mystery bobbleheads. Jose Altuve socks. I wonder if those are short or long. I would assume there may be no show.
They got to be pretty. Well, they're probably big on him, small on everyone else. Papusa Fiend in the YouTube chat says he got the Dwayne Kuiper only home run bobblehead. That's a good one. Is a pretty good cop, actually.
That's a good one.
Let's see. I got, the coolest bobblehead I got recently was Lamont Wade Jr. 100th splash hit bobblehead. That was one, like, because they had the little splash cannons in the back where you press the nozzle and it squirts. That was one of the more creative bobbleheads. I was saying before the show today, the Blue Jays, they got the Vlad Jr. dancing bobblehead, where instead of his head moves, it moves at the hips. So it's like his arms are up and he moves back and forth and he dances.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty creative too. You're starting to see other things bobble other than the head.
Well, I saw one that a lot of people were lining up to. I think it was Pittsburgh. They had the Mac Miller bobblehead giveaway. Ooh. And that thing right now, just because I just pull up like prices at, so just want to buy it. And I'm looking at like Mercari, I'm looking at eBay. You got it ranging from like $260, $270. Like everyone's looking for the Mac Miller bobblehead, obviously a Pittsburgh native. Rest in peace. Rapper from our era, back in like high school / college days. So Mac Miller bobblehead's pretty cool. That wasn't even the one they listed though on MLB.com. They had the Paul Skeens bobblehead this year, and I'm sure that's gonna be a big one.
Does that come with a Livy Dunn bobblehead?
It does not, Sam. It does not. But maybe if he becomes a Giant one day, they can get on that.
We still need the Kate Upton bobblehead in that sense, but I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Again, I'm looking at the YouTube chat here. Smooth like Butter has the Niners baseball jersey. Ooh. I guess that was a giveaway there. He says that's pretty good.
Oh, Diamondbacks are doing a Star Wars night in August 9th, and it's going to be Corbin Carroll as a Rebel pilot bobblehead. Ooh. That's up Sam's alley right there. He might have to go to that game.
How about 21 different bobbleheads for the Dodgers this season?
What?
21.
The Dodgers actually have had some really cool ones this
Shohei
year.
had the over on that one.
They had a One Piece giveaway, and if you're into One Piece, it's a Japanese manga that's been going on for like 28 years, but it's also a really big show, anime. And they gave away the straw hats, right? The pirate hats, which were pretty cool. And you know what the Dodgers do that the Giants can take a page out of? Do it for everyone. The giveways for
they used to.
I know.
And which pisses me off. The next time we have Larry Bear on, I'm absolutely going to have Joe Shasky ask that question. Because I feel like Shasky get away with that, asking that question.
They did list on the MLB.com the Giants Stephen Curry bobblehead was their coolest giveaway. That's what they have listed here. Fernando Tatis, did you mention the bat flip bobblehead?
That was pretty cool. Flipping the bat that spins. That one was another really cool one there. So yeah, bobblehead technology. It's come a long way here. Before we get out of here, Spadoni, you sent something to us about Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, did I?
That sparked some conversation here. I want to get into because I think there's some thoughts to be had on what Scotty Scheffler said in this piece of sound that you're about to play for us.
Scotty Scheffler, obviously 4-time major champion when it comes to golf, the best golfer in the world right now. And some say he might be the heir apparent to one Tiger Woods to kind of reach that next plateau and separate himself from the Koepkas, from the McIlroys, although both of those guys have 5 majors respectively. So Scheffler can get there, surpass them, we shall see. But he just won the Open, or as we like to call it in the States, the British Open. So he's got there. He only is missing the U.S. Open, Sam. So he's won the Masters, he's won the PGA, and now he's gotten the Open. He's just missing the U.S. Open if we're talking about the Big Four. He's also won what we call the unofficial 5th major, the Players. He does have that as well. But Scotty Scheffler was caught on a hot mic, as some of us it happens, and it can be good or bad, the hot mic. Tom Brenneman on line 1. But in this case, they were just following him around, and his you're on the course for 5-6 hours sometimes, just walking around doing your own thing. You don't have a cart, and you're eating, you're snacking, and you're doing things out there that may or may not get picked up on a hot mic. One of them might be a fart, and it was picked up, and we didn't know if it was, and it was confirmed from Scotty himself when he sat down with Big Cat and PFT commenter on Barstool, and he confirmed the fart heard around the world.
At the Open, I'm trying to remember what hole it was. I think it was the 17th. Did you fart? Oh.
Yeah, that was me.
Was it? Actually?
Oh, yeah, that was me.
That's awesome. Was that just a complete accident?
You're out there for like 6 hours. Like you're eating some different food over there. Some stuff's gonna happen. Like,
did you know that it was that loud?
No, you never know when the boom mic's there. You never know what they're gonna pick up.
Shout out Scotty Scheffler for not even caring, by the way. It's like, yeah, I don't like, what do you want?
No, honestly, I respect him for doing this, Shasky. Here's the thing. Or Spadoni, I'm sorry, I just called you Shasky. Well, no, because I'm about to talk about Shasky.
Wow,
I'm about to mention Shasky, because Shasky did something a few months ago that really irritated me. So what Scheffler did there is he owned up to his fart. That's what you do. Own up to your gas passing. I own up to my gas passing. If I'm going to fire one off and someone calls me out, I'm like, yeah, that was me. I do not deny what I supply. But there's a few months ago, after our knockout tournament, we were on the way to our knockout tournament.
I remember this.
In Shasky's Ford Maverick, it was you, me, Shasky, and our sales guy, Ethan Milner. And we're in this car, and it's been brought up numerous times already, but something started to stink to high heaven. And immediately Shasky points at me and says, Lubman, that was you. And I denied it because I did not supply it. See, I will own up to it. If it was me, I would have.
Villain origin story, by the way. Sam's never going to forget this.
And so, no, I was really irritated by that because, no, I will not deny that I farted. I will own up to it. And the fact that he still thinks to this day that it was me when I know for a fact it was him because based on how the smell traveled throughout the car, it was absolutely him. But, yeah, I took exception to that. So, yeah, own up to your farts. It's okay. And I respect Scotty Scheffler for doing that.
Who's done that in the past?
3 career farts in my 12 years on air.
So there you go. Scotty Scheffler, he's got 2 more.
There you go. And you know what? That's fine. Just own it. Everyone does it. All right. Yes. Girls included. Yes. Spoiler alert.
Girls fart too.
They do.
That's how you know when your girl is farting in front of you. Oh, you're in. Like you're set.
I hope Matt Nahigan's tuning into this segment right now.
This is the only part of the day. He only heard me talking about farts, and that's the only thing he's to take away from this show.
There you go. 888-957-9570. Worst place to do it? I don't think it's on the golf course. Has it ever happened if you're sitting at a funeral or something? And it's just
like in the hospital waiting for some important news.
It's literally dead quiet. And it's just, oh boy. Oh, the flush. I missed the flush. I miss flushing callers. That was fun. By the way, catch the latest episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Sam Lubman,
speaking of farts,
and Steven Risotto react to the Giants' recent road trip, as well as a huge 6-game homestand coming up. And Steven explains why the win now Giants should be looking to add more talent at the trade deadline. Be sure to subscribe as well. You want to do it? Fast five? You want to do that? You ready? Oh, you pulled a Carter on me. You weren't ready. That's tough, scene. That's
just help to ease down the green.
One more time.
Just help to ease down the green.
Oh, we need to save the actual just fart sound. That is a drop in its own right there.
That's pretty good. Oh.
Big summer blowout.
I don't care how old you get. I don't care if you're 5, 6, 7, 8. You could be 75. You could be 99. For a guy, farts will always be funny. I don't care.
Farts are funny.
It is. It doesn't matter the culture.
Hey, I'm smiling right now.
It doesn't matter. We are childish, and we don't care. And it's Fast Five, and it's time for your final thoughts of the show. And it's been a good one. It's been flying by, and it's a Friday. It's a non-payday Friday, Sam, but I'm excited nonetheless. A lot of action tonight in the Bay. Valkyries and Giants included. I'll be at Oracle. Check that. I will not be at Oracle.
Chase. Yeah.
I'll be at Chase. I'm getting them confused because I'm thinking about the Warriors playing at Oracle Arena still, but it's Chase Center, which I will be at for the Valkyries taking on the Wings. You're going to be at Oracle Park to watch the Mets and the Giants.
Yep, and the Mets, I guess they just acquired Gregory Soto for their bullpen, so they have 2 Sotos now. Sotos, I guess you can call them. But no, my final thought is this is a big one for the Giants, and I am feeling a little optimistic about this team right now. The guys are hitting when you need them to. Devers getting hot. Chapman's getting hot. Adames has been hot. Ramos is coming around. You got your 2 aces on the hill this weekend. I'm expecting at minimum 2 of 3 from the Mets this weekend. Sweep the Pirates. You'll be 59-50 at that point going into deadline day. Giants, again, little MLB trade rumors notification popped up just before this segment. Buster Posey's looking to get rotation help, so reinforcements could be on the way here. So Giants, let's take advantage of this homestand here and put a stamp on the end of this month and set things up for a great finish to the season.
If they get a Joe Ryan type of a pitcher, that would be massive. Because I do think Landon Roupp is for real this season. They're going to be careful with him, as you should. But I mean, we're almost to August, and the guy's been pretty freaking good. I think we can remove the training wheels when we discuss him. Now, as this goes on and as it progresses, I'm not mad if they're going to go, hey, you're hovering around 90 here, 5 innings. That's fine. That being said, got to make sure the bullpen is also up to snuff too. And I wouldn't hate if they added around those fringes, even though they've been tremendous this season, Sam. I'm not counting on Eric Miller going to be coming back and being that dude. Got to be very
I'll believe
careful
that when I see it.
Exactly. So let's add some lefties together. Joey Lucchese's been a nice story. Add to that if you can. That would be massive. Steven Risotto, what do you got?
Yeah, so we were talking about favorite giveaways earlier in the show a few minutes ago. One of the ones that I have that is one of my favorites from a Giants game is, because just backstory here, I like stuff that's warm. One of the best giveaways that I've gotten is the 2 flaps down. Jeffrey Leonard, 2 flaps down, a little beanie hat thing.
Oh, that's a good one.
That looks like you wear in the snow. That is my favorite. It's evergreen. You could wear it anytime, not even at Giants games. Anything that's warm. Like they used to give away panda hats too, I think when Pablo was at his best.
I realized I could make money off of them.
Yeah, so anything warm is good enough for me. The puffer vest this year was pretty good too.
Oh, you got the puffer vest?
I did not get it, but I wanted to get it.
I wanted to get it so bad. I may have blown off someone's birthday to try and get that vest.
And you still didn't get it?
I still didn't get it.
Wow, that's a flag on you for that one.
Not one of my prouder moments.
No, you literally skipped a birthday for a vest.
Well, no, I was also going to cover the game too. There was work-related things too.
Please. So that's really what it was.
Well, I said it.
You lied.
I've said my piece.
Just say you had
No,
work.
there were 2 reasons why I blew off the birthday. One was probably more appropriate than the other.
Okay, fair enough.
It's okay. I made it up to her, so we're good.
Zach Green, ladies and gentlemen, Indiana's finest. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, Indiana, the football program better than the basketball program.
Dude, you got Curtis Works, #1 fan back there.
I mean, Trace Jackson Davis is your boy, Zach. I know that. You guys are tight. You've interviewed him.
Yep.
Are you expecting big things from TJD this upcoming year? Huh?
I don't know about TJD, but I mean, the Indiana football program I think could be legit now. I'm talking like 9 or 10 wins. We got Penn State, Oregon, and then I believe we play Iowa. So those are kind of like the three games. But we adapted like a SEC kind of model where your first 3 games are just you're playing like FCS schools. Like our first game's against Old Dominion. So,
or as my dad calls them, Turkey Tech University.
Yeah, Turkey Tech. But as far as my Fast Five here, guys, this is something that's been bugging me. So I've got some pretty good experience covering press conferences now, all the way back, at Indiana, Valkyries, and then like OTAs and training camp here.
Big time.
Anyways, so the Niners do something that is bugging me. So during the press conferences, they don't have someone pick on someone to ask a question. There, it's just a shouting match.
It's a free-for-all.
That's what's like in baseball too.
And it's just like people are talking over each other. There'll be 3 people talking at the same time, and it kind of like the players are like, they don't know where to look or whose question to answer. So that's just something. It's like, can't you just pick on someone? I don't know.
No, Zach, you need to stick your nose in there and say, you know what? I'm asking this question. I'm Zach Green, 95.7 The Game, and this is what we're doing, baby. And it's so football.
You can stop asking that question.
It's so football, too, because it's just like Mad Max Thunderdome, baby. Just get in there.
Exactly. Zach, just get in there, ask the question. Don't wait in line. You don't need to do that. Some people think you do. You don't need to do that.
And that was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. My final thought today is, come say what's up if you see me at the Valkyries game tonight. I'm going to be there at Ball Hall. The Evan Giddings Show is next, featuring Steiny and Guru, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Just help to ease down.
All right, good morning, everyone. A little bit of a switcheroo here on a Friday. Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz, but you've been kind enough to switch seats with me, Steiny, and I think I understand why. Because I can't, first of all, mic's up. The first thing you got to do is always check in with your partner in the morning. So we get in about 8:15, 8:30, and you say, I got some victory laps to take today. And I want to ask you, where do you want to start, Steiny?
Well, I don't need to start with the victory laps. They'll come naturally over the course of the show, I'm sure. I will say this, though. You know, there's some Jonathan Kaminga stuff out there, new stuff. And this isn't a hot take. This is just my opinion. I think this thing's turned acrimonious. And if you don't know what that means, TG on the YouTube chat, go look it up. All right, TG, your mouth. No, I just putting together some pieces. What else are you led to believe other than there's not a lot of trust between these two parties? And I mean, what do we have to see before we realize he doesn't want to play here? And I'm starting to think he doesn't want to play here whether he makes $10, $20, or $28 million a year or $30.
I mean, that's what I gleaned from everything we heard in the last 24 hours, not just from his agent, but then, I mean, I would say that the latest development from Anthony Slater, now of ESPN, kind of corroborating what Shams Charania said yesterday on NBA Today, which is, look, he's not interested in signing right now.
Right.
But you took it a step further. Because I'm with you. I don't think he wants to sign here at all. I think he wants to play for another team. Now, if he signs and then they trade him, that's one way to get out of it. But I think it's becoming increasingly clear that Jonathan Kaminga has no interest, if he gets his way, in wearing a Golden State Warriors uniform ever again.
Yeah, listen to this. Because there was also a story in The Athletic by Fred Katz that had an incredible, very informative poll that he took of a bunch of front office people about what he thought or what they think a fair contract is for Kaminga. We can certainly get into that. But, it's a definitive statement from Slater. Kaminga is in no rush to sign the latest contract offers from the Warriors. And also in the story before that, he says the Warriors delivered what they believe to be a fair offer. But Kaminga is in no rush to sign the latest contract offers from the Warriors. I mean, Slater basically said that the sides reconvened, sometime in the last week, and that the Warriors were, how do I want to put it, would come in with a new approach maybe, or a different mindset. And regardless of what happened, Kaminga's still working out in Miami and apparently in no rush to sign a contract extension with the Warriors. And I'm starting to wonder if it's at any price he doesn't want to be here.
Well, and this is what it's turning into. We could put the rat on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. This is turning into a lose-lose situation. The Warriors are, if you want to call it, mismanaging an asset because they haven't figured out what to do with this guy on or off the court, it feels like, for 4 seasons. And I think by the day, Kaminga is costing himself money, or has, over the course of the last, really since these contract negotiations started last summer. Both sides are, I don't think, happy with the other. Could they make it work in a potential, future? Perhaps, but nobody's going to be happy about that. I mean, to me, the Warriors are staring at a situation now where they feel like they're offering something fair because they need an asset. And Jonathan Kaminga doesn't want to be just an asset.
Right.
He wants a new team. I think he wants a fresh start. He wants a place where he can play, where he's going to get opportunity. All things that I believe he feels like, in one way, shape, or form, he should have gotten over the last 4 seasons. And what the Warriors are trying to, in my mind, impart on him is patience is going to get you where you want to go. And I completely understand from his side, from Kaminga's side, him saying, dude, I've been patient for 4 years. I've been patient since the moment I got drafted to a team I had no chance to play for. I'm watching all these guys around me get paid. Jalen Green, 3 for 105. Franz Wagner, 5 for over 200. All these guys in my draft class who I think that I'm as good, if not better than, get me out of here. I mean, to me, the last 24 hours have been a plea from Kaminga's camp in some way, shape, or form to get the Warriors to trade him.
So here's where it stands right now. Kaminga has a $7.9 million qualifying offer on the table, and it's allowing the Warriors to retain his rights. On, October 1st? October 1st.
Yes, that's the date.
That's the date where one of two things has to happen. He's either gonna sign that, or he's gonna sign another kind of contract for more years, or he's not going to play, essentially. And so I think what we're seeing right now, if you're a Seinfeld fan, is we're seeing Costanza and his in-laws' family. They're driving to the end of Long Island right now. They're driving to the end of the Hamptons where the solarium's supposed to be, and both sides are ready to just ride it out until they get to a point where they can't ride it out anymore.
Oh, and this is from the Boxer and Gruesome Work Injury Attorneys text line. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in with Steiny. Duh, from the 415. Duh. Why would JK want to stay with the team? I don't know. I don't think that he does. And that's really where we've gotten to. At this point, I think I've kind of gone back and forth this summer, feeling like this relationship was potentially salvageable. You know, if there was a bit of patience on both sides, if the Warriors were able to provide a compromising contract, some sort of money to keep him happy, a 3-year deal. And we'll get into the Fred Katz article, who polled 16 executives across the NBA to get an idea of just what Kaminga's value really is across the NBA. But the Warriors, I just think that they've misread this player. I legitimately believe that Kaminga is going to do whatever he can at this point to get himself away from this team, because there's no opportunity for him here, or at least he doesn't feel that way. And Steiny, it has to come to a head at some point, but the longer this draws out, the more I almost feel like Kaminga is kind of keeping the Warriors hostage in a sense, because that's the only card he has to play.
Yeah.
And hostage from making other moves this summer. Obviously, they're the only NBA team that hasn't done anything.
Right. And on the other side, we'll definitely get into some of the numbers that a lot of executives threw out there for Kaminga. There were a lot of ideas. So basically what happened was, in The Athletic, writer Fred Katz, he took a poll of 16 front office people around the league about what they think is a fair contract. By the way, was that story up when we did our show yesterday?
No, so the Slater article...
Because you asked that question, and then today there's a story about it.
Well, it wasn't up yesterday.
Right.
Great minds think alike. But the Slater article dropped right at 2 o'clock when our show ended, so we haven't had a chance to review it. And then the Fred Katz article came out this morning.
Yeah.
So we're going to get into that all day. And again, look, I know that it's coming and it's another day, but there are new developments, and I just feel like it's coming to a head. It's been 25 days since free agency has started. The Warriors have done nothing. And after 3 weeks, I think Kaminga's camp is trying to push the envelope. Clearly, they weren't able to get anything done in face-to-face interactions in Las Vegas during Summer League. The Warriors were optimistic about their offers. They felt like they had something fair on the table. And whether it's fair, whether they undervalued him, they cut something low, they put together a low ball offer, I'm starting to feel like, Steiny, it doesn't matter what the number is at this point, that Kaminga wants to go. And it's becoming, I feel like, clear that for both sides, that's inevitably what has to happen.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be a know-it-all here, but the one thing, too, that I find interesting is there's a story on ESPN. There was Shams' report, then there was a story from Slater, then there was a story in The Athletic, And that's not a coincidence that in a span of a day, there's this news that's generated about Kaminga, which is another aspect of where we're at.
And where are you at? Where are the fans at? At 888-957-9570. We're going to continue to break this down as we roll along. Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings. Paige Becker's in the house. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in with Matt Steinmetz. That segment sponsored by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, switching spots with Steiny today. You're in a good mood, and I can tell by...
Of course.
by the fact that you're a little urgent.
I'm a little what?
Urgent.
What does that mean?
Well, you're playing with a sense of urgency today. It feels like you instead of just kind of easing your way into the game, like you're taking it. And I don't know if it's the switch up, but I can tell you got a little extra pep in your step today.
Yeah, I do. I think there's a lot going on. Obviously, a lot going on with Kaminga. We got the Mets in town.
We do.
Big series for the Giants. Trade deadline less than a week away. And then lastly, I've been giving a lot of thought to the Niners, and they are in a fascinating position. And we'll get into all that. And I just got a lot of thoughts today. I really do.
Yeah, Second day of training camp in the books. Got some Robert Saleh sound that I think is pretty revealing about the state of their defense. We'll get to that in a bit. And 6 days away from the MLB trade deadline. And the Giants obviously have a big series. They get the Mets 6 times in the next 10 days, beginning tonight. So a lot on the horizon. But what we are starting with today is Jonathan Kaminga after some of the latest developments. Yesterday, Anthony Slater of ESPN writes, General Manager Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors front office showed an extra level of motivation this week in conversations with Kaminga's agent, delivering what they believe to be a fair offer to bring Kaminga back for a 5th season despite their rocky 4-year partnership. But Kaminga hasn't found anything that presented appealing, that was appealing, he said. So drawn-out negotiations remain motionless. They basically have until October 1st, the qualifying offer deadline for Kaminga to opt in for 7.9. That would make him, essentially a non-trade candidate. You would have a no-trade clause in that situation, could determine where he goes, and could set himself up for unrestricted free agency if that's what he chooses. Then, today, Fred Katz of The Athletic polled 16 executives in rival front offices, asking them what they believe is a fair contract offer for Kaminga. And I found this interesting. So yesterday we were talking about, what do you think is a fair contract offer? It was offered up by our YouTube chat, our great listeners. And I think yesterday I said 3 for 54, and your offer was
4 for 62.
4 for 62.
The N'Keal Alexander-Walker deal.
Yep. Yeah. So, but I think we're both on with $18 million a year, essentially. So the answers ranged in Fred Katz's poll from 17 to 25 million in average annual value. So the median value about 20 million. People think across the league that Jonathan Kaminga is a $20 million player.
Right. Yep.
I think he's fine taking that money, but as long as it gets him out of Golden State. And that's where I think this is kind of tricky.
I tend to agree with you. So, 16 executives were asked to not only talk about what they thought was a fair contract for Kaminga, but also they talked about the options and maybe some of the fallout with what ends up happening with the situation. But the way I look at it is if Fred Katz on The Athletic talked to 16 front office people, and of all, they all had different amount of years. Like some GMs probably know Kaminga doesn't want to be there, so they suggested a 2-year contract. That's some money. Others suggested 3. Others suggested 4. But for the sake of this argument, everybody came in between 17 and 25. Okay, so I think it's fair, and tell me if you think this is an assumption too far, but I feel like if 16 teams are saying to Kaminga, and they're not, 16 teams told this guy 17 to 25, I got to believe the Warriors have offered at least 17 a year. And he is in no hurry to sign that. Why not? I think it might be becoming more because he doesn't want to be here than the money itself. Because his agent has to know, let's say the Warriors, I don't know, they were building off the mid-level, and that's where he was like, no. And then this week came up and they upped it to 17, 18, or 19 million, something like that. Well, if he by turning that down, he knows there's no other offer out there from another team. So under that scenario, he's saying to the Warriors, I'm not signing that. I'm just not signing it. And, we move on until August.
Well, that's why I'm starting to get the feeling that I don't think Kaminga even wants to stick it out for 6 months. And the Warriors don't want to bring him back for nothing because they need him as an asset. And he's saying, dude, come training camp, I don't want to be going back to Hawaii with the Warriors. I don't want to play for this team any longer. That's really what I sort of gleaned from the last 24 hours is he wants out. And even if there's an under the table or this like handshake agreement that so they would be eligible to trade him in 6 months, January, and then obviously before the mid-February deadline. He doesn't even want to wait that long. I mean, he wants to start a new chapter of his professional playing career somewhere else starting mid-October of 2025. And he knows that if he signs that deal, that more team-friendly deal, let's say it's at 17, then the Warriors are not going to be able to get something for him that's worth and he sees that as, well, then I'm just going to be stuck again.
Right.
And I think that he wants a fresh start more than he wants money. And that's where this is kind of tricky for the Warriors because Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard added today, one of the reasons why the Warriors are trying to retain Kaminga is they think they still have an outside shot at someone like Giannis Antetokounmpo. And the one thing the Warriors don't have, which Katz's article outlines as well, they don't have any contracts between essentially $12 million and $60 million. Draymond Green's contract would be the most numerically tradable, but they don't seem like they want to get off him.
Right.
So between the max slots they have in Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and Moses Moody, there is nothing that they can use to aggregate to go out and get someone to help this team. I mean, that's one of the reasons why, as much as I understood why they traded or got off of Chris Paul's deal, right? They had that option to basically move him last summer. Mm-hmm. I never understood why they didn't try to keep the slot. And it was financial. I realized they had to get out of an apron and they wanted to reset their books. But now they're looking at a place 365 days later where they need another $30 million slot. And Kaminga's the only player that has any chance to basically fill it.
Yeah, I mean, I would think 30's on the high side. They
25, but that sort of range,
20 to 30ish, maybe something like that. But I hear you. This is from Austin on the YouTube chat. Why would he take $17 million a year? All it takes is one team to pay him $25. JK will play for any team. The problem is if there's a team out there, Austin, willing to pay him $25, that's still only half the battle. The other half of the battle is not only does a team have to see, it's kind of like the Aiyuk thing when you wanted to trade for him. Not only does a team need to like Kaminga, they then need to pay Kaminga, and then they need to give up assets for Kaminga. And that's a lot of things for a team that I mean, you better be really in love with a guy to do that. And that's where the difficulty comes in. There's another, that's great that there might be another team out there that wants to give him 25, but the other part of it is, well, what are they going to give the Warriors?
Nothing, or not much.
Exactly.
And again, the Warriors have set this price tag of a young player and a first-round pick. And I think they might be able to get one or the other, but I don't see, to your point, I don't see any team being willing to offer both for a player that they have to then commit to that, again, according to 16 rival executives, nobody knows his value. It is such a wide range right now between 17 and 25. There's 10 people that feel like it should be a 3-year contract. There are 4 people that believe it should be a 2-year contract. There's one person who even thinks that Kaminga is worth 5 years for $125 million, similar to the Jaden McDaniels deal with Minnesota. There is such a varying level of evaluation of this player across the league that it makes things so difficult right now to do, in addition to a frozen restricted free agency market. So what I see is this thing continuing to linger on to the point where one side is going to have to call the other's bluff. Either the Warriors are going to have to just give in and trade him and essentially take a low ball offer this summer, or Kaminga is going to have to be willing to sign the qualifying offer to get what he wants, which is eventually to get out of here.
Right.
The one thing that I find problematic about that is if JK legitimately sees that as his only path to leaving the Warriors, number one, he's still going to have to be on the team next year. And number two, he's going to have to play hard. Because even if you get to free agency, you need your value to be higher than it is right now. So I just feel like these two are at a stalemate in which they're not happy with basically the other's ideology of what should happen.
Yeah, and I always get a kick out of the idea that one side or one player is going to do anybody else or the other side any favors. That's not the way negotiating works. And now I've seen this 2 or 3 times where, and I've read it, the Warriors want a first-round pick. That's a joke. Like, they're not going to get a first-round pick, I don't believe. And so
there is an unprotected first-round pick.
Sure, yeah, unprotected.
An unprotected
first-round pick.
Well, like, the Suns don't even have a pick to offer.
Exactly.
The Kings are the only team that's been in talks with the Warriors that has put a protected first-rounder on the table.
Right, exactly. And so, if the Warriors are saying, well, we're not entertaining any trade without an unprotected first, well, this thing's going to go to October 1st, unless Kaminga wants to sign a deal on October 1st that he won't sign today, assuming it's still there. I mean, this has put both Kaminga and the Warriors in a tricky spot, in a real tricky spot, because you're right. I mean, people out there say, well, he's not going to play on the qualifying offer. He won't play on the qualifying offer, and that makes sense. I tend to believe that too. But if he doesn't want to be here, and his last offer from the Warriors is 3 years, $50 million, what's he going to do? He can either play on the 8 or he can take the Warriors 3 for 50, 3 for 60. But then he's stuck here. Then he could be stuck here. And if I'm Jonathan Kaminga, and if the one thing I know is I'd like to be somewhere else, then I can't sign a contract here longer than 1 year.
And that's why it feels like it's becoming a lose-lose, because Kaminga's in no rush to accept the Warriors' offer. The Warriors are in no rush to up their offer, it feels like. And every day that we move on, July 26th, 27th, August 1st, towards October 1st, I'm feeling like Steiny, every single day, Kaminga loses money, and we also get closer to the Warriors just cutting bait and trading him to get whatever they can. And that's why it's a lose-lose, because I don't get the sense that Kaminga wants to come back, and I don't get the sense that the Warriors are willing to take a low ball offer. But eventually one side is going to have to give in, and I don't know which side it's going to be. But all I know is that I don't see either side. I don't see both sides being happy come October 1st with whatever the resolution is.
Well, and let's take a team like Phoenix, who's said to be very interested. Okay, they're not winning a title this year, all right? So if you're Phoenix and you're talking to Dunleavy and you're saying, no, we like Jonathan. We'd love to have him here. But we can't give you, we're not, we can't give you, or you're asking for something that we just can't give you. Well, a team like the Suns is going to say, okay, fine. We'll wait till next offseason. Because if he signs the qualifying offer, then he's just a free agent next year, and we'll go get him if we like the price. Okay, but if you're Phoenix, then you say, well, he's probably not going to take the qualifying offer, or probably not going to play under that. All right? But he's not signing the Warriors deal either.
Well, and that's what, like, the Suns are betting against or gambling against the Kings. I mean, those are the two teams that are interested in JK right now, and that also it feels like he has an interest in joining. The Kings, I'm not necessarily sure why, because I don't think he would start for that team, but maybe he gets more of an opportunity. The Suns, meanwhile, I think that's the team that he wants to get to. I think that's the team that he sees himself having the most opportunity to blossom into whatever he believes his capabilities are.
Yeah, and I would suggest if listeners have The Athletic to go look at this Fred Katz story, because it is really, I really think there was great information in there. And the one thing that, just to give you guys context, playing under the qualifying offer. If Jonathan Kaminga doesn't like the deals he's getting, in theory, he could play this year for $8 million.
Yep.
And that would give him essentially a no-trade clause. Now, what that really means is Kaminga could veto a trade if the Warriors had something for him with a team he didn't want to go to. If he plays on the $8 million, then he can decide where he goes if the Warriors decide to trade him this year. Okay, so playing on the qualifying offer is a gamble, but it has been done. And Fred Katz's article, Ben Gordon did this. Ben Gordon was with the
Bulls.
The Bulls. He played under the qualifying offer, had a good year, and ended up being fine, making a pretty big number the following year. On the flip side, there's Nerlens Noel, who turned down a deal. Go ahead, you know more about the Noel deal.
Well, Noel was traded to Dallas from his original location and felt like he was, better than what they were offering him. I think it was like a 4 for $72 type of deal. Anyways, he chose the qualifying offer, got hurt that year, and he kind of bounced around, and the latter stages of his career were mostly injury plagued, but he lost himself a lot of money. So there's examples of this working out and this not working out. The reason why I think that Kaminga is closer to Noel is Ben Gordon was a featured player on the Bulls. Ben Gordon was more of a proven commodity who had helped them in playoff series. I think they got to the second round even, and they lost in 7 games to the Boston Celtics. He might have even had a 50-point postseason game, Ben Gordon. That guy was really good. And then he got a $5 for $50 million offer from the Pistons, took it, made his money. So there's examples of it working out and betting on yourself, but Kaminga does not have the opportunity to prove, I think, on the Warriors that he's worth the contract that he would chase in free agency. And that's another reason why I don't think he wants to be here. Is I believe he'd bet on himself. If this was another situation and he had the chance to spread his wings, so to speak, I think he would sign the qualifying offer. But if he signs the qualifying offer, he's signing up to be a 6th man. And that's not typically a position, number one, where you get paid a whole lot of money, unless you're a great one like Naz Reid. And it's certainly not a place that he wants to be. He does not want to be a bench player. He wants to be featured. He wants the opportunity to prove that he can basically orchestrate an offense. And the 2 locations I think that are best suited for him are the ones that have called. It's just Sacramento and Phoenix. And he's trying to figure out how to get there.
Yeah, I think we're at the time where, look, it's obvious. This isn't good. And whatever ends up happening, I think is going to be disappointing. But there are degrees of bad that could happen right now. And if we talk about this is why I do agree that him playing on the qualifying offer, $7.9 million, is unrealistic, because that's a big gamble for both. That is a big gamble for Kaminga, and it's actually a big gamble for the Warriors. If for Noah, it's trouble for the Warriors, because then they're looking at losing an asset for nothing, and they can also then Kaminga puts himself at the mercy of the Warriors in a free agent year, and it isn't even a matter of trying to keep his value down. It's a matter of Steve Kerr's not crazy about him. So, like, Kaminga was, even if he had great intentions of, fine, I'll play on the 8 and I'll go show everybody. Well, he might not get a chance. Like, he might not. So that's a risk. it's a risk for both teams.
Well, look, in the words of one of the executives who was quoted in Fred Katz's article this morning, if Kaminga takes the qualifying offer, quote, the Warriors are bleeped from a team-building standpoint. So the Warriors cannot afford to let him sign the qualifying offer. And that's the only card he has to play. That's why I think the last 24 hours have not been coincidental. It's because it's dragged out for 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. Everybody has assumed that the Warriors have all the leverage, and to some extent they do. But the only thing that he can hold over them is the threat of signing the qualifying offer.
Right.
I don't think that it would be wise of him to do it, but the Warriors cannot let him do that. That's why they're incentivized at this point, I think, to start trying to figure out how we can orchestrate a sign and trade, because this player does not want to come back. I think he poses more potential problems than solutions if he's on the team next year, just because he's clearly, I don't think he's going to be bought in. And the Warriors cannot afford to let their only asset of any value at this point walk for nothing. And that I also don't think the Warriors have shown themselves to be a franchise that operates like that. I mean, when they get a chance to trade somebody, they generally do it.
It's interesting because when we talk about leverage, I'm with everybody. The Warriors have most of the leverage here, but it doesn't mean Kaminga's without any leverage. Kaminga's leverage is he can make things really uncomfortable for the Warriors. If Jonathan Kaminga says to the Warriors, no, I'm not signing any contract with you guys. Okay, Jonathan, how about we'll give you, fine then, we'll give you $35 million a year. Well, they're not going to do that. So if Jonathan Kaminga has made it clear to the Warriors that he does not want to be here, he will not sign any multi-year extension, then the Warriors then what do they do? What do they do? If it's not about money, he just doesn't want to be here. Then they've got to go out and try to find the best deal possible, but they won't have any leverage because the other team knows he doesn't want to play for the Warriors. That's why restricted free agency it's always been such a bad deal for the player. And we're seeing it with these four guys this year.
And I think it's an astute point from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Don't you think that any team interested in JK knows he's not going to make them a contender this year? So why give up the assets? Just wait until he's a free agent next year. JK's okay with that. He's 23. He knows he has 2 or 3 more big deals left, barring injury. Yeah, I wouldn't give up anything for Kaminga. I wouldn't. If I'm looking at this player and I like him, I have no incentive to offer the Golden State Warriors anything worth value right now, and that's why we're at an impasse. But how do people feel about it? After hearing the news, and we'll reset on the other side, of what Anthony Slater is saying Kaminga's camp is telling us, what Fred Katz is telling us the league thinks about Kaminga. How are you feeling about the situation right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson alongside Matt Steinmetz. That segment sponsored by the Honda of Vallejo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Matt Steinmetz with you here as well, talking about the latest development with Jonathan Kaminga. Yes, it's still a stalemate, but details are leaking out from now Kaminga's side of things, as well as the Warriors. Both sides they haven't put their cards on the table, Steiny, but I think we're finally getting to some place of understanding of where both sides are coming from, as opposed to just kind of speculating, questioning, wondering. And this is from our YouTube chat, Atco Pest Control, asking about some of the details from Steve Kerr and maybe what his role in this is. This is also from Slater's article, VSBN. What they basically tried to pitch, the Warriors, is that Kaminga would be a significant part of the Warriors' rotation to open next season, and they'd need his supplementary scoring on nights when Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler rest. That's something Steve Kerr has told Kaminga in recent weeks. Kerr has been one of the leading voices trying to patch things together, sources said. I mean, I kind of think that's the root of Kaminga's problem, is really his relationship with the coach. Now, I think they probably like each other as people, but I do not think that DMPs in the most important games of the season are something that I don't know if he can ever really get over. Like, in terms of trying to mend things, that's a clear message from Kerr.
Well, and let's just take things at face value. Jonathan Kaminga said he wants to be the guy, or a guy, part of something, a core. He wants to be relied upon. Read that sentence again, if you don't mind.
The last one?
Yeah.
So, Kaminga's role in the rotation, supplementary scoring on nights that Steph and Jimmy have to rest.
Right. And this is where...
That's what he's told him.
Right. And you're right. This is where I try to look at how both sides would be thinking. And I think Jonathan Kaminga would say, hit the pike. Like no. I've heard that for 4 years. And this is where he is right. Like, they can tell him he'll get more of an opportunity, but in fairness to him, he has no obligation to believe him, and I'll acknowledge that from his side. You know, just we're gonna have you in the rotation early, and then obviously we're gonna need you. And they're also, I guarantee you, and this would. I'm sorry, I think this is the way players think. I think Kaminga thinks, oh, okay, so let me get this straight. You don't value me very much when Butler and Curry play, but when we miss one of them, then you want me to be the star. That would piss me off. It just would.
Yeah, your plan B, basically.
Exactly.
Be there on nights that our main guys aren't, because we got to win some games. And in a way, that's kind of a pressure that's unfair, because he's going to be judged on games where the best players aren't available. And it's almost like, again, it's setting him up to fail. Because I don't think that Kaminga is a player that is going to single-handedly win you a bunch of games. He's just not, at least at this stage in his career. And he may never be that player. I don't know. But so you're telling me that I'm going to come off the bench. Some nights I might play 15 minutes. Other nights I might play 30 minutes. Yeah, you're going to give me a chance at a run, but you gave me an opportunity before, and then you gave me the hook. Like, he's just feeling like it's the same message as the last 4 seasons. And that's why, with all respect to Steve Kerr, I completely understand why Kaminga would look at him and say, so nothing's changing. It's basically what you're saying. Nothing's going to change next season. That's not what I'm here for. Kaminga is, I think, trying to force his way out because he wants change. He wants an opportunity. And I don't think as long as Steve Kerr is the head coach, that opportunity is going to be there.
All right, I want to give Kaminga some credit here. And here's what I'm thinking is, I think there's a worry that, well, if he takes if he's so disappointed that nothing's happened and he has no business being here long term, he'll say, fine, I'll play under the qualifying offer, because at least that ensures that I will get out of here no later than 1 year from now. But then the question comes in, well, how motivated is he going to be? Or is that going to be a problem? But listen, Jonathan Kaminga last offseason was one of four players who didn't get a contract extension in his class. And he also saw about 5 players get max. All right? Like, he didn't come in last season with a bad attitude or not wanting to play. And I get it. Like, he wants a contract this season and he just didn't take one last year. But he could have come into last season mopey and pouty and kind of all like the eye test would show he didn't want to be here. But there was none of that. He played. He was playing well. He got hurt. Then things changed. So on the one hand, I do think if he feels like he has to play on the qualifying offer, I actually think he would try and
he'd have to.
Yeah, exactly.
There'd be no choice.
But it still wouldn't be a good scenario because you'd still have a player that doesn't want to be there. And even though I think he would look, he even though I'm confident he would be professional, but the problem is that one little extra loyalty, commitment, sacrifice, all that stuff, you can't expect from him.
888-957-9570 is the number. What are you doing right now? Are you cutting bait? Are you trying to trade him this summer? Are you okay with bringing him back? I want to hear from the people.
Can I assume cutting bait means making that deal with the Kings?
Or the Suns.
Okay.
Yeah, making one of those trades that just gets you something. And it's really, the goal of cutting bait would be to add by subtracting.
Right.
That this is a player who you don't think is going to be able to help you, either because he doesn't want to be here or because he's focused on himself, essentially. And again, I completely understand why he would operate next year like that. But if he's going to be playing for himself next season in what's going to be one of the last opportunities for Steph Curry to compete for the playoffs and a potential championship, that's not something I'm really interested in finding out about. Let's go to Steve, who's in San Mateo, has a solution for us. Steve, good morning. What's going on? How are you?
Good. Great show. And you were just talking about Kaminga. The conundrum the Warriors in is really caused by Steve Kerr, who cannot develop young players. And he even praised Kaminga when the games he had against Houston in the regular season. And then he depended on him when Steph was hurt in the playoffs. But Kerr cannot coach but small ball. And even Butler says he can play with Kaminga. So Warriors in this position is because of Steve Kerr. So my solution is remove Steve Kerr. He comes back in spades. That's my humble opinion.
Appreciate the call. Well, and you might not be wrong. I mean, I'm firing Steve Kerr if one player and one player only says he should be fired, and that's Steph Curry. And I still might not even do it because Curry, I could probably talk him out of it. But
the thing is, too, I believe that Jimmy thinks that he could play with Kaminga. I
think so, too.
I believe that Curry believes he could play with Kaminga. The question is, does J.K. think that he can play with those guys? And actually, I take that back. Does Steve Kerr think that he can play with those guys? That's really the guy who's at the center of all this. Like, I think the reason why the relationship between J.K. and the Warriors has in some sense eroded over this summer is because he doesn't trust the head coach. He doesn't believe that the head coach, who is offering these words of, I don't know if it's wisdom, but trying to quote unquote mend this relationship and get him back, like, he doesn't trust him.
And that was written a couple years ago, if you remember. That was the one where
after the Nuggets game.
Yeah, Kaminga didn't say it, but there was a report that his camp said he'd lost trust in Steve Kerr. Think about if you're another team and if you're just looking at the Warriors situation logically. All right, so you look at Kaminga. All right, well, first of all, the Warriors don't play him a lot. You know what I mean? Like, the whole league, what's going on with Kaminga? Like, should he be playing? So the Warriors don't play him a lot, okay? They also don't want to pay him a lot, clearly. But yet they want another team to pay him a lot and give up assets for him. It's like if I'm another team out there, I'm thinking, wait a minute. You don't like him as a player, clearly, because you don't play him a lot. You don't want to pay him, but you want to rake us over the coals? That's all right. We're not going to do that. And I completely understand that.
Well, and this is from the 925. I think a lot of people are kind of starting to feel this way, if not already. I don't want Jonathan Kaminga on the Warriors next year, even if they have to cut him for no money. Well, that's a little strong, but take whatever they can get and get him off the team. You know, I'm starting to feel sort of that way too. Like, all right, do I like Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen? Not really. I mean, I think Grayson Allen's he's a better three-point shooter than people, I think, just look at him and see. Royce O'Neal is fine. But, like, can those guys be playable this year? Because, I do not think that Kaminga wants to be on the team next year. And if he is, again, we're gonna do this all season long. Every single game, every single time that Kaminga plays well, he plays poorly. Kerr's going to be grilled about what's going on with JK. And to me, bringing a circus back to Golden State is one of the reasons why a couple of years ago I felt like the season got derailed a bit. It's because there were distractions. There were things that didn't have to do with basketball. And if he's on this team this upcoming season, it's always going to be about, well, when are you thinking about trading him? Or what's his value right now coming up? And like everybody's just going to have January penciled or circled because that's the date that Kaminga becomes available to trade. And how are we going to use him to upgrade this roster?
Yeah, and I'm somebody that looks at basketball in this kind of way. Does Kaminga have more potential than Grayson Allen?
Of course.
No doubt about it. However, like if Kaminga's not on the Warriors next year, but Grayson Allen is, and I'll throw Royce O'Neal in there. I kind of feel like Royce O'Neal's more on the downside. I actually think Grayson Allen is okay. So when I look at it, it's like if Kaminga's not here, but you get Grayson Allen, it doesn't automatically, you're not worse. Like, I don't think you're automatically worse because you haven't allowed Kaminga, and Kaminga hasn't seized the opportunity to be a hugely important player on this team. And so whether we like it or not, we've got to acknowledge that as far as winning and losing goes, Kaminga hasn't been the most important person directing that in one way or the other. So you lose, you'll trade away Kaminga's potential, but I'm not sure you're going to pay a price for I think you can. I don't think it's a big deal replacing what Kaminga has been or eliminating it completely and upgrading in another area of your team.
Well, yeah, like Kaminga brings you scoring and athleticism, something they certainly lack. But I'm operating under the premise, again, based on Kaminga's message to Shams Charania yesterday. He has no interest in signing a contract anytime soon. His camp, Aaron Turner, his agent, is on social media debunking ideas of the contract he didn't take last summer. He's talking about how essentially, they're at an impasse and that the fair offer the Warriors believe to be on the table for him, he's not taking. Kaminga does not want to sign a contract with the Golden State Warriors. And this was Tim Kawakami yesterday with Willard, Grandy and Dibs talking about what he thinks is going to happen here.
The way it looks like, I've been saying for like a month now, like I would guess he's coming back on a short-term deal and then maybe look to be traded. Because I think he wants to be on another team. I think he does. And I think the Warriors have different opinions on this if you ask different members, but I think the consensus probably is if he would be better off to be traded if they could get something back for him. That just isn't the situation right now. So you might have to wait to January or February before you can do the ideal situation. That's just the clunkiness of what this is.
Yeah, and again, I think that's problematic if you go into the season with basically an unresolved issue. And that's what this contract situation has become. an unresolved problem. It's holding up them signing Horford. It's holding up them signing Melton. It's holding up them potentially signing someone like Seth Curry, who's also been linked to the Golden State Warriors. It's holding up them doing what they need to get done this summer. And I just think it's essentially going to linger into training camp and at the beginning of the year.
Let's say the Warriors, let's say it gets close to October 1st, and, it's still been no. And the Warriors say, okay, well, now you got two choices. It's how many 30 days has September, April, June, and November, September. So on September 30th, nothing's happened, and the Warriors say, you got two choices. You can play on the qualifying offer for 8, or we'll give you 2 years for $40 million. We'll give you $20 million a year for the next 2 years. It's a short contract. We'll give you our word that we'll try to trade you, but for the next 2 years, you'll make $20 million. Okay? So Jonathan Kaminga comes back, and he not only he still doesn't have the role he wants at $20 million, but now he has no control where they could send him. The qualifying offer at least gives him some leverage in terms of, I will not end up somewhere I don't want to be. And that, I don't know how much that means to him. I don't know if it's just, I'll go to 29 other teams. I just don't want to play for the Warriors. Or, no, I don't want to be traded to. I actually am starting to think he might be okay going to any team.
He might be at this point. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson's going to be back on Monday down in L.A. right now. Steiny's here as always. Let's go to Rafi, who's in Berkeley, wants to get in on the conversation. Rafi, what's up, man? Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Morning, guys. How's it going?
Going well.
Fantastic. What's up?
All right. My take on this, to me, this has non-basketball people's name all over it. And by that, I mean Kaminga's agent. And, obviously knowing absolutely nothing, I think Joe Lacob, I think Kaminga's agent has sold him real false promises about his value. I mean, the league has spoken. This guy is not, I know we've got salary cap considerations like kind of all over the league, but if you look at what happened in the offseason, people have gotten money, and people have gotten paid, and people have gotten contracts, and the league has very clearly said, this guy's not worth much. And to me, on the other side of the coin, I actually just see, we all know Kaminga, Joe Lacob was kind of really forward in saying that, like, Kaminga has been his guy. He likes the guy. He was a terrible pick. I mean, he was a development pick from the get. And he's trying to get real value for him, which is my take on why he hasn't moved, is because he thinks he's way more valuable than he actually is. And Kaminga thinks he's way more valuable than he actually is. And real basketball people have made it very clear that this guy's not very valuable.
Hey,
a lot of drama.
Rafi, let me ask.
Someone who's just a scorer.
Yeah, Rafi, let me ask you this, because I do agree. But this is what I would say from Kaminga's side. I think you're right about this year. The NBA's spoken. They don't like him. They're going to get another chance to speak next offseason. You know what I mean? Like he could be he could get something next season just because of the what's going on with how many more teams will have money. So I don't think there's any doubt he would do okay in that situation. But I think you're right. I think this year it's over, and because nobody's got money right now anyway.
Yeah, no one's got money. It's over, and I think he's been sold a real false bill of goods by, I think, a lot of people on both the Warriors. I think he's been sold it by Lacob, and I think he's been sold it by his agent. And I also, and this is just an aside, but I think the league is taking a hard look at guys who are just scorers, and even you gotta have to be kind of a miserable. You're gonna have to be the Pelicans to pay this guy $25 million a year. I think real teams with functional front offices, they're not interested in guys who aren't even going to rebound or pass or play team defense. I mean, give me a break. Like, I think the era of guys who are just in it to score 20 and not do too much on a real team is over.
I got you, Rafi. Great call. And it kind of, he touches on something like, I was listening to, like, Rich Paul was on SiriusXM radio, I think it was a week or two ago, and he was talking about reading the summer market. And it was one of the reasons that he wanted to, as quickly as possible, get a deal done for Brandon Ingram when he got traded from the Pelicans to the Raptors. I think he got him a lot of money. It was like 3 for 120. He got him $40 million a year. And he said one of the reasons was because he saw there was no money out there for his client.
Yep.
If he let Brandon Ingram hit free agency, he would be stuck in a similar situation. There's no chance he would have been a $100 million player. Now, that took the Raptors giving him that money, but I think Rafi might be onto something that, the agent or Kaminga, both, their camp, they misread the situation or the market.
Yes. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And, now, of course, I wish I would have known. I'd know what if, and I don't know what to believe anymore, but was Kaminga offered a contract last summer? And if so, about how much was it for?
Well, it sounds like there were obviously discussions of a contract, but it never got to the point where the dotted line was not signed. And I'm starting to think, too, I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm starting to think it would have been better for both parties if they had just found a way to get a deal done.
Yeah.
Because at the very least, you would be able to trade him right now. Kaminga would be able to get out of here. He would be paid. And the Warriors would have a concrete asset.
Yeah. This is from the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Rafi and you are both wrong, Steiny. No restricted free agent has received an offer sheet. No, I know that. There's 4 of those guys that have not received an offer sheet from any other team. And that's why they're still unsigned, and that's why they may remain unsigned for a while. I got you.
Until October 1st. Like, that's the date. That's the date that Kaminga, along with Giddey, Grimes, and Thomas, they all have to decide whether they want to sign the $7.9 million qualifying offer from their respective teams, which would make them unrestricted free agents at the end of the upcoming season. It also means that they would control, if their teams try to trade them, where they go. They have a no-trade clause in effect. I don't think the Warriors can afford to let it get to that point. And if Kaminga is willing to do that, he's also willing to risk a lot. And that, to me, would be the worst possible case scenario, not just for Golden State, but I think for Jonathan as well, because he's risking a potential. Like, if the offer ranges from 17 to 25, let's take the low ball side, that it's 3 for 51. Well, there's no guarantee that $17 million a year is going to be out there next summer if Kaminga doesn't play well, if he gets injured, if he has a bad season. He could tank his value even more. So to me, both sides should be benefited by coming to a deal. They just have not been able to figure it out yet. All right, I see Leroy in Oakland. I see Raider Rich in San Jose. We're going to get to your calls on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on Paige Becker and the Dallas Wings. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Evan in for Goo alongside Steiny. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, no, I feel like I should be on a beach somewhere with a Corona.
Very festive.
Yeah, Steven Risotto coming in on a foggy Friday in San Francisco.
It's Friday. That's the point. It's Friday.
Sun's going to come out about 2:12, I'll tell you that.
Well, the sun's got to come out at some point. Actually, I think the day's kind of appropriate. It's fog so thick you could cut a hole in it.
Yeah.
Like pea soup.
I got one question for Warrior fans about, like, if you understand the situation and you kind of know we're at a little stalemate here, why wouldn't you want Grayson Allen if you could get him?
So,
I mean,
you want me to be honest?
Yeah.
And it doesn't just apply to Grayson Allen. We were talking about this a bit during the break. I would be apprehensive to acquire any contract that extends beyond Curry, Butler, and Green. For a player that's not a young guy. Like, I think Buddy Hield and Moses Moody are right now the longest contracted players in the Warriors. And I don't know. I mean, Buddy's Buddy. But, like, if you got, let's say, Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, who are rumored to be potential targets in a Suns deal that would send Kaminga to Phoenix. I think both of those guys are under contract through 2028. That's something I think that would scare Golden State right now, considering their future and just how questionable it is.
O'Neal's guaranteed through then, and Grayson Allen has a player option on that last year at $19 million. But, I mean, let me tell you something about Grayson Allen. He led the league in three-point shooting 2 years ago.
Didn't he almost shoot 50% one season?
He shot 46% from three-point range in 23-24. He played 75 games for the Suns. You know how many minutes a game he averaged? 33 and a half. He played 74 games and 33 and a half minutes. That's jeez.
Oh, heck yes.
I mean, I get it. He's, it would feel underwhelming, but last year he shot 42.6%. Playing 24 minutes a game. He tries defensively. He can shoot the three. I get it. The 3 years is something you'd have to deal with, but what if I said this? I'd be surprised if they get a player better than Grayson Allen back in this deal.
If they trade him this summer.
Correct.
Well, right now you wouldn't be wrong.
True.
There's no one else that's been on the table. It's Devin Carter and Dario Saric.
Right.
Yeah, I think Grayson Allen's better than people give him credit for. And also, too, it's the thing about it is, if you're telling me that I'm going to get a disgruntled Kaminga back and pair him with a head coach that is kind of going to marginalize him based on what he wants, that might feel like selling low for some, but I think that Grayson Allen could help you.
Yeah, Steiny, it's not the player, it's the contract. Yeah, no, I know. But here's the thing about that contract, and it plays into Fred Katz's story in The Athletic, that there's a perception out there that if Kaminga plays on the $8 million qualifying offer, that one of the GMs is like, well, their team it's going to mess up their team building because of what you said. They don't have any middle contracts other than Draymond Green at 26. They're unlikely to trade him. So it's hard for the Warriors to aggregate right now if a big name were to become available. However, if you trade for Grayson Allen, you got a guy, okay, maybe it's not 25, but now you have a guy making 17, 18, and 19, and he becomes a guy you can aggregate down the line if an opportunity presents itself.
That's true. And 888-957-9570 is the number. Gettings in for Goo along with Steiny. Leroy's out in Oakland, wants to get in on the conversation. Leroy, what's up, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday, Evan. What's up, Steiny?
Mm-hmm.
You too.
You know what, you guys? If I didn't know any better, I would think Jonathan Kaminga was a top 10 player. All I've heard all year. Jonathan Kaminga. He's so athletic. Oh, is he this? Is he? Wow. And you look at the draft and the players that got drafted after him. I mean, we're looking for one of them now in Grimes. The players that got drafted after him that are playing well. You look at the guy from Chicago, Giddey, who got drafted one spot before Kaminga, and now we're looking at him. It's like Kaminga. I know you feel that you're talented. I know you feel that you're young because you are, and you got a lot to offer, but you just have not shown it. Now, whether it was when you got your opportunities you didn't show it, or whether it's Steve Kerr not playing you, for whatever reason, you have not shown it. Look, let your play talk for you and tell your agent to shut up. Go play for the Warriors. Look at it as a showcase year. If you think you are that talented, go out there and prove it. And then next year, everything else will fall in place, whether you're with the Warriors or not.
Good call, Leroy.
It's one avenue.
Well, that's the Ben Gordon avenue.
Yep.
So, again, in Fred Katz's article this morning in The Athletic, he posed two sides of the qualifying offer, a success story and a story of failure. The success story is Ben Gordon. Played for the Bulls on a qualifying offer, had a good season, was rewarded with a $5 for $50 million deal by the Detroit Pistons. The other side of the coin is Nerlens Noel, who was with Dallas, played under the qualifying offer, got hurt, and didn't receive anything close. In fact, I don't believe in the remainder of his career he made in terms of money anything close to what the 4 for $72 offer was from Dallas at the time that he turned down to try and get more money. So it is risk. Now, one thing that does factor into this is Kaminga's position and his supposed skill set. Again, like, there's so many varying evaluations on who he is, what he is, that he might say, look, I'm going to be a wing next year when wings in the NBA are at a premium, and I'm going to be 23 years old. I'm going to be an unrestricted free agent. And to Leroy's point, if I try my best and showcase my talent, someone's going to come get me, because you need players like that on your... In fact, it's one of the things the Warriors have needed for the last couple seasons. They just haven't been able to get it out of the player that we're now talking about. So betting on yourself, to me, is a huge risk for the player, but it's also kind of it's really going to hurt the Warriors. And that's why I don't think they can let it get to that point. And it's why we're talking today, after hearing from Kaminga and his camp and Slater's piece, that's really the one card he has left to play.
Yeah.
And I don't think he wants to play on the qualifying offer, because if he did, I kind of think after 3.5 weeks he might have signed it already.
Yeah. Well,
is that an 11th hour situation?
Yeah, I think it is. I think that's the least desirable for Kaminga, because two things happen. He doesn't get paid and he's back here. I don't think. I think this is estimated eyes on the YouTube chat. He's put it perfectly. He says, meaning himself, I'm on the fence, and I get both sides of the argument. And that's what it's so funny. I was leaving after the last break, and I said, I know some people think we talk about Kaminga to an unfair degree, but this is fascinating. I mean, this is so, there's a lot of intricacy to it, but it doesn't mean it's like really, really, really complicated. And I'm with estimated eyes. If I ran the Warriors, I wouldn't. Do you think the Warriors right now know if Kaminga's going to be on the team or not next year?
No,
I don't think they do either. So
I think some people in the organization want him to be, and I think some other members of the organization, frankly, don't feel that strongly one way or another.
Yeah.
If he's back, great. And that's kind of how I think Kerr feels at this point. I don't know for sure, but he's like, if he's with us, great. We'll try and make something work. And if he's not, we'll figure that out too. But again, and this is from the last stanza of Slater's piece yesterday, Kaminga no longer wants to be a secondary option or a fallback plan, fearing a minimization in important moments. I mean, how could you not fear that?
Exactly.
After last year. Again, last year was a contract year. Last year was a season in which the Warriors were playing great basketball at the end of the season. Yes, Kaminga got hurt and wasn't a part of it as much. But in the most important moments, it wasn't like his role was minimized. His role was erased. He didn't play. And so I completely understand if he says, all right, you're telling me if I sign this dotted line, Steve, that you're not going to do the same thing next year. You can't promise that because your actions have showed me something completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right on the money, too. This from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Matt and Evan, it's not Grayson Allen the player, it's Grayson Allen the contract. It runs 3 more years, and the third year is a player option. So essentially, just for simplicity, Grayson Allen he'll make 17 this year, 18 next, and 19 the next. So he would be, on the hook for the next 3 years, let's assume.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's not ideal for but why would that be a deal breaker? Because, under a different scenario, they would have brought Jonathan Kaminga back for, let's say, 4 years for 80. So, they wouldn't have had a problem with Kaminga for 4 years, but they would for Allen for 3.
I mean, the difference is age.
Correct.
If I don't know, Grayson Allen might have been declining last season, and they don't think that his contract's going to age very well.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but I'm less worried about Grayson Allen's age and him declining as opposed to letting Kaminga walk for nothing or him coming back on the $8 million. If he comes back on the $8 million, if he's back on the Warriors under any circumstances, he's going to be such a focal point. It's going to be unbelievable because then the narrative will become all season long where they trading Kaminga.
And we're going to be talking about a guy who's on the bench, at least at full strength. I'm assuming next year is going to be Curry, Podziemski, Butler, Draymond, and maybe Horford. Or maybe it's Moody instead of Podziemski, but Kaminga doesn't fit into that starting lineup, at least right now. So the other part, it's like, if I'm wondering where this thing can go, I just don't understand why the need to have Kaminga right now. It's almost an indication of their lack of assets. Take the Houston Rockets, for example. They moved Cam Whitmore for a couple of second-round picks, and I think that Cam Whitmore is a solid player, hasn't proved as much as Kaminga, but they're kind of similar prototypes. They're young, they're athletic, they can really score the basketball. But the Rockets have a whole horde of young talents, picks, things that they used obviously to get Durant, but they got more than that. I mean, the Warriors, the reason why Kaminga is such a big ticket for Golden State is because he's the only chip they have left. And they need to find some way to get something out of it. I mean, what they're trying to do right now is acquiring a young player and a first-round pick. It's like trying to have your cake and eat it too.
Right.
And the Warriors, if they continue down this path, might end up with no cake at all.
Yeah, I wonder what no cake at all looks like.
I think it looks like a qualifying offer.
That is playing with fire. You ever hear that song? Rolling Stones?
Sing it for me.
But don't
I know you want
play with me because you're playing with fire. Yeah, Mick Jagger and the Stones.
All right, let's go to Kermit in San Francisco. I don't know if you're a Rolling Stones fan, Kermit, but welcome to the program. What's up, man?
Oh, man, doing well. Just glad to be alive. How are you all doing today?
Awesome, man. What do you got?
Oh, man, I was just thinking about Jonathan Kaminga. When you look at him, the kid has a lot of talent, and I think it will be good for him to stick around and learn, defense. Defense can be taught. And this kid could be with them as they go through the championship years, and that way he'll have a championship pedigree. he'll have that within himself. But they got to give him a chance, and they got to do some training. I don't know if Steve Kerr can do it, but there's somebody in the organization that will take the time with that youngster because he has a lot of talent.
He does have talent.
Well, and that we learned as much from the poll today from 16 rival executives. They think he's worth anywhere between 2 years and 5 years, $17 million, $25 million. I mean, it is a wide gap, Kermit, of evaluation. And I don't really think the Warriors are inclined to give in to his demands, and I don't think that Kaminga is inclined to try and help the Warriors out.
Yeah, and the other...
Thanks for the call.
Yeah, the other peripheral part of this is if you wait until October 1st, what does that mean for Melton and Horford? Are they really going to... They then would have to wait until that late in the offseason to figure it out?
Well, do you think they could risk losing them?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it crossed my mind, absolutely.
Well, I mean, the dirty little secret around the NBA is that, like, Horford's signing with the Warriors.
Or retiring, I'm still hearing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something any 39-year-old is probably considering.
True.
But from all the bigwigs, it seems like Horford is signed, sealed, and delivered. Melton's potentially up in the air, but, well, and this is another part, too. Like, Melton might not be ready by the beginning of the season because he's dealing with a knee injury. The Warriors, I just wonder what they're thinking right now about all this. Like, do you feel like do you get the sense that there's urgency from them to get this done? Because Kaminga is the one that came out yesterday and said, I'm in no rush to sign a contract. I can't really recall a situation like this.
No, I think they'd like some resolution, but they realize that a dynamic has to change before it's going to get rectified. The Warriors now have to be careful of bringing back a player even under contract who I think they know doesn't love it here. Like, do you want this guy back? And I'm not saying forget about malcontent. That's not what I'm talking about. Do you want a player here who kind of doesn't want to be here? Like that to me might be a bridge too far. And I'm not going to have a guy on our team that's not fully committed. It's not that I'm worried about him being a locker room distraction. It's that I need everybody to be committed and sacrificing and doing all the things you got to do. Meanwhile, he's going to be playing on an $8 million deal, needing minutes to boost his value. Those two things are incongruous.
I'm with you. And this was actually moments ago from our sister station up in Sacramento. Anthony Slater, who again wrote the piece yesterday about Kaminga not being in a rush to sign a contract, is open to the idea of playing for the Sacramento Kings.
I feel like I'm about to fire up the Sacramento aggregation machines here, but nice. For example, Kaminga, had contact with the Kings in the last couple of days, and it's the first time he's met Scott Perry, and this wasn't in person, but it's the first time he's communicated with Scott Perry, Doug Christie, and B.J. Armstrong. And, from what I gather, he liked, the pitch that Scott Perry gave, and, he's open-minded to the idea of Sacramento. And I think part of that is because part of that pitch is, you're talking starting role, you're talking bigger opportunity than the Warriors are necessarily offering right now. And I think that's the part that shouldn't get lost in this whole situation is Jonathan Kaminga is not just looking for the exact contract he wants in free agency. He's looking for the opportunity he wants on the court.
And that's from ESPN 1320. That ain't in Golden State. That ain't in Golden State. And I don't know what the pitch is necessarily from the Kings. To be honest, that doesn't matter much to me. But, again, I keep hearing it's about the role. It's about what isn't available to him on the team that he currently is lined up to play for if he comes back.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Kings. So they got
Monk,
Levine,
DeRozan, Murray, and then Sabonis.
He's it's not a guaranteed 35 minutes a game on that squad. You're right.
Not unless they move someone. I don't know if they would try to move DeRozan.
650. I wouldn't laugh if the Warriors get Monk.
In the Laughing Monk studio.
Yes, I don't think very many Warrior fans would turn down Monk for Kaminga at this point. But that would mean that Kaminga would have to take a deal, at least in a straight up move of like $10 million. Does he want it that bad? You know what I mean? Like,
I think it would have to be more than that.
Well, Monk makes 20, right?
17?
Okay.
18? Yeah.
All right, let's just say 20 for the heck of it.
Yeah.
So the Warriors, oh no, it goes the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
Never mind.
They have to sign him to something 25, and then they would have to tack on.
So you're right. So they'd almost have to sign him for 36. Never mind.
They're paying Levine 50. That's and this is from the 916. Kings are trying to move DeRozan. That could be where the issue is as well. All, of course, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The trade with Phoenix, I think, would probably, if you're going to get O'Neal and Allen, would have to include Moody. And that might be something that people are interested in. I don't know. I mean, the Warriors, I think, like, if they sign and trade Kaminga and move Moody in some way, shape, or form to get veteran players, you're already probably bringing in Horford. You'd like to bring in Melton. That, to me, is what all in on next season would look like, because you are essentially cashing in your trade chip, which is the only one you have at this point. You would be moving another young player, and the only guy left of that younger core, if you want to call it that, is Brandon Podziemski. I mean, I think the Warriors are in a year-to-year operation, but, I mean, to completely dismiss even 2 years from now or 3 years from now, that's not something I don't know. I don't think they're interested in that.
Well, you mentioned another name, DeMar DeRozan. Do you think the Warriors would have any interest in him?
Yes.
Well, he's got a great contract. He's got 2 more years left at about 25 each. 25. So if you acquire DeRozan, that becomes the contract that theoretically you could aggregate. Now, DeRozan is, oh boy.
He's at 25 this year, $25 million, and he's 36 years old. He's been pretty durable for a player that age.
And his contract...
I mean, hell, you're already bringing in Horford.
And his contract lines up with Steph and Draymond and Butler. I mean...
Well, does that interest people? If there was some way you could turn Jonathan Kaminga into DeMar DeRozan, and I'll do a little digging during the break on how that might be possible, would that interest you? 888-957-9570. We also got to get to stuff from 49ers training camp. A couple of things that, I'm not going to lie, Steiny, might have irked me a little bit. Might have irked me a little bit. Just our overall coverage of training camp. And then even, of course, some of the stuff that you want to get into in regards to the defense. MLB trade deadline, I mean, really kicked off with the Rafael Devers deal, but some more moves coming down the pipe. Mariners making moves. As of an hour ago, the Yankees are making moves. Will the Giants get in on the action? All right, that segment was brought to you by Frontier Ford. Time's ticking at Frontier Ford. The 7,500 federal EV tax credit disappears soon, and our huge inventory of Mustang Mach-E's is ready to roll. Over 60 Mach-E's in stock, all loaded with tech and range. Don't wait for the deadline. Grab yours now. Save $7,500 and drive electric today at Frontier Ford. Gettings in for Guru. Steinmetz back after this, 95.7 The Game.
all year. Jonathan Kaminga. He's so athletic. Oh, is he this? Is he? Wow.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, shout out Leroy. That was a pretty good call.
It was.
All right, Giddings in for Guru. Steinmetz here with you. We see you, Dennis. We're going to get to your call in a second. But so you've been doing a little digging during the commercial break.
Yes.
What have you found, Steiny? Or what are you sniffing around?
Okay, so let me get nonverbal communication with Risotto. We're good. Okay, so I'd forgotten this, but it makes sense. So Scott Perry's the general manager of the Kings. Who did he hire as his assistant general manager? B.J. Armstrong. Does anybody remember when B.J. Armstrong talked about Kaminga on his podcast that he was doing, and this was in the middle of the season? Take a listen to this. This is B.J. Armstrong, who is now the assistant general manager of the Kings, a team supposedly interested in Kaminga. Take a listen.
The Jonathan Kaminga, provided he comes back and he's able to play like the Jonathan Kaminga or that talent, and you integrate that level of talent, that's a huge bonus for this Warriors team. I think that will be a very interesting storyline for us to observe because, you know, they got the big three there with Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy, and then all of a sudden you integrate a Kaminga in there, you put Gary Payton in there, all of a sudden now you're looking at a team that's saying, on any given night, for sure they can win, and in any given series, they have at the very least a fighter's chance.
He likes him.
That wasn't the one I wanted, actually. It was the one where he says something's up with Kaminga.
Oh, stay hot.
Damn it.
Well, we'll work.
Come on, Risotto.
We'll work on getting that sound. You know what you can do in the
Google, just go onto YouTube, say B.J. Armstrong on Kaminga. And it was the first one that came up for me.
You know,
I love you, buddy.
I found it. Stay tuned.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You know what you can also do next time?
Yes.
You can find it and send him the link. So that way he has the specific sound.
You know what?
When you want it.
You know what?
When you need it.
What a perfect timing, because we've got somebody on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Great show, guys, but Matt, can you get mad and yell at Evan? We're missing Guru a little bit. Well, now's the perfect time. Shut up, Evan. There you go. Happy?
Well,
Shut up, Evan.
Yeah, no, this happens more off air. That's the thing. Like, even though you and I do, I think most times agree on the air, and people think it's, I don't know, not as feisty.
Right.
You and I disagree more off the air than you and Goo. Like, I actually think that people don't catch you at the cafeteria to know that you and Guru are pretty easy going off the air.
Oh, yeah.
You guys get pissed at me all the time.
We do. We do.
I mean, you guys beat me up just day to day. As soon as I walk in at 8 o'clock, you're like...
Well, first of all, Guru's not here at that point, so there's a factual problem.
No cheap shots, even though it's factual.
Yeah.
Do we have it?
Hang on.
All right. So, but I think we are on to something, though. I don't know if Kaminga looks at the Kings as the best place for him. I still think he wants to get to Phoenix. If Kaminga had his way, he wants to get to Phoenix. But I do believe that the team that is chasing him the hardest right now is the Sacramento Kings. And a big reason for that is because of your old pal B.J. Armstrong. He really likes him. And we're about to hear in a second kind of why or what he thinks is going on there. But to me, Sacramento's the team right now that has the best chance to get Kaminga. I think just because they also have a pick. You know, Phoenix does not have a draft pick to trade, and that's one of the requirements that the Warriors are asking for.
Yeah, and and we'll play this B.J. Armstrong sound in a second. It's not so much that at the time he liked Kaminga or loved Kaminga, although he does, he likes him. But he was questioning, like, what's happening in Golden State where this guy, isn't more of a factor. And we'll eventually get it. Risotto's feeling the pressure. Now,
Pasta, you can play it off of the computer if you really need.
We got it. It's all good. We got it.
We'll see if we got it. All right. Should I set it up again? All right. B.J. Armstrong was hired to be the assistant general manager in Sacramento. And in the middle of last season, he was on a pod. Well, he had kind of his own podcast. Does a lot of podcasts, and he uses video in his podcast. Anyway, this is what he had to say at the time. Fingers crossed about Jonathan Kaminga.
There must be something that I'm missing with Jonathan Kaminga that only you can see when the cameras aren't on. And the reason I'm going to say something, when I watched him play the other night against the Sixers, he's athletic. He gives you effort on the defensive end. He plays a brand of basketball that you're saying, this guy could be, ought to be, should be. Well, he shoots the ball from 3. He drives to the basket. He's versatile enough to defend multiple positions. And he's capable, he's capable of scoring 20 points as a starter, 20 points off the bench. In this era, it's positionless basketball. There must be something that I can't see. It has to be. Based on what I can see, I began to question the people. Why doesn't he play more? Okay.
You cannot tell me that he doesn't have interest and the Kings don't have interest in Kaminga. Like, he basically is saying that. He's like, it almost, and this unfortunately is where I think Kaminga is, and it doesn't do him any favors. Like, BJ Armstrong and every GM in the league's tapped in.
Yeah.
But in their heart of hearts, nobody still knows what to make of Kaminga. Like, even BJ said, God, there's so much to like. So something must be going on. I got to think about why he's not playing. On the one hand, I could see you want a guy like that. Just get him in here and we can see if he can turn into a great player. The problem is you can't give up something very valuable to just find out. You got to know. But maybe this is where the negotiation comes in and there is a pick, some kind of pick attached, rather than maybe a player the Warriors don't want or a player that the Kings don't want to give up. But yeah, there's way too much of a connection there for me not to believe that absolutely positively the Kings have interest in Jonathan Kaminga. No doubt.
I agree. And I think that, look, if you're looking at that team, there's only really a couple players that fit the young mold, and the Kings obviously have a protected pick. That was already going to be involved in the Devin Carter and Sharch deal. But, I mean, the guy I think the Warriors want in return is Keegan Murray. I think that's who they want from Sacramento. And I completely understand why the Kings would not want to give him up. But if you can't get the young player and the pick, to me, if you're going to do a deal with Sacramento, the best case scenario would be to find a way, we talked about him before the break, to get DeMar DeRozan from Sacramento in exchange for Jonathan Kaminga. He has 2 years left on his deal. It would set him up with Curry, Draymond, and Jimmy. I know he's an older player, but he's played 70-plus games the last 4 seasons. He led the NBA in minutes per game 2 years ago, and he could score the ball. He can't play lick of defense, but he could score. And if you don't think that it's a salvageable situation with Kaminga, which most people I think are at the point of, then to me, if Keegan Murray's not on the table and I'm doing a deal with Sac, I'm trying to get DeRozan.
Yeah, and I think it's becoming apparent, and you've said as much, and I think the Warriors have said as much too. This is a year-to-year deal right now. And I don't dislike DeRozan. He's up there, obviously, but so's Horford. But if we're talking about a year at a time, you know what? That fits their timeline. What's their timeline? Trying to cram another one in for Steph Curry. I'm not saying it's going to happen with DeRozan and Horford, but at least those two guys don't muck up your future. You know, you take a swing at it again. You take another swing at it again. And then next year you're closer to having to do something more dramatic.
Well, and people in the YouTube chat are saying Keon Ellis is someone that the Warriors should be interested in. I understand that. I don't really know what his situation is right now because I think he has a team option, but they're trying to figure out if they can extend him. And maybe it would be a swap. He's 25 years old. He's 6'5". He's an on-ball defender. He started 28 games last year and shot 43% from three. He's a good player. I guess I don't know if and again, this is under the assumption the Kings aren't willing to give up a young player, that the Warriors can't get what they want, which is a young guy and a pick. And I'm trying to see if there's a possible needle that we can thread there. Let's go out to San Francisco and talk to Dennis. Wants to get in on the conversation. If you want to, too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Getting's in for Guru alongside Steiny. Dennis, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing? Yeah, I wouldn't mind DeRozan. I wouldn't mind DeRozan. But no matter what they do, they're not going anywhere. Not with these old guys, and that's why like I said, I've said I don't know how many times in this show I don't like Jimmy Butler trade, even though he did come in and he did. The Warriors won. They were playing a real good brand of basketball, but it's just not enough. Not with the way the league is now, and I just don't think that we can compete with the better teams in the West. And I don't think whatever they do, it's not going to help. And I was wondering if the Warriors could sign Kaminga if nobody, if they can't work anything out, just sign him maybe give him 3 years at $20 a year. And then that's it. I think that'd be an easy contract to trade if they don't want to keep him. That they could possibly do that. I think Kaminga's deal is he doesn't want to stay here because he doesn't trust that Kerr will give him any playing time.
I think you're right.
I think that's that's the way I look at it.
Yeah,
he's looking to play. He wants to play so he can get better. Because he said that, was it two years ago, whatever? He said he called Kerr out. He said, "I can't play for this guy. He won't play me. I'm not going to get any better if he doesn't play me." And that's what he called him out. And that's been the situation. He hasn't been able to play. He does something wrong, he comes out. So I don't blame him for not wanting to be here. I don't think he wants to be here. I don't think he trusts Kerr.
Yeah, I'm 100%
I don't disagree.
with
you. I don't disagree with that one iota. You want some good news?
First, let me do the lead.
Sure.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. What's the good word, Steiny?
Give me some good news, damn it. So, Steph was on a podcast. I can't. Mormon, Speedy, something. Anyway, Curry's basically making it official. He wants to play after this contract is over. He's got 2 more deals, 2 more years left on his deal. And I've noticed that he's using the word, like he said, I'm not close to retiring. And he uses the word a few years. A few is more than 2.
It's 3.
It is. And so here's what I am going to be fascinated.
Well, thank God. It's one of the only things they got going right now.
I asked you this because I think Steph Curry is so unique and he's so different than anybody else. And if you look at the history of guards in this league, it's really hard to play as long as Steph has played. So I asked you this. How do you think Steph Curry is going to age? Like, what does it look like when he is, you know what I mean? Like
when he's 40?
Yeah. And he's not going to average 28 a game. So, John Stockton played 20 years or whatever it is. You could kind of see it because he was a pass-first point guard. He initiated the offense. When he had an open jumper, he took it. He was a good shooter. But a lot of other guards tend to fizzle out in their mid-30s. So Curry right now is in a place that very few players have ever been, especially a guard. And that is he's still offensively and scoring-wise playing at a very high level. So what does it look like for Steph Curry as he goes from 28 a game to 25 a game. What did he average last year? 24?
24 and a half.
What does it look like for Steph when he goes from 24 a game to 21 a game? What does it look for? What does it look like when he maybe averages 17 a game in 2 or 3 years? He is an outlier in basketball history where he's at right now in his career.
What I think it looks like is the percentage of his shots that are three-pointers, that percentage goes up, like his three-point rate. So his overall, last year he attempted 11 threes a game. He made almost 5. He was great from 3. From 2, wasn't as efficient as he's been in prior years. And I think his number of field goal attempts was like 18. So what I think it looks like is, all right, next year he might be taking 16 shots a game, but he's still taking 10 threes or 11 threes. Like, what I think it looks like is a lot of people might think it's I don't know, you're taking the 3 away from him more. I think the majority of his shots are going to be from 3. I think that's what his career looks like at the end, because he's not able to get to the mid-range and into the paint. We saw at times last year this happened, but he just wasn't able to get to the cup. So, I mean, does it look like his point total going down? Maybe. But I just think it's him being almost more of a three-point specialist than he's ever been.
And then that reminds me of when we interviewed him the last time, and we brought up, how long are you going to play? And he said the same thing, a few more years. And remember I said, could you see yourself coming off the bench at some point? And he goes, he's like, it's almost like he hadn't thought about it. And I just,
why would he? On this team.
Well, true. I just mean if he was thinking about at the end of his career, would he be open to coming off the bench? And again, Curry is a different animal, and he is something so unique and important to us that the way he, phases out, it's going to be important how it's done. You know what I mean? Like Tim Duncan. Everybody, Tim Duncan was great. He allowed Kawhi to take. He started every game. Tim Duncan started every game. Dirk Nowitzki started his whole career. So, I think it's going to be up to Steph. Does he just want to hang it up when doesn't feel like he's a player he's been, or does he say, you know what? I know I'm not the player I've been, but I'll come off the bench. I'll come off the bench and play 25 minutes and get you 18 a game.
Well, I think it's a lot easier to say it than to do it.
I think you might be right.
I remember listening to an interview where Kobe was, just kind of joshingly talking about, you think I'd hang around if I'm averaging 25? If I'm not getting, if I'm not the best version of myself, basically, you think I'm gonna sit around and just do that? Well, yeah, his last game he scored 60 points, but the last couple of years after his Achilles injury, Kobe Bryant was an inefficient scorer. He did not, he didn't have it anymore.
Right.
And it took him a year or two to figure that out. That, all right, I gotta finally hang this up. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. But speaking of saying it, the great Steven Risotto, Pasta, found that sound of Curry answering that question, and here it is.
Down the line, could you ever see yourself coming off the bench?
I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think everything's on the table. To the question of defining, how long do I want to play? What is it going to take for me to do that? I'll answer those questions, but I'm open to anything. If it means I can win, nobody wants to just be around just existing. If it means I can win, I'd approach it anyway.
And this is where Curry's different. I do think that I can't envision him coming off the bench anytime soon. But the fact that he's even open to the idea is why he's different.
I can't imagine. The more I think about it, he cannot come off. He can never come off the bench for the Warriors. But if he were to go somewhere else at 40, I think then that would be okay for him to come off the bench, especially if he was the bona fide sixth man on a team that he thought could win a title. A little bit like Bill Walton did for the Celtics in the mid-'80s where he was healthy, wasn't at his peak, but was still really good, won the sixth man award, and then, won a second title.
I would give you that if Curry, God forbid, got hurt perhaps, but if he also came off the bench in the playoffs, and I know it was a different circumstance and he was coming off of injury, but like I don't think it's crazy if he really believes it's better for the team, not for him, but for the team, for him to come off the bench. But to me, that's why he's also, I think, looking at, right, I'm not going to be done for at least for a few years. I'll be around. Like, I'm playing until I'm 40, because if he's still playing meaningful basketball and he can help the team, I don't think role really matters to him.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it from a practical standpoint of 2028. Like, who's going to start in front of him?
Well, we don't know that now.
Like, I know. But
no, I'm serious. Like, I have no clue.
Because you also can't have Steph coming off the bench if you're not very good. You know what I mean? Like, and not only that,
yeah,
like, I don't want him as a starter anymore if we're not very good.
No, and that's kind of why the Kaminga thing has been such an issue. It's, you have one player who might have had the potential to sort of, again, ease the load. Like, that's what Kerr is trying to sell him on. That's his role next year. Is you can be here to sort of help the old guys manage the season. You don't want to do that.
Well, I get, he's a different personality than this guy, but this guy was a great player, and he had trouble dealing with the end of his career. And if I mention this guy's name as a concern for, Curry's future, like, look at Allen Iverson. Like, he could not, like, he just couldn't come off the bench because he was unable to, like, he wasn't going to come off the bench for the Memphis Grizzlies, who, weren't great at the time.
Did you ever think Carmelo Anthony would come off the bench? He did. Now, he did it for different teams. Like, he didn't obviously stay with one team his whole career. But I also didn't think Russell Westbrook would be a player that would be willing to come off the bench. He never struck me as that kind of dude, and he
Touche.
did it.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Did pretty well for the Nuggets last year. So
he's still out there.
Yeah, he's waiting on Ben Simmons' market. I read that this morning, that Russell Westbrook's market, it cannot be determined until Ben Simmons picks a location.
Oh, my God.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but...
Stop.
Sign Russell Westbrook, whatever.
Oh.
Like...
I thought you were going to say Ben Simmons.
No, well, him too. Sign them both. Them both in here.
Well, Seth Curry could be a Warrior. He's been linked to Golden State. He's got a podcast. He'd fit right in.
Shocked you talking to me.
The interesting guy to me is Brogdon, Malcolm Brogdon.
I'd be very interested in him
if he's healthy. But he's another guy. Plays it. He's not athletic, and if you lose Kaminga, you get less athletic. So then the question becomes, you want to get less athletic with another veteran player.
I got you. You want to get into some Niners on the
Yes.
other side? I know you got some strong thoughts about something Robert Saleh said yesterday. We'll leave it up for the listeners, but I feel a little bit more strongly about what I said yesterday. How about that? 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Guru alongside Matt Steinmetz. Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. All brought to you by San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Let's get into some 49ers training camp after a couple days. Of course, continuing today through the weekend. All that coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny with it as always. Good to be back on Monday. I spent the first couple hours talking about kind of the updates with Jonathan Kaminga. Story yesterday from Anthony Slater of ESPN. Fred Katz of The Athletic this morning. And now I want to pivot, transition to the 49ers, which actually I thought this morning before we got into some of these stories and updates, I felt like you were strong on the Niners this morning. There was something that sort of caught your eye or that you've been ruminating about between yesterday and today. What's been going on?
I've just been giving the Niners a lot of thought, where they are now in the context of the Kyle Shanahan era. And yesterday we talked about, what do you guys think? Is it closer to a rebuild or is it or they're closer to contention at this point? And, I'm looking at this team, and if let's say you think it's a rebuild or even a partial rebuild, I would tell you that we don't even know if it's a rebuild at this point.
How so?
Because if you're telling me that the San Francisco 49ers may have 6 to 8 new starters on defense, then the first thing we've got to find out is if they can even play. Because it's great if you got 6 to 8 young players on your defense, but that's not encouraging if you realize they're not as good as you think. And so I don't know that this iteration of the Niners with 6 to 8 new defensive starters are going to have staying power. I mean, rookies sometimes fail. Guys going into their second year sometimes don't get better. And the difference between their offense and defense to me is just staggering. Like, they're not, like, their offense is, it's set outside the wide receiver. I know they're having wide receiver. In a perfect
There's
world,
a couple holes, but for the most part, we know who's going to be on offense.
Right, but the defense, and that's the other thing that's starting to hit me. The defense is such a question mark that it is starting to get hard for me to just, it's going to be hard for them to win the division. It really is, I think, because it's so new and different. And the one thing Kyle Shanahan and Saleh are absolutely emphasizing is that, well, this team's different. This team's different. And I think they're saying that because it's right. It is different. And they're not sure that this thing's all going to pan out. They'll do the best they can, but they're not sure that, in 3 years, I mean, we know right now we've got the core for a championship defense in 2 or 3 years. You don't know that.
Well, that's why I felt a couple days ago when the whole thing kicked off, I thought this is the most important training camp in the Kyle Shanahan era because they still have the expectation of competing and getting to the postseason, honestly, combined with having 6 or 8 potential new starters on both sides of the ball. And I think primarily on defense, and that's what you're talking about. The 415 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line feels the same. 6 to 8 new rookie starters. I don't know about rookie starters, but new starters. Hello? It's obviously a rebuild. Well, I wouldn't quite say it's a rebuild, but again, yesterday I felt like it was closer to that than a Super Bowl contender because you're hoping to hit on like a couple of these guys. I mean, if Michael Williams, who yesterday, I think Trent Williams compared him to DeForest Buckner. Like, if that's a dude, okay, that's one. You got one guy. That's a hit. If Alfred Collins, he looks like he moves really well for a guy who's 320, 30 pounds, maybe that's a hit. Okay, that's 2 guys, but you got 6 to 8 different positions on both sides of the football, mainly defense, that you got to figure out. And the one thing that screamed just question mark on the defense was what Robert Saleh, the actual coordinator, said yesterday about the safety position as things stand.
It's wide open. It's JP Pinnock's coming in, Richie Grant Siegel being a rookie, obviously Jair, Mustafa, and then there's some young guys back there that are fresh with Mahoney and Canteen and Neal. I'm sure I'm going to forget. I'm forgetting somebody, but it is a wide open competition at safety and at both spots.
They don't know who their safeties are. They have no clue who both their free and strong safeties are. I'm sorry, that's a problem. And I know an issue with that is because Mustafa, who would be one of your starters, is dealing with a knee injury, and he's going to be back midseason. So when that happens, he'll slot back in. But Robert Saleh is telling us, like, we got open tryouts. We have tryouts for 2 critical positions on defense.
Let me ask you this. And after I ask it, just tell me if you've ever been asked this question before.
Well, if it's a Steiny original, then probably not.
So, how important is it to have a good offense and good defense in the same year?
Very.
And that's, I think, could be the.
I mean, if you want to compete, like
right.
I think to win the division, yeah, you got to have strengths on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and I think the disparity is too great. Well, I think the disparity is very
on paper
significant
right now.
Yes, between the offense and the defense. I mean, could we have a situation like Cincinnati where the offense is throwing up 30, 35, but they can't stop anybody? What I'm getting at is, and I don't want to get too far down the road, but let's look at it the other way. And this would be a great thing. Let's say the defense is good this year, and you figure out you've got some cornerstones on defense that, boy, in 2 or 3 years are going to be really good, really good. All right? But then McCaffrey won't be here, and Trent Williams won't be here, and Kittle won't be here. And I get it, you're going to have to restock. But it just is hitting me that you got to do both those things at the same time to be a legitimate contender. And I just think, without getting 3 years down the road, I think that's a lot to ask this year for the 49ers. And if they do it, it's a credit to Shanahan, Lynch. It's a credit to Shanahan's coaching, and it would be a credit to Lynch and Shanahan's drafting. But boy, they're asking for a lot out of their defense. And their defense is going to have to maintain some standard for them to be a playoff team. But it's a clear work in progress, and it's just beginning.
Well, I think it's exciting that we're going to get to find out just who these guys are. We're going to learn about them throughout the season. But I would also say that the other side is it's going to be frustrating at times. Like, we're going to see rookies make mistakes. We're going to see guys play basically like young players do. They're going to be sometimes good, sometimes bad, and the odds of finding a replacement for all of these positions in one season, to me, is too much to ask. And one of the reasons why I thought that, during their Super Bowl run a couple of years ago, run to a Super Bowl, is even at positions where they didn't have like a stud, they had a veteran player. They would have guys that you could trust. And I don't yet know that about these players. That's why I think Saleh is the man for the job. I think it was a great hire, the fact they were able to get him. This was a guy who was in head coaching talks. And just to have some semblance of consistency at that position, which they have, and it's been from Steve Wilkes. Last year, their DC was a disaster. And now at least you have a guy who knows what he's doing there. But you have to give him pieces. And I'm looking at, all right, Bosa, Warner, Demo, those are all players you can build around. But you don't have either of your 2 safeties right now, or you don't feel good about them. Your weak side linebacker is a question mark. And then your 2 defensive tackle positions are question marks, even if you assume Mykel Williams is going to set the edge on the other side. So they have to plug a lot of gaps. And what I'm afraid of, Steiny, is that it's going to be too much at times during the season for the offense to overcome, which is what we saw a lot of last year. The offense on paper wasn't horrible. If you look at some of their numbers, like they got yards. They couldn't score touchdowns.
Right.
But they got a lot of yards. They found big plays. They just couldn't punch it in. But they're involved in games where they have to do more than I think they're capable of. And I'm just worried that the defense, because of the youth, might be letting them down this year.
It's possible. And it's possible they could, let them down here and there over the course of the season. I think the other part of this, and I get it, it's not a huge part of it, but I think it's certainly a factor, is special teams. And they were terrible last year in that department. But if you have a team, let's say, with a great offense, but a very good offense, but not a very good defense, then you need then that tells me you may be involved in a lot of games that are competitive, just like last year. So the special teams, they're going to be hugely important this year, because I do think the 49ers are going to be in a lot of competitive games. And I don't know what's going to happen with Moody, but they can't, miss game-winning field goals when they have a chance. They can't give up a 50-yard return on a kickoff with a minute left in a game, and they have to get a hold. Those things really hurt them last year, and they got to be a lot better in special teams, and not just Moody needs to be better. The whole tone of the they were not very good on special teams last year.
No, and I think that's why they brought in another kicker. Greg Joseph is getting an opportunity to win that spot opposite Jake Moody. Nick Bosa's interested in the kicking competition.
Can I hear? I heard he said something, but I didn't actually hear it.
Well,
is he interested in the kicking, or is he not interested in the kicking?
I'm going to be looking at it this year, and I think our kickers are going to be important, and I'm interested to see. I'm more interested than ever. I actually don't have the sound on my board, so that's my best Nick Bosa. But one thing that do we have it?
Lucas, can you get that Bosa sound where he's either interested or not? Oh, I didn't see Risotto back there. Sorry, Steven. You know the sound we're talking about where I guess Bosa weighed in on the kicking switch. Thank you.
Kicking competition at all? It's a little different this year, right? As you're having them one kick, the other guy kicks.
I actually ain't paying attention to it, but can't lie.
Why is it different?
No, it's kind of exciting.
That's it?
He's excited.
So wait, he said he's not paying attention to it, but it's kind of exciting? Can somebody explain that one to me? It's so exciting he's got to check out.
He's got a lot going on in his head, Steiny.
That's true. He's got to be a leader this year. That's right. He's going to be a leader, so he can't be spending time with the kickers.
Well, also a piece of unfortunate news to pass down. The Valkyries who play tonight, Steiny, are going to be without Kayla Thornton going forward, who suffered an injury to her right knee earlier this week in practice, was just representing the Valkyries at the WNBA All-Star Game. She underwent a successful surgery earlier today, so she's out for the remainder of the season.
That hurts. Best player, only All-Star.
Yeah.
Strength in numbers.
Well, it sucks. Yeah, they've been playing really well this year.
Let's go. We got it. It's going to come down to coaching. Actually, I do think she's a really good coach. I like her demeanor.
I really like Thornton.
Yeah.
She's a badass. That sucks. There's something. Oh, this was the other part that I meant to touch on from Saleh. So I think they're kind of preparing us to they're preparing us for, I don't know, just like a period where this team doesn't look all together. I don't think that they're going to be, they can't be a finished product at the beginning of the season because they won't have Aiyuk. They're not going to have Mustafa. And those are two impactful players on both sides of the ball. But I think they're preparing us for a little bit of uneasiness to start this season, because I also think there's going to be a lot of changes, mostly to defense, but I think Shanahan would love to give veteran players the inroad to starting spots, and then depending on how they play, he might have to go with some rookies. I think there's going to be a lot of shuffling this season, and Robert Saleh kind of hit the nail on the head yesterday when he was asked about it.
anytime you have that much turnover and that much change, there's going to be a process of gelling and getting to know one another. And again, just understanding the system and how you play together at a high level. But whether they're veterans or young, the expectation is that you get better throughout the course of the year, regardless. Whether you're a 10-year vet or a young rookie taking his first snap, you go to bed better than when you woke up every day of life. And so the expectation, regardless of how old we are, is to get better.
You know what?
Do you think of this 49ers team as being old or young?
Yes. They're older on offense. They're younger on defense. You know what? Can I tell you something? And I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something that I just love his tone.
Saleh?
Yeah, he's completely different on the field. I don't know, man. I liked his voice. It sounded really cool. It sounded nice. I liked what he was saying.
I mean, that sounds like the voice of a head coach, of which he's been for the last few seasons.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is, though, there could be a double whammy with the defense, and it's this. Okay, let's say the organization is bracing us for, look, hang with us. There may be some growing pains on defense. The important thing is we're going to get better over the course of the season. See, this is where the schedule comes in. Because if your defense is struggling against the teams they're playing, it would be one thing if, Philly was on the schedule and KC and Buffalo and Green Bay and Dallas and Washington, and the defense struggles. You could be like, well, it's kind of understandable. But if you're playing Jacksonville, the Giants, the Bears, the Titans, the Browns, they still may struggle, but it can't look awful against those teams in general.
Well, and again, with Saleh, I think what he's trying to do, and what I myself am taking his lead with his tempering expectations. I don't understand why with 6 new starters, potentially 8, people just assume the Niners are going to win the NFC West. I think the Rams are pretty damn good, and they were 10 yards away from beating the eventual Super Bowl champ last year, and they brought most of their team back, and they added Devontae Adams. I think the Rams are going to be good this season. I don't think it's a given whatsoever the Niners are going to just use this last place schedule, to cakewalk to the division. I don't think that's a given whatsoever.
No, I don't think it's a given at all. I will say this, though, about Saleh. He's coming back at a time where the defense is as in flux as it's been probably since Shanahan's first 2 years. And knowing what happened with Sorensen and Wilkes before, he's the guy to coach the defense at this point where it's going to be a young team and they need to grow and gel. I do feel I think Saleh is a good defensive coach. Better than the guys they've had since him, although D'Amico Ryans was there after him, right?
Yeah.
Let's leave him out of it because he was good.
But just look at last season. I think this is another part, too. Kyle Shanahan wants guys on his coaching staff that he trusts. Because it's not just Robert Saleh. He brought back Gus Bradley, who is a veteran defensive mind. He's also, I think, the assistant head coach. But he moved away from someone he felt like had, I don't know, whether it's knowledge or continuity. Nick Sorensen, gone. Brandon Staley, gone. Those guys are, I think, they're smart people individually, but I don't know if they had Kyle Shanahan's trust. Clearly, Steve Wilkes didn't, even though his defense was one that helped him get to a Super Bowl. But he needs someone in that position that he believes in and trusts wholeheartedly, and Robert Saleh absolutely is that person.
Well, and I'd even go a step further. I think the fans trust Saleh. And that's a big part of this, too, because if let's just say, hypothetically, this was, they're going to have 6-8 new starters, but Sorensen was the coach. Well, if the defense is bad under Sorensen, you know who's probably going to get blamed? Sorensen. But if the defense is bad under Saleh, I'm not saying he won't get criticized, but then I think more people would acknowledge, well, maybe our defense, these guys aren't that good. In other words, I do believe whatever their potential is on the high side, on the bright side, defensively, like Saleh will get the best out of this defense, and it won't be a case of, as it has been the past few years, where the defensive coordinator is a discussion point. Like it's Robert Saleh. He's done the job before. He did it very well, and he's not going to get fired after 1 year if the defense doesn't quite come around.
No, you have to give him that benefit of the doubt. I mean, I guess you might lose him to a potential head coaching spot if this actually goes really well.
True.
But that to me would be worst case. Let's go to San Jose. Talk to Guru, who's got an expectation for the 49ers. Yes, this is the action. His name's Guru, Steiny. Don't hold on. Just chill out. What's up?
Better be careful.
How you doing? Hello? Guru, San Jose.
Yep. Hello.
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I got you now. What's up?
Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah, and so I mean, like you said, right? I mean, I think you guys have been alluding to this. I think people are a little too excited about the Niners coming into this season, and really, like you guys mentioned, like 6 new defensive starters. The defensive line is almost brand new. Upton Stout, who's a rookie, played with the ones yesterday in the slot, and you don't know who your safeties are. So I think, given the easy schedule, there will be games that the Niners win despite their defense. Yes, but I do think it is a rebuilding year for the defense. I think Albert Collins is a good player. Micah Williams is a good player. It's going to take 2 to 3 years for those guys to come around, just like it took 2 to 3 years for DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead to come around, right? And so I think if the fans have that expectation to be like, okay, let's go through the growing pains with the defense, because the Niners absolutely made the right decision this offseason going to the draft for the defensive line. This was the best defensive line draft in years. And so, having that in mind and coming into the offseason thinking, okay, you got your quarterback, you got him signed for the next 5 years, right? What can you do in the next 5 years to try and improve your defense to get to that Super Bowl level eventually? I think this team is this year. They're a borderline playoff team, depending on how the year goes, what their injury luck is like. But in 2 to 3 years, they can be really good. So I think that's the focus. How can they be really good 2 to 3 years from now? What are the holes we have going into next offseason that we can address? I think that's the mentality this team has, frankly.
Thanks, Guru. No, appreciate that. I think that's pretty spot on, and a lot of that is how I feel about this squad.
Yeah, I think he's right. He in the first part of his statement, he said 5 years, and I was like, well, that's a little too long. And then he said 2 or 3 years, and I agree. Can you rebuild the defense and compete for a playoff spot and possibly get in? If you can, that's a successful season.
How are you feeling about the Niners? Look, 3rd day of training camp, offense pretty much set. Concrete, back from last year. The defense, meanwhile, 6 spots. Robert Saleh saying there's going to be a gelling period. We're going to hear him talk about rookies versus veterans in just a moment. But tempering expectation, is that what you're hearing? Or are you hearing an excitement for a brand new group of guys that you feel like have the opportunity to do something special and maybe be a little bit ahead of the curve? We're going to talk about that. Also got MLB trade deadline stuff coming up in just a bit. The news out of the Valkyries that Kayla Thornton has underwent successful knee surgery for an injury she sustained at practice earlier this week, is going to miss the remainder of the season. And obviously tonight's game at 7 o'clock against the Dallas Wings, you can hear all on the Odyssey app on the Valkyries channel right here on 95.7 The Game. So that is unfortunate. But we're going to continue on. Evan Giddings alongside Matt Steinmetz. That segment brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson's going to be back on Monday. Matt Steinmetz in the house. Just a couple things to keep you abreast on. The Jonathan Kaminga saga continues. Might come down to October 1st when he's got to make a choice about his qualifying offer. Sending our wishes of a speedy recovery to Golden State Valkyries forward Caleb Thornton, who suffered an injury to a right knee earlier this week in practice, underwent a successful surgery today in SF, but he's going to be out for the remainder of the WNBA season, is going to begin rehabbing immediately, was the lone all-star for the Valkyries this year, so a big loss for them this season, about midway through the campaign. Talking a little bit about the Niners, before we get back into them, and we also got some Giants stuff to get into as well. What's your deal with cruises? Like, we were talking about this yesterday after the show. So, we're hanging out, and somebody tells us, I'm going on a cruise. I'm going to Alaska.
Yeah.
I'm flying up to Seattle, taking a 7-day cruise to Alaska. And I have never been on a cruise, but I'm not opposed to going on one. And yet you seem to just shoot it down. Like,
no. Oh, goodness, no.
No. You were very anti-cruise, and I don't mean Tom.
First of all, it's pronounced cruise, like George, like
crucifix.
No, like George Costanza's dad.
It's a cruise. Like
remember when George stole his cabana wear when they were good? Okay. No, I'm not. No, all I said was.
What do you have against big boats?
Nothing. If I don't have a hankering to go on a cruise. I got to get on a cruise. It's not on my bucket list. However, if the opportunity to go on a cruise came up, I would go. I think.
You said somebody would have to pay you to go on a cruise.
It would have to be one of those where, hey, 95.7 The Game listeners, you want to go on a cruise with Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson? Enter this contest, and you'll be on the Pacific Princess to the Hawaiian Islands. Hey, what if I told you this? My problem with my fear of boats or ships, like those kind of ships, cruise ships, is they play into two fears: claustrophobia and agoraphobia.
Yeah, not the old ship, but
no, that's the safest place on the West Coast. That's the safest ship.
Well, I'm not talking about a cruise ship like, you're afraid. Have you seen the movie Annapolis?
No.
Okay, it's about a giant cruise ship basically sinking, and guys got to get out of it. Like, you're afraid of the Titanic? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's that one that messed up in Italy, the Concorde thing.
Fear of being confined to a small space,
and at the same time being in the biggest open space that you could conceive of. Do you see the paradox there?
It sounds like you just don't like the ocean.
I love the ocean. But I love it less when I'm 1,000 miles from shore. So I've looked at some of these cruise ships, and it does feel like the rooms are really small. Like, they're pretty small, and they are layered on top of each other. And
you're going to have to make friends.
No, that I don't mind. It's just, I could see getting a little, what's it called? What is it called when you're in island fever?
Yeah.
Or
rock fever. Like,
you got to get off the island.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're surrounded by ocean. That's what you're kind of feeling, just in a smaller space.
That's what
with claustrophobia.
Yeah, that's what I would be afraid of. But I would give it a try.
Okay. Well, if anybody wants to sponsor Steiny and Guru cruise ship, doesn't have to be for a week. Could be shorter. Just give us a call at 888-957-9570.
I would love. Now, the gentleman who was going on a cruise that we talked to yesterday, he's going to take it from Seattle. I got to believe there's cruises that go to Alaska from San Francisco. I got to believe.
I mean, I'm sure you can go up and down the West Coast.
Yeah.
Mexico.
I would much rather go to Alaska.
The Panama Canal.
No, I'd much rather go to Alaska than Mexico.
Well, in the summer, in the 650 sounds like excuses, Steiny. Go on a cruise and conquer your fear.
Fear's too strong. Uneasy.
Uneasiness?
Uneasy.
You know what makes me uneasy, Steiny?
The 49ers defense?
Kind of. Training camp statistics.
What?
I can't think of a less relevant statistic than a training camp statistic. For example, you know who leads the NFL in completion percentage in training camp?
Okay, now
I'll give you a hint.
We're not doing that.
It's not Brock Purdy. Oh, I know who it is.
I can't believe that.
After 2 days.
Well, first of all, they don't. Who?
Drake May.
Yeah, I
He's
like him.
29 for 32, according to the Boston Globe. 91%. He leads all NFL training camp quarterbacks in practice completion percentage.
Okay, I've got
how stupid that sounds.
I've got a question.
Yeah.
So there's no way that the team provides that information, correct?
It's being logged by people that are, charting throws and
right,
and then they tweet it out or they put it in their articles.
So you're telling me there are 32 writers out there, all of whom are calculating the statistics on their own, and then they funnel it to a common place.
I mean, I do think that teams keep stats or records.
Sure.
But it's not public.
Right.
Like they're keeping stuff to evaluate their own players.
So let's
which is really what matters.
Let's use I was going to use Matt Mayoko, but his role has changed. So we'll take Matty we'll take Matty Barrows.
You got to get off Mayoko.
We'll take Matty Barrows. So he was he's on the sidelines today and he's charting it all and he's seeing, okay, what'd Brock Purdy do today? He was 12 for 17, a touchdown and a pick. There's 31 other Matt Barrows out there that are I got to believe not every beat writer does that, do they?
You want to know what Brock Purdy was yesterday in training camp?
I mean,
he was a surgeon.
Sure,
13 of 14, including a long bomb to George Kittle. I don't know if touchdowns were a part of this, but in the practice sessions, Brock Purdy was 13 of 14.
You see Aaron Rodgers threw a pick on his first throw of the training camp?
Yeah, he's done. He's done. Actually, I think it was intended for DK Metcalf. That relationship is off to a rocky start.
That's not what ESPN said.
I don't know. The Pittsburgh Steelers they got something going on in camp.
Good or bad?
Oh, bad. Real bad.
Huh.
DK Metcalf is a diva. Aaron Rodgers is on his last leg. Mike Tomlin's losing the grip on the No, again, I'm gathering all of this from a training camp stat. I don't care.
Well, what's Rodgers?
How many picks
what was Rodgers?
Someone throws in camp.
Are you telling me there's a list that you're looking at of training camp leaders in statistics?
Apparently. I saw today that Drake May leads the NFL in training camp completion percentage after 2 days.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I kind of agree. It's gratuitous. However, if you can come up with a list, I kind of would like to look at it. Yeah, I'd like to see what Rodgers is doing, knowing it has no bearing on the season. But yeah, I would absolutely like to see that list and where Brock fits it. Because you know what? At the very least, seriously, let's say Rodgers is great, but he doesn't have a good training camp. I mean, at least you have that for context. He wasn't great in training camp, but once the regular season started, he was good.
Yeah, but if a beat writer from Pittsburgh is writing, well, Aaron Rodgers' arm looks a little lesser than we were expecting, or he's not that quick and is having trouble evading some of the pass rushers. Like that, I glean more from that than Aaron Rodgers threw a pick to DK Metcalf. And I think he said after, we got that one out of the way.
Right.
Like throwing a pick in training camp, in my opinion, and conversely, throwing a bunch of touchdowns doesn't mean anything to me.
All right.
What? You got a problem with that?
So, okay. So,
it's important You'd like to complete passes.
But
Purdy threw 2 picks on the first day of training camp, bounced back 13 to 14. Like, I don't care.
All right, you ready? I have an analogy
Lay it on me.
that you will say is a perfect analogy. So
you don't know that.
No, but I bet you will say it's a great analogy.
Well, now I want to say it's not.
I know you're going to want to, but it's going to be too on the money.
Okay.
So quarterbacks in training camp are the same as pitchers in spring training, that when they get knocked around a little bit, there's a possibility that the pitcher was simply working on stuff, just like a quarterback could be working on stuff. Told you.
Well, now I want to disagree with you.
I can't.
But I can't. Was that Bonte? What? A?
No, that was me.
Oh.
The second one.
I thought that sound was Bonte.
Time for the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Also a reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Well, do you want to hear about what actually matters at training camp? This is from Tim Kawakami yesterday on Willard Dibs, Grandy in for Willard.
There's a lot of young players. That's what strikes you in the first thing. There's just a lot of young bodies out there, a few less familiar faces, but then some of the familiar faces are out there too. But more than anything, you see Michael Williams, you see Nick Martin, you see C.J. West, you see all these guys. It's different. There's a different energy to it when you see younger players out there. Obviously, they have to prove themselves, though.
There's youth. There's athleticism. There's size. That's what I care about in training camp. I want to know what bodies are competing for what spots and if I feel good about them. I don't really care much. And maybe it's just specific to quarterbacks. And I mean, I guess if you told me Fred Warner had umpteen tackles in practice, maybe that makes people feel better. But the quarterback training camp stats don't mean much to me. I want to know how Michael Williams is doing. I want to know how Nick Martin is doing, who looks really fast. I want to know how all these guys who are competing for spots that are, according to Saleh, wide open, I want to know how they're performing.
So the Niners are the model for the Warriors.
What?
The Niners are the model for the Warriors. If you're telling me that there's youth, athleticism, and size on the Niners, those are all things the Warriors are craving right now. Youth, athleticism, size.
Well, they're about to get rid of one of them.
Apparently.
Well, we don't know that, but
look, there's no getting around the fact that the questions surrounding the defense are going to be the ones that we kind of look at early in the season. And I don't know. And I was talking about this yesterday, Evan. I mean, I would rather the Niners kind of, they rebuild and they transitioning. I would much rather I'm more excited about the 49ers this year because there's more unknown than had the 49ers done the equivalent of running it back after last year and essentially blaming the season on injuries. And, we know we got rid of some big names, but if they came back and it became obvious that they just thought last year was an outlier and they were going to do it again, I would be like, oh, you got to be kidding me. This is different. They're going in a little bit of a new direction, and I think they have the defensive coordinator to make it as good as it can be. And I'm sorry, I like seeing young teams grow, and who knows? This could be the start of the 49ers having put together a dominant defense, or maybe they missed on 6 guys. I don't know, but this is what I really enjoy about sports, is watching what's going to develop on that defensive side with young players.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I lean more towards them rebuilding that side of the football, but I do have to keep an open mind that they might have drafted some studs. Like they might have got some guys that are really going to help them in their first season, or their second or third year players that didn't play much or a little bit last year really step into a starting position. The thing too is about the Niners. So they kind of have a little bit of both. The one thing that I don't know if it irks me, but it makes me feel a bit troubled is like they didn't have to completely clean house this offseason. I know Kyle Shanahan said that some of the decisions that they were going to make, like they weren't going to be able to bring Aaron Banks back. He was getting paid too much money by the Bears. Hufanga, paid by Denver. They needed to move off of Debo and found a suitor in Washington to do that. But they tried to re-sign Dre Greenlaw. In fact, the reports are they actually flew to him. Like they tried as best they could to bring him back. I don't think they had to get off of Leonard Floyd, who had 1 year left on his deal. There were some players on last year's team that could have helped this year if they really believed to me that I don't know if it's ready to reset is the terminology I want to use, but like there's something about like when the Niners believe that they got action, and I do give credit to Jed York, he spends money, and Kyle Shanahan is right that this Niners team has spent a lot of cash over the last few seasons to make sure that they're in the best possible position to succeed. Last year, they spent more cash than any team in the NFL. This year, there was clearly, and I know that they had to get younger, they had to get faster, but there was clearly a decision that they were also going to get cheaper. And I think that means they're willing to kind of eat it for a season. Not be terrible, but they knew they were going to have to take a step back.
I mean, let me ask, and I think it makes sense. If the 49ers aren't going to compete for a Super Bowl, all right, and it looks like it's going to be really hard for them too, why would you want Leonard Floyd here? Like he's somebody who, he
was only making $10 million.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, there's also something about having a veteran on your team who's, past his prime a little bit. You're not probably going to win a Super Bowl anyway. So I could see how you look at a guy like Leonard Floyd and say, you know what, let's put a younger guy in there. He may not be obviously as good at this point, but he's got the opportunity to grow. A, and then B, we will save some money because it'll be a guy on his rookie deal. And then, C, you also have to be careful of having too many veteran players on a team that might not go anywhere. You know what I mean? Kind of like last year.
Well, I think that they clearly came into camp looking to be, and John Lynch actually used this word, I think it was a couple days ago, but like more prepared. Not just in a literal sense, but I think prepared for the unknown, prepared for the possibility that this season doesn't go the way everyone wants it to. Like they're prepared because they're younger. I think they have a bit more flexibility. Say the season doesn't go well, I think they have more flexibility to rearrange some things to try and get better the year after next. And again, to see kind of where they're at. But Lynch actually, he brought this up, and I thought you might like this because he compared and talked about the preparedness in relation to a guy in Scotty Scheffler.
Oh.
Who you like, I know, quite a bit.
I watched, I think we all sat back and watched Scotty Scheffler, win the Open. And he's starting to talk a little more in terms of what his preparation and things. And the thing he said, and I think it translates to any sport, is how everything he does during the week in preparations is extremely intentional to try to set him up to do one thing, give himself the best chance to win. And that's the same thing we try to do and how we put our roster together, how they organize practices. And that's what this whole thing's all about. So I would just say the tone is you got to go earn it. And I know we have some very motivated players to do just that.
All right. Fair enough.
What? No, you know what I'm thinking about with Lynch, and I kind of feel like this season is about identifying players to support not the older core, but their 20-somethings. That's why they got rid of so many different. Maybe they got rid of Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, even to some extent Dre Greenlaw. They're trying to find out if among the 6 to 8 spots that they have to fill, if any of those guys can be maybe the next Fred Warner, can be the next George Kittle, not like that position, but you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That can support the core that's already there and that they can legitimately envision becoming dudes in a couple seasons. Like, in a way, that's what I think that they are willing to risk this season for, to figure out if all of these young guys that they have, and a lot of them haven't had opportunities to play because there's been people in front of them. Well, let's just get rid of all of those guys because they're too old. We don't think they're worth their contract. Let's give this season to see if we got a couple of guys that are up next. How much of that season is this going to be about? I think it's a lot.
I do too. I think I think if you're going to have 6 to 8 new players on defense, obviously that includes some rookies, some second and third year players. I think we went down the list yesterday. So, yes, you go through this season and the rookies who play, you either like them or you don't like them. But the guys in their second and third year, those are also the guys you got to make a determination about whether they're going to be good enough in 3 or 4 years or 2 or 3 years from now. Are they improving at a rate that gets you to a point where your defense could be really good in 2 years? Or are they just guys, kind of? And yes, I think they got to identify, let's say 4 rookies start on defense. Does that mean they're going to like those 4 rookies enough at the end of the year that they can look at each other, Lynch and Shanahan, and say, well, those 4 rookies are going to play for the next 2 or 3 years, on their rookie contracts, and we don't have to upgrade those positions. We'll get depth there, but we don't have to upgrade. Those guys are going to get better, and they're going to upgrade themselves every season in the next 2 or 3.
Well, there's also something, too, I'm thinking about Brock Purdy and how he fits into all of this. And on the other side, I want to explore that. Because I think the Niners are also, what they're doing is they are conforming a bit to what the modern NFL franchise must do. And that's what happens when you pay your quarterback. I want to get into that on the other side. Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Gettings in for Guru alongside Steinmetz. We're back after this, 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. He's going to be back on Monday. Steinmetz here as always. You are a little nervous about the weekend. I can tell.
What are you talking about?
Well, you got a big event coming up.
What's that?
Well, you said yesterday you're playing Pebble Beach. That's big boy stuff. You nervous?
No. Why would I be nervous? I'm not
because
paying.
You only get one shot.
Well, I've played there before. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Give me 2 whoops because I've played there twice. Looking forward to it. I'll tell you that.
It's a big boy course.
Yes, it is.
Getting up at the crack of dawn.
I'm playing at they have a par 3 called the Hay. We're going to play that in the morning, and then we're going to play Pebble Beach in the afternoon, and then we're going to have dinner. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun day. Fun day down at. You ever been down there?
I've been to Monterey.
Okay.
Well, or it's in what, Pacific Grove?
Pebble Beach.
Yeah.
Pacific Grove's like a town over.
Oh well, then
that's where Spadoni's from.
I know. Oh, he always makes sure to claim PG.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be like the weather outside right now.
It's fine. No rain. That's
a little
all.
soupy.
That's fine. Oh yeah. Hopefully shorts and a long sleeve shirt will get it done. I don't feel like wearing pants, but if I have to, I will.
I think you'll be all right.
I know I will.
Did you hear what your boy said yesterday?
My boy.
Yeah. Big Trent.
Which one?
Big Trent.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not crazy about him unless he is talking at the podium. Because I do like to listen to him. He's really smart.
So why are you so hard on him?
Because he's selfish. Because he's selfish.
They are all selfish.
Yeah. Well,
everybody's trying to get theirs.
He's the guy who's the biggest in terms of selfishness.
Well, he's 6'7".
Exactly. Literally. Yeah.
Might not be bigger than Michael Williams. Said he was as big as DeForest Buckner.
Well,
all right.
Yeah.
I want to ask you this question, and then I'm going to play this piece of sound for you from Trent Williams at the podium yesterday. Do you think that Trent Williams was taking accountability for what happened last season? Remember, he was one of the people that held out for a contract pretty late. By his standards, didn't have a great season. Niners obviously went 6-11. So, I know you like him at the podium. Did you hear him taking accountability?
I don't know. I wasn't here last year to see the difference, but it's always good when you can have everybody in attendance. I know for myself, that was my, first time that I played football without a training camp, so that was pretty different for me. But I like training camp. I like the camaraderie you build with your teammates, and it's 90 guys, so
yeah,
you get to know a lot of people, and obviously, when they cut down to 53, those guys leave, but they become lifetime friends. So that's, to me, I just feel like that's the thing that you gain the most with having everybody around. Obviously everybody got their business decisions to make, but I didn't see how it was last year, but I know this year it feels good. The morale is up, and, please see everybody.
Oh, he's back.
He took no accountability for anything. Are you kidding me?
But he said he loves training camp. It's the only one he's ever missed.
I thought, is that true? I thought he was notorious for hating training camp and not wanting to, and holding out, not being
He
there.
usually shows up, maybe not the first day, but he's always around. Yeah.
I heard no accountability there.
All right, what about this one? It's their overall approach this year.
Well, he can't compare it to anything.
Just try to be ready physically. Like you said, I played a lot of snaps, so it's probably nothing that's going to surprise me when I get out there on the field, but it's just being ready to consistently do the same thing, play after play.
Yeah.
For, from now into February, hopefully. So, I try not to put too much pressure on myself. I just try to make sure I'm prepared, and I go out there and just play football. I love to compete, so
let him talk.
When I'm in that mode, when I'm my cleats on the grass, to me, I feel like, like I'm a rookie, you know, just because of how I approach and how I just love to play.
Oh, man. Yeah. I mean, he's locked in.
Yeah.
What? I thought you said you liked listening to him. Are you ready to rip him again?
I like listening to him, but that was a whole bunch of nothing.
What are you talking about?
Just saying. First of all, he doesn't like training camp. Stop it.
This is a pretty good one from our YouTube chat. Kane Stylebender. Trent loves training camp like I like eating raw vegetables.
Exactly.
But they're good for you. Just like training camp is a necessary evil. What happened last year? Blake Snell said, I miss spring training. And that's why
this year he decided to miss the first half of the season.
Well,
if you're going to miss games, they may as well be regular season games.
Hey, get injured on company time, recover on company time.
Oh, who cares?
Trent Williams is locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's due for a big season.
Okay, sure. I mean, listen, I guess he's earned everything he's gotten, clearly, but...
Oh, he's earned a private jet.
What?
Trent Williams has a private jet.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he has access to a private jet.
No, he's made over $200 million. If he wanted to buy a G5, he could do it.
I think they're more than $200 million.
Well, maybe not a G5, but a private plane that he uses to get from place to place.
I'd need verification of that.
He talked about it yesterday.
Yes, but that could mean he just has access to a plane that he can use anytime.
Then why would he refer to a private?
Well, how did he refer to it? Can we hear that sound?
No, we don't have that one. I'm just putting words in his mouth.
He's part of the Wheels Up program. You know, you pay money and he gets to use 40 hours of flight time, and he's got to reserve it 2 months in advance. There's no way he's got a plane parked in Beaumont, Texas, just sitting there. You know how much it costs?
No, but he might have a spot on the runway at Gilroy's.
Do you know how much
airport?
Do you know how much it costs?
Do you know how much he makes
to keep a?
Why do you think he wanted the guaranteed money last year?
Is he a billionaire?
No.
That's why I don't think he has a plane.
He's a smart investor.
I don't doubt that.
Don't you put anything past Trent Williams?
I'm not. I would never disparage his character.
He's also okay. He's going to be playing until he's 40, so he knows he's got an extra $30 million for the next couple seasons coming his way. Just like Curry, he's got a few more seasons left.
No, he doesn't.
Why not? He's as spry as a spring chicken.
I'll make a bet with you right now that this year will be his last, or next year. He will not play after 2 years from now.
All right, we can
take it to the bank.
All
you know
right.
what else you can take to the bank?
What?
He's got access to a plane.
Well, I'm going to tell you why it's kind of bugging me coming up at
oh, really?
2 o'clock. Yeah, what's bugging you? Brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Oh, man, that's right.
Doesn't sound like it's going to be hard for you today. All right, this is from Eric Branch of the SF Chronicle.
Oh, I know. Yeah, sure.
Piece of information coming down. Cornerback Renardo Green, second-round pick last year, had a strong practice but had to exit late in the session with an apparent hamstring injury. So those two Niners that have gone down the first 3 days with a hammy. Ricky Pearsall, by the way, is expected to be back at practice this weekend. But first, Jacob Cowling, wide receiver, and now Renardo Green, who is supposed to be one of their starting corners, down with hammies.
Oh, it's not good news.
Well, it's football.
It is, but they still aren't in pads, right?
Good thing they got Upton Stout. No, I don't think they are in pads yet.
I don't understand. I guess it's a long off season, and then you get out there, and I don't know what to tell you. Trent Williams owns a Gulfstream jet, according to 707. Yeah, let me just see. I always feel like I got to do this, even though I'd like to think
you don't have to do anything.
No, I do have to, because sometimes I make the mistake of taking for granted that all of our listeners are intelligent.
They are.
And clearly some aren't. The Trent Williams plane thing is a shtick. It's a bit. Okay, I'm sure
we agreed to stop using that. Because people are starting to think that everything we do is a bit.
It's not.
It's not a bit.
No. I'd like to see. Can somebody ask him to bring in the registration maybe on Monday?
He's not going to need to provide proof of a private jet to you.
I'll
take him at his word.
Maybe to the media.
How about an exchange? All right. I believe that Trent Williams has a private jet. And in exchange, I get 16 games from Trent Williams this year.
All right.
I mean, there's pressure on him to have a good season. If he doesn't, that O-line's in shambles.
Here's the other thing. It's like, I don't even want to be associated with a private jet right now. I mean, even being associated with a private jet.
Careful.
So, I'm just saying.
Steiny has money. Steiny has money if he's associated with the private jet.
No, you're missing.
He's associated with Pebble Beach.
Point.
No, it's something a little bit deeper, Pasta. You got to dig.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and Fergu with Steiny. All right. We're also, we got like 10, 12 minutes here until the crossover. Six days away from the trade deadline, Steiny. Or was there something else you wanted to get to first?
Giants.
So Josh Naylor.
Three-game series against the Mets.
Yeah, but Josh Naylor's traded today.
Yes.
To the Mariners.
The Mariners are the first team.
Or last night.
To, it's like a marathon, and then one guy breaks out. The Mariners have been the first to break out. Now, you've noticed McMahon's going somewhere.
Ryan McMahon was traded from the Colorado Rockies to the New York Yankees.
Right. So the Yankees now have broken through, and they're drafting off the Mariners, which is a common strategy in distance running. You knew that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So, who do you want for the Giants? Who is on your wish list?
They need a starting pitch. You know what? Just because Keller. Go get Keller. Why not?
You're going to see him in less than a week, probably.
Oh, I'm sure we will. We'll probably see him twice. I'll tell you what, if the Giants don't face Skeens when they play the Pirates 6 times in 9 days, I'm going to be hot. I want to see that guy pitch.
Well, you can.
I'm not against hack teams.
You can see him pitch in between when they play the Giants on MLB TV.
Yeah, who do they play between the Giants series?
All right, you know what? I've actually been thinking about this. So
actually, I've been thinking about this too. Let's say you're a Giants season ticket holder.
But I've been thinking first.
I know.
Okay.
Let's say you're a Giants season ticket holder.
Yeah.
And you love the Giants. You want to see Skeens pitch against your team?
Absolutely.
So
not.
No. Okay. All right.
Absolutely
All
not.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, because although to be fair, he's 4-10.
True.
Although he just beat the Tigers. No, I personally want to see Skeens pitch in San Francisco in person. So I am disappointed that they might miss him.
Me too.
But this weekend, you got 2 of your 3 horses against. Now, Kenny, the Mets.
No, Verlander's not going this weekend.
Stop.
He's on a 1-game winning streak.
Webb and Ray.
He's hotter than Ray and Webb.
It's not a streak.
He is hotter than he's pitched better more recently than Robbie Ray. Okay, go ahead.
New York Ken or Jersey Ken was telling me Skeens is pitching on Sunday, so he will miss the Giants.
Oh, my God. I thought he might miss him the first time. So if he pitches Sunday, he's going to pitch what? The following Friday or Saturday?
Friday or Saturday.
And that's when they're in town.
The Pirates are here next week, early in the week.
The Pirates would be back home playing the Giants.
Right, and he'll pitch there.
But not here.
Correct. I just don't.
That's what it's all about.
And the Giants are using him in all of their promotions, by the way.
Of course, that's straight out of the Warriors. It's a great timeout playbook. Come see our 4-pack with Shaq and Kobe, Sean Kemp, Kevin Garnett, and
Vince Carter.
Sure.
Although, unlike in 2002, nowadays when you promote an NBA player coming to Chase Center, you have zero guarantee that player is going to play.
That is true.
Hey, the Bucks are in town. You want to see A.J. Green and Pat Connaughton because Giannis is out with a back injury.
Yeah. And can't even see Dame anymore.
All right. Can we be honest about this? Sincerely.
Yeah.
So there's supposedly a couple untradables, right? Eldridge, Wisenhunt. Those are the two guys.
Yeah.
I might sound crazy. Eldridge is a no-go. I would be willing to move Wisenhunt if there is a player that can help the Giants this season and for the next couple. And to me, there's two guys, well, three, that I would consider.
All right.
One, Joe Kelly of the Minnesota Twins. Marin kid, by the way. Sir Francis Drake High School. Number two, Stephen Kwan, the Cleveland Guardians.
Yep, left fielder.
And number three, by the way, those first two players are under team control until 2028. They're arbitration eligible starting this offseason. And number three. Thank you, Pasta. Is Adley Rutschman of the Baltimore Orioles. Now, I know that the Giants have a left fielder in Ramos. I know the Giants have a catcher in Patrick Bailey. To me, if you had the opportunity to acquire either Stephen Kwan or Adley Rutschman, I would be willing to part with Carson Wisenhunt. Those two players are legit all-star talents, relatively young and under team control. And I don't know what Wisenhunt's going to become. I think he's good, but those are two players I would sacrifice one of my best prospects for.
For the life of me, I don't understand why when we talk about draft picks and, young players, when it comes to the Warriors, everybody, wants to give them up because nobody's promised. You don't know how good they're going to be. But, and here's the thing about the Giants and what I've followed for 8 to 10 years is don't tell me a guy's a sure thing. That's what I heard about Luciano.
He's a sure thing.
It's what we heard about Joey Bart. Give me a break. So, this whole idea of, Eldridge is untouchable. All right, I mean, that's fine if you think he's untouchable, but no guarantee that means he's going to hit 400 homers for the Giants just because you think he's that good not to trade.
No, but this is one thing the Giants and Buster Posey really does have to consider.
I would, yes. Philosophically, if you do believe in those two guys and you need to build up the farm system further, okay, I got what you're saying.
Well, they need to build up the farm system regardless, but it's the fact that unlike other teams that have been big bidders lately, they don't have a whole lot else after that. So they can't afford to trade a player and have them blossom, to essentially miss on a trade. Whereas, the other teams that are involved in prospect talks right now are, the Padres, the Dodgers, the Tigers. All three of those teams have top farm systems. What you can't have is a situation and just because Ken's in the other room, I'm going to use this, where you give up a Pete Crow Armstrong for a Javier Baez. And that's why all the players that I'm mentioning that I would be willing to sacrifice a top prospect for are not rentals, are not guys that are just going to be here for 2 or 3 months and then they'll be on their way in free agency. The Padres are considering trading Dylan Cease, he's had a down year, but he's a pretty good starting pitcher. I would not be in on trading for Dylan Cease, even if the Padres would be willing to trade in division, because Dylan Cease is going to be a free agent this summer, and he's going to command a lot of money. I don't want to pay him that money. I think that the reason why Kwan, less so Rutschman, but Kwan and specifically Kelly are available, both of them are all-star players, Kwan's a Gold Glover, is because those teams do not want to pay them in 3 years, and they don't want to get into arbitration. The Giants have a chance to do that, I think, right now with what they're looking at, and I think where Posey is trying to put this team in the next 1 to 3 years.
All right. I misunderstood.
Joe Ryan. Sorry, Joe
Ryan.
Ryan.
Thank you. I was getting ready to say, so you'd rather have a reliever than a starter, and of course I'm looking up Joe Kelly.
Joe Ryan,
and I'm like, Joe Kelly, that horses behind that used to pitch for the Dodgers, who stuck his tongue out at the dude, and then I'm like, okay, he's not even in the league this year. What's going on? Let me look at the Twins, and I see there's no Joe Kelly on. No, Joe, yeah, okay,
no,
Joe Ryan.
Clean up on aisle E.
Now that guy I do know.
Yeah, Joe Ryan.
All right,
good.
He is good. He's good. He's good. And you said he's under team control for a couple years?
Yeah, both he and Quan become free agents in 2028.
I mean, ideally, that's the kind of guy you would want, is a guy who is going to be under contract for another 2 years, especially a guy like Ryan, who's only 29. Like, you don't want to, if you like him enough to acquire him at the deadline at 29, you got to like him enough to then want him on your team for a few years. So I like that, that he does have a couple years. Quan's an interesting one because can Ramos play any other outfield position?
Well, I think Quan can play other outfield positions.
But I like Quan in left field, though.
Oh, he's great. He's maybe the best defensive left fielder in the game.
I
mean, you could experiment with Ramos in right field because that would also give you a reason to, at the end of the season, move off of Yastrzemski.
Yeah, and Quan can hit, and he's got some speed, too. This team doesn't have a lot of speed, and I like Quan.
They don't have a leadoff hitter.
Well, they have Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee.
They do.
No, but I think Quan makes them better defensively. No doubt about it. I mean, even if you just play Quan in left field and move Ramos to right field, they're better. Because he can't play right. I mean, Ramos isn't going to play right field any worse than he's playing left.
No,
and then you're going to have an upgrade in left.
It's true. What do you think Buster Posey's thinking right now?
I think Buster Posey's thinking that he doesn't know if an acquisition or two is going to be the difference between this team finishing 38 or 36 and 24 as opposed to 32 and 28. You know what I mean? Which would, to me, I just use those numbers to put out the difference between, let's say, a playoff team and a wild card team and a non-wild card team. I mean, he's got to be convinced that the team right now is good enough to hang around, and then the guy or two he gets pushes him over. And Devers hasn't done that so far. Not that he's in this one, but
not since he's been at first base.
That's true.
2-0.
That's true.
Good note from the 415 in the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Quan also from the Bay Area. Yep. Joe Ryan from Marin. Stephen Quan from Fremont.
Okay. Yeah, I like Quani.
Also, shout out to CC Sabathia.
Absolutely.
He's going into the Hall of Fame today, and he is one of ours.
He was
from Vallejo.
He was part of one of my most proud moments. CC Sabathia.
How so?
Well, we're cutting up the end of the segment, so I don't have time to get into it.
Okay, I'll ask you on the other side.
CC Sabathia not only made my day, but he made me feel very proud of myself.
Okay. All right, well, I want to save that for Grandy and Dibs. How about that? All right, we'll come back with that. On the crossover, we also got What's Bugging You. We know it's not CC Sabathia, the future Hall of Famer. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson with Matt Steinmetz. Again, the crossover and What's Bugging You coming up at 2 o'clock, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. We'll be back with Willard and Dibs, Grandy in for Willard. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Matt Steinmetz joined now by Mark Grandy and Dan Dibley on the crossover. What's up, fellas?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, not a payday, but still.
It's Friday.
Friday.
Better than any other day.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, guys?
Just, trying to get ready for a fun baseball series tonight.
Yeah.
And catching up on the latest hamstring pull down in Santa Clara. Hoping there hasn't been one since I actually started this sentence.
Renardo Green.
Right.
The latest.
Yeah, of course. And it's a head scratcher for me as to why this keeps happening. And not that you have to assign blame, but, you would figure by the time you get into actual training camp that you would have your body in a spot to where if you broke out into a full sprint, this wouldn't happen as a professionally trained elite athlete, but I could be wrong. It just feels like this team has more of these than other teams, and I haven't done the deep dive on it, but I don't know, Grandy, it feels like the Niners have more of these little tweaks than other teams in camp.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into all the other teams at camp and see what the numbers are, but I don't know. I think that it's general, even if you're working out consistently through the offseason, which I would imagine the majority of these guys are, you get into camp and that intensity is different, you're probably going to get some soft tissue pulls. That's probably what's expected. The issue is for the Niners that has tended to become or lead to serious things. I'm not that concerned about something to Renardo Green or to Ricky Pearsall at this stage, but if they miss a preseason game, you get closer to week 1 and they're still not ready to go, then I get a little concerned. But I don't know. Until I get the data dibs that suggest otherwise, I think this is just a kind of par for the course for what happens early in camp.
See, Steiny, that's a training camp stat that might matter. Number of hamstring pulls. Do the Niners have more than the other? I don't care that Drake May is leading NFL training camp in completion percentage.
He is?
Yes.
Awesome.
That's big time.
91% over the last 2 days, or first 2 days. I don't care.
That's UPP, I believe. Unpadded percentages. Are you down with UPP, Steiny?
I'm ashamed to say that I asked.
Steiny, you down with UPP?
Sure.
No, the answer is, yeah, you know me. Is it that hard, Rice?
Well, we went through this the other day. Steiny's still working on that.
Well, did you guys hear what happened at Niners camp today? Because Brock Purdy's out with a personal reason.
Yeah.
So Mac Jones was getting all the reps, and apparently he looked pretty good.
Of course.
McCorkle.
I mean, I like his arm. And he's really heady. He's heady.
Is he cerebral?
Very. Oh, yeah.
You better watch out, bro.
Anybody want a little trivia question?
Sure.
I've got so many trivia questions for you, but you go ahead.
Oh, and there's something you got. Okay.
Well, the only reason I'm asking it is because Evan was not, he was kind of clueless on this. 5 players are getting inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame Sunday.
Oh,
you know who they are? 5? I
got first dibs.
Hold on.
Easy with the first dibs moniker.
I'm just
like me saying, I'm so happy I'm giddy over here.
I'm just saying, these 2 guys are baseball guys, and let's see if they are up on what's going on.
CC Sabathia.
That's correct.
Yeah. Did his car broke down on the way to Cooperstown? Is that what happened yesterday?
Shout out Vallejo.
Yep. I love him. Personal experience.
Oh,
go
God.
ahead.
Is Andrew Jones in this class?
No.
Next year.
It should be.
Good fielder.
Yep. He'll be in next year.
So clearly you guys have no idea.
Yeah, I don't
There's
know.
a manager in there somewhere.
There's not.
What, players? There's 5 players going in?
Correct.
That's a big class.
That is a big class.
Dick Allen.
Yep. That's Veterans Committee.
Okay,
Dave Parker.
Yes.
Sabathia. Ichiro. This guy, Billy Wagner.
Last year of eligibility.
Yeah.
And this is a
10th time on the
classic.
ballot.
This is a classic 10th time on the ballot guy. Where, if you want to close your eyes and remember Billy Wags,
He was dominant.
He was dominant. Yeah, he threw it with much more arm speed than that, and hopefully not that facial expression for the YouTube audience. But I thought that he was a Hall of Famer. But you get down to the 10th ballot, he's a 10th ballot guy. Where also with the big ballot now that you get to put 10 people on there, you get the big ballot is going to let other people in who might be borderline's unfair because he had a great career. The one to watch for 10th ballot, and it's still premature, it's Alex Rodriguez. I think that this year, upcoming will be his 5th time on the ballot, and he's right there at about 35, 36% historically. But the PR he's doing, that man's doing some PR now. So by the time he gets to the 10th ballot and the steroid era will be even further removed from our minds, you're probably going to see him sneak in.
Well, Sonny, you have a story about or with one of these Hall of Famers, correct? You said,
oh yeah, CC Sabathia. I told you he made my day once, and it made me very proud.
And you said you would explain why.
So this was back in 2000, and we were down in Orlando, and I was doing sideline for the Warriors, and thank you, and a great producer, Vaughn Kilgore, I'm just sitting sidelines, and he goes, hey, CC Sabathia's here. And I said, okay. And he goes, what? Why don't you go over and interview him? We can do a quick 3-minute interview during your next hit. And I was like, okay. He was down there in spring training. So I walk across. He's like, yeah, just go ask him. Go over there and ask him if he'll do it. And then if he says yes, we'll do it the next one. I said, okay. So I'm walking over to CC Sabathia. And if you know me, I hate doing this. I just hate asking for anything. And I'm approaching CC Sabathia. I'm a little bit nervous. And you know what he said? Matt Steinmetz.
Whoa.
Wow.
What's going on? I'm like, oh, how do you know me? He goes, I'm a Warrior fan, man. What's going on? I'm like, you want to do an interview? Yes, of course. I'll do an interview. Yeah. It was just made me feel.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool.
Like,
and now he's a Hall of Famer.
How the hell do you know me?
He seems like a really good guy, too.
He is.
Everything I've heard from everybody who's interacted with him, he's a good dude.
Great smile. He's got a great smile and a great disposition.
Overcame some demons, too. Alcoholism.
Yeah, there you go.
But anyways.
That runs anathema or counter, for those of you not familiar with the word, to one of my most famous sideline experiences where I was doing sideline for the Sacramento Mountain Lions. Thank you. I don't think that when you're doing sideline for the Mountain Lions, you deserve a whoop.
Well, it's better than the rat he just played. So.
Pretty much. And they had a guy named John David Washington on the team. His father happened to be Denzel. And so I see Denzel front row in the end zone, and same thing, the producer's like, Dibs, I think Denzel's down there. Why don't you see if you can get an interview with Denzel? And I'm a little bit more brash and bold than Steiny, so I'm like, heck yeah. So I go up to, Denzel during a stoppage in play, and I said, excuse me, Mr. Washington, this man doesn't even look at me. He's looking askance. He throws it up, the stop sign. And so I've been known to run a stop sign or two, and I said, Denzel, Mr. Washington, would you mind? And again, second stop sign goes up, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and think that that's a no from you, dog. So didn't even give me the eye contact or no, I'm sorry, I'm just going to try to focus on my son here. I'm really locked in on this Sacramento Mountain Lions game. Double no-look stop sign for your boy.
Wow.
And we were on to Cincinnati. So I ended up interviewing the actual mountain lion, the mascot. Not quite as fun as Denzel.
Not quite.
So it was a mascot who talked.
I had to interpret. It was a nonverbal interview. I'm here with Mounty the mountain lion. How you doing? Clap, clap, clap. Double thumbs up.
Did he
I think
roar
he's happy,
or did he
guys.
speak?
Neither.
Says we need some more points.
Needless to say, my
get the offense
my
going.
TV career had about a quarter and a half left in it, and we were on the radio.
By the way, really quick, A-Rod, 4th year on the ballot this year, got 37% of the vote.
Yep.
Bonds' 4th year on the ballot, he got 44% of the vote.
Okay.
So he's pacing 7 percentage points behind where Bonds was.
He is, but if you look at the actual trend of year over year, it wasn't until year, I think, 8 where Bonds actually got a real uptick. And at that point, it was almost charity votes. And also, a lot of Bonds' early years were not in the big ballot era, where you're now allowed to put 10 people on your ballot. And so...
Well, it used to be 15 years on the ballot. You used to have a little more time.
You did.
So it does make sense that they would want to get more guys in. And I think in general, it's like, I respect the Baseball Hall of Fame, but to an extent. But it's just way too strict. Like, I think like we were talking about the other day, nobody's going to win 300 games anymore. Like there has to be a different threshold for the modern players and the fact that most of these guys are not going to come close to the kind of career figures that usually you associate with Hall of Fame players.
Your story about Denzel reminds me of, and I can't remember who the producer was here. It might have been Lucas. When did the Giants play the Cardinals in the playoffs?
2014?
Yep. 14. So
also 2012.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Look here at 14?
No. That was let's see, I got fired by Jason Barrett in 14. Might have been pre-Donnie Collins.
Okay.
Because we had that little tweener time where Jeremiah Crow was the interim, and he thought he was going to get the gig, and he won't. So, yeah, that would have been pre-O-Canada.
Yes.
Pre-Canada.
So, Bob Gibson, the great Cardinal, it might have been Lucas. Hey, let's get Bob Gibson on. The Giants are playing the Cardinals. Was this you?
It wasn't Lucas.
Who was it?
I don't know. I started in 2016, though.
Feels like longer than that. Anyway, so the guy, I don't know, the producer calls up Bob Gibson, goes, hello, Bob Gibson? And Gibson goes, yeah. Hey, this is Jim Smith from 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Would you like to come on and be a guest? Where did you get this number from? Well, I just said, who gave you this number? No, it was in a Rolodex. I would never, ever come on a radio show in San Francisco. I'm a Cardinal. And he hung up on him.
Walked him off.
Now, you might be confusing the story that included Lucas with J.J. Redick.
No.
When Lucas did call J.J. Redick.
Oh!
And J.J. Redick undressed him.
Did he really?
For calling his personal
Step
self.
on up to the mic, Lucas.
Very, very similar story.
Really?
Pretty much, how did you get this number? It's so unprofessional with a lot of F and S bombs in there.
What's unprofessional?
What's unprofessional is not using a center in a playoff game.
And not making a sub in the second half of a game.
And this was before he was a head coach, while he was in the media, and he did that.
Right, and as you guys know, from being around a little bit, and for some of us a lot, many of our phone numbers are in media books for leagues as people who are representative of the team that you're the flagship station for. So you can go back and find the cell phone numbers of many, many people just based on the fact that we have sought credentials for these teams.
I know in the NBA they used to have the blue book and the red book.
That's right.
There was
still do.
Yeah, they still do.
The blue book was media and hey, if you want to call the Golden State Warriors, here's their number, 1-800. But the red book was like, okay, here's Dunleavy's number, Myers' number, Lacob's number, Goober's number. But the red ones were tough to get.
Yep.
Feel free to hand it out.
I never got a red one. I saw one once.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All right, Giddings, Grandy, Dibs, and Steiny. It's time for What's Bugging You? You see the gopher mounds, but the real damage, it's happening below the surface. Gophers and moles can tear up your property quickly, but quietly. Atco Pest Control offers effective removal and proven prevention to stop the digging before it gets worse. Mention you heard about Atco on What's Bugging You and get 10% off of any gopher or mold treatment this month. Check AtcoPestControl.com today. All right, I'll go first. It's Mykel Williams. Mykel Williams is what's bugging me.
Uh-oh.
Now, we had a little bit of a disagreement on whether or not that Trent Williams owns a private jet. I think he does. Steiny doesn't. That's neither here nor there. Because Trent Williams yesterday said, and I can't believe, Mykel Williams had the audacity to ask Trent Williams if he could use his private jet before practicing once with the San Francisco 49ers. Rook, what are you doing? You cannot ask to use a private jet of an OG on the team before you've played one game for the squad. There's rookie hazing. There are things you have to go through in training camp. There might be an orientation. You're going to have to bring in coffee, donuts, all the things required of you to be a rookie before you even get to thinking that you can ask to use a private jet to fly to Cabo. Now, apparently, Trent Williams was nice enough in his private jet, which Steiny doesn't think is real, to pick up Michael Williams on their way to Mexico because they were going at the same time. But where do you get off asking Trent Williams if you can use his private jet? I'm sorry, is what's bugging me.
That's just a young man who knows his value and knows how good he's going to be. Mm-hmm.
What it is it's that younger generation's entitlement. The kids think they're entitled, and it's part of what's wrong.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I see it as I'm going to go biblical on you, ask and ye shall receive. And if you don't ask, then you probably won't get. So if he doesn't ask Trent for a little bit of that private jet hookup, Trent probably doesn't go out of his way to offer it up. So I've got no problem with the young man having the temerity or the chutzpah,
the gall,
the stones,
the audacity,
all of it to ask. And whether or not Trent Williams has a private jet is about as confounding as whether or not Kaminga got offered a contract, because Trent Williams probably doesn't have his own private jet. I'm just looking here. A used one is $3 million, and it could be $100 million for a new large one. What Trent probably has is a membership to NetJets or one of these other jet subscription platforms.
Jet subscription.
Yeah, Wheels Up, NetJets.
All that stuff. Like all the
5-4 club.
The top pro golfers, like they all have that. They don't have their own private jet, but they have access to a private jet whenever they want it.
So you're saying that all he did for Michael was just give him a business card?
He probably picked him up. Michael probably said, "Oh, yo, can I get your jet?" And Trent probably looked at it and thought, well, if I give you my jet, it's going to cost me about $200,000 to let you get a free flight. How about I pick you up, young rook? Be on the curb. We'll be there.
I'm going to need you to get a sack before we start talking about private jets.
That's fair.
I mean, he's a first-round pick, so.
He said he reminded him of DeForest Buckner yesterday.
Yeah, when he saw him for the first time, which, well, actually, no, because he saw him in Mexico. Anyways.
What's bugging me is also transportation related, and I hope, well, I know Steiny's not this person. I don't think either one of you is either, but if you are, I'm not afraid of it. Drivers who drive their car with their dog on their lap. Today I'm driving to work. You do not.
I have.
It's unsafe. It's embarrassing. And not only is it unsafe for you and the other drivers around you, it's unsafe for your dog. If you were to get broadsided, Fluffy is going to fly across the cab and through the passenger window. I was driving to work today, and I'm going to call her Karen just because I feel like profiling her. She had Fluffy and Biscuits, both about 4 pounds, on her lap, out the window. Knock it off, you people. Put the dog in a safe place and drive your vehicle.
Was she driving poorly?
She was in a red light. But
so no evidence
anywhere.
No evidence that she was driving poorly as a result of dogs on her lap.
You know what the evidence is?
What?
Fido and Fluffy on her lap. That can't be the best way you can go about commandeering a vehicle. Knock it off, you people.
Well, sometimes Clifford has anxiety, and the only place that he feels secure is on the lap.
Now that is interesting.
I'm just saying that's why I have driven with a dog in my lap.
Well, I would love to. I never drove with a dog in my lap, but I've obviously driven with a dog in the car. And maybe a dog expert could tell me this. If we leave our dog at home alone, it gets a little stressful. But I feel like when we leave the dog in the car and like go have dinner, there's something in the pea brain where he knows, well, it's the car, they gotta come back. But the house, somewhere in his pea brain, I think thinks, what am I doing here all alone? I don't even know where I am.
Right.
Anyway, maybe we could get
you
dog
can't leave
expert.
dogs in cars, though.
Yeah, crack the window.
You'll be fine.
On a day like
for a long
today, you
period of
can.
time.
I mean, it's like 58 out.
My
Leave a
dog,
sign. Leave a sign. Otherwise, a good Samaritan will break your window. Got to save the dog.
Only if it's not cracked. Legally, if the windows are rolled up, you can break the window to free the dog.
Like, I've never gotten back to my dog who's been in a car and it hasn't been zonked. Just zonked.
Bipped?
No.
The dog asleep.
Oh.
Asleep.
I'll go next. What's bugging me is what's happening across Major League Baseball this weekend. I don't know if you guys saw, but all teams are wearing a throwback hat.
Oh,
but
cool.
only a throwback hat, not the rest of the jersey or uniform. So you'll have an old school hat, but the modern day jersey. So the Giants are wearing an old school hat, and actually it was a hat they've never worn, but their logo from the 40s through the 80s, it's the orange baseball with the black Giants in script across the front, but they're going to be wearing it with their modern day uniform. If you're going to go throwbacks, go all the way throwbacks. That's what's bugging me.
Fair. I don't have. Why do I have to add something?
Steiny? It's your turn.
Oh, okay.
You're captain. Leave early on a Friday, and
we're trying to help you out.
The last box you have to check is concoct something that's bugging you. And I gave you 3 gems during the break.
I'm going to go off the board, Alex.
Thank you.
So, one of the things I believe in, an umbrella type statement. It doesn't work in all instances, but fans care more than the players. I'm sorry. Fans care more than the athletes themselves. And I have proof. And it's on Ken's arms. Producer Ken has a Mets tattoo, I believe a Dolphins tattoo. Okay, he has a Mets tattoo, a Knicks tattoo. Is there any other team? So he's got a Knicks tattoo and a Mets tattoo on his body.
He has Mr. Met on his forearm.
Yeah, the mascot.
And I will bet you there's no player currently playing professional sports that has his team's tattoo on his arms.
Jason Terry got a tattoo of the championship trophy.
That's different. That's not a team.
That's the Larry.
Like, even Steph Curry wouldn't get a Warriors tattoo. Now, I admire it. I admire the fandom. I do.
He's an Italian.
I am a little worried that you've taken it a step too far. But congratulations. Who's pitching for the Mets tonight?
Clay Holmes.
Yeah, congratulations. You care more than Clay Holmes about winning that game tonight.
Why wouldn't I? I'm a fan.
Hope not.
Right, and he can't be traded. If you are Ish Smith of the NBA and you've played for 14 teams, well, now your body's covered in tattoos. And you know what? You might be heading to a 15th team, so you got to get a tat.
It's like a scrapbook.
Right. If you're Ken, you can't be dealt. You can't be DFA'd. You can't be cut. You're a Mets fan. Get Mr. Met. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
He's also assuming that there will never be something this team does that he gives up on him. So the Mets and the Knicks organization, they know who they have in this guy. They don't have to worry about him.
Well, let's be real. I mean, Ken's in his mid-30s. He's been through some down times for the Mets and the Knicks. If he's still a Mets and Knicks fan, there's nothing that's going to stop him from being a Mets and Knicks fan.
Is this true?
He's the kind of fan.
I've seen it all, guys.
From the
I've seen it all.
925 Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Max Crosby has a Raiders patch on his arm.
Well, I'm talking about tattoo.
Well, it's a tattoo.
It's a
It's not a patch like a sew-on patch.
No, patch is what you put on Levi's.
The texter is
Steiny.
correct. He does have a Raider tat.
Crosby.
Yep.
He cares.
He sure does.
Like, no wonder the Mets and the Knicks have never won anything. Their owners know their fans. They're just going to stick with them no matter what.
They have, just not in our lifetime.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Anyways,
All right.
boys,
Okay.
well, enjoy the rest of the show and have a happy Friday on 95.7 The Game. Willard Dibs coming up next.
Come on! You're a funny guy. Come on, give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Friday. Welcome in Willard and Dibs. No Willard, though. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. Dibs, we got Giants back at home. Mets are in town, as we were just talking about a little bit ago. We've got a really rough injury for the Valkyries. Their only all-star is out for the rest of the season. Bad news there for the Golden State Valkyries. We also have what seems to me, Dibs, we've also got training camp going on for the Niners still. We also have what I feel like for the first time in weeks, we have what feels like a real update in the Jonathan Kaminga saga as it continues, or the conundrum as we've been calling it here recently on this show.
Nothing breaking, but a little bit of a hint and a little bit more smoke, a little bit more possible conjecture. And I don't think it brings us closer to a solution, but it does add a little bit of spice to the stew.
And I think it has the Warriors, the decision makers in the Warriors front office, Dibs, I think it has them feeling a little bit nervous about this whole thing for the first time in a while. I don't know how you react to everything new that we've learned, and let's just get you through a bunch of what went down recently. And what went down recently is just some people in the know talking about things. First of all, Shams Charania yesterday on ESPN says a couple of things. First of all, that Kaminga's not in a rush to sign anywhere, that he doesn't like the Warriors' offers, and that the Warriors don't like the trade offers they've gotten for Kaminga elsewhere. He says those two teams that have made offers to the Warriors for Kaminga are the Suns and the Kings. Anthony Slater was on ESPN on NBA Today yesterday as well and said there is mutual interest between the Warriors and Horford, Melton, and Seth Curry, but then also talked about Jonathan Kaminga and said something along the lines of, Dibs, the Warriors have Kaminga in their plans, but Kaminga doesn't have the Warriors in his plans. The translation there essentially is, feels like the Warriors might now want Kaminga back, potentially more than they did before, but Kaminga doesn't really have interest in coming back. Now, Anthony Slater also wrote on ESPN, and this was released yesterday afternoon, Dibs. He said that general manager Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors front office showed extra level of motivation this week in conversations with Kaminga's agent, delivering what they believe is a fair offer to bring Kaminga back. Quote, but Kaminga hasn't found anything they presented appealing. And even further, Dibs, Anthony Slater writes, Steve Kerr has been one of the leading voices trying to patch things together, but Kaminga no longer wants to be a secondary option or a fallback plan, fearing a minimization in important moments. All of that taken together, Dibs, and I feel like we're getting to a point where after there was 4 weeks of very little movement and very little smoke, and it seemed like we were miles away from a solution, a resolution, an end to this entire saga. I feel, with what I have gathered and what I'm hearing people say, Dibs, the Warriors are finally getting to a point where they feel like they might lose this Jonathan Kaminga situation one way or another.
They don't have to worry about losing it because they control it. They either can sign and trade him, or they can not sign him long-term, and they can put the ball in his court and say, well, we're far apart on a deal, and you clearly don't want to be here, and we don't want to, trade you for pennies on the dollar, so you go ahead and play for 7.9 or don't. And
but that's not a win for the Warriors.
It's not a win, but they still have the control over the decision-making. I don't think that this news today, these comments today, they don't put Kaminga in the driver's seat. They put the Warriors in an uncomfortable spot, and maybe it moves them to accept a deal that they wouldn't have otherwise accepted, but they're still in the driver's seat. There's no other team out there that is going to give them an offer sheet, or they haven't so far in the almost 4 weeks that we've been doing this. There's been no offer sheet given. If an offer sheet is given, the Warriors have 2 days to match, or he's gone, and that hasn't happened. So, yes, this is uncomfortable, but this is all part of the process that the Warriors are going through, and I don't think that any of those comments, and I believe them to be true, I don't think any of that puts the Warriors in a spot where they're now on the defensive.
I think that mindset has shifted within the Warriors front office over the last couple of days. I really do feel that way. And you can let us know how you feel. 888-957-9570. the way I view this entire situation, Dibs, is the Warriors, I think for a while, Warriors decision makers, right? And that group includes Steve Kerr. It includes the GM, Mike Dunleavy. It includes the various Lakebs, including Joe and his sons. It includes a lot of these guys and others that I'm not naming. I think for the most part, you have a split decision from those guys on the efficacy of Jonathan Kaminga on the Warriors. Some of those people in that group want Kaminga to stay a Warrior and believe in his potential to help this team now and in the future. And I think generally that group is led by Joe Lacob, the owner, the primary owner. And I think the other group is like, I don't think it's going to work here. And irregardless of how they think of Kaminga as a player, I think that group just feels it's not going to work with this team, and we're running out of time to try to win, so it would be better off trading Kaminga away, getting whatever we can back, and going on from there. I think that group tends to be led by Steve Kerr, and I think it's pretty obvious based on how Kerr has handled his minutes throughout his 4 years with the Warriors. So I felt like, in general, the side that was pro-Kaminga with the Warriors generally said, all right, you know what? Let's put him out there on the market. Let's see what we can get back for him. And if it's something that we think is of value, then sure, let's do it. If it helps us win now, let's do it. But what has happened, Dibs, over this month? No value has presented itself. Their best offer is potentially Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and 2 second-round picks for Jonathan Kaminga from the Suns. And now, again, 4 weeks in, we have Anthony Slater report this, that Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors, quote, had an extra level of motivation and delivered a fair offer to Kaminga. Kerr was one of the leading voices trying to patch things together, but Kaminga, quote, hasn't found anything they presented appealing. I think the conversation went something like this. Once the market was tested, and they found that there was nothing really appealing being offered to them in a Kaminga sign-in trade, that group, that was the pro-Kaminga group, probably approached the trade Kaminga group led by Steve Kerr and said, all right, Steve, here are our options. Do you want Kaminga on this team, or would you rather have Devin Carter and Dario Saric? And at that point, Steve might have said, okay, I guess it's probably better to have Kaminga on this team because Dario Saric is already here and he did not work with us, and Devin Carter is a project at best. So, okay, let's go back to the bargaining table. Let's bring Kaminga back. And they present Kaminga with a fair offer, and Kaminga says, no, I don't want to play for you. It might not even matter what the money is. And now it feels like the Warriors are stuck between a rock and a hard place where they finally went back to the negotiating table. But at this point, it's too late. Kaminga has mentally already moved on.
It's never too late, and they have been between a rock and a hard place for a long time. And you're still sitting here in late July where you don't have to do anything with Kaminga, the basketball player, for about 2 months. So you may be between a rock and a hard place, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be forced into action just yet. If you've still got Al Horford, who is either going to retire or play for you, and he's okay just chilling, and maybe you have that same handshake agreement with DeAnthony Melton and or Seth Curry and or GP2, whatever else you've done in free agency, it's sensible that you might have other things already in place and you're just waiting on Kaminga. So you don't have to necessarily call his bluff right now and say, okay, well, because Kaminga has now made it clear he doesn't want to play for us. Now we have to move him for pennies on the dollar. I don't think that you're at that spot yet. I do agree with what you're talking about with a divide in belief of Jonathan Kaminga. I do think there are two different camps, but ultimately the camp that likes Kaminga, they're the ones who are actually making the payments for Kaminga, so they probably have the trump card.
Yeah, but my point is, what if the money doesn't matter and Kaminga doesn't want to be here no matter what?
Okay.
Then what happens?
Well, either you're able to trade Kaminga and get something for him, or...
which is a whole lot of nothing, presently.
Okay, and if it's a whole lot of nothing, and you don't want to do that and get Saric and a guy who doesn't even play for Sacramento, then you might just say, all right, Kaminga, now we're going to call your bluff. Either you play for us for 7.9, or you don't play basketball for a year. What's your choice, JK? Because if you're not going to play him anyway, then what's the big deal if you actually don't have to pay him $8 million and he doesn't play basketball?
You lose the asset for nothing. That's
eventually
what it is. And that's why I feel like the Warriors are in a situation now where they believe, oh my God, we might have burned this bridge to the point where now we can get nothing for the asset, or at very least, very little for the asset. I think the way that this all has been presented, Dibs, suggests the Warriors are feeling different about it. I mean, Steve Kerr never is going to come out and publicly say, I don't want Kaminga on my team. But I mean, how else are we supposed to look at the way that Kaminga has been handled at times under Steve Kerr? It seems pretty obvious that as a basketball player, Steve Kerr is not a fan of Kaminga. As a basketball player,
not
at this
that he's
stage.
not a fan. I don't think that he is as big a fan of Kaminga as some of the Warrior fans are. He's played Kaminga. He's played Kaminga in many spots, and then you get toward the end of last year, and you need Kaminga to play a certain way, and Steve Kerr and company didn't think that he was doing that, and that's when you DNP'd him. I do believe if you can find a way to bring him back, he's a guy you need. He's young. He can play minutes. You have an old team. He can still fit with this team, and he can be a part of what you're trying to do next year. I don't believe that the team has given up on Kaminga, and I also don't believe that Kaminga has fully given up on the team. These are just reports, and you got to wonder where these reports are coming from. And so far this week, it feels like it's been an onslaught of the Kaminga camp making these comments. Shams saw him work out. The agent sent out an Instagram or a tweet or whatever it was where he put out his content. All this content is, to me, coming from the agent side of it. So
what about the half that says the Warriors showed an extra level of motivation in negotiations and Steve Kerr is the one driving the bus? That seems like it comes from the Warriors side of things.
Sure, and I mean, what did Tim Kawakami say to us yesterday? He still said what he's been saying for the past month, which is he firmly believes that Kaminga will still be a Golden State Warrior. So it's not just, a completely one-sided tale of Kaminga wants out. And if the Warriors are trying more aggressively to work something out with Kaminga and he is still rebuffing that could be a temporary rebuff, because if the Warriors offer is not what he wants, I would imagine it's higher than the $7.9 million that is the qualifying offer. I would bet that if they're going back and doing hard negotiations, they're coming up from 7.9.
Of course.
So at some point, Kaminga's got to decide if the sign and trade market is dry and the offer sheet market is dry, and you have a choice of play for 7.9 or sign
for 1 year,
or sign a 2-year deal for 38 or whatever the number would be. And we can talk about that report of 16 execs putting the market between 17 and 25, and wherever his number would be with the Warriors, it's going to be at least double what the qualifying offer will be. So that might change his tune as far as whether or not he wants to play here.
I think the offer the Warriors put in front of him probably was already double, if not more than double, the qualifying offer. And he apparently, quote, hasn't found anything they presented appealing.
Okay.
So we'll find out where it goes from here.
And that's the end of July. So if you get to the end of August, then his tune may change. If he realizes that he doesn't have other options, and the Warriors have the right to just stop trying to pursue sign and trades, they can basically say it's 2 years and 36 with a player option, take it or leave it. Or you play on the qualifying offer for 7.9. It's up to you, JK. They have that ability.
And then he might play on the qualifying offer and you lose your asset for nothing in a year.
Right, and that's the spot where you've put yourself by not doing this last offseason.
Oh, you're right.
I'm not saying that this is best case scenario. The best case scenario is already gone. The best case scenario would be you sign him for 30, 3 and 90, sign and trade, and you get $15 million in player back. That would be the best case scenario, but I don't think that that's out there.
No, it does not seem like it is. So I think as a result now, the Warriors are stuck with 3 options, 3 choices, and they're all bad. They didn't want to have to do any of these when this situation began, but they might have to do one of these 3. I'll lay those 3 out when we come back. Plus, we got some calls that we'll get to you. Hang out. We're coming to you when we come back. 888-957-9570, and we'll let you hear everything that Shams and Slater have said about this. You're not going to want to miss it. And tonight at 7, the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here, and Willard and Dibs are sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Working the baseline, throws the pass away, knocked away by DiVincenzo. Saved as he's going out of bounds to McDaniels. McDaniels to Edwards, back to McDaniels, baseline, working on Draymond. Shoots a tough fadeaway jump shot, no good. And Kaminga high in the air, pulls down a rebound. He didn't get a rebound in Game 4, but he healed to Draymond. Draymond to Kaminga, beautiful pass, and a two-hand slam as Kaminga kept running.
Well, got the rebound and ran the court and finished.
Here comes DiVincenzo off a Gobert screen. Gobert gets it back, shot in traffic, up and good. As Podziemski thought he got wiped out on the screen. Now he takes the inbounds pass, spins away from Edwards, feeds Payton. Payton won't fire, out to Santos, back to Draymond. Good ball movement, Warriors down by 5. Right corner, Kaminga takes the jumper, knocked it down, has a thought for the crowd as well. Warriors down by 5. Butler turns and faces. Conley goes right by him, throws to Santos. Right corner, step back 3 short. Rebound Looney on the deflection. Kaminga down the lane with a right-hand slam. Oh my goodness, Jonathan Kaminga elevated on the cut. Has cut the lead back down to 3.
Filthy.
Little elevation sensation for JK.
Cha-ching! Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Those are some of Kaminga's greatest moments, highlights from the second-round series, Warriors and T-Wolves, when he played consistent minutes for the first time all postseason and played pretty darn well.
Yeah.
Dibs, welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. Yeah. Dibs and Granny with you. Let me read.
0-4 in those games, but
0-4. You're right.
He
played pretty good.
I'm looking at the plus minus, and he was a
oh, come on,
minus 28 over the 4 games.
You're burying the kid.
I mean, I'm not burying the kid, but just hearing that little montage, it was great. Tim Roy on fire, didn't get a rebound in Game 4. He snuck that one in there.
He did sneak that.
And I'm looking at it, 29 and a half minutes, didn't get a rebound in Game 4. And then the other one, Tommy Tolbert, he got a rebound and he ran the floor. It's like when I talk to my toddler, like, you picked up your toys all by yourself. That's kind of what I heard from that tone. Like, he actually rebounded and he ran the floor.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm not sitting here telling you that Kaminga's the second coming of any all-star superstar. I'm not telling you that. I'm just telling you I think the mood has shifted in the 49ers front office. And
the Warriors front office.
Yeah, did I say 49ers?
You did. It's all right. You're doing great.
I'm in a training camp mode
Big
this
time,
week.
Right?
I meant Warriors,
and
yes.
you're going to the Giants tonight.
Going to the Giants tonight.
This is like the 3-sport confluence here in
July. And I'm wearing a
July.
Valkyries shirt.
Exactly.
Kayla Thornton really sucks. She's out for the year with a knee injury. They're only all-star this year, so we'll see how they bounce back. Paige Becker's in town today. The Dallas Wings and the Golden State Valkyries do battle tonight from Chase Center as they kick off the second half of their season. We're going to get to the phones in a sec. 888-957-9570. Austin, I see you. Jan, I see you. Will, I see you. We'll get to all you guys, so just stay patient. Can I just read a portion of this Anthony Slater piece from ESPN to you, Dibs?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So here it is from Jonathan Kaminga. Quote, beyond the contract demands, Kaminga is in search of a more guaranteed, consistent starting role and featured opportunity, sources said. That's something the Kings and Suns have pitched. Kaminga would be a significant part of the Warriors' rotation to open next season, and they'd need his supplementary scoring on nights when Stephen Curry, 37, or Jimmy Butler, 35, rest. That's something Coach Steve Kerr has told Kaminga in recent weeks. Kerr has been one of the leading voices trying to patch things together, sources said. But Kaminga no longer wants to be a secondary option or a fallback plan, fearing a minimization in important moments. End quote. Okay, so in there, Dibs, we have Kaminga saying what's important to him is a consistent starting role and a featured opportunity. Then we have the nugget, which I think is a really, really important nugget, and what I'm basing my entire point around. It's Steve Kerr that's the one that's trying to solve this this headbutting between Kaminga and the Warriors front office. It's Steve Kerr that is trying to fix this. Steve Kerr, in Kaminga's mind, has probably been the reason for the frustration in the first part. And Steve Kerr, in trying to fix it, is telling Jonathan Kaminga that he'll be a significant part of the Warriors' rotation, quote, to open the season, and they need his supplementary scoring when Steph or Jimmy rest. So you have on one hand, Kaminga, whether he's right or wrong in wanting this, that's to the wayside. It's what he wants. He wants a featured starting opportunity, and you have Steve trying to fix this and get Kaminga back, saying, we need you to score when Steph or Jimmy or both don't play. And the Warriors think that's going to somehow convince Kaminga to come back? It makes no sense, Dibs. Kaminga is wanting something, and the Warriors are refusing to give it to him. Well, I don't see how this is going to work out.
They're refusing to give it to him. Would you like them to give it to him? Would you like Jonathan Kaminga to be your featured scorer on this team with Steph and Jimmy? The way you're portraying it...
I'm not saying that.
Well, what you're saying is... To me, it is mostly nonsensical when it comes from the Kaminga camp, because what Kaminga wants is what a lot of people want. And I understand that. You want to be the featured guy. You want to start. You want to play 30 or 32 minutes a night. You want to have the ha-ha. You want to cook. You want to do all these things. And that's great. And you can have that in a situation that is maybe different than what we have right now, because teams out there don't have the money or have chosen not to spend the money that you would want spent on you to bring you in and have you be that guy. So the next possible way for that to happen for Jonathan Kaminga would be for the Warriors to sign and trade him. And I do believe they've tried their level best to strike up a deal. And apologies to Sacramento, but that offer is a flat-out joke as far as what compensation would be. A player that you've already had who you didn't play when he was here most of the time, an unproven guy who averaged a point a game and 2 second-round picks, that's not actual compensation. That's like going to somebody's garage sale and they're selling their speedboat and you offer them $5. It's like, I'm not selling the speedboat for $5. You give me $2,200, we can talk, but this is not a real offer. So
it feels
what Kaminga wants doesn't matter.
It matters because he has to accept it. One way, he has to agree to it. It's the only way it's the only way this gets resolved.
Or he plays on the qualifying offer.
And the Warriors get nothing for him.
Well, that's in a year. And already you've gotten to a spot, and this is where you can't throw good money after bad. I believe the Warriors have already kind of mucked this up to where they're in this spot. Could they have gotten something done last offseason for, I don't know, $25 million? Or was he so stubborn that whatever he wanted, you weren't even close to offering? We don't know if there was an offer. We don't know if there was, a huge divide between the two sides. What we do know is he did not get a contract extension, nor did Quentin Grimes or Josh Giddey, and all those players are kind of in this same bucket where what they want, their teams aren't willing to give. So now what are you going to do? Both sides? I agree with you. It's not good if he plays for the qualifying offer and you can't trade him because he has a virtual no-trade clause. He plays, he's unhappy, he's not used the way that you would want to use him, and then he leaves and you get nothing. That's not good. I'm not trying to portray this as that being a good result, but the alternative for me isn't much better, which is you take two players who aren't very good and 2 second-round picks. That's not going to help you this year.
I think the way that maybe I need to explain this, because maybe I'm not getting my point across, is I'm not commenting on Kaminga the player, on who he is, on how he might help the Warriors, on if it's a fit, on if I think they should bring him back, if they should pay him 20, 25, whatever it is. Should they overpay him for... That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the idea of asset management. And from an asset management standpoint, the Warriors have absolutely shot themselves in the foot to get to this point.
I agree with that.
Right now, Dibs, the Warriors are looking at, as I understand it, the Warriors are looking at 3 realistic options. 3 realistic. And maybe these vary from most realistic to least realistic, and maybe one of them or 2 of them aren't that realistic, whatever. I think there's 3 realistic options. Option number 1 is you take the Kings or the Suns lowball offer. The one that you and I both laughed about on air. It's still laughable, in my opinion. The Warriors do not want to do it, but that is an option. And that lowball offer is Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and 2 second-round picks. Maybe it gets slightly amended, but it won't be anything larger than that. The Suns offer, you've kind of heard differing reports. Maybe it's Grayson Allen. There's been some Royce O'Neal, some Nick Richards. Nothing amazing, but a piece that could be a rotation player for you, but nothing crazy. That's option number 1. You take one of those, as the Warriors think, a low ball offer. Okay, that's option 1. Option 2, Kaminga accepts the $7.9 million qualifying offer. Okay, you have a relatively cheap asset for a year, not the end of the world there. You get your full non-taxpayer mid-level, which you can use on Horford, you can use on Melton, you can use on X, Y, and Z, which would be helpful. But then in a year from now, I guarantee you lose Kaminga for nothing. And from an asset management standpoint, that is a disaster. That's option number 2. And then we come to option number 3, Dibs, which maybe becomes the most troubling of all. The Warriors, in order to keep Kaminga and have him for multiple years, therefore being able to trade him at some point, they have to drastically overpay him in order to get him to accept the contract in the first place. Because I'm operating from a position, Dibs, where I don't think Kaminga wants to be back here under almost any circumstance. It might take a dramatic overpay from the Warriors in order to get it done. I think he's valuing the role and the situation that he goes to as potentially more valuable to him than the money. So in order for him to put that on the back burner, the Warriors are going to have to entice him with a whole lot more money than anybody else is.
Well,
those, I feel like, are the 3 options for the Warriors.
Those are the only 3 options.
And all of those feel like losses for the Warriors.
Depends on how you manage the asset in that third scenario. And if you do sign him for more than you're comfortable with, and let's just say it's $25 million, well, that takes you out of the non-taxpayer mid-level, and so you'd be settling for a couple of veteran minimum guys. So this upcoming year, you're not going to have the depth that you would otherwise. But just looking at your idea of asset management, if you signed him for $25 million, 3 years and $75, which feels like more than they'd be comfortable doing, and maybe it's not as much as he would want either, but that $25 million becomes a tradable salary slot at the deadline. And so from your scenario of asset management, that would be the best way to manage the asset. You would have a $25 million salary slot that you could then replace with a player on the market who you actually like more than Kaminga. The first scenario would be the worst asset management, although I guess losing him for nothing would be worse than getting 2 players that you don't actually want. Devin Carter actually averaged 3.8 points a game last year.
Put some respect on his name,
and
Dibs.
Dario Saric is a guy you couldn't wait to get rid of. So for me, the best case scenario would be find a way to have him come back at a reasonable number and then find a way to trade him at the deadline. But that's risky for you because he might not fit. And if you do sign him for 25, you can't probably bring in much else in the free agency period. So
25 puts you over the first apron, and you would be about 11 mil away from the second apron.
Which you can't get to the second apron because then you're hard capped, and I think you're hard capped in the first apron too as far as aggregating salaries and trades.
Yeah, now you would be hard capped at the second apron once you use your taxpayer mid-level, and I would imagine they're going to use that on Al Horford, it seems. You're going to use that one way or another because you don't have any other way to give anybody anything other than the minimum anyway. And then you physically cannot go over the second apron, and signing Kaminga to that big of a deal puts you dangerously close to not being able to figure out the rest of your roster monetarily.
Exactly. So that's why when you look at these sign and trades, and you mentioned Grayson Allen before as a possibility, I would absolutely do that in a heartbeat. Grayson Allen, 2 more years under contract and a player option. He's the kind of 3-and-D player that you wish Jonathan Kaminga was. Kaminga's not 3-and-D. He doesn't shoot the 3, and he doesn't play a ton of D. Kaminga has a lot more upside than Grayson Allen, but if you're talking about a 2-year window, Grayson Allen comes in, and he fits what you need right now more than Kaminga. Kaminga's a better player. Kaminga will be a better player if he continues on this trajectory, but in the immediate right now, a 29-year-old Grayson Allen who he's a willing defender, he's a feisty ball player, and he can shoot the 3, he would be a better fit for this year's team than Kaminga.
And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. My point is the Warriors went into this offseason feeling like they were going to be able to get a whole lot more than that for Kaminga, and now I think they're coming to the realization that they might not be able to, and they might have to just swallow, okay, Grayson Allen, that's what we're getting for Jonathan Kaminga, our 7th overall pick a handful of years ago.
You could have, like you mentioned it before, you were out there trying to shop him a couple years ago, and you could have gotten a far better player. And
Siakam or Anunoby, something like that.
And you had him in a prospective Kevin Durant trade last February, and that deal fell through. So I give him some credit for at least trying to manage the asset, but you got into the last offseason, you didn't do anything, and this feels a little bit like Brandon Aiyuk with the Niners, where they mismanaged that contract negotiation to the point where it got to the end, and you ended up giving him more money than you could have 4 months earlier.
888-957-9570. Thank you guys for being patient. Let's get to some phone calls here. Austin is in Redwood City and wants to weigh in. Austin, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs, but it's Dibs and Grandy with you. What do you got?
Hey, this is what I got. Hey, the Warriors need they need Kaminga. And what do the Warriors actually want for Kaminga? Because Kaminga, he wants to play. No more DMPs. Not even when Draymond Green or Butler or Curry's out the game. He wants to be that second option. The Warriors are doing this all over again, just like they did with Jordan Poole when Klay Thompson got injured and came back, and then now it ain't about Jordan Poole anymore. It's about Klay Thompson and whatnot, and Jordan Poole is the second best scorer on the team. Kaminga has been putting the work in on that defensive end. He is a better three-point shooter than Draymond Green and Butler. He's been putting that work in. He deserved that contract. We getting too old. Where is the Warriors going with this? The Clippers is the second old team, and they old players. We don't got no chance against their old players. And we trying to get Al Horford. No more DMP for Kaminga. You see what happened to Looney, DMPs. He got tired of the DMPs, and now he's gone. They losing out on this. They need to stop playing with this young man and let this young man play, and give him what he wants because he deserves it.
I hear you, Austin. Now, and I think that's exactly what Kaminga is feeling. I think you laid out Kaminga's thoughts on this whole situation perfectly. That is a big reason why I feel the way I do today. I think Kaminga, unless the Warriors blow him away with an offer, which I think financially it makes it really difficult for them to do, and they shouldn't do it unless they do that, which might not be good for them. In fact, I could guarantee you is not good for them financially. Kaminga will not accept an offer to play here. That's how I feel.
Well, then what's he going to do? What's he going to do, Grandy?
Play on the qualifying offer, if that's what it comes to.
Well, there you go. So he will accept an offer from the Warriors, and it'll be 7.9.
He's going to play a game of chicken with the Warriors. The game of chicken is accept a low ball offer that you're not comfortable accepting from the Suns or the Kings.
Well, I don't think the Suns is a low ball offer, honestly.
Okay, accept that offer that you previously have said no to. If it's even still on the table, or I'm playing on the $7.9 million qualifying offer, and I'll walk away for nothing a year from now.
All right. Okay. I mean, we'll see you in camp in late September, early October. If that's the way that he wants to play it, and his agent, who came out this week and said, well, I mean, our camp would never turn down $30 million a year. Well, what are the Warriors offering now? They're probably not offering 29. Are the Warriors offering 20 a year? Is it 17 a year? What are the Warriors offering? We have no idea. I would imagine it's more than 7.9. So if you want to play chicken and you're going to dare us to accept one of these crap offers, and we're not going to do it, we're not taking Sacramento's detritus and 2 second-round picks. And if we get Grayson, are they going to take Kaminga for $36 million a year? That's the only way that would work. If it's Royce O'Neal, that's probably going to be a no from the Warriors because you're going to pay Royce $10 million. He's not going to help you like Grayson Allen would. So if you get through this process and he doesn't want to sign for whatever you think is a fair offer, all right, play on the QO and we'll get burned. And if you look at the history of players who play under the qualifying offer, it's a mixed bag, but there's more Nerlens Noel than there is players who actually were able to parlay that into a 9-figure deal.
Ben Gordon is an example where it paid off for him.
Yep.
Nerlens Noel is the most recent one that backfired in his face big time. Back out to the phones. Jan in Mountain View is up next. Jan, what do you got for us?
Yes, good afternoon. I've been thinking about this going back to last year. Moody got an extension, I believe, of $30 million. I don't know how many years it was.
3 years, $39 million, 13 per year.
I believe they gave Kaminga similar options, and he wanted a max, and they said no, and he then decided to back out and play for himself, and now he's been, all this stuff that went on last year where he played real good, then he got injured. We couldn't trade him during the trade deadline, and then the DNP started and everything, and now he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that clout like he had last year. If I remember what I heard on the radio back then, I mean, Moody and both Kaminga, and Kaminga refused it. He wanted a max offer. Can you clarify that for me, please?
Yeah, appreciate the call, Jan. The reporting on that is actually pretty sketchy. You have a lot of varying reports. My personal opinion is there was definitely nothing offered in the area of $30 million per year. I find that incredibly difficult to believe. In terms of a lesser deal that was closer to what Moody got, 3 years for $39, maybe something like that, or maybe something like $18 million a year was on the table, perhaps. But the way that I have felt about this for Wild Dibs is the negotiations got off to such a rocky beginning that they never even really got started in the first place, so not much of an offer was even made.
Right, and if you look at his draft class, Cunningham, number 1 overall, max. Mobley went 3 overall, max. Scotty Barnes at 4, max. Franz Wagner went 1 pick after him. He got the max. And all of those were in that last offseason, when he did not receive the offer that he felt that was going to be commensurate with who he was. The interesting one was Jalen Green, 3 years and 106, which is 35.3 a year. And Houston loved him so much that they traded him before that contract even hit their books. So Houston did a little bit what the Warriors did with Jordan Poole, where it was a sign of an extension, and when the money starts to hit, you trade him before that. And the other deals, Moses Moody, Corey Kispert, 4 years and 54. These are all much, much smaller deals. And so if Kaminga thought of himself as more of a Cunningham, a Mobley, a Scotty Barnes, which he's not, but if he's thinking, I want what they've got, and the Warriors are thinking more like, yeah, Moses, 3 and 39. How about somewhere closer to that? It's a non-starter then, and that's why we're here today.
Yep, seems like it. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More time for your calls. Will, I see you. Brett, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Plus, we do have to hear what Anthony Slater had to say about this yesterday. We'll play that for you shortly. I think the Warriors are getting to a spot where they feel mighty uncomfortable with this Jonathan Kaminga situation. We'll continue to break that down on Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy Friday. Dibs and Grandy with you on Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. Talking some of the development in the Jonathan Kaminga conundrum. We will get back to that, but we do have some breaking news.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Dibs, it's not great news for the San Francisco Giants. Right-handed pitcher Landon Roupp has been placed on the 15-day injured list, retroactive to Wednesday with right elbow inflammation, and Tristan Beck has been recalled from AAA Sacramento. A thin Giants starting staff gets even thinner, at least in the short term, Dibs. Landon Roupp, 15-day IL with right elbow inflammation.
Never good when you're talking about an elbow or the flexor tendon in the forearm, anything in that lower arm, certainly when you get into the hand and whatnot, the wrist, but he's rapidly approaching the most innings he's ever thrown in a season. I think
6 innings away.
109 is the number, right?
I think 107. I'll check for you.
I think last time you combined his college and his first year of pro, which got him to 109, but I had 107 down. Either way, he's at 101.
You're right. Last year at UNC Wilmington, and then 8 innings of low A ball, 109 innings there. As a professional, 107 and a third.
Either way, he's at 101, and so we all were talking about how you're going to find a way to stretch him out and keep him fresh, and now you've got this, and hopefully it is just a 2-week thing, and it's retroactive to his last, or the day after his last start, right?
Wednesday. Retroactive to Wednesday. He pitched Tuesday.
Yeah, so if it's 15 days from the 23rd, that would be August 7th. He'd be eligible to come back, but I wonder if it might change your outlook as a front office on your pitching, because you had Jordan Hicks, who you didn't want to start anymore. You had Kyle Harrison, who you were starting, and Verlander finally got a win. Birdsong was optioned, and now Roupp is hurt. So are we going to go Tristan Beck and Carson Seymour, or maybe Mason Black comes up and gets a turn? Who knows? Your depth suddenly being tested very much here for the Giants.
Big time. And it changed real quickly. You got Logan Webb tonight. You got Robbie Ray tomorrow. And then you got question mark, and then probably Verlander. I don't know what the hell they're going to do on Sunday and Monday. Sunday to close out the Mets, and then Monday when they open up against the Pirates. Your guess is as good as mine.
And it's been Roupp, right, in that third spot.
The Sunday is Birdsong's spot.
Okay, gotcha. And then,
that's a question, and then the Monday would have been Roupp's spot, so that's also a question.
Yeah, so either you use somebody on your active roster, or you bring somebody up who's already on your 40-man roster, or you tab Carson Wisenhunt, who's not on your 40-man roster, which would mean you'd have to get somebody off that roster to add him and then pitch him. It becomes very watchable. It's newsworthy over the next 24 hours on what they're going to do.
No doubt. This text just came in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Wow, they have to make a trade for a starter now. He was pitching so well, too. I hope he comes back healthy. 707, yeah. I mean, he was amazing. And it's partly why there was a good amount of confidence the Giants would be able to get into the postseason, because he turned into a really good number 3 behind Webb and Ray. And the way the 707 is looking at it, Dibs, is one way. Someone else, maybe a more cynical person, I'm just playing devil's advocate, could look at it and say, well, we have 2 major question marks now out of our 5 starting pitching spots, and now another one who's at least on the short-term IL, right elbow, throwing elbow things are always scary. Maybe this is just not our season. Let's pack it up. A more cynical person could think that way.
You could think that, but that's not going to be what they do. Now, I don't think that they go out to the trade market and spend recklessly to try to bring just a body in to patchwork this. You're more likely going to lean on what you already have. And I'm looking at Carson Wisenhunt, who last threw on the 20th, which would tell me that he's slated to pitch today. That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 25th would be today.
I'll check for you.
Okay, and if that is the case, and Dave Fleming had said this before, he's coming off a 3 2/3. He gave up 1 earned run, but he gave up 5 hits, and he was only able to get 11 outs in that game. So he may not be pitching well enough to be primed and ready to be a guy who you insert into the rotation?
Does not look like it is Whisenhunt today. Trevor McDonald is getting ready to start for the River Cats today's game. They are in Sacramento hosting the Las Vegas Aviators.
Okay.
So no Whisenhunt tomorrow or today.
Watch,
maybe he goes tomorrow.
Yeah, over the weekend. If he's not scheduled for Saturday, then that may be one that you keep an eye on for a possible elevation sensation. You elevate him to the big club and the 40-man, and you give him the ball on Sunday. I don't know if that's the way I would go, especially after Dave Fleming joined the Morning Joes, the Morning Roast, and said he's not exactly forcing his way up here.
No, it would be one thing if he's pitching 6-7 innings every rotation time out and giving up a run or two, striking out 8, 9, 10. But that hasn't been happening. Not that he's been terrible by any stretch, but he's not forcing the Giants' hand at this point. So, I mean, I don't know what the hell they do. The answer might not be on the big club already. The answer might not be in Sacramento. The answer might be on a trade. But I am curious about this, and I'll just say it again, Deb, because I think it is worth emphasizing. It is right elbow inflammation. And if you are a pitcher, if you are a baseball team and your right-handed pitcher has right elbow inflammation, generally that sets off some alarm bells. Not that it's always going to mean something serious, but you have an issue with your throwing elbow. Generally that's a pretty frightening result of an MRI or whatever comes through. Oh, you find out it's a right elbow that's been bugging him. Even if it just shows up as inflammation to begin, teams generally will take that very, very seriously.
Especially with a young-ish pitcher, somebody who you're hoping to bank on not only this year, but in the future. And when you just Google elbow inflammation and the phrase Tommy John, you start talking about that ulnar collateral ligament, which is the inside of the elbow. And when you get inflammation in there, it's a little bit like Achilles tendonitis among basketball players, where you get a calf strain.
Oh, God.
A calf strain is maybe even more indicative where, you hear about a player with that calf strain.
Like Halliburton in the finals.
Right, yeah,
and then
many
he
of
tore
those
his
guys.
Achilles.
Kevin Durant against Toronto, same thing, where he was fighting a calf strain and then it turned into a torn Achilles. So the elbow inflammation, it doesn't always lead to this, which is the tearing of the UCL, but
that's what's on everybody's minds.
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt. And so hopefully 15 days it quiets down and he's able to come back and pitch again, but you just never know, right? You got to hold your breath a little bit.
Okay, let's just, for the sake of argument, let's say it's more than 15 days. Maybe it's not a Tommy John, but it's, I don't know, we're talking about a month.
Okay.
A month and a half that he's out for. Let's just say it's that. Does going out and acquiring a single starting pitcher, does that, I mean, it feels like the Giants, even when Roupp was healthy, were operating from a spot of, oh my God, we need pitching help. And now you lose another guy. Does even bringing one guy in, I know it helps, but does it help enough to the point where you feel good about your starting pitching options and you feel confident that you can survive the rest of the year and make the postseason with that, even if you add one guy in? Because it still feels like if you've got Webb, Ray, Verlander, and whoever you bring in via trade, that's still only 4 guys, and you got questions about Verlander and whoever you bring in potentially.
Agreed, and also, what are you going to do as far as your assets going out the door?
Exactly.
And if you want to look at, some of the big names out there, Sandy Alcantara, Dylan Cease, if you're going to look for a real, not quite an ace, but
Mitch Keller.
Right,
Yep.
a guy who's going to be your 1 or your 2 or on this team, even if he's your really good 3, all right, and the team wants Carson Whisenhunt and Bryce Eldridge, that's going to be a no. Your farm is already not strong. And I saw MLB ranked it, I think, at 27th or 28th in baseball. And, the draft that they just had, according to some sources, and I'm leaning on my father-in-law, Pop, who saw a report that they got a C or a C- for their first draft under Buster.
They didn't like the player. They didn't like the pick.
Exactly, Grandy. And you never know this early, but we do know that the farm, by many rating sources, is not great. And 2 of the guys who are actually good players from the farm standpoint are those 2. So do you want to give up those 2 for one bite at the apple this year? I don't think that they're going to do that.
Yeah.
I think that they would try to promote from within and see if you can't duct tape this thing together.
And look, there's no guarantee. I'm just bringing up the other side of this. There's no guarantee that even if Roupp comes back, that this goes away. I mean, again, as you laid out, Dibs, he's 6 innings away from his career high innings pitched in a single professional season. A month off, he comes right back. Does that elbow start barking again? Like, that is a real possibility. So who knows? Who knows how this is going to play out? But bad news for the Giants. Landon Roupp on the 15-day IL just happened a little bit ago with right elbow inflammation. Tristan Beck has been recalled. Logan Webb tonight, Robbie Ray tomorrow. We don't know what the Giants are doing Sunday or Monday in terms of starting pitchers. We might find out when Bob Melvin talks today. If we find out, we'll let you know right here on 95.7 The Game. But for now, time for a break. Coming up at 7 tonight, the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings. You can hear the game here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the free Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. More next on 95.7 The Game. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. No Willard. He'll be back on Monday. You miss your partner, Dibs?
I do, yeah.
Yeah?
But at the same time, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Oh, okay.
And also, I've really enjoyed doing the show again with you.
It's been fun.
Every time we do it, I feel like we get an increase in chemistry, and it becomes more enjoyable each and every time. But
we didn't wear the same shirt today. Although
almost.
I did wear a shirt that you own.
Correct.
The opportunity was there for you.
Yeah, and I thought about it, but because I had to talk to one of the higher-ups here at Odyssey, and so I thought, you know what? I should probably wear pants. And if I wear pants, then I would have worn a shirt like the one you're wearing. And so it was that close. But then I thought, you know what? I'm wearing shorts anyway. What are we doing? It's a Friday. It's the summer. Look, is out of the state. It's a shorts day, kids.
Yeah, you got to take advantage.
And thus I went with the short sleeve shirt as opposed to the long sleeve Valk shirt that you're wearing.
We are Valkyries.
And I do love that shirt. Yeah, it's a great shirt.
The back is the best. And I'll show it off for the YouTube audience, but it's their secondary logo, dude.
Oh, that's the secondary logo.
Not their OG. I don't know if YouTube can see this, but it's
like a purple cape, and it's an actual Valkyrie with the I guess it's a helmet with the ears.
Yeah.
The ears flying with the sword.
Yeah.
Purple and gold. It's awesome. Was a little bit of black outline.
I mean, their normal primary logo is good too, and the color scheme is great. But I can't get enough of that secondary logo. I think they should feature it more often.
I can't get enough of any of it. The primary logo, the name, the rollout, everything. And I think we were going to love this team no matter what. But when they came out with the name and the color scheme and the logo, it was like, oh my God, that is a grand slam home run.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, the Valkyries, they're in action today, and they're coming up against the Dallas Wings. Paige Beckers, one of the biggest young names in the league, is in town. Kayla Thornton, though, the lone all-star for the Valkyries, is out for the year with a knee injury. Really tough news there for the Valks, but we'll see how they bounce back. That game tips off at 7, and you can find it right here on 95.7 The Game. We have, though, Dibs, been talking about some other news from a Bay Area team, and that is the San Francisco Giants, who announced a little bit ago that Landon Roupp, right-handed pitcher who's been great for the Giants so far this year, is headed to the 15-day IL with right elbow inflammation, and Tristan Beck has been recalled. Maybe Beck is going to be the starting pitcher that takes either Birdsong or Roupp's spot. That is to be determined. Bob Melvin going to speak at about 4:30. Whenever we get an update from Bob Melvin, we will pass it along to you. I would imagine we will have a much better idea of the Giants' plan for their starting pitching spots, specifically Sunday and Monday, because Webb goes tonight, Robbie Ray goes tomorrow. It's open Sunday, it's open Monday. It's technically still open Tuesday. Tuesday will very likely be Verlander, although they could move Verlander up a day to Monday because they had yesterday off, and that would be a normal rest period for Verlander, but that would make Tuesday the question. So they have 2 question marks to fill, and we'll see how they do it. Bob Melvin might let us know. But let me ask you this, Dibs, because we've been talking a lot about potential innings limits for Birdsong and Roupp. Right. Birdsong now kind of goes to the back burner because he's no longer with the big league club, but Roupp is 6 innings away from setting or tying a career-high innings pitched in a single professional season. Do you feel like this right elbow inflammation is any coincidence, or this is related to the fact that he's using that right arm as much as he ever has as a big leaguer, as a pro?
My instinct would be that it is related, but then I just did a quick Googlage during the break with Landon Roupp and elbow issues, and last year he had a capsule sprain in the right elbow, which is a little bit of a different injury than this, but it was in the elbow nonetheless. And he was actually quoted, Landon Roupp, saying, I don't know what that is or if there's even a capsule in your elbow, but that's what they told me. It happened in May when he threw a curveball in Sacramento in a AAA game, and he had it crop up a little bit when he rehabbed, and then he came back about a month later, and he pitched for San Francisco last year, and he went on to have a small handful of starts, and he pitched well enough, and Bob Melvin actually really liked the way he was throwing it last year, and so this is a different injury, it seems, but it's the same elbow, so that becomes, for me, a little bit more troubling, and I don't know if the elbow soreness is going to be related to what the capsule sprain was back in, last May, 14 months ago, but this now becomes a second elbow issue that's going to afflict Landon Roupp.
Yeah, just to give people an idea of how scary these elbow issues are for pitchers, and again, specifically the throwing elbow, right hand or the right elbow, left hand or the left elbow. Garrett Cole, who we were talking about earlier this week, I think has the fourth most active wins among any pitcher in baseball. He's missing the whole year because of Tommy John surgery, but this popped up relatively early in spring training, and it was initially just described, Dibs, as elbow discomfort. That's what it was called. He's experiencing some right elbow discomfort, and then suddenly he's getting Tommy John surgery. His season is over. So, these things change quick, and just because it's being called one thing now does not mean that Tommy John might not be necessary in the future.
It's true, and I would imagine when you have this and it prompts them to put you on the 15-day injured list, there's a 10-day injured list, and there's also a 15, and so the fact that he's been put on the 15 a couple of days after his start. You mentioned that he started Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Landon Roupp Tuesday, correct.
So you start Tuesday, and we had him on the show, and I actually asked him about what goes on in between your starts. And Wednesday, I don't go out. It's just a massage day. And then Thursday, you start to get back to it. You work out. Friday, you throw a little bit. So if you go through the Landon Roupp post-start work, maybe Wednesday, he's getting the massage and the elbow's not feeling great. And by the time you get to Thursday and then today, as he's trying to, ramp back up to his next start and the elbow still is a problem, and you talk to the trainer, well, now it's going to be X-ray and MRI time. And so we may have results sooner rather than later on exactly what the imaging shows is going wrong.
Yeah, and speaking of Landon Roupp being on the show, he came on with you and Willard on the 8th of July. So we're talking about 2.5 weeks ago.
Yep.
And you guys asked him about a potential innings limit, or maybe you guys didn't even say limit. You just brought up the fact that he's approaching a career high for innings thrown as a professional. And here's what he said about that. Here's Landon Roupp, again, about 2.5 weeks ago on his innings getting close to a career high.
Yeah, that's been a popular question as of recently. But as far as I know, we have not talked about it at all. At least it hasn't been brought up to me. So my plan is to, stay healthy, get in the training room, get in the weight room, work out, and just stay healthy and be able to go out there every fifth day and help these guys and our team get to a playoff.
All right, so there's Landon Roupp 2.5 weeks ago.
And that was on the 8th, you're saying?
The 8th.
And the 7th, he went 5 innings, gave up 1 earned, scattered 4 hits, and the Giants got the win. He didn't get the win, but they won 3-1. Then he pitched well against the Dodgers, gave up 1 run over 6, and then the last outing against Atlanta, no runs, 4 hits in 5. So he still has been rock solid, not going deep into games, but clearly coming out of that game on Tuesday, there was some level of discomfort.
Yeah. So there's no way to sell this as good news for the Giants. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a disaster. Doesn't mean he's going to miss the rest of the year. I'm not saying that, but these things can very quickly devolve for pitchers, and this is scary. I'll put it that way. I think that the correct way to describe it right now, Dibs, is just scary, because you're just waiting to see ultimately if just some time off is going to fix it or not. But oftentimes you have pitchers who deal with this right elbow discomfort, inflammation, whatever it is. They sit out for a while. They try to go out again, and then they throw one pitch and pop.
Yep.
Something bad happens again. Now it's even worse.
Yeah, and I think this will be a classic case of no news is good news. I would imagine that if they haven't done the imaging, they'll do it today, X-ray, MRI, and if it is something that's really not good, then you're going to get the dreaded phrase of second opinion. And in this case, maybe it's Dr. Neil Elatrache down in L.A., or I think Frank Jobe is another one of these surgeons where when you have an athlete looking for that second opinion, now you're going to fly and go see one of the experts in Tommy John surgery. So no news would be good news. Hopefully you quiet it down, and in a couple of weeks he's able to maybe make a rehab start in San Jose or a couple of bullpens, and by mid-August he's able to get back out there on the bump.
Yeah, the translation for the "we're seeking a second opinion" means the first opinion we got really sucks, and we hope that it's wrong.
Right. And usually I think that when you get a second opinion, a lot of times it's not that different from the first. So you're right. And a lot of times when you go to Dr. Neil Elatrach down in L.A., your second opinion is, hey, I want you to be the one to cut on me. It's not as much as, hey, please tell me that the first guy was a quack and he didn't get it right.
But generally, if you're seeking a second opinion, it's not because you got good news on the first opinion.
Exactly. I don't know if you ever would, like, you go to a doctor, it's like, you're fine. You know what, doc? I need to get a second opinion. I want some bad news in my life.
You know what? This is actually confirmation bias, and I'm ahead of the curve, and I'm going to make sure that you're right here. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so no news would be good news. And, I'm not saying that if he had an MRI today that we'll get the information, but Bob Melvin will be speaking in the dugout to the gaggle of reporters.
In about an hour.
Hopefully he doesn't say anything definitive. He just says, he's feeling something in there, and we're going to give him a couple of weeks, and, we'll figure out what we're going to do on Sunday come Sunday.
Yeah, there's two different angles to this. It's, all right, just what is happening with Roupp's elbow, and then it's what the hell are you going to do with the starting pitching staff, because now you've got two big holes, and one of your other starting pitchers is Verlander, who just got his first win on his 17th start of the season. So, Bob, what the hell is the plan? Maybe that's more of a question for Buster Posey. How do you think, Dibs, this changes, if it changes at all, how Buster Posey is thinking about the trade deadline? Because you and I both have felt all week, and we've talked about it a good amount, I don't know how they have the firepower to go out and really make a trade other than, a back end of the rotation, a guy who's maybe made a handful of starts this year but has kind of been in and out. Maybe it's a long reliever, but he has started in the past. He started maybe 7 games this year, but a piece that is not your normal prototypical top end of the rotation. Maybe there's something like that. Do you think this news is big enough to change the way Buster is potentially thinking about attacking the deadline, which is less than 6 days away now?
I do think so, but I still would believe that he's not going to go out there and try to bring in one of the big marquee starting pitchers. This might motivate him to go out and find just an arm, a starter. I'm looking at what they have right now on their active roster among pitchers who have started a game this year, and outside of Webb, Ray, and Verlander, the other guys to start, Roupp, who's hurt, Hicks is gone, Harrison is gone, Birdsong is down.
And also can't get an out anyway. So.
Sean Jelly, 1 start this year. He's got a 7.71 ERA. So I think that Tristan Beck likely gets slotted into one of those openings, and maybe you recall Mason Black, who's only pitched 4 innings in the bigs this year, but as you start to look at the back end of your rotation, you may just go out and find another back end of the rotation veteran, somebody who's done it more than Jelly, Beck, Black, Wisenhunt. But I don't think that you're going to be in the market for one of those really, really top guys.
What is, I want to find this, Wisenhunt's numbers so far this year, because I took Fleming's words for it.
Yeah, I got it right here. He's got a 4.42 ERA, and he's had 18 starts. He's given up 102 hits in 97 innings. Not bad. He has walked 28 in 97, and he has struck out 86. So his walks, his whip is 1.33 in a hitter-friendly league. Yeah. That's not terrible. The ERA is 4.42. You'd like that to be a little bit better. And he's pitching over 18 games. He's pitching about 5 innings a game, a little bit more than 5 a game. So hitters are hitting 273 against him. He's been okay, but he hasn't been so good that you have to absolutely bring him up. But you look at the rest of their starters, Carson Seymour would probably be the most likely candidate based on how he pitched in Sacramento.
Yeah, and he's the guy that's already up here right now. He pitched in Atlanta.
Yep.
Once they sent Birdsong down, they also sent Beck down. Beck has since been recalled when Roupp went on the IL today, but they sent Beck down. They sent Birdsong down. They recalled Seymour and also Jelly. Yep. And now those two are both up here. Maybe you see one of those, 2 of those guys go back down to get fresh arms back up here. We shall see. But I'm with you in terms of keeping an eye on the starting pitching plans in Sacramento. That might tell the story of how the Giants planned this one out in addition to Beck. We do have a starting lineup for tonight's game for the San Francisco Giants. It's Giants and Mets. 7:15 first pitch, Logan Webb versus Clay Holmes, a right-handed pitcher for the Mets. The Giants go like this. Ramos is leading off. Devers at first base, first time at first, at Oracle Park for Devers. Then Adames, 1, 2, 3. Middle third of the order is Chapman at third, Yastrzemski in right, Flores DHing, then 7, 8, 9, Jung-Hoo Lee in center, Casey Schmidt at second, and Patrick Bailey catching. So not really any surprises there for the Giants offensively. And with Logan Webb on the bump, no matter what the questions, the concern is for the rest of the pitching staff, this is the game. In a really important series, you've got Logan Webb and essentially your normal full starting lineup. This is a game the Giants should go out there and win today.
These are the ones you need to start clocking as wins, and it's really about winning series. And I was looking at the historical results of the wild card in the 3 years since they went to 3 wild cards in each league, and the average wins in the National League is right about 85. And if you look at the pace, the Padres right now are on exact pace to be that kind of team, and the Giants are just 1 game back of San Diego for the 3rd wild card. So if you look at the Giants, you're thinking about 85 wins as a number that you absolutely have to get to. Anything above 85, I think, really increases your chances of being a wild card, but you start to backdate it from the end of the year to now, and you figure out how do you get to 85 wins, and you got to win 2 out of 3, especially when you have these home series, even though it's a good team you're facing.
Yeah, good team in the Mets. You got Mets, then Pirates at home, and then you go Mets and Pirates on the road. Kind of an interesting part of the Giants' schedule. And you're going to have to figure out what you do at the trade deadline before you head out to New York and take on the Mets beginning a week from now, because the trade deadline is Thursday at 3 Pacific, which means you and Willard will be on the air when the trade deadline comes and goes. And maybe we get some news right around then. Maybe we get news before then. Maybe we get news this weekend. Maybe we get news at any point during the week before the trade deadline. But we shall see. I don't know, Dibs. I am in a situation where I really do believe in big chunks of this Giants team, but with all the concerns of the starting pitching, I am not so sure that this is a team that Buster Posey feels confident doing anything beyond, as you talked about, the back end, a small piece here and there, a classic Farhan improving on the margins move, which maybe is going to frustrate a lot of people, and I don't blame you if you feel that way when, if anything happens, it's a smaller scale deal. I just don't see a way, Dibs, where they have the firepower to trade away anything that other teams would be willing to accept to part with a valued piece. I just don't see a way in which that happens. Like, I saw Zach Manassian, general manager for the Giants, talking earlier this week, and he essentially said, when asked if he viewed Bryce Eldridge as untouchable, and he said something along the lines of, I don't view anybody as untouchable. We'll listen to everything, but that seems very unlikely that he would be moved. I think he's just saying that, knowing, hint, hint, wink, wink, we're not going to trade Bryce Eldridge. I think that's the same way they feel about Carson Wisenhunt. And if you're not trading those dudes, unless you're trading a valuable piece from the big league squad, I don't see how you're getting anything that is near the top of this trade deadline market.
And I wonder about trading something from the big league club, what really has great value that you'd be willing to part with. And I think about Randy Rodriguez, who, a team would love to have him. He's 2 years away from his first arbitration eligibility, and he throws 102. I think you want to keep him. Nobody hits him. His ERA is right about 1 or lower. And your closer is at times meteoric, but he's your closer. And Frisbee guy, Tyler Rogers, has been unbelievably effective, and Walker. And so you have the best bullpen in baseball. You're not breaking that up. You just spent some real capital to bring in Rafael Devers. You're not trading him. You're not trading Adames, who is absolutely molten lava right now. I just don't know what on the big club you could actually part with. And then you mentioned the farm. I don't think you're going to trade any of your major league ready guys. And I'm looking at, Johnny Level is their number 4 prospect, and he's 18 years old, and he's playing rookie ball. He's estimated to arrive in 2029. Is that going to be enough to bring in Zach Gallen or, bring in Alcantara or another one of these top pitchers? You just don't have the assets in the minors that you want to part with.
Yeah, maybe you do. Maybe one of those teams would say, yeah, Johnny Level, we love the guy. We were in on him when you got him or whatever. And yeah, we'll get that done. It's less about potentially Dibs having guys that other teams are interested in. That's part of it, but it's also then like, okay, are we comfortable giving him up knowing that we have so little elsewhere? And that's why, like I said this earlier in the week, I'll say it again, the biggest sin of the Farhan era wasn't what they did at the big league level. It was that he left, and over the course of his however many years he was here, 5 or 6 years, the farm system got worse. Like, it's one thing if the big league squad is middling and it's 500. Like, okay, that's frustrating, and I got very upset multiple years as a result of the big league club. But if he left and suddenly the Giants farm system went from a bottom 5 farm system to a top 10 farm system, that is the lifeblood of a squad. And then the Giants would be able to say, all right, we'll give you our 7th best prospect, because he's still in the top 100. Meanwhile, the Giants right now have one top 100 prospect in baseball. It's Bryce Eldridge. That's it. So you feel so much more, you should feel so much less capable of giving somebody up that is valuable to you, because you have so few other people to turn to in the first place.
And that is a part of the problem when you're looking to deal. And, you did give up your number 1 pick from the last draft class, James Tibbs.
Yeah.
And so that was a big asset that you'd like to think that you had, and he may turn out to be a really good player. I know he's already been elevated to AA, but that was a piece that Boston obviously liked, and so he was a part of the Rafael Devers move. But beyond that, you don't have a lot of highly sought-after prospects, and even if you did, to get one of these real big boy pitchers, would you have to trade 2 of your top prospects and maybe a couple of middling guys just to get a possible rental? I don't see Buster in this part of the run. I don't see them acting out of that level of desperation.
Yeah, me neither. We'll see. The news for the Giants today is Landon Roupp headed to the IL, the 15-day IL with right elbow inflammation. Bob Melvin scheduled to speak to the media at about 4:30. Whenever we hear from Bob, we will pass that along and we'll let you know the update on Landon Roupp and the Giants as a whole. That's coming up next hour. Coming up next, though, we got to get back to this Jonathan Kaminga situation. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, check out what both the Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru had to say about those latest Kaminga developments. We'll explain it all to you when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs, Dibs and Grandy with you on a Friday right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Hunter. We will enjoy the game tonight. Dibs, you're not headed to Oracle, are you, tonight?
No, not going to make it.
I'll be there.
Yeah, it's
Lucas
great.
will be there. Ken will be there, although Ken is, if everyone could see Ken right now, decked out in all Mets gear. It's ridiculous.
I respect it. He's from New York and he's a fan, so, rep your team.
Ridiculous.
And agreed, but...
You're not going to stand next to me tonight, Ken.
That's right. And Lucas did begrudgingly extend the invite. Remember earlier in the week when you guys were all going and I kind of got hurt and Lucas is like, I'd say, do you want to go? But we know you're not going. And I said, just ask me. And he's like, do you want to go to the game Friday? No, I can't. I'm busy.
Classic.
So you guys have fun, though, you crazy kids.
We will. It'll be fun. Giants, Mets.
I do, but...
Totally. I do, but yeah. I got to be,
The last time I was at a Giants game was 2 weeks ago when the Dodgers were in town. Webb was on the bump, and the Giants won. That game, that was like the 8-7 or 9-8 game, whatever it was. Game one of that Dodgers series. It was great. Webb was on the bump. The Giants got a win there, so maybe they'll get a win again tonight versus Clay Holmes and the New York Mets. The news from the Giants of the day, Landon Roupp on the 15-day IL with right elbow inflammation. We will hear from Bob Melvin coming up at 4:30. He is speaking from the dugout when we get an update on what he says about Landon Roupp and the resulting roster moves and the plan for their starting pitchers. We will let you know here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you on a Friday here on 95.7 The Game. We came into the studio, though, Dibs, talking about Jonathan Kaminga because nothing officially has happened yet, but I think we have seen things shift just a little bit. And to lay this out, let's hear from Anthony Slater, who was on NBA Today on ESPN and had this to say about Jonathan Kaminga and specifically about the Kerr-Kaminga relationship, which I think is key in this whole conversation. Here's Anthony Slater on ESPN on Kerr and Kaminga.
Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kaminga, actually, I would categorize as having a decent personal relationship and even improving a little bit. Kerr has been in contact with Kaminga during this process, and I'd say he's one of the leading voices kind of trying to patch this together. But there's a lot of scar tissue, basketball scar tissue, and Kaminga knows that Steve Kerr would plan to play him a lot in the regular season. They would need him to score a bunch, especially with the older team when some of their stars sit. But Jonathan Kaminga also knows that Steve Kerr's history tells him he will go away from him in the playoffs at winning time in big games, and Jonathan Kaminga is no longer wanting to be a plan B, an alternative, a regular season option. He wants to be, a full-time featured guy in an offense, and as much as I think him and Kerr actually do generally get along personally, he knows Kerr's history and coaching him on the court, and that hasn't led to what he has wanted it to lead to.
That's Slater on NBA Today on ESPN, and I think that is key to all of this. It's not as if these are two guys that hate each other personally. I think the way that Steve Kerr thinks that Kaminga as a basketball player does not fit the style that Steve Kerr wants to play and that the Warriors play with Steph Curry and with Jimmy Butler and with Draymond Green. As a result, Jonathan Kaminga might not necessarily want to come back to the Warriors because he wants to seek out a place where he can get his desired role, and he feels like that can't really possibly happen here other than here and there when either Steph or Jimmy miss a game because they're 37 and 35 years old respectively. He's not interested, it seems, Dibs, and maybe he's wrong for wanting this. He's not interested in that kind of stop and start, up and down roller coaster ride of a role, again, coming up for year number 5.
It's fair, and I understand it, and he's 4 years into the league, and I ran down the players in his draft class and the contracts that they got, and the players that got max money are all better players than he is, but they also have had the one thing that he covets more than maybe the big contract, and that's opportunity. And he has not had that level of opportunity because he's on a team that happens to be good. And if you want to run through Cade Cunningham, Detroit was bad for 3 years, and then they got decent. And Orlando was bad for 3 years, and then they got pretty good. And, you've got Mobley and Barnes and all these other guys who've gone through getting a lot of playing time. And Houston, even with Jalen Green, they were bad. And then they got good. They were the 2 seed. They got knocked out, but he got an extension. And they also have Alperen Şengün, Shout out the Goon, who got $37 million a year in the same draft class.
Yep.
And he's a better player than Kaminga. Jalen Green is probably the same player as Kaminga, but he's been able to show more because he got to play more. So Kaminga sits and he waits his turn and he flashes and he struggles and he struggles and he flashes and they win a chip and all the rest of it. And now he's at the spot where he wants what those other guys got. Not only the big bag, but the big chance. And if he comes back here, I'm sorry, Grandy.
You're good.
I'm ranting too long here. But if he comes back here, he knows that at best he's going to be the third fiddle, and it's going to be Jimmy and Steph and Jimmy. And when one of them sits and rests and the other one's on the bench, well, then now I get to cook. What about the other games, you know?
And
so I get it.
He's entirely well within his rights to feel that. Now, you might say, I might say, Warriors fans might say, well, JK, if you want to be the number one option, or hell, even the number two option on every single night, we feel like that's not gonna be part of a winner. Like, we feel like that's not how you can win basketball games. And maybe JK says, you know what? Frankly, winning is not the number one priority for me right now. I want to get my numbers so that I can get the money that I want when my next contract comes up. Maybe that's what's more valuable to him right now. And hey, you know what? I don't really blame him for wanting that either. I would care a lot about my financial security. Now, winning and being competitive and being on a good team is also very valuable to me, but I don't know how I would feel in his given situation. I mean, he has a ring. I know he was not anywhere near a driving force behind it, but he has a ring. He will go down in his NBA career at least as a champion, a one-time champion. That is true. That's already on his resume. That's stamped. I'm just saying, maybe as a result, he cares a little less at this stage of his career about going to a spot where he feels like he can win the most basketball games. And oh, by the way, even if he did care about that, Dibs, there's also a very fair point to be made. Well, if he cares about winning the most, that also might not be here, because you might not believe the Warriors have a legitimate chance to win anyway. So I do not blame Kaminga for feeling that way at all. And I think this point gets nailed in even further when Anthony Slater pops on ESPN 1320, our sister station up in Sacramento, and has this to say about communication between Jonathan Kaminga and the Sacramento Kings. Here's Slater on our sister station, ESPN 1320 in Sacramento.
I feel like I'm about to fire up the Sacramento aggregation machines here, but for example, Kaminga, had contact with the Kings in the last couple of days, and it's the first time he's met Scott Perry, and this wasn't in person, but it's the first time he's communicated with Scott Perry, Doug Christie, and BJ Armstrong. And, from what I gather, he liked, the pitch that Scott Perry gave, and, he's open-minded to the idea of Sacramento. And I think part of that is because part of that pitch is, you're talking starting role. You're talking bigger opportunity than the Warriors are necessarily offering right now. And I think that's the part that shouldn't get lost in this whole situation is Jonathan Kaminga is not just looking for the exact contract he wants in free agency. He's looking for the opportunity he wants on the court.
And I think that's the key right there. The money that the Kings are offering, and I don't know this for a fact, Dibs, I would imagine pretty comparable to the money the Warriors are offering. Again, Anthony Slater reported the Warriors have upped their ask or their offer to Kaminga in recent weeks to the point where they feel like it is, quote, fair. Maybe in their mind it's fair, in Kaminga's mind it's not. But my point is, I think the monetary amount that the Warriors and Kings are offering is around the same ballpark. So why does Kaminga, according to Slater, feel open to Sacramento and is not willing to accept the Warriors' offer? I think it's as simple as the fact that he feels so much more confident in what his role will be in Sacramento than what it will be with the Golden State Warriors, and I think that's the driving force behind all of this. Kaminga, less worried about the money, more worried about his minutes.
Well, if the money's even, then yes, he's less worried about the money. I think if, the Kings were the one offering 7.9 and the Warriors were offering 17, he might sing a little bit of a different tune, but if the money's equal, and you're right about the winning where he's already won, and I always mention this because Patrick McCaw has 3 NBA rings. He's got 3.
Shout out Robert Ory. With how many does he have?
He's got 7. But at least he was like a player. He played a role in all those. But McCaw's got the 3. So he will never be remembered as one of the great NBA champions of all time. I don't even think he's in the league anymore. I'll figure out where exactly he is. I'm sure he's playing somewhere. But yeah, Kaminga's had 4 years of this. And you won. And you played with a great team. You played with one of the best players in history, but now, yes, you want your money, but you want a chance to go out there and show at 22 the player you can be. And Sacramento becomes interesting because there is talk that they're trying to move off of DeMar DeRozan. You got Keegan Murray, who only makes $11 million on a team option. I don't think that they extended Keegan Murray.
Not yet.
So if it could be, Kaminga and a pick and a sign and trade for Keegan Murray, the Warriors would absolutely love to do that.
Yeah, and by the way, Patrick McCaw is currently playing in the G League. Most recently, the Delaware Bluecoats of the Philadelphia 76ers, their G League squad. So that's where he has been of late. But yeah, no, I think it comes down to role, and this is why I think Dibs, the only way he comes back to the Warriors is the Warriors. The Warriors view it as a losing scenario either way he comes back to the Warriors, because there are 2 ways he returns to the Warriors. He signs an extension or he accepts the qualifying offer. I don't think the Warriors want him to accept the qualifying offer because that means, they get him for cheap this year, and in terms of roster construction for this single season, that's not the worst thing by any stretch of the imagination. But then a year from now, he walks for nothing and you get nothing in return for your, at one point, very prized asset. You can debate it's not very prized anymore. That's what the NBA is telling you. But you get nothing for it. The other way in which he comes back is he signs an extension. And based on what we just heard from Anthony Slater, it seems to me, Dibs, the only way that he even thinks about signing the extension is if you blow him away monetarily. And if the Warriors blow him away monetarily, guess what? That puts Horford in danger. That puts Melton in danger. It puts everything else in danger. So I don't think the Warriors have a path to what they feel like is a victory with Kaminga coming back, unless something that Slater is telling us is wrong, which I suppose is possible, but I tend to trust what Anthony Slater says. And if Kaminga is interested in a role on the court and the Warriors refuse to give it to him, or Kaminga does not believe they will give it to him, which why would he? Then I feel like it's unlikely that he comes back for those reasons.
It is unlikely, but at the same time, the Warriors do kind of control the flow, and they control what happens because he is restricted. And so you look at Sacramento, and you think, okay, that's interesting. Keegan Murray he's a good player, and he's a guy who is on a team option, so you wouldn't have a ton of control over Keegan in the future, and maybe you end up working on a deal to extend him sooner rather than later, but that's a player who you feel like could come in and help you more than you think that Kaminga could. So, absolutely. I mean, a sign and trade with Sacramento becomes an interesting avenue to get something for the asset, like you've always talked about asset management. Yeah. But beyond that, I don't know, what Kaminga's options are, because if he wants to get blown away by an offer, and his camp said that they didn't turn down $30 million a year last offseason, what would blow them away? Would the Warriors now come at this juncture and say, you know what, $30 million a year, we'll do $3 and $90. We should have done this last year, but we're going to do it now. I don't think that that's out there.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think $3 and $75 is out there. I think it might be something more akin to 3 years and let's call it $51 million, $17 million a year, 2 years and a player option. What do you think, JK? And at that, he probably would balk.
Because that's probably similar to what the Kings are offering.
And that's not blowing him out of the water.
No.
So if the Warriors can convince Sacramento, hey, you guys like Kaminga, we kind of know that. Keegan Murray's making 11 on a player option, so the team option, I apologize. The team picks up the option. You sign Kaminga to 3 and 66, which is 22 this year. You get half of that back in Keegan Murray. You tack on a protected first in 2090 or whatever year down the road. If that gets it done, that to me would be a great resolution for both parties.
That would get it done. The Warriors would do that. I guarantee you in a heartbeat.
I wonder if Kaminga would sign a 3-year, $66 million deal to facilitate his departure. And the way that would have to work is the team goes to him and says, look, we're not giving you 22 to stay. You don't want to stay. You don't want to play for 7.9. JK, Aaron, this is the best we can do. It's a 3-year, $66 million deal. And in 3 years, you're going to be almost 26. Still plenty of hoop ahead. You're going to get the bag, not the big bag. This is not a sandwich-sized Ziploc. It's somewhere in between. It's a bag.
Not the court size.
Correct. And, if the Kings are able to get rid of DeRozan, and now it's Levine, Sabonis, Monk, and Kaminga, well, now he can start. Now he can cook. The Kings get another asset in the draft pick that you would have to attach. That, to me, would be the best way for JK and the Warriors to resolve this.
I mean, that would be a dream. I think Kaminga would sign that. I think the Warriors would accept Keegan Murray. The holdup is I don't think the Kings are ever going to offer Keegan Murray. And that's why we're at this standstill. I don't even think the Kings are willing to offer someone like Keon Ellis as opposed to someone like Šarić or whoever it is, Devin Carter or whoever it might be. To the Kings' credit, they have held very firm. They've done a really good job of just not flinching and saying, all right, Mike, we know the market as well as you do. Go find a better offer. And the Warriors have tried very hard at that. And maybe you think the Suns' offer is potentially better, marginally better. But the thing the Warriors are also holding out for is a first-round pick. And guess what? The Suns literally can't trade you a first-round pick. They have none to trade.
Right.
So you can't get a first-round pick for the Suns. So if the inclusion or the exclusion of a first-round pick is a deal-breaker for the Warriors, then a trade with the Suns cannot happen. And the Suns can't do it. The Kings know that. And the Kings, Scott Perry, their new GM, says, all right, Mike, you willing to come back to the negotiating table just yet? Or are you going to continue searching for other options? The Kings have held really firm.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're ever going to offer Keegan Murray. That would get it done.
That becomes the interesting piece of this because Keegan is eligible to get one of those off-season max extensions, and he hasn't yet. And they did pick up his fourth-year option, so he's sitting on $11 million. The Kings will not be able to give Keegan the max and keep DeRozan and keep Sabonis, and you've already got that bum from Chicago making $50 million.
Shout out Zach LaVine.
Thank you. And I said that bum as I clicked over to remember Zach LaVine because he should be a household name at 47.5, but he's not. Sabonis makes 43. DeMar makes 24.5. Malik makes almost 19. And even next year, if you gave Keegan the contract that he deserves, well, now you're a second apron team and you're the Kings. So they either have to do something with DeRozan or do something with Keegan Murray. So, if you realize, man, we're kind of stuck here, and if the Warriors are going to give us a first and Kaminga for Keegan Murray, well, the Warriors then next offseason are going to have to figure out what to do with Keegan Murray because I don't think that they'll be able to afford him at what he's going to command.
Yeah, it depends. It depends how high you're willing to go into various aprons and all that. Now, 2 years from now, you do get like a gigantic cap relief because that's when Steph comes off the books. That's when Jimmy comes off the books. Now, Steph might sign again for the max, and then it gets right back up there. And who knows what happens with Jimmy. And I believe Draymond has an option for that last year, a player option. Who knows? I would imagine he's probably going to pick it up, but that's a lesser number. And even in a couple of years from now, that number will appear even smaller as the cap continues to increase. But generally, Dibs, I think the factors at play here are the lack of interest from around the league in Kaminga, both monetary and trade-wise with the Warriors. It is the Warriors' unwillingness to promise Kaminga a certain role / Kaminga's inability or tending to not believe the Warriors in terms of his role, and that's how he should feel considering how the 4 years have gone. And the Warriors' belief that he doesn't really fit with them. But paramount above all of this is the Warriors' steadfastness in not losing him for nothing. And that's where this comes in. Anthony Slater, via the Hoop Collective podcast on ESPN. By the way, Slater has been an ESPN employee for like a week now. And he's making the rounds on TV and on the Hoop Collective podcast. Slater said this about the Warriors' ask for Kaminga. Here's more Slater.
part of the reason that a sign and trade hasn't got done for Kaminga, there's been, particularly the Kings and Suns, I would say, have been the most aggressive, is because the Warriors have been pretty steadfast in their requirement of at least a first-round pick. They also want a young player, and they don't want to take on bad contracts. And that's what's really, held a lot of this stuff up, because it's like not only does the team have to want to sign Jonathan Kaminga, convince Jonathan Kaminga to take this dollar amount, and he has high ambitions for his next contract, but also they then have to call the Warriors and basically make a pretty decent value trade where you're giving up a pick and a young player, that type of stuff. That's why so much of this stuff is just in gridlock.
It is. So what Slater is saying there, Dibs, is the Warriors are going into a marketplace that has so incredibly few suitors, and they're asking for a first-round pick, a young player, and no bad contracts.
Yeah.
That's just everything that you could possibly... there's no possible way you could get those three things in this market today.
Not all three of them, and this is where I look at Keegan Murray, and he is a young player, and he doesn't have a bad contract yet. I mean, you probably are going to have to give him a contract, and he's a young asset, and so I don't think that you would get Keegan Murray and a first-round pick.
No.
But if you were to deal with Phoenix, and you mentioned that they don't have first-round picks really lying around to trade you.
Their
but
cupboards are barren, Dibs.
They are, and Grayson Allen is not a bad contract. I think he's more than a serviceable player. He's making 16.8, 18.1, then a player option after that for 19. That's not a ton of money. And one thing that I was reading from the other article in The Athletic from
Fred Katz.
I couldn't remember his first name. Thank you, Grandy. This is why I love working with you, is because you've got my back.
I got it right here. I'll print it out.
You've got it, and it's great, and you've got highlighter out there. You're an old soul. You printed it, and you used a highlighter, Lucas. This guy he's awesome. Are you sure you're 29?
Here's the highlighter.
You're acting like you're 69 over there. Highlighter and a printer. But one thing that he said in the piece that
also
I thought was
Slater's piece right here too.
Very good highlighter again. Really compelling, the idea of the value of a mid-priced contract.
Yep.
And Grayson Allen at 16 now, then 18, etc. Those contracts, because they can be combined with other contracts, they become very valuable in the trade market. And that's where Grayson Allen, if you were to acquire him, the Suns get Kaminga, you get Grayson Allen and maybe a couple of seconds, I don't know, but that contract becomes valuable more so than Kaminga sitting here on 7.9.
Yeah, and that is a very good point, because I think it also highlights, no pun intended, highlights why the Warriors are so hesitant to trade Kaminga in a sign-in trade, because if they could get him back with a new deal for around $20 million, that's a building block that they can include in future trades. And you talked about Jalen Green earlier. We could talk about this on the other side. Guess what Jalen Green helped get the Rockets? Kevin Durant.
Yep.
So you could laugh at the Rockets for signing Jalen Green to that monstrosity of a contract, but you can also look at it and say, well, they don't get Kevin Durant without that Jalen Green contract. So that is also part of the hang-up for the Warriors in being willing to part with JK for peanuts. Devin Carter and Dario Saric. I don't blame you if you don't know who those guys are, other than Dario because he was a Warrior, but nothing special. There's absolutely no doubt about that. So we could talk about that. Plenty more time for your calls and your texts at 888-957-9570. Plus, Bob Melvin meets the media in about 20 minutes or so when we have an update from Bob Melvin on Landon Roupp, who is on the IL announced today with right elbow inflammation. We'll pass that along to you. But again, more time for your calls and your texts here on Willard and Dibs. And coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the free Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy on a Friday. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Willard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy Friday. Dibs and Grandy with you. I'm in for Willard. Willard will be back on Monday. A big day today in the city, Dibs. And we had a text that came in earlier on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. If you are headed down to either the Giants game or the Valkyries game, just be prepared for bad traffic because you got both those events going on, so get there early. I know you are unable to go to either game, but if I were to ask you, Dibs, Valkyries versus the Dallas Wings, Paige Beckers is in town, rookie sensation out of the WNBA, or Giants Mets with Logan Webb on the bump. Which game is more intriguing to go to you?
Tough call because you don't have Kayla Thornton, who sustained a knee injury, the Valkyries All-Star, and she's now out for the year, but I would lean to the Valks just because
that atmosphere.
And inventory-wise, you're quietly running out of games.
True.
Be neat if they got into the playoffs. I think that they're right on the cusp or on the bubble, and so without your best player, that may not portend for a great finish post All-Star break. But it's already been an incredible season just from a win-loss standpoint. They've been far better than what the experts
by
forecasted.
A mile. Yeah.
So. Yeah, the Valks. I mean, I'm kind of dying to get back there, and I've been going back and forth with my wife about bringing my almost 3-year-old, and my wife thinks that she's probably too young. She won't sit still and this and that. And
well, it is pretty loud in there.
Well,
I mean,
it's loud, but it's also like stimulating. So I'm arguing that I think that she would love it. We can bring her little pink Beats headphones if we need to, calm down the noise a little bit. Yeah. So right now it's a spousal back and forth. But for me, it would be the Valks game if I had to choose tonight.
I think, honestly, I would agree with you. I mean, it's hard to say no to a Valkyries game and just the atmosphere that is there. You're right, the Kayla Thornton injury, and if you just hopped in the car after work and you're headed home and you're getting ready to head home and watch the Valkyries game or listen to it here on 95.7 The Game, which we recommend you do, what are you talking about? Kayla Thornton injured? Yeah, the Valkyries' only All-Star has suffered a knee injury, and she is out for the year. And I'm pretty sure, Dibs, this had to happen in practice the last couple of days leading up to this game today because they've been on the All-Star break. So the timing of this is really weird, and it sucks. Hope that she's okay for the future, but the Valkyries now going to have to pick up the pieces in the second half without who's been their best player so far this year.
Yeah, and you just wonder about the nature of the knee injury. Yeah. And you and I during the break were talking, and I was kind of putting on my Dr. Nirav Pandya hat a little bit, where based on when the injury happened, if it's a torn ACL, normally the MRI and the surgery is a little bit longer after the actual injury because you wait for the swelling to go down so you get a clear picture. If it was something more along the lines of a torn meniscus, which if you have a torn meniscus and you remove it, like I did, it's about a 3 or 4 week recovery, but now you have no meniscus. When you have an elite athlete, as she is, you repair the meniscus, and that is a 6-month rehab.
Yeah.
Because you got to wait for that baby to grow back in there. So I'm not trying to speculate, but I am curious as to the nature and when it happened. And, I mean, we may or may not actually find out. It just was a little bit odd to me that you had reports of a knee injury and she's out for the year.
Yeah, and she was in the All-Star game. She was the team's only All-Star, and maybe I missed it, but I don't.
And that was a week ago, right?
Last weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that I didn't notice her leave the All-Star game with a limp or anything weird. Maybe something happened during the All-Star game, and they thought it was not a big deal, and then ultimately they got her back in the building and took an MRI, and they revealed something bigger than they thought. Who the hell knows? But.
Yeah, just real quick on the All-Star game. I didn't watch a ton of it, but 2 things that I loved. One, the 4-point shot.
Oh, that was cool.
They had a couple of circles about 30 feet from the hoop. And the other one, live ball substitutions, where you could just hockeyify it, and you just throw somebody in off the bench and somebody runs out and you just keep that thing moving.
It is cool.
Yeah,
it is fun.
It was something that I noticed. I was like, ooh, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, but that was a WNBA All-Star weekend. Sabrina Ionescu won the 3-point shootout. I think her second time that she's won it. Of course, Sabrina, a Bay Area kid, so cool to see that. But the second half is underway tonight with the Valkyries hosting the Dallas Wings. Dallas Wings, they have rookie sensation Paige Beckers, who's already become one of the best players in the league. She is in town for the first time in her professional career. That game's at 7, and of course, you can hear the game right here on the free Odyssey app. Just search Valkyries, brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. We've also been talking a bit today, Dibs, about the news for the Giants. Landon Roupp, right-handed pitcher who's been so good for the Giants so far this year, is on the 15-day IL with right elbow inflammation. I would imagine right now the media is beginning to congregate in the dugout where Bob Melvin will shortly join them and talk. I would imagine the first question will be about Landon Roupp and about how his elbow is doing. Then we'll get a question about the plan for their open starting pitching spots. And then maybe we get a plan about how this impacts their trade deadline dealings. When we get all or any of those answers, we will let you know here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. But we were just talking about, before we went to break, Dibs, about the value of like that mid-range contract in today's NBA. And you highlighted it as a potential reason why maybe the Warriors would like to have Grayson Allen on their team. It's also as simple as why they would be interested in Kaminga re-signing and coming back for somewhere around, I don't know, like $16 to $22 million, somewhere in that range. I think the Warriors would be interested in, because then, Dibs, you can use that Jonathan Kaminga salary slot, whatever number it is, again, 16, 18, 20, whatever, something like that, as a building block for a larger trade ahead of the trade deadline to get you another piece back in here. And what Tim Kawakami threw out today on the SF Standard was part of the reason why the Warriors would be interested in that is because they're still, Dibs, holding out hope that a Giannis trade might present itself. Now, I'm not here to talk about should the Warriors trade for Giannis, yada, yada, yada. That's just part of this whole calculus involved in, do the Warriors want to trade him away to the Kings for what they think is a bad offer? Do they want to re-sign him? Would they be willing to go above and beyond monetarily and maybe make him forget about his rotation or role concerns? Yada, 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 all that. That is just another thing in the back of the Warriors' mind, because it is valuable to have a contract around $20 million that you would be willing to trade, because it helps you bring somebody else in here.
Especially when you stay below the aprons where you're allowed to combine contracts and make moves like that. I still wonder about the Giannis part of it, because if you wanted to aggregate or combine contracts and you had a Kaminga at 20 or 25, well, you're still about 30 million shy, and that player becomes Draymond Green, and I don't think that you are ever going to be in a spot, as much as many fans want you to do that, I don't think that you would trade Kaminga and Draymond in a package to get Giannis, and it would take more than that, and draft picks as well. I just think that the way your salaries are structured, you don't have the ability to bring in a third guy making more than 50. Even if you send 50 million out, I don't think that you have that ability.
No, I don't think so either. And as we try to get an idea of what the Kaminga market is, because, right, we heard Anthony Slater write, I'll read this again to you really quick, quote from Anthony Slater in ESPN, General Manager Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors front office showed an extra level of motivation this week in conversations with Kaminga's agent, Aaron Turner, delivering what they believe is a fair offer to bring back Kaminga for a 5th season, despite the rocky 4-year partnership that preceded it. But Kaminga hasn't found anything they presented appealing. Okay, so the Warriors have delivered what they believe is a fair offer. Now, the pessimist might just say, well, it's what they think is fair. It's not really fair. But let's just take the Warriors at their word for the moment. A fair offer for Kaminga. What do you think a fair offer for Kaminga is, Dibs? Years, AAV, however you want to attack it. What do you think is fair for Kaminga, given everything we know about the market?
Well, if you are the Warriors and you're thinking about something that would be fair, quote unquote, but also not so prohibitive for you to be able to do things down the road, I would imagine the Warriors are looking at a 2 or a 3-year contract for between 17 and 21 million a year on the average. That is what I believe they would look at and think is a fair deal. You've got him on the qualifying offer at 7.9. Any other team in the league can give him an offer sheet for more than that you would have to match, and you'd have 2 days to do so. Yep. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. So the pressure for the Warriors to blow him out of the water with a contract isn't there. So if there was another team that, say, offered him 3 years and $66 million, an offer sheet, and the Warriors get that, and they have 2 days to match or let him go for nothing, that becomes an interesting one. Now, if they get an offer sheet for 3 years and $90 million, and a team wants to give him $30 million a year, well, it's good luck, Jonathan. Congratulations on your deal. We got to let you go. But there is a number in there that I think that they could stomach if another team made that sort of an offer. So I think that they're making that sort of an offer to him and putting the ball in his court and saying, here's 3 years and $50 million, average of 16.66 a year, and maybe it's a 16, 17, 18. I know that's 51, but you get the point. Yeah. And it slowly graduates up. And if he's thinking, no, I can get more than that after one more year, that becomes where the push-pull is difficult.
Well, the offer sheet is one thing because you can only present Kaminga with an offer sheet if you're not the Warriors, if you have cap space.
Right.
And there's no teams out there that have cap space, and the team that has cap space, the Nets, have zero reported interest in Kaminga. So I don't think the Warriors really have to worry about an offer sheet at this moment. That would speed things up, no doubt, because the Warriors would have to come to a decision relatively quick if they want to match or not. Now, a team could clear cap space. The Kings could take a wild risk, and the Kings could say, you know what? We're going to pull a Dame Lillard, and we're going to stretch and waive Zach LaVine. We're going to stretch and waive Malik Monk, or we're going to do that with DeMar, or whatever it is. Or they find a trade partner, and they save money, they create cap space, and they say, oh, we now have cap space. Okay, JK, we're going to offer you 3 years, $75 million, $25 million per year. Warriors, you going to accept that or not? That's a risk for the Kings because the Kings could, or the Warriors could say, well, against our better judgment, we're going to pay him $25 million a year with the intention of trading him in a few months. Then the Kings are suddenly left in a spot where, oh, we just cut half of our team to make room for this, and now we didn't get him anyway. So I don't think the Warriors have to worry about an offer sheet being offered in that sense to Jonathan Kaminga. But in terms of what is a fair number from the Warriors or from a team in a sign-in trade, I think it's exactly what you laid out. Somewhere around 17 to 20-something, something like that. Someone asked me the other day, what do you think the Warriors' fair offer was? Right? Slater reported a fair offer from the Warriors to Kaminga. I said 3 years, a player option for the third, so 2 + 1 at about $55 million, which is around a little more than $18 million a year. That was my idea of the Warriors' fair offer. That's an educated guess. I don't have the inside information to know if that's anywhere near accurate. But based on this article that you referenced last segment, Dibs, by Fred Katz in The Athletic, they pulled 16 people who work in different front offices, not the Warriors front office, asking them what they believe would constitute a, quote, fair contract for Kaminga given today's circumstances. Answers ranged from $17 million to $25 million in average annual value. The mean average annual value in the poll was $20.4 million. One executive suggested a 2-year deal. 10 mentioned 3-year contracts. 4 said 4-year contracts. But generally around $20 million per year, whether it was 2, 3, or 4 years. And if the Warriors were around that market, Dibs, then the money might not be the ultimate deciding factor in this whole situation.
And the ultimate deciding factor, I do think, is what you were mentioning earlier, and it's about opportunity and playing time. And so if it is your offer, which was roughly $18 million a year over 3 with a player option, so Kaminga would get $54 million in 3 years, or he plays on the qualifying offer and plays for roughly 8, and he thinks, can I go out and get a free agent deal after one more year that is worth more than 46 over the next 2? And that's where you think about betting on yourself, hoping that more teams will have money next offseason, and they will. The cap will go up, and it will. And so betting on yourself outside of a calamitous injury, it could be more lucrative than settling for that deal. And also, you then put your fate again in the hands of the Warriors.
Exactly.
Because if you sign that 3-year deal, you kind of know that they're instantly going to be shopping you at the first moment they can.
Yeah, which might be what you want, but you also don't have control over where you go in that situation either. they could send you to a place. Now, I would imagine the team that would be acquiring Kaminga in that situation, Dibs, would have interest in him. Like, you're not going to acquire him if you don't like him, but he could get to a spot. The team acquires him, and they're like, all right, JK, you're our sixth man at $20 million.
Right.
And Kaminga's like, no, that's that's where I've been. I don't want to be there anymore. So that's where it might be a little challenging for Kaminga. So I don't know, Dibs. The way that I view all this information that is coming in, I take all of it into account, and what my gut is telling me is the only way the Warriors bring him back, other than the qualifying offer, which they want to avoid, in my opinion, is to drastically overpay him. And simultaneously, the Warriors don't want to do that. So this might be leading to a spot where the Warriors have to really bite the bullet, and they say, ooh, maybe we just have to take that low ball offer from the Kings or the Suns and move on with our lives.
Well, it depends on how low that low ball offer is. And, the initial offer reported from the Kings was so low ball that I think you'd rather, eat it, hope for the best, and then let him leave for nothing, as opposed to take what was offered, because that's not even pennies on the dollar, quite frankly. That's just it's a non-starter. So I do think that there's time for you to hopefully coax better offers out of either Sacramento or Phoenix if they're the ones interested. And I still think Chicago might be a team laying in the weeds for a possible sign and trade. And the beauty is you don't have any real deadline yet. We're here in the end of July, and there are other restricted free agents who are in the same boat. Josh Giddey is one of them, where he's hoping to get wowed by an offer, and he's yet to be wowed. And so you've got other teams who are kind of trying to navigate this exact same thing.
Yeah. No, this is not a entirely unique situation for the Warriors. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to RJ in Napa, who wants to weigh in. RJ, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy on Willard and Dibs. How you doing?
Good, thanks. Appreciate you getting me on. I'm sorry Mark's not here to call me cute as a Kings fan, but
it's adorable. Adorable is what we use, and you are adorable.
Right, thank you. Oh,
You're
adorable.
welcome.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Just basically, I'm hoping at some point that the Kings organization actually asks its fan base, do we want Kaminga? Because the answer, at least on my part, is a resounding HE double hockey stick no, and this is why. I don't know if anybody's watched Kings basketball over the last few months, but basically the ball does not move at all. And hopefully Dennis Schroeder makes it move a little bit more, but adding a me first ISO, I want the ball type of guy in Kaminga to what's already the worst ball movement I've ever seen would just be an astronomical disaster. As far as Keegan Murray goes, the Warriors would be thrilled to have him. The guy can shoot. He's definitely deferential, almost to a fault. In no way, I'm actually hoping they get rid of DeMar DeRozan or Levine, one of them somehow, to open up things for Murray. But anyway, yeah, no thanks on the trade. So anyway, appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the call, RJ. I hate to break it to you, RJ, but I think the organization, the Kings organization, feels differently. They seem to really want Jonathan Kaminga.
They do, but I think that when you listen to his call and you look at Kings basketball, he's not wrong.
Oh, he's not wrong.
I mean, Zach LaVine is that. DeMar DeRozan is a guy who has a high usage as well. And
Malik Monk.
Yeah, and I don't think that Kaminga is a me-first guy. I think that's unfair to portray him in that way. I think he's a young player who is still evolving as an offensive player, and he played no college basketball. He went right to the G League Ignite, which is a me-first construct. Like, you go to that team in that league, and you're looking to ball out to get yourself into the league, and he's a lottery pick because of his gifts. And then you come here, and you don't get the playing time that you would have gotten elsewhere. And I was looking at this before. He is 14th in his draft class in total minutes played. So 13 of the guys played more minutes, including Jalen Green, who played almost twice as many minutes in 4 years than he did.
Wow.
So these are guys who were able to go out there, stink and struggle, and just play through it because their teams weren't very good. So I don't think it's fair to portray Kaminga as a me-first guy. I don't think that this offense, though, is one where his current skill set really fits?
He's me first in the sense to where it's at least he wants to be consistently one of the top 2 options on the team. I don't think he's necessarily me first as in I have to have the ball every trip down the floor, but he is me first to a degree.
To a degree,
I don't blame him for that. I mean, I'm 4 years into my NBA career, and I would like to have a more steady role too. But to say he's not me first entirely, I think is a little misleading because he is to a certain point.
I think it's because of the way he's always played and the way his game actually excels. He's not a guy who is great right now at passing, cutting, catching, and shooting.
Yeah.
He's got the ha-ha, as Guru would say. He can go by a guy. He's got a pretty good mid-range. He can shoot the 3 at times, but his game is not like other people on his current team where they can thrive without the ball, get to an open spot, and create.
Bob Melvin has spoken. We have a quick update. You want to hear what Bob Melvin has to say about Landon Roupp? If you're just getting in your car, Landon Roupp placed on the 15-day injured list with right elbow inflammation. That is always scary for a pitcher. When you have elbow anything on your throwing arm, and that Landon Roupp, of course, is a righty. Right elbow inflammation is a little bit scary. Bob Melvin says in the dugout pregame, there is no structural damage with Roupp's elbow. The hope is he is on the IL for just the minimum stay, and he's on the IL for 15 days, retroactive to 2 days ago. So 13 more days, 13 more days from now. We shall see, but that is the hope from Bob Melvin and the Giants. No structural damage. Hopefully, just the minimum IL stay.
Great news, and that's great news, and that tells me that they have had imaging, and the MRI that was taken does not show a torn UCL, because that would be structural damage if you had a ligament torn or certainly a broken bone or something. So the fact that it is just inflammation right now, and it could lead to worse, I know that, but good news at least in the short term.
Well, excuse my ignorance. Tommy John, you can have a not torn UCL and still need Tommy John.
Yeah, it can be partially torn or it can be chronically strained, and the doctor can just recommend and say, look, this is not going to get better. We need to go ahead and take it out and give you a new UCL.
Yeah.
But this sounds to me like we're not even near that point yet.
Yeah, does not seem like it. So it seems like, as of now, good news. We'll keep an eye out. Of course, anything further that Bob Melvin says, any other updates on Landon Roupp, we will let you know. Always plenty of time for your calls at 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you here on a Friday on 95.7 The Game. And remember, coming up at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings. You can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the free Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. It's Dibs and Grandy back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Dan
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kaminga. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Coming off of a great workout, apparently, Dibs.
Yeah.
Jonathan
Excited.
Kaminga down in Miami.
Yeah.
Maybe
great.
the Heat were in attendance. Maybe they want in.
Yeah, I don't know. I was looking, though. I did a project, and then you probably wouldn't even care about all the things that I was researching, but one of the things I was looking at was last 25 years, World Series appearances, NBA Finals appearances, Super Bowl appearances.
Okay.
And the Miami Heat have been to 7, and Coach Spo was a part of 6 of those.
Wow. Yeah.
So as we talk about Miami, and you look at just the last 25 years, and there are, in the NBA, I'm looking at 13 teams who haven't been to the NBA Finals in those 25 years.
They've been to 7.
Miami's been to 7.
So
Lakers 8, Miami 7, Warriors 6.
Wow.
And then you've got Cleveland 5, San Antonio 5, and then Brooklyn 4.
Wow. Brooklyn. Wow.
I'm sorry, Boston 4. I apologize. Brooklyn does have the 2.
Yeah, the 2 with the Jason Kidd, Richard Jefferson, Kenyon Martin era.
Yep.
Yeah, because the Heat, 2 with Jimmy Butler, 1 in the bubble, which maybe you call it a half. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But that one, the one a couple of years ago when they lost to the Nuggets, and then, of course, the 4 with LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, and then the original Wade and Shaq one where they beat the Mavericks.
That's right.
Was that 06?
Correct. Look at you. And 4 in a row, which is...
all 4 LeBron years, they went to the finals.
Right, and they went 2-2.
Lost the first one, then won the next 2, and then lost the last
That's right. So I was looking at cities who have had the most appearances over the 3 different sports, just trying to see, how lucky we are.
We are lucky.
Yeah, and I think I have us as third. Boston's got 17 appearances.
So this is since the turn of the century.
Correct.
Okay.
NBA Finals, Super Bowl, and World Series appearances. Just appearances.
Not wins.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you get there? And Boston's got 17, LA 15, and then it's us with 13.
This is just the big 3.
Correct. Yeah, and there's some wrinkles in there, like the Patriots go to Boston, they get credit. Boston gets credit, and
Foxborough.
Yeah, Oakland actually has 4, and in that 4, 3 of them are the Warriors when the Warriors were in Oakland. I was just thinking about Oakland as its own entity, and you had the 1 Raiders, and then you had the 3 Warriors.
So San Francisco gets to count the Warriors ones while they were in Oakland.
Well, because I did San Francisco
claim
first.
Anything else.
Oakland can claim those. I mean, it would only be 1 more.
Yeah.
And Oakland doesn't get to claim the Niners. Like that? No, that's going to be a no. And Oakland doesn't get to claim the Giants.
No.
So I just did a separate Oakland with the 3 that they had with the Warriors to see how they compare to like Milwaukee, who's only got 2. Atlanta, they've only got 2.
I'd give Oakland the Warriors 4th while they were in
San Francisco.
The other one while they were in San Francisco.
And that's fair.
Yeah.
And other like big markets like Phoenix only has 4, and Detroit only has 4 appearances.
Wow.
You had the 1 Tigers, and you had I guess 3 Pistons.
How many cities or regions, and we're being pretty specific when we talk about a region that has all 3 of those teams, an NBA team, an NFL team, and an NBA team, how many of those regions are there across the 3 major sports that have 1 of each?
L.A.,
yeah,
New York, and they've got more than 3.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Philadelphia, Boston, Miami, Houston, Dallas, Cleveland, Phoenix. So it's more than you think.
So like 10, something like that.
Yeah, Detroit.
Yeah,
that'd be 11. And Milwaukee's an interesting one because I gave them the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah,
and you got the Bucks and you've got the Brewers, so that is kind of an ish. Atlanta, they got the Braves and the Falcons and the Hawks, and so there's more than you think.
Yeah.
Chicago's got 3, so now we're up to a quiet 12 or 13.
Yeah.
But just something I was looking at to try to, I don't know, pass the time in the morning. My toddler's watching Dora, and so I'm at the kitchen table just, running through some of my goofy handwritten stuff.
That's
anyway,
interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just looking here, and it looks like we got some sound that just came in from Bob Melvin. He, in the dugout about 20 minutes ago, reacting or telling the media about the Landon Roupp injury. And if you're just joining us, Landon Roupp, on the IL for 15 days, the 15-day injured list with right elbow inflammation. This always sets sirens off in baseball clubs because anytime a pitcher has any issue, no matter what it is, if it's called discomfort, if it's called irritation, if it's called inflammation, it just hurts, whatever it is, if it's your pitching elbow, it's a big deal. So Bob Melvin sat down in front of the media in the Giants dugout about 20 minutes ago and was asked about Roupp's elbow. Here's the Giants skipper.
Some elbow issues. We think it's pretty minor. You know, he pitched. I took him out after the fifth because he was feeling it a little bit the last time. But I think we caught it at the right time. We're kind of considering maybe just skipping him a turn, but you know, with the IL being 15 days, it basically comes down to 2 starts. We're hopeful that he's going to be able to come out after that. It bothered him probably his last couple of starts, and based on where he is in the season, the innings and so forth, it just felt like it was a prudent thing to do, but hopefully we caught it at the right time.
That's interesting.
The innings.
Well, he says it's been bothering him the last couple of outings. It felt like the prudent thing to do now. Yeah, it's definitely smart now. I'm wondering why it didn't happen earlier. If it was bothering him the last 2 starts, why didn't they do it after the first time it bothered him?
Maybe coming out of the start, it didn't bother him that much, and then now, you know, you pitch on the 12th, and you had the All-Star break.
I wasn't thinking about the All-Star break.
Yeah, the All-Star break, and so you come out 10 days later on the 22nd, and
give it a go.
You give it a go, and he goes 5, and he pitched well. And then you come out of that one, and it still is bothering you, and maybe it's bothering you a little bit more, and you think, well, he just had 10 days to really rest it and shut it down, and so it's prudent to now, instead of skipping him and giving him another 10 days, ostensibly, from his last start, you'd skip him, and then you bring him back. He'd have basically 10 days. Now you just give him the full 15, so you're really only giving him one more start where he's not going to be out there, and you have the ability to replace him on the roster.
Yes. They were thinking just skip one start, don't even bring anybody else on, and then bring him back. But they said, you know what, it's worth it to put him on the IL, get somebody else in here. But he also mentioned in there, Dibs, the innings. I mean, they're aware of it, whether or not they think it's a big deal or not, they're aware of it. And I'd be interested in whenever he does come back, how this kind of plays things out. Because I was thinking maybe for a bit they might be thinking about trying to find ways to space his starts out, and whether it is, you know, maybe pushing him back every so often when they have an off day, or maybe it is every once in a while having a bullpen game, using an opener and bringing somebody up, whether it's Beck or it's Seymour or whoever, to eat up 5 innings out of the pen as a way to give him a rest. And now you have this elbow injury as a concern, and you know they're aware of those innings numbers. He's approaching a career high as a pro. I wonder how the Giants might kind of change their plan or their strategy around Roupp whenever he does come back, assuming that he does come back and is fine.
And I wonder how much the fact that, you know, Hayden Birdsong had to go down played into this as well, because you need to replace Hayden Birdsong, and so maybe you want to protect Landon Roupp a little bit, and so you give him the 15 days knowing that already you're going to have to add somebody in your rotation, and you want to make sure you do have Landon Roupp down the stretch, because I don't know how soon Birdsong can come back and what he would need to do to convince them that he's a different pitcher, because not only was he I guess unsuccessful, he was wildly erratic.
It was terrible.
I mean, he's missing targets by feet, not inches. And so,
and like 4 straight pitches.
Right. And like couldn't get an out the other day. So, you know, you're already looking to replace one. Maybe you protect Roupp and hope that he can still be solid in August.
One of the other things that Bob Melvin was asked, again, about 25 minutes ago, down at 3rd and King at Oracle Park in the home dugout, how would you describe the rotation right now, Bob? Here's what he said.
In flux. So we have to cover Sunday. We're probably going to have to cover Tuesday. You know, we do have an extensive bullpen right now. We'll see if we can cover the Sunday game out of the bullpen, and then probably Tuesday we're going to have to make a move. Just depends on how it goes here, these first 2 games. We have to be prepared for anything.
Okay, interesting from Bob. So we get a little bit of an answer. He says we're going to have to cover Sunday and Tuesday. He didn't say this, Dibs, but I would imagine that means Verlander will throw Monday, which means they're moving Verlander up a day. Because Sunday was going to be Birdsong's spot. Monday was going to be Roupp's spot. Tuesday would be Verlander's spot. But because they had yesterday off, they can move Verlander up from Tuesday to Monday and have him pitch on his normal rest, which means they have to cover Sunday and they have to cover Tuesday. He said Sunday likely going to be a bullpen game, but probably Tuesday would mean another move. And the way my mind works, even if his ERA is in the 4s in minor league in AAA Dibs, my mind immediately goes to Carson Wisdom. Maybe that's when we see his big league debut.
It's possible, and we'll have to keep an eye on the AAA rotation. And he was, I think, scheduled to either pitch today or tomorrow. So if you don't see him pitch today, and you mentioned earlier he's not the starting pitcher that's listed, if he doesn't go tomorrow, then I think you can take a hard look at that and think he might be the guy who gets tabbed on Tuesday to then come up here. He'd have extra rest, and you would have to make a move on your 40-man roster. I don't know what the status is of Gerard Encarnacion, if he's still hurt or if he's...
I think he's in a rehab in Sacramento right now.
Okay.
Actually.
So that might be a guy who you bring off the 40-man. I don't know if he really fits on your team anymore. Wilmer's your right-hand hitting DH, and you've got Luis Matos, who's a right-handed bat that you might like as much, and Rafael Devers playing first again tonight, so thankfully you don't need Encarnacion to play first base, so he might be the odd man out as you get into this next week.
Let's see. Encarnacion he's been playing, let's see, where are we here? Yeah, he has been taking at-bats with the River Cat since July 18th, so he's been down there on a rehab assignment for about a week. So he is probably slowly working his way back. Maybe there was a roster move that just sent him to AAA. Maybe he's just there for now. I'm not 100% certain on that. But he is playing right now, so he is potentially available for the Giants if they need that. But you're talking about potential 40-man roster moves. He is one. There was also... Is Tom Murphy still on the 40-man?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he hasn't played for you in over a year. So maybe you consider just, all right, Tom, sorry your injury has taken so long, but we need another spot. So there are some options that they could turn to, but you're right. The Wisenhunt decision would require a move more than just optioning somebody and bringing him up. You have to then create space on a 40-man roster spot, which means you have to dismiss somebody, and they're open to go and get claimed by somebody else if you do that. So we'll see how they go about it. But that is a possibility. The fact that Bob Melvin says Tuesday will likely require another move means the answer to Tuesday's question, Dibs, is not currently on the roster. So one way or another, it's exciting. I mean, maybe he's talking about a trade. Maybe another move could just be Buster getting busy.
Because the trade deadline is next Thursday, right?
Correct.
So you could make a move before then, and you could acquire a starting pitcher, and you could trade somebody on your 40-man and not have to make a corresponding move. So a lot of different things that can happen, but the fact that you're going to have a Sunday bullpen game tells me that you're looking at maybe Sean Jelly gets the start, or Tristan Beck, who just got recalled, or maybe a combination of the two, and you start to piece it together. And one thing about the trade deadline, I don't know if you really need a left-handed reliever anymore. Joey Lucchese's been really solid since he came up, and now you got Matt Gage, the lefty, he's able to go out there, and he's got a pretty wicked curveball. I think that you quietly suddenly have a little bit more left-handed depth in the pen than you did a couple weeks ago.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Again, Landon Roupp on the 15-day injured list with right elbow inflammation. He is a right-handed pitcher, so that is a little bit scary. Bob Melvin says no structural damage. They hope that he's only out for the minimum amount of time that you have to be out on the 15-day IL, 15 days, retroactive to 2 days ago. So what, we determined that was August 7th or 8th, whenever he would be eligible to come back. The Giants hope that's when he's good. Bob Melvin said that means 2 missed starts, the one coming up this weekend and then the one after that, and then he should be good is what they're hoping for. We shall see. And then when he's talking about the state of their rotation in general, he said in flux. Sunday is going to be a bullpen game most likely. Monday will be Verlander, and Tuesday The answer is probably not currently on the team. There will be a move one way or another, I would imagine, to start the game coming up on Tuesday. This leads in, Dibs, to, I think, an interesting question that we were batting around earlier today. I was thinking about this idea of pressure because all three teams in the Bay, I think, have big moments coming up. We spend a lot of time talking about Kaminga and the Warriors. I think Mike Dunleavy is under a fair share of pressure right now. We've been talking about the Niners in training camp a lot this week. I think there's a number of people there who are under a fair share of pressure. Brock Purdy is one of them. I think you can make a case that Robert Saleh is under some pressure. Maybe Kyle Shanahan himself too, but Robert Saleh specifically on the defensive side of the football. And the Giants, this is a group that is a talented roster and are fighting for a postseason spot. I don't know how you feel, Dibs, but specifically on the Giants, I feel like there's some pressure on Buster Posey. Not in a bad way, not as if he's got to prove himself or he's going to be out of a job, but I think Buster's looking at these next 6 days before the trade deadline, knowing the decision that he makes one way or another could be the difference in a playoff appearance or not, and that to me feels like quite a bit of pressure.
A little bit of pressure, I guess, and for me, the pressure comes from job security and expectations, and Buster's just, he's kind of easing into the gig, I think, and so, even if things don't go right, he doesn't make a move, the pitching help doesn't come, and you miss the playoffs, I don't think that he feels the heat. It's a disappointment, but not having given up a lot of your assets to try to make a desperation move, I think would certainly help his cause insofar as, you wouldn't be going all in for this year and having it not work out.
Yeah, I like the Giants say they don't make a big move ahead of the deadline, and they already got Devers. Maybe they make a lower end move, and it's not this crazy gigantic deal, and that's probably what's going to happen in my opinion. And they miss the playoffs. I'm not going to turn and point to Buster Posey for not making another move as the reason why they missed the playoffs, but as the guy that is in charge of building the roster and is the guy that has the ultimate say-so in terms of making a move or not. It's his responsibility to put a winner on the field. Now, there's a lot of things that have to go right for even if you have all the talent in the world, things could go wrong. What the hell were the Phoenix Suns the last couple of years?
Right.
You have Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, who we've all been making fun of, mostly because of the contract, not because of who he is as a player. He's not worth that contract, but still a quality player. That's why the Clippers were so interested in him and why he will make that team better, in my opinion. So much of it is out of the control of the architect of a team. But I don't know, Dibs, if you think the Giants don't have what it takes on the roster right now to make a postseason spot, then the pressure's on Buster to go and change that. Whether it's a small move like a Marco Scutaro scale move, a Cody Ross scale move that ultimately turns out to be a home run and helps the Giants win postseason series, that's on Buster. I feel pressure on Buster to make the right decision one way or another. And that might mean not making a trade. The right decision could be don't give up Wisenhunt or don't give up so-and-so in order to get somebody that might not help that much.
I agree with that part of it, but as far as pressure goes, I think this being, the first year of the Buster Posey era, so the expectations are not do it now or else. This is his first year, and so I think you look at what he's already done, bringing in Rafael Devers, you signed Willie Adames, a couple of long-term deals, Chapman long-term, Jung-Hoo Lee long-term, Logan is here, Robbie Ray for one more year. You've got a very young, controllable bullpen. The only piece that you're probably going to lose in the offseason for sure is Yaz, unless you can get him back for a reasonable deal, but he finally gets to be a free agent at 34 or 35 or whatever.
Congrats, Yaz.
Exactly, but I think that this team is mostly comprised for what it will be next year. You'll have some offseason ads, some free agents, and the rest of it, but I kind of look at this year as the year before the year. Next year, at this point, then you're going to feel a little bit more pressure. But right now, for me, Buster in year one, he's not feeling the pressure. I would look at Bob Melvin for pressure because Bob Melvin's been doing this a long time, and he just became the 10th or the 20th winningest manager of all time. I think it's 20th.
I'll check it for you.
But I know he's number 3 all time among managers with no World Series. and it's only Buck Showalter and Gene Mauch, rest in peace, who have more wins than Bob without a World Series. And so when you start to look at this Giants team and what the expectations are, the expectations right now are not World Series or bust, but Bob Melvin, as a manager, he's got to get a team into the playoffs and start to advance deep with that team.
Bob Melvin, 20th all-time in wins,
20th.
just past Mike Stosha, former manager of the Angels. There's pressure on Bob. If we're talking about this pressure conversation, I suppose could kind of quickly devolve into like hot seat, like who has more on the line, like who has better job security, who has worse job security. I would agree with you that Buster has way more job security than Melvin. Not that I think either are in any danger, really. But I do hear what you're saying. If we're talking about other individuals on the Giants that I think feel pressure, I think there's a whole hell of a lot of pressure on Rafael Devers. Maybe he isn't necessarily feeling it. Maybe he doesn't feel it. Or maybe he thrives in that pressure. He might. I don't know exactly how that dude's brain works. He does kind of seem to be the guy that doesn't really care what others think and just goes about his business one way or another. But it's kind of like what Willie Adames was facing to begin the year, Dibs, when he signed the richest contract in Giants franchise history. And you come to the team and you're playing shortstop and you struggle mightily, and you get to a point early in or midway through the year when you're still struggling and the team starts to lose games. And that feels really, challenging. I would imagine that being really tough. And that's kind of what Devers was going through, I think, a little bit. But I think almost like multiplied by 10, because Devers is 5 times the hitter that Adames has ever been. And he's the hand-picked guy that you just traded for. All eyes are on you. You have the drama of what happened in Boston. You have the drama of, are you going to play first base? And by the way, he's playing first base tonight here at Oracle Park. I feel like there's quite a bit of pressure on Rafael Devers to just show up and hit every single day. And he might answer the call every single time as he did in Atlanta. But I do feel like there's a good amount of pressure on Devers to be the torchbearer for this lineup the rest of the year.
Again, I don't really see it for this year. And yeah, you want him to come in and play as well as he did in Boston and hit as well as he did. It's a tougher ballpark. It's a new league. It's a new ballpark. It's a new city. It's a lot of different things for Rafael Devers. And I don't look at the pressure being on him just yet. And part of it for me is the contract, where he's inked for, 7 more, 8 more till 2033. 2033. And I know the back half of the deal likely will not be the best half of the deal, but you get into next year where you go to spring training with the club and you'll be with the club the whole year. That's when you really start, in my opinion, to ratchet up the pressure. Right now, he's starting to turn it around. Hopefully that's actually a thing and it wasn't just a blip on the radar when he had the good weekend. And hopefully he returns to being the player that we've expected him to be. But I don't think that he's under that much pressure just yet, because the contract he's got till 2033. That's a long time.
Yeah, but what if he struggles to hit the ball for the majority of the rest of the season? I know he's still going to be a Giant, or no matter where he is, he's going to get paid all that money. Like that's happening no matter what. But the conversation and the blame, you're Rafael Devers, you're the best hitter in this lineup. If you struggle, you're getting the blame for the offensive issues. It's just the way it works.
Well, there's enough blame to go around. And this is where, if the whole rest of the team is hitting well and Rafael Devers is struggling, well then yeah, we can point the finger. For me, there's more pressure on Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee has yet to prove it in Major League Baseball. Last year he played 6 or 8 weeks and he got hurt, and it was a terrible shoulder injury. I've had it and it's brutal, and he came back this year and he was really good, and then he was really bad, and then now he's just kind of what you'd expect. But for me, the pressure lies more on Jung-Hoo Lee, because the expectation for him has not been met, and he's a guy who's totally unproven. That may wind up being a Farhan miss if he doesn't ever excel at the level that they thought he would when they gave him 6 years and $113 million, a guy with no major league experience. Yeah. And so, the first year was an injury and you missed 3/4 of the season. Yeah. Fine, that happens. And then this year, he hasn't really gotten it hot.
He'd been better late.
Right. And he was great for, the month of May?
Yeah, maybe like 6 weeks.
Or April.
And then a little bit of May, I think. Like
That's
6 weeks, he was really, really good. And then he was terrible. And now he's kind of, been a little better the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. I think you and I just look at the pressure part of it differently. Not that there isn't pressure on Devers and Adames because they're making a combined $500 million, almost $500 million for their total contract amounts. And there's pressure in that. But when you've got a long deal like this and it's fully guaranteed, I think that there's less pressure because, you want to do well, but you're good financially no matter what.
Yeah. I just have the list of the all-time winningest managers up because we had to check something on Bob Melvin. There are two. I'm curious if you could get these. There are two active managers that have more career wins as manager than Bob Melvin. Do you think you can name them?
I mean, I won't even try unless we get the appropriate musical accoutrement here.
Come on.
Scat-da-da-da. Scat-da-da-da.
I'll give you a hint. You should be able to get one of them. For sure.
Well, considering of the 30 managers, I know about 5 of them. It does limit it, but Bruce Bochy's got to have more wins.
He does. He has the 6th most wins all time, 2,224.
Okay.
There's one other. He began managing in 1997, and I believe he's had some starts and stops.
Huh. Would that be Francona? Terry
Indeed
Francona?
it is. Look at you go.
Let's go.
Terry Francona, 13th most wins all time, 2003, the number of wins that he's got. And then Bob Melvin, 20th, the 3rd most wins among active managers.
Yeah, and he's been great. Bob, couple years in Seattle, 5 in Arizona, a good 11 in Oakland, couple in San Diego, now the Giants. He's very hireable. He's personable. He's a lot of bulls. And I love Bob Melvin. I've get the drop ready. I had a chance to talk to him many times. We had him on a weekly back when we were the flagship of his former team, and he's just a great dude. The one thing about his resume is come October, it hasn't been there for him. 2007, 1 series and out. 12 and 13 with the A's, couldn't win a series.
Yeah.
14, lost the wild card game, same as 18 and 19. 2020, couldn't win a series. It wasn't until 2022 that he was able to win a series in San Diego.
That's
I think he won the wild card series, and then they got knocked out in the next round. But that's the one thing about Bo Mel is not that he has anything to prove to me or anybody else, but his resume is glowing. He's been a manager for 22 years, but you got to get in the postseason. And you got to do something in the postseason. It hasn't happened.
It has not happened. You're right. I wonder, Dibs, if we were to take this to Santa Clara and Niners training camp, and not training camp specifically, but just the Niners in general, who do you think is under the most pressure in Santa Clara right now? Because the Niners are in this weird, interesting spot where they have all the remnants of a Super Bowl team. Not that they ever won it, but they were right there multiple times and have been, they went to NFC Championship game at worst 3 straight years. And their fan base and they themselves were never awarded with actually winning a Super Bowl. So you have that in the back of your mind, yet you have this at least half reset going into this year where you get off of some veteran players that were really key to all of your runs, and you reset with a bunch of youngsters. You bring your old defensive coordinator back in. You pay your quarterback a gigantic amount of money. I wonder what the pressure conversation looks like to you with the 49ers, because I feel like the first name that comes to mind for me, it's specifically the quarterback. It's Brock Purdy, and the money that he got. That, to me, feels like the square where most of the pressure falls down on for the 49ers.
And he doesn't get the money till next year, but the money's coming, and I don't want to make it all about the money because the quarterback is always going to be under the most pressure, I would argue, in football. For me, it's Nick Bosa.
Oh, okay.
It's Nick Bosa, and you've got defensive help that is on the way, younger players. You got Huff coming on the other side who's going to help on passing downs. You've got your defensive coordinator that you loved early in your career, and he's back. And last year your defense was not terrible, but it was bad. It was subpar to say the least, and Nick had a good year. It wasn't a great year, and you're paid to be great, and your defense has to be great for your team to win. I ran through it yesterday in all the Shanahan years. When they're a playoff team, they're a top 6 or 7 defense at the worst. Last year, you were 29th in points allowed. You were not a good defense, and so everything on the D goes through Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. And I think it's even more so Nick. If he's disruptive and drawing double teams and he's able to be a force in the run game and allow Fred and D. Winters or Nick Martin, if he's going to be the guy who gets the job at linebacker, whoever it is, you've got to be more disruptive up front this year to allow your defense to thrive. So I think it's Nick Bosa.
That's a good one because I feel like when we talk about the defense, the first thing that comes to mind for me is, well, Saleh's back, and you're going to have to just hope that the rookies and the second-year guys hit. And if they do, you'll be great. If they don't, good luck. There is a world where Fred plays at an all-pro level, and you expect that, and Bosa kind of reestablishes himself as one of, if not the best pass rusher in the NFL, and even an okay second year in a rookie class is enough for the defense to be good enough to where you win a lot of games and have a chance to win a Super Bowl. Like, you don't have to be the best of the best on defense to win it all. Obviously, it helps. You got to have some stars and some playmakers that can make a play over the course of a game to really change momentum. But you can win a Super Bowl 28-27. The Niners haven't been able to do that, obviously. But Bosa gets back to a spot, Dibs, where he's approaching 20 sacks on a year or something like that. Not that I'm going to predict that, but that's where he was like on pace for almost year in and year out, getting near that number. And then the last 2 years, ever since he got his contract, the numbers haven't been there in that regard. I wonder where you fall in the numbers versus production conversation, because for so many of us that just watch the games on TV, Dibs, and maybe don't have access to the all-22 and are breaking it down at a really minute level and are looking at every single pass rush snap and like, well, here he took on 2 guys. He didn't make the play, but he opened the hole that allowed Dre Greenlaw or Fred Warner to come in and clean up the running back, or the blitzer, the corner, came off the edge, and the reason why the tackle didn't pick him up was because he was so worried about Nick Bosa. Where do you fall in that conversation? Because so many of us are just so simple and are like, well, his sack numbers dropped this year. He wasn't nearly as good. That's not really the case, though, sometimes with Nick Bosa.
Right, and I do think you have to look beyond just the sack, and you look at things like pressures and defensive win rate, quarterback hits, other things that I think will indicate what sort of productivity the player had beyond the sack, because the sack can be a little bit elusive. So Nick Bosa comes around the edge in that wide 9, and he blows past the tackle, and the quarterback sees him coming, and he steps up into the breach, and the D tackle comes in and just absolutely mauls him. And Kalia Davis, or Okawanu.
There you go. You got
Brankin
Sam Okawanu.
Okawanu, yeah.
You can just call him Sam O if you want.
Whoever that person is, if he happens to just eventually beat his man and the quarterback runs into him and you tackle him and Nick doesn't, you get the sack. Nick gets the pressure, but you get the sack. So I think that looking at just sacks is a little too limiting for a guy like Nick Bosa.
Yeah, he had 18.5 sacks in 2022 when he was the Defensive Player of the Year. The last 2 years combined, Dibs, and he's played 31 games in the last 2 years, 19.5 sacks. So in the last 2 years, only one more sack than he had the previous year alone. 18.5 sacks in 2022, 19.5 over the course of the last 2 years. Now, if you were to ask him, he might tell you, well, I haven't been as good at finishing plays, but there's no doubt that having guys around you is a big part of that. And that's where I think maybe this is entirely unfair, Dibs, and this should not be put on a rookie. I feel like there's a fair amount riding on Mykel Williams. And if you want to call it pressure on the youngster, I guess, I mean, that's the conversation that we're having. Sure, I think there's pressure on Mykel Williams, and maybe from a larger perspective, pressure on Robert Saleh to make Mykel Williams work. Because if you get Mykel Williams in there and he falls flat and doesn't do what the Niners drafted him to do immediately, whether it's fair or not to him, it might not be. You might be looking at another 10-sack year for Nick Bosa as opposed to 15 or more.
Yeah, Nick had 9 last year, and I'm looking at the list right here. Trey Hendrickson, currently not in camp.
Yes.
He had 17.5, and he also led in pressures with 54. Nick Bosa was 8th in pressures with 37, so he was a little further down in sacks with his 9, but pressures he was up there. And, you get into things like quarterback knockdowns. He's top 10. Hurries, he was 13th. So a lot of the non-sack metrics would tell you that Nick Bosa wasn't bad. He wasn't best in football. Like, he's behind Micah Parsons and Hendrickson and Crosby and a lot of these, and Myles Garrett. He's in that group, though, of top 6 to 8 in football. And Mykel Williams, it's unfair to put that much pressure on him, but it's also fair to put that much pressure on him. You're a first-round pick, and they took him because they wanted him to have an impact immediately, which makes me think about another guy who I think's under pressure, and that's Ricky Pearsall. They used first-round capital last year when nobody thought they needed a wide receiver. Well, they did it because they believed in him, and now Debo is in Washington. Aiyuk is out with the pup. Cowing has got a hammy. All right, Ricky, this is why we drafted you. Juwan hopefully is going to continue playing, and he gets signed, and he's there. But right now, if you come out with your 2-receiver set and you're starting week 1, it's Juwan and Ricky Pearsall. So Ricky needs to go out and be the player he was the last 3 games of the year, and he needs to be a dude that you can rely on in the pass game.
What happens if, 1, he can't stay healthy, or 2, he just can't put it together consistently early in the year? I don't know what the offense looks like at that point.
Yeah, especially when you've got Demarcus Robinson, who likely will be suspended, and it's usually 3 games for a DUI. Yeah. I think you go into the season expecting a 3-gamer. Aiyuk likely out for 4 weeks, maybe longer, as we heard from people earlier in the week about the expectation for Aiyuk. I think it'll be closer to 8 games.
Shanahan said, we hope in the first half of the season.
Right, which would be 8.5 games. So I think 8 games is more likely that he misses as opposed to 4 games. And so, you've got Juwan, and if it's Ricky and Ricky can't stay healthy, then where are we going? And, I know you've got Equanimous St. Brown, who's in camp, and they added another camp body.
Quintez Cephas.
Thank you. Quintez Cephas is now
Detroit
a camp body.
Lions legend.
You got camp bodies all over the building, but do you have actual receivers? So for me, the pressure is on Ricky Pearsall. They used first-round capital because they thought that you could be the guy. You got shot last year, and eventually, by the end of the year, he was showing signs that he could be a dude.
Yeah, he was good at the end of the year. That Lions game, you and I were there, right?
My sister was there. I was actually out sick.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I didn't make that one. Your boy was on the IL. I think I had the vid at that point.
That was the Monday night game, right? Yeah, Monday night.
Yeah.
It was Willard and I that were doing the show from down there in Santa Clara, and then you walk over right after the show and you go up there, and I'm looking out from the press box. You just see Ricky all over the place in that game. I was really, really impressed.
I was set to have, you were going to do the show anyway because it was my sister's birthday. Shout out Hurricane Gale, who turned, we try to talk about numbers that big, but she had gotten 8 seats, and we were going to have a full-on family rager, and they actually went on and did anyway, but I was on the list, the injured list. I couldn't answer the bell. But that was a fun game to watch at home.
You were on the injured list, much like a lot of the Niners were at that point in the season.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But again, for the pressure, for me, I would look at Ricky Pearsall, and if you want to go even further down the pressure list, Diamador Lenore, where he got a nice contract, and you don't have Charvarius Ward anymore. So now you're our guy. You're our lockdown corner. The pass rush should be better this year than it was last year, so go out there and lock people down.
Yeah, he's got to be the torchbearer for that unit, corners and safeties, especially early in the year. Shanahan said, I don't remember if this was on Tuesday or he said it on Wednesday, but he essentially said, we're going to have an open competition at safety to begin the year because Malik Mustafa is in the same camp as Aiyuk, and also Curtis Rourke, rookie quarterback out of Indiana. Not that the Niners are expecting him to impact them at all this year. They hope he doesn't, because if he does, that would mean some dramatic things happen to their other quarterbacks. But all 3 of those dudes, specifically Aiyuk and Mustafa the safety, he said, quote, we hope they're back in the first half of the year. So if Mustafa isn't ready, Dibs, to begin, and he's not going to be, and Shanahan says there's an open competition at safety, you don't know who the hell is going to start alongside Lenore and Renardo Green, most likely at the 2 safety spots. It also probably doesn't mean a whole lot of good for Jair Brown if he is like the incumbent guy in that group, and the word from your coach is an open competition is going to happen for both of those spots. That generally means bad things for the guy who's been in the building already. So we'll see how that plays out. But just because of how up in the air that position is, I think it just magnifies the importance of Diamador.
Without a doubt, and just the secondary in general, because you've got a lot of young players and new faces, and like you talked about, you've got a competition at safety, and the coordinator is back, and this defense has always been predicated on having a great front seven, and the secondary can thrive not having to cover as long if the front seven's getting home, and I would expect that the defensive line is going to be better than last year, and so the secondary's job shouldn't be quite as tough.
Yeah. When we got this that just came in from the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and Green has a hamstring injury. That just happened today. Indeed it did. The 510 talking about Renardo Green. He suffered a hamstring in practice today. Does not seem like it's terrible, but Shanahan did not talk today. So we'll see what the consensus is once Shanahan talks again, which I believe will be Sunday, because the team is off tomorrow. Shanahan will likely talk on Sunday, and of course we'll keep you updated here on 95.7 The Game and on our socials, wherever you are, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you go, at 957 The Game. I think as a result of that, the 262 makes a good point as well from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. We're talking about Jair Brown. Maybe Jair Brown is the one that's low-key under pressure, because he might not have a job if he does not perform well here in training camp. We will see. We started this conversation on the Niners portion, Dibs, with me throwing out Brock Purdy, and I know you poo-pooed it a little bit.
Well, it's I think it's standard, right?
Where does Brock fall, though, in terms of pressure on all the other names that we've talked about? Where does he rank for you? Because for me, I think it's clear number one. And maybe part of it is just because he is the quarterback.
Yeah.
But there's an extra added level when he's the guy that you paid hundreds of millions of dollars to lock him up for years to come.
I get that. And again, I don't think that the big money really hits till next year. So for me, the money part isn't the big issue now.
It's not about the money now. It's just about the principle of giving it to him in the first place.
Agreed. And I didn't mean to poo-poo it. I just look at the quarterback as the high-pressure guy as the easy answer. It's going to be the answer for every single team. You could look at any team across the National Football League, and I think you could look at the quarterback and say, yeah, they're the one under the most pressure. You've got the ball in your hands on every offensive snap, and if Brock Purdy is bad, they aren't going to be a great team. If Brock Purdy's okay, or if Brock Purdy's great, they can be great. I do think a team kind of goes as the quarterback goes, so I do think that he's under a lot more pressure this year than he was last year. Although last year, coming off that great year and a Super Bowl appearance, there was pressure to do it again. And now the pressure for Brock lies not in the contract, but in the ability for him to do it again. Because 2 years ago, wow, phenom, top 5 in the MVP. Last year, a step back, still good, more than serviceable. He was a good quarterback, but now was that year 2 years ago a fluke? Or are you the guy from last year? That, to me, is where the pressure lies.
I think the pressure lies on Brock in the sense that now you are just... Obviously, part of it is your play. You have to be good. Obviously, if this team is going to go anywhere, you have to be good. But the Niners are in so much more of a tight spot now financially because of the contract that you got. And if for whatever reason you show to not be good enough, and this is not Brock's fault that the Niners gave him the contract, but just the nature of what happens when you get a contract, Dibs, if things go poorly for you, you're the reason why the team has to undergo craziness just to get out from under the contract or whatever the situation is. So maybe it's not necessarily... I mean, it would be Brock's fault if he doesn't play well enough to earn the contract or to prove the Niners right. But the pressure is just, okay, we committed not just money, but like the financial well-being of this organization rests on you proving us right, Brock. And if you prove us wrong, I don't know what the hell we're going to do until this contract expires.
That's fair.
That's where the pressure comes from to me.
I get it, and the pressure then for me in that construct falls more on Lynch and Shanahan, because let's just play that out, that scenario. Brock this year is not only what he was 2 years ago, but he's not as good as he was last year. More careless mistakes, maybe some ball handling in bad weather, just showing the regression that makes you understand why he was the last pick in the draft. So if that happens you wind up 7-10 or 8-9 with a mostly healthy year, and Brock takes a step back, well, then the pressure for me, that goes to Shanahan and Lynch, because you were the ones who vouched for him. You were the ones who signed him to this. And yeah, it's pressure on Brock too, because he's the player, but then the attention swings toward the guys who gave him all that dough.
Yeah, I hear you. 888-957-9570, Dibs. It is a Friday, and we're past 5:30 on a Friday. Do you know what that means?
It means either, hang on, guys, I'm at the dog park, or we go to the Hayward Hills.
We are headed to the Hayward Hills because,
okay.
That was a really late buzzer.
It was an either or. It wasn't a guess.
Very late
I
buzzer.
just wanted to do my Gene in Oakland, which I think is lightweight elite.
It is pretty good.
Hey, guys, it's Gene in Oakland.
We are headed, though, to the Hayward Hills because it is a Friday afternoon, and Kurt has called in, and he wants to weigh in. Kurt, what's up? You're on with Dibs and Grandy. How you doing?
Hey, Willard and Dibs, the best sports boys in town. Willard and Dibs and Grandy, best sports boys in town.
How you doing, brother? What's got you going today, Kurt?
Well, you know what's going on today. You've been talking about the great team of the 49ers. Well, let me tell you something. That's a bunch of crap that they're stating that they're rebuilding team. Whoever calls in and states that, they don't know what they're talking about. That's far from rebuilding. I'm going to tell you why. First of all, we signed $1 million quarterback Purdy. That's number one. And he's going to have a great year because you have his running back. He has Trent Williams over there. The big tank is going to blow everybody down. They got a rebuild offensive line. They got Kittle, which is probably the best tight end in the league he was last year. Then, on the defense side of it, you got my boy. My boy came back, Robert Saleh. I've been asking for him for quite some time. They brought him back. And you know what the ranking on him is?
What is it?
Guess what his ranking is? This is a stat. He's ranked number 6, a defense coach of this year, number 6, and the coach, Shanahan, is ranked number 7. That's a stat. Look that up, and let me tell you another stat. The 49ers defense, the front four, Robert Saleh, what do you think he's made of? He's made of a front four defense. That's what he does. He's a hell of a defensive coordinator. He's going to turn this team around with Fred Warner, who's healthy. Bosa's going to be healthy. You watch out this year. We got a stupid little easy schedule. We should win 11 games straight and make the playoffs. And Purdy's going to have a big season. And the coach, he's a scientist as an offensive coordinator. They're not going anywhere but uphill this year. Forget about rebuilding anything like that. That's not happening, fellas. Forget it.
I love it, Kurt. Hey, Kurt, let me ask you. If somebody comes up to you and says the Rams, they're going to win the NFC West, what would you tell them?
Get out of here!
Hey, there it is. There it is. It would not be a Friday after 5:30 without Kurt in the Hayward Hills. Look it up, Dibs. It's a stat.
It's a stat, Grandy, and that's my favorite. It's a stat.
Robert Saleh, the 6th-ranked defensive coach. Shanahan, the 7th. That's a stat, brother.
That's right. And I don't know.
Sounds more like just a personal ranking to me.
That's right, but you just never know. You know, stats and rankings, they can be conflated. They can be blended to whatever your need is. That's great, though. Kurt and Hayward Hills. Nothing gets you ready for the weekend like that. And you thought that he was going to leave you out. Willard and Dibs.
It took him a sec.
And Grandy. He got you in there.
He gave the Willard and Dibs first, then he circled back, went Willard and Dibs again, and then mentioned me. And I felt very special. Thank you,
it's
Kurt.
good because you are officially now one of the best sports boys on town.
Let's go. I've been waiting for that.
That's it.
I have been waiting for that.
It's no better.
Let's sneak in one more call before we hit our last break of the day. James is in Hayward and wants to add. James, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. So just wanted to chime in with regards to Brock Purdy and pressure.
Yeah, what do you got?
I think there shouldn't be any pressure on him. He got his bag. He got his contract. If at most, the pressure would have been last year. And I'm thinking that in my lifetime, and I'm hoping I get 50 more years, I don't think I'm going to see a Mr. Irrelevant paid this much ever. So I don't think there's any pressure on him. I would think it would be the opposite. He's already getting paid, and all he needs to do is just go out there and play. So there's nothing outside of the game that he's about to play in front of him that's going to add to pressure in his life, I would hope.
Interesting, James. I mean, I like the way that you're breaking it down. I just personally don't think that's how it works. At this point, Dibs, it does not matter where you got drafted. If you were undrafted, if you were the first pick, if you were in the third round, if you were the last pick, once you signed that contract, you wave bye-bye to your origin story. Now you're suddenly a high-paid quarterback, bottom line.
True, and I think the quarterback is always going to be one under that sort of pressure. And even though the money doesn't kick in until next year, you do have that contract that's sitting out there. And so the way people look at him, not only locally but nationally, has changed.
Yeah. No doubt. Hey, coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, a little more than an hour away, the Valkyries take on the Dallas Wings. Becker's is in town. You're not going to want to miss it, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game or on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. It's a Friday. We've got one more segment left with you here on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibs. And Dibs, did you see what the Milwaukee Brewers did post-game today in Milwaukee?
I saw that. I glanced at it, and I was like, "Is this what is this?"
They held an alumni home run derby.
Pretty fun.
What? It sounds awesome.
Yep.
I want to pick your brain, the listener's brain, about what would a Giants alumni home run derby look like. We can throw out some names when we come back. Sound good?
Oh, sounds great. I got to move the fence in, though, unfortunately.
Might have to. Although Barry could probably still clear that thing in right field.
So it was all Brewers. It was Brewers versus Brewers?
Yeah.
And like two drafted teams, basically? Okay.
Yeah. It was really, really cool. And I wonder if some other teams might consider doing something like that. We could make our own Niners or Giants alumni home run derby team. We'll do that when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you, wrapping things up next on 95.7 The Game.
This is a stat. Look that up. That's a stat. Look that up. The best sports boys in town. Willard and Dibs and Grandy, best sports boys in town.
That made my day. Now I can head into the weekend with a smile on my face.
That's pretty good. He got it in there, you know. And he had one wind-up where I thought he was going to cuss. And, I mean,
One?
Well, there was one that was a big wind-up, and then he didn't deliver on the bomb, which is good.
He's learning.
Well,
he's learning.
Hey, we'll see. We're taking one call at a time.
Look that up.
That's a stat.
It's pretty good.
That's a stat.
That's a
Look
stat.
that up.
The funniest thing is it's not a stat. It's just a ranking. I don't even know what the ranking was. But
Look that up. That's a stat.
I'll look
Robert
it up.
Saleh is the number 7 defensive coordinator in the league. Look that up.
That's a stat.
That's a stat. It's good. He was happy that Saleh came back.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, I think he has come on this station, on this show, and said they got to get Robert Saleh back.
Yeah.
So he could do a victory lap for that, and I won't be upset at him.
And I wouldn't say that Robert Saleh is under any pressure, as we talked about pressure. I mean, he's under some pressure because he's an NFL defensive coordinator, and maybe the pressure would be him wanting to get another crack at being a head coach. But you come back here to a place where you were very successful, and your boss, Kyle Shanahan, really likes having you around, and a couple of the defenders who were here when you were here the first time are back, and they're happy you're here, and you're coming off a year where the coordinator struggled and your defense wasn't good, so he's probably not under that much pressure, to be honest.
I mean, he's got to be good for the Niners to be good, but a lot of it is going to be, well, who do they have and how do the players play? One thing that we mentioned we wanted to get to really quick, Dibs, was what the Brewers did today.
Yeah.
In Milwaukee, it's the 25th season of Brewers baseball at what they now call American Family Field. So to celebrate the 25 seasons of baseball at that park, they did a variety of different things to celebrate, including holding a Brewers Alumni Home Run Derby, which featured team captains Ryan Braun and Carlos Gomez. They got to draft the team of the following players. You'll recognize some, maybe not all of these names. Keon Broxton, Prince Fielder, Giovanni Gallardo, a pitcher in the Home Run Derby. He could hit a little bit as a pitcher. Bill Hall, Corey Hart, Casey McGee, Giants legend Casey McGee, Niger Morgan, and Eric Thames. Really cool idea. You just have these old dudes from a variety of different, not eras, but years. They didn't all play on the same team. Some of them obviously shared the diamond at the same time. They all come back, and they hold an alumni home run derby. And I don't know, that just struck me as something incredibly cool that a baseball team could do for fans. Because you imagine what it would be like if Barry Bonds strapped them up again and participated in a home run derby at Oracle Park in 2025? Could you imagine?
It would be cool, and part of it is predicated on these guys still being able to hit home runs. The bit kind of dies if you've got guys who still can't do it. And I'm looking at the all-time list of Giants home run hitters. Barry Bonds second to Willie Mays, but Mel Ott, Willie McCovey no longer with us. Matt Williams is number 5, so you could roll him out of the third base coaching box.
He might not be able to hit one out anymore.
I mean, maybe. Orlando Cepeda was number 6. He's passed. Bobby Thompson was 7. Bobby Bonds is 8. He's passed. Will Clark would be next up.
He could probably still get one out to the short portion,
no doubt. And tied for 10th, Brandon Bell. And Jeff Kent is also number 10. So
imagine you got Bonds, you got Belt, you got Pablo back.
Good call.
Just to participate in a home run derby.
Kent, maybe you go Bonds, Kent, and Burks against Belt, Pablo, and
get Posey out of the suite,
or maybe Hunter Pence, right?
Yeah, Hunter Pence is a good one.
You go for the pre-World Series era against the World Series era. Maybe you bring back the big cat, Andres Galarraga.
Go hit that Coke bottle again.
Man, that was one that I will never forget. 500 feet to left center. I think it was a poke. But that would be fun.
I mean, they could sell tickets for that. It doesn't even have to be a game day.
Right.
That could be in the off season, and they could sell tickets.
They just, promote it, and they're so good at promotions. And what, tomorrow is Steph Curry bobblehead day? Is that right?
Yes.
And Steph will be in the building, and it'd even be fun to see a home run derby with like Steph Curry participating, for example, and seeing what he could do.
Well, it's like what they do at the All-Star game. Maybe it's the Sunday, or maybe it's the Monday before all the. No, the Monday is the home run derby. Maybe it's early in the day Monday. I don't know exactly how it all works, but they sometimes do the celebrity softball game, and they put fences in that are like, I don't know, 200 feet from home plate or something, as opposed to 350 or whatever. And you have a variety of people that participate, including former big leaguers. Like I think Hunter Pence has participated before. That's maybe somewhat similar to this kind of idea, and maybe the Brewers got it from All-Star Weekend, and they kind of stole that idea from there. But I mean, in a time when you're trying to do as much fan service as possible, like this seems like an easy way to treat your fans to something cool that's unique.
Right. As long as the players would be willing to do it, and if you're Barry Bonds, I don't know if you're that motivated to get back out there and put a couple more in the Cove, but fans would certainly love it. That's for sure.
Now, it would be terrible if, say, one of these older guys, maybe Barry or maybe Will or whoever it is, did take a big cut and then they just hurt themselves.
No doubt.
That could happen.
Or if when it's a hitter's park in Milwaukee, but it's not here, so you find that all of a sudden, Barry doesn't have that pop anymore. And then the whispers, and then the chatter. And so,
yeah, you're right. It doesn't really seem like something that Barry would sign up for.
Right.
I would love to see it, but I don't imagine he would ever commit to it.
Yeah, and on the surface, wow, what an unbelievable idea. And even if you did it where, like, for example, tonight, it's the Mets, right, in town. Yeah. So you did your former Giants against the former Mets. So you bring back, Darryl Strawberry or
Carlos Delgado.
Kevin Mitchell hits for both teams. You find a way to make it former Mets against former Giants.
That would be fun.
A little alumni versus alumni game.
That would be fun. Another week has come and gone, Dibs, and we don't have resolution to Kaminga.
Right.
We don't have resolution to Juwan Jennings, although for Juwan, not really another week has come and gone. Just this week has come and gone. And we don't yet have a Giants trade in addition to Rafael Devers. By the time Willard steps back in and takes over these airwaves at 1:48 on Monday, do you think any of those three things are different?
No.
No?
I don't. I mean, at Kaminga, it feels like we're just getting further away. We're not getting closer. Juwan Jennings, I do think that they will get some resolution at some point. I don't know what the pressure point is on either side. He's not holding in. He's playing.
Yeah.
And they're happy about it. I do think that his request is still in place about wanting more money. I think that his trade request kind of loses a little steam when you're out there playing. And Buster Posey, I don't know what the deal would be. I think he's got to figure out how he's going to get through the weekend before he tries to bring in a new pitcher.
So no
I think it's
on
no
all
across
fronts.
the board, yeah. And I'm going to have to apologize to Willard for not getting these things done while he was gone.
Yeah, what the hell?
Like, what are we doing here? We're just sitting here gabbing.
What are we doing here?
We got nothing done.
When I found out that Willard was going to be off for a week and a half for his wedding and his honeymoon, and I was going to